The kingdom of Prodence is located in a part of the New World, between the beginning and the middle of those waters, a little past Dressrosa. It is also part of the world government. Most of the kingdom was occupied by rural areas, with small villages scattered across the island, and there was a large capital at the center of the country. For Prodence, the economy revolved around all kinds of things, from fishing to agriculture and trade of products exported and imported from other kingdoms. A curious aspect of the kingdom was its strange castle in the middle of the capital, which seemed to take on the appearance of the current king. For as soon as he took the throne, the castle had completely changed, resembling the king himself and his fighting style, with the roof raising two arms with boxing gloves. He was recognized by all inside and outside of Prodence as a powerful and strong man, whose punches could destroy an entire city. Everyone in this kingdom took pride in him. While the king, Elisabello II, was now in his throne room, talking with his ministers, he was seated on his enormous chair, still wearing his boxing gloves and fighter shorts, with a lack of a shirt showing his bare chest, wearing only a cape and a crown on his head, as if he were ready to fight at any moment. "My king, we must prepare to leave the kingdom in the coming months. After all, the summit of all the kingdoms that are part of the world government will be gathering at Marie-Joieuse," murmured his minister. "Yes, I am well aware of that, but I don't know why I feel that something is going to happen before that," he murmured, feeling a strange sensation over the past few days. It was a feeling he couldn't deny, some sort of warning, as he sighed and looked out the window, seeing his kingdom in the distance. "I know what worries you, my king. The new world is really in turmoil. We don't know what will happen in these waters, and even Prodence could be affected by the conflicts happening everywhere. Not to mention, there are rumors of a great battle brewing in Wano. As we all know, a fight involving 3 Yonkou that will decide the future of the new world," said the minister, showing open concern. "Yes, it's true. Perhaps I'm thinking too much about this and worrying about what could happen to all the kingdoms. Maybe I'm mistaken, and this is just reminding me to demand some solution from the world government. After all, the new world has become more chaotic than in the last 20 years. He responded as they continued to talk. At that moment, above the kingdom, a shadow was flying through the sky, passing through some clouds. The day was sunny, but there were a certain number of clouds in the sky. The large shadow began to reflect the sunlight due to its golden color, as Enel controlled the object flying calmly for the past few days, finally reaching his destination since leaving Black Pearl. Enel's ark was approaching the capital of the kingdom of Prodence, as they had been ordered to do, with Luffy giving a mission to each of the groups that had scattered throughout the new world. "A bit too high up here," Perona murmured, looking down while floating and observing the kingdom with curiosity. "You don't even look like someone who's been to Skypia then," Domino murmured while also gazing down. "Let's just get this over with. We need to get back to the master. I'm sure he'll love my new explosive cookies. He'll feel an explosion of flavor," Baby 5 said with a proud tone, while Perona and Domino looked at the woman smoking a cigarette as if she were an idiot. "Let's follow the orders then." Domino, wearing a military uniform with the straw hat symbol on her chest, said in a serious tone as she adjusted her glasses. Tisk. Enel had been controlling the ark the whole time, sitting in the middle of the ship, without mingling with the demon women during the entire trip. He ignored them and looked at the kingdom below with his incredible observation haki, observing what was happening below as if he were a god. "It seems our target is in the castle," he murmured. What is this?" Elisabello II quickly sensed someone observing him with his semi-developed haki, but it was enough to notice eyes spying on him as if he were nothing, which scared him, unable to imagine how arrogant this person must be. "Did something happen, my king?" The ministers quickly noticed the strange behavior of their king and became concerned. "Something is going to happen." He now spoke seriously, rising from his chair and looking out the windows. Meanwhile, the cloud beneath the ark drifted away, and a child playing ball in the middle of the street felt the sunlight shining on him, only for another shadow to quickly block it. He noticed a very strange shape for a cloud, as his eyes looked up with one hand trying to shield his eyes from the sun, but he couldn't see anything other than the bright sunlight. Back on the ark, Baby 5, looking at the miniature city from over 4,000 meters above, took her first steps in her heels and maid outfit. "Well, anyway, let's finish this," Baby 5 said, simply jumping off the ark and descending towards the ground while flying using Jeppo. Domino shrugged and jumped from the ark right after her, in free fall, while Enel, without saying a word, transformed into lightning, leaving a trail in the air, speeding past them thanks to his Akuma no Mi and heading towards the castle. The only one who remained was Perona, who didn't seem too happy about being left behind with her ghosts. Hey, damn it, I'm going too," Perona murmured, soon flying after them. The entire capital heard a loud thunderclap in the open sky, with only a few clouds, exploding straight down toward the king's castle. Enel caused an explosion as soon as he hit the ground, watching closely for any movement inside the castle and waiting patiently. The women soon arrived, landing nearby. This immediately alerted everyone inside the castle, and the king looked out the window, seeing 4 individuals standing in front of his castle, with one of them inside a crater from the lightning explosion, calmly looking up at him. Who are they? He murmured, simply jumping out the window, unable to recognize them from that distance as he approached, not that he had much choice. Hey, let's go, the other ministers said, following him down alongside their king. When they got close to the group, one by one they began to recognize them. Who are you? One of the ministers asked, frowning as he observed the group. I know who they are. They're the Straw Hats, the king said, narrowing his eyes. Domino. We're here to negotiate, Domino said. Negotiate? What do you want? The king asked, not liking the situation one bit. Simple. Our captain desires a meeting with you in Dressrosa. He just wants to talk, but he said that even if it's just for a conversation, he still wants to meet you in person. Perona said, turning her face arrogantly. You think you can come to my kingdom and tell me what to do? The king murmured with irritation, clenching his fists. He would never accept that. Well, if you don't agree, we'll have to take you down and drag you by force, inferior being. Enel said in a disdainful tone. How dare you call the king an inferior being, you pirate? One of the ministers shouted, enraged, drawing a sword from his waist. He seemed to be a knight as well. HMPH, mortals. Enel murmured and attacked. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky onto the group, catching the king and the others by surprise. Only the king managed to escape. The others were electrocuted. And Elisabello too looked on with anger. Well, let's finish this. We just have to take him down, Enel said, walking toward him. Alright, Baby 5 said as she transformed her arms into weapons. Domino grabbed her whip. Meanwhile, Perona crossed her arms and turned her face away, not wanting to get involved just yet. The king is fighting. Listen, the king is facing pirates who have invaded our country. The palace guards who witnessed everything began to roar. Guards were called. The townspeople, going about their daily tasks, wondered what that lightning strike was and looked fearfully at the king's strange castle, questioning what would happen next. At that moment, explosions erupted in the castle courtyard, catching everyone by surprise, as lightning strikes and blasts occurred, sending debris flying. All of this happened as Baby 5, Domino, and Enel fought against the king, who quickly tried to punch them. He was able to defend himself from Baby 5 and Domino, but Enel was something entirely different for him to handle. Enel simply appeared beside the king and hit him at a speed Elisabello too couldn't properly react to. The king clenched his teeth in anger, trying to regain his balance after being knocked several meters back before standing up again with a frustrated look. The king tightened his fists and punched with great force, causing the ground beneath them to explode, though he refrained from using his full power. This quickly started an intense battle between them, with the castle walls being destroyed. Perona, from a distance, watched with her ghosts. I'm not getting involved in such a fight. They look like a bunch of idiots, she muttered mockingly. Though the king managed to stay on his feet, he wasn't in good condition. Fight one-on-one, he exclaimed after a while, as more guards continued to arrive at the scene. Enel then stepped forward. Very well, mortal. It's time for you to witness the power of a god, he said with an arrogant smile. Baby 5 and Domino didn't argue, knowing all too well about Enel's arrogant nature. Hey, don't interfere either. Otherwise, we won't be friendly, Domino said, looking at the crowd they could easily overwhelm. Remember that the captain ordered us not to kill anyone from this kingdom. It must be preserved, Perona said at the end. The crowd looked at each other, unsure of what to do, while their king was about to fight Enel of the Straw Hats. Come on then, Logia. I'm confident I've developed my armament hockey over the last year. The king said as his fists began to turn black, finally able to strike elemental fruits. Let's begin, mortal. I hope you won't be disappointing either, Enel said in his usual tone as lightning began to manifest around him. In the next moment, the king took the initiative to punch him in midair, while Enel vanished, transforming into lightning and rushing toward the monarch. Boom! A giant explosion expanded throughout the castle courtyard as the battle continued with the sound of lightning and blasts, while the king emerged from the smoke, heavily injured. Enel was floating in the air surrounded by lightning, as if he was dealing with someone too easy to handle. He glared at Enel with anger while struggling to breathe, and all the kingdom's soldiers were slightly terrified at the thought of their king losing the fight. King Elisabello II is going to lose? They murmured among themselves, watching the scene cautiously. We should help him, another said, trying to muster some confidence, though it seemed non-existent. Yes, you're right. Trust in the king, and let's handle the other pirates. They then, even at the cost of their lives, rushed to fight against the kingdom's enemies. It looks like I'll have to deal with them, Baby 5 muttered, watching the group run as her arms transformed into weapons. Wait, Perona appeared at that moment, as Enel and the king of Prodence resumed their fight, creating explosions and lightning everywhere. Perona didn't want to interfere, but she knew Baby 5 had a few screws loose and could do something that Luffy had made very clear they shouldn't do, as their captain didn't want any civilians hurt. Take this, Baby 5 didn't seem to hear her and aimed at everyone. You unfunny woman, what are you doing? Perona exclaimed angrily, and just as Baby 5 was about to fire, a ghost passed by her, making a playful sound. In the next moment, BABY5 was on the ground. Sorry about that. Maybe I'm not a good servant. I should ask Master to turn me into his doormat, so he can wipe his beautiful boots on me, kicking me with those soles, she said, as Patre-on dropped to the ground a moment later. What kind of low self-esteem wish is that? Patre-on shouted, her face showing shock with shark-like teeth, even though she already knew Baby Five's ability. This was too much, even for her. Look! The woman's down, time to defeat her, the soldiers quickly shouted, approaching the area, and Patre-on returned to her serious expression, floating in the air before Domino could act. Go, ghosts, she exclaimed, and hundreds of ghosts began to emerge from her in the next moment, all rushing towards the army of soldiers. In the following moment, they were all hit by them. The sound of thousands of knees hitting the ground echoed as all the men were there, in that position before Patre-on, who had brought them down without using Conqueror's Haki. Sorry for being born. I am an amoeba. Maybe I should live with ants. At least then, I feel welcomed. I should be a tree instead of a soldier. I feel like air. How can I disappear too? Countless phrases were heard from the crowd. As Patre-on watched with satisfaction, having brought down all the soldiers, her gaze shifted to the side, and she grimaced in shock. After all, while she held them off, saving everyone from her captain's wrath, Enel and King Elisabello II were still fighting, and at that moment, both were preparing powerful attacks against each other to finish the battle. As they fought, Enel did not have a vision of the future, but now his Haki had evolved to the point where he saw an attack that could tear the sky. This immediately left him stunned for a moment, and he quickly distanced himself from the castle, moving to a much higher point where he could gather lightning clouds to face this attack. Meanwhile, the king positioned his arm to the side, beginning to distort the space around him, preparing his super punch. Enel summoned several bolts of lightning as the sky darkened with black clouds, transforming into his giant form made entirely of lightning. He used a power that could destroy the entire capital of this kingdom. And even the king's attack would cause destruction, even though it was aimed at the sky. But he had no choice. He would have to sacrifice part of the city to save the whole place, realizing that the Logia user was getting quite serious. Patre-on, near the king, was frightened by what she saw, knowing full well that all her efforts to protect the city and its citizens were at risk, something Luffy had made very clear he didn't want to happen. Now they were at the mercy of destruction. She was completely terrified. So you're telling me that the kingdom of Prudence's city was destroyed? Luffy's vision passed through Patre-on's mind as she tried to imagine him hearing that. In the next moment, after hearing it, Luffy would start smacking his fist into his hand with a sadistic grin, before transforming into his hybrid form and beating everyone up, something Patre-on definitely didn't want to experience. She snapped out of her thoughts and looked angrily at both who were about to unleash these high-magnitude attacks. What are you doing? Stop that immediately. Stop, 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 Patre-on began shouting in the air, throwing a tantrum, while Baby Five, who was still lying on the ground, watched her. Domino, with a furrowed brow, didn't like the situation either, but neither of them listened to the ghost girl. They continued charging their main attacks, ready to launch in the next moment. I said, stop, she exclaimed again, immediately flying into the air until reaching a certain height in the middle of the city. She spread her arms as her body began to be enveloped by a gray hue, positioning herself between the two attacks. In the next moment, both the king and Enel were surprised by the appearance of a massive ghost over the capital, which emerged from Patre-on's body as she released her powers. The enormous ghost made sounds like her other ghosts. If people were already scared of the huge lightning forming in the sky and the tremor coming from the castle, seeing a ghost threw them into even more panic. They started running, screaming, trying to flee from it as quickly as possible. Enel and the king, although surprised, didn't stop their attacks, which were almost ready to be launched. Patre-on, angry at the center of the ghost, clenched her teeth. I said, stop, for the third time, she shouted, moving only two arms inside the ghost in a hand gesture. The giant ghost simply began to swell like a balloon and exploded, and in the next moment, a wind blast spread so fast that no one could react. Even the king and Enel in the sky were hit, along with the entire capital by this gust of wind. Their attack stopped immediately. In the next moment, Enel simply began to fall, and the king stopped concentrating his power, dropping to his knees. Enel, still floating and falling, had an unhappy expression. Maybe I was too hasty. I shouldn't be a god. I rushed things. Maybe I should be a fly. He muttered in depression as his aura darkened. I shouldn't be the king of this kingdom. Maybe I should be a fish for the fishermen to catch. At least that way I'd be useful to someone. The king muttered, also kneeling, with the same desolate mood. Even Domino was on the ground, not spared from Patre-on's attack, while she and Baby Five remained collapsed side by side. I'm so useless. Maybe I should ask the captain to make me his prisoner, she murmured. But it wasn't limited to just the four of them, Domino and Baby Five, the king of Prudence, and Enel, as the entire city was affected. All the people, of all ages and genders, were kneeling on the ground, exclaiming all kinds of depressing thoughts into the air. Patre-on sighed. She had brought an entire kingdom to its knees. More or less in depression, but still, she had saved the city. Now, all that was left was to wait for everyone to return to normal. In the next moment, they were inside the castle, while Baby 5 and Domino had already recovered. Enel and the king were still kneeling, as Perona had to use her powers again a short while ago. It was at that moment that they stood up. "You bastard," the king said, raising his fist. "Come, mortal being," Enel exclaimed before 2 ghost attacks from each of their bodies sent them falling to their knees again. "Can you stop fighting?" Perona exclaimed with a grimace. Ministers and guards could only look at the woman in fear. After all, even though she hadn't created a giant lightning bolt, she was certainly the strongest person there, and no one wanted to experience that feeling again. Even Baby 5 and Domino looked at her with some apprehension. Things calmed down a moment later, and the city had become quieter, despite the uncertainty of what could happen now with the arrival of the pirates. Then, Perona took the lead of the entire group. "Listen, King of Prudence, we are here to deliver this. You just have to go to Dressrosa, as the captain requested. He's not asking for your kingdom, nor your crown, nor anything else. He just wants to talk to you. I hope you at least do that and come with us. Understood?" Perona exclaimed, impatient, while the king looked at the letter sent by Luffy. Their mission was simply to deliver this letter and bring the king to the captain, who was probably elsewhere now, sailing toward his next objective. However, they caused a commotion with the fight soon after. "Fine," the king murmured, looking cautiously at the girl with little choice, as even the Straw Hat could retaliate if he tried anything against his crewmate. "That's great, I'm sure our captain is a man of his word and won't easily be aggressive with you, even if you refuse," Domino said. "Tisk. You can come. But don't get in the way," Enel mocked, not wanting to fight with someone so troublesome who had such precise aim. "Fine, I'll do this at least. But let me make it clear to your captain that I will not hand over my kingdom," he said with determination, while everyone nodded.
"Alright, now let's go and stop fighting," Perona exclaimed, and everyone, with no choice, began heading back to the golden ship that had landed in the courtyard after Enel returned.
"Wait, my king. You're leaving just like that?" The ministers were worried about Prudence without a king. "Take care of things while I'm gone. I need to resolve this, and I'll be back soon," he said to them, and his ministers nodded in agreement with the idea. "We will be waiting for you then, your majesty," they replied, while the king nodded and boarded the golden ship along with the other Straw Hats as they began to soar into the sky, heading for Dressrosa. On the high seas, a very beautiful ship, used by the Tenryubitos, was sailing the sea with its old celestial dragon flag removed, while the new flag was nothing but white cloth. A few kilometers away, on the horizon's edge, there was a line of ships also navigating those waters. One of the men from the main ship looked through a telescope at the distant ship. "Captain," he called from the top of the ship. "I see a ship in the distance, but too far to see the details." Orlumbus, the leader of the entire fleet, said, trying to look afar, but not managing to see much. "The flag is white, Captain, but the ship is very beautiful. Seems to belong to a very rich noble." The man spoke while the captain nodded to that. "And they are heading towards us? Did they not see our fleet?" Orlumbus said, a bit surprised by this possibility. The name of this group of ships was the Great Fleet of Yonta Maria, formed by 53 ships and 4,300 men, as they navigate through the New World pursuing their objectives. "They keep coming this way, Captain." The man spoke as he saw the noble ship continuing to approach at high speed without fear, and by this point, they had already been discovered. "Who are these? If they really have the guts, let them come and we'll show them the power of the Great Fleet of Yonta Maria if they are here to fight." Orlumbus spoke while continuing to look at the ship. Then, the ship began to approach ever closer to the fleet cutting through the sea, showing no fear or hesitation. The 53 ships stopped to see who it would be after the order of the captain or admiral of this fleet. The ship was occupied by just 4 women, none other than a group that had split after their captain assigned distinct tasks to the groups. This group was Yamato, Nijiko, Bonnie, and Robin, who looked curiously at the fleet as they came close. "We finally made it here," Yamato said with a smile after a problem in the middle of the sea. "Yes. I thought we would continue lost and would have to return to Dressrosa with the rest of the crew's Vivre card. But thanks to Nijiko who managed to steer the ship," Robin commented as she managed to stabilize it back on the right course. After Luffy handed out the instructions where the Great Fleet of Yonta Maria would be following information he collected with the Baroque Works and other organizations in the New World. Nijiko didn't just listen to her sister her whole life. She might not have Nami's talent, but that didn't stop her from learning a few things about navigation. Now their ship finally reached the fleet. So many people. "Are we going to fight all of them?" Bonnie murmured, looking at the 53 ships. "Well, our captain asked to talk to them. If it doesn't work out," Robin commented before opening a smile. "Then we'll have to invite them by force," Robin commented. "It looks like there's no way around it. Let's go, let's talk to them," Yamato said in the end, approaching the edge of the ship. She saw a large man with long blonde hair and beards approaching wearing characteristic pirate clothes in red and gold, observing them with curiosity, while his men stayed behind him. "Identify yourselves and state your intentions," he said. After all, it was just one ship approaching all of his, so he didn't immediately give the order to open fire, first wanting to know what their intentions were. "Captain." Someone there immediately called his man with quite a scared face. "That woman with white hair is Kaido's daughter, the Straw Hat's wife, and with a bounty of 1.8 billion. He exclaimed among the men, pointing to Yamato, while scaring everyone hearing this. It was not surprising seeing everyone there, being surprised and quite shaken. Even the captain looked surprised, frowning. "The other two women. They are all members of the Straw Hats, Captain. What shall we do?" the men exclaimed while the world still had not recognized Bonnie as a member of the crew. Orlumbus still tried to reason. After all, they were not attacking them immediately. "State exactly what you want," he said. It was Nijiko who took the initiative for the conversation, being the most prepared for something diplomatic. "We are here by order of our captain to look for you," she began. "And what does your captain want with us?" Orlumbus murmured, not very fond of the situation. "Luffy wants to summon you to Dressrosa. He wants to invite you to join the Straw Hat fleet after talking with him," Nijiko explained. "Join the Straw Hat fleet?" The men of the fleet looked surprised to hear this, while they looked at the captain, waiting for his response. "This can't be. It must be some kind of joke. Why would we join your crew? We have our own group and you are about to go to war against 2 Yonkou. Do you want to use my ships and my men? Are you desperate?" Orlumbus burst out indignantly. It was Yamato who spoke this time. "We don't want to treat you as cannon fodder in the upcoming war. Luffy does not intend to put any newly recruited members in this war, but he wants to start strengthening everyone. All we ask is that you go to Dressrosa and talk with the captain. He is very interested in you and just wants to talk," she made it clear. The captain was thoughtful about this, while the members of his crew waited anxiously for the response, knowing they could end up fighting right there with a woman worth almost 2 billion. Finally, he looked at the group and said, "All right. I will talk to your captain in Dressrosa." Orlumbus spoke, surprising some who expected him to disagree. "If it's just a talk, I have no problem, but I will not join your crew or fleet by force," he completed with a stern tone. "Great. I'm sure he will respect your decision as long as you at least talk to him," Nijiko said, and Orlumbus nodded. "Well, these things were resolved quite quickly. Fufufu," Robin commented, laughing. "Yes. That was quite simple," Bonnie murmured, impressed with the speed of the negotiations. "Let's head back, then. We were just supposed to deliver the message. We hope to meet you again in Dressrosa," Yamato said quickly. "Bonnie, can you take the helm and turn the ship?" Nijiko asked as Bonnie nodded and went to it, beginning to turn the ship and heading to another side, opting not to accompany the fleet as their ship would be faster and the ship of the Tenryubido that Luffy had killed at the end of East Blue began to move away. "Captain," a man approached Orlumbus, still curious about him having accepted the proposal so easily. "I know you are wondering, but look at that group. They have a woman who is the daughter of that monster. What could we do? It was either this or our destruction," Orlumbus finally said, recognizing that he couldn't fight against Kaido's daughter and, even more, that there were others there, less powerful than Yamato but equally dangerous. All had quite impressive bounties a year ago and he didn't know if they had become even stronger, which made him even more worried about a possible fight. "I understand. And what will we do now, Captain?" the man insisted. "Well, we have no choice. Let's organize our fleet and head for Dressrosa. Get ready, everyone," Orlumbus exclaimed, fulfilling his word. Quickly, his men began to move, preparing to meet the man most talked about in the world currently. Meanwhile, the noble's ship continued sailing through the seas and it wasn't long before other ships appeared on the horizon. Nijiko looked to the side, narrowing her eyes. "I sense ill intentions coming from that side. It seems that this ship intends to attack us," Yamato said, seeing that they were approaching more and more. "It seems there are pirates, bounty hunters, and criminals approaching," Robin said after putting an eye to see the ship in the distance. "They think we are a commercial ship," she completed, warning the rest of the crew. "Ah, look at the noble's ship unprotected. Just as our informants had said they saw it in these waters. This will be a good profit," one of the pirates celebrated, believing they had found an easy target. Mourn to appear, there were 6 ships believing they had found easy prey to ambush. "Well, they don't seem very strong," Yamato commented, placing her hand at the height of the ship. "Hey, Robin, shall we handle this together?" she asked. Robin nodded, as Yamato grabbed her weapon, already close to the other ships. They looked somewhat surprised to see a woman appear at the front on the bow. Yamato gave a brief glance as she raised and swung her club, releasing a cold energy into the sea. The next moment, the surface of the sea began to freeze, advancing quickly towards the ships, leaving everyone surprised as their ships stopped, trapped in the ice. "Hey, what is this? They froze the sea," the pirates exclaimed, stunned to see such a bizarre scene. And it didn't stop there. Robin, wanting to quickly end the situation, began to create several hands on the surface of the ice. The hands were much larger than normal, about 2 meters tall, and the next moment, Hundreds of them emerged in front of the noble ship and forming the shape of a gun, began firing, crushing the ships the next moment. The pirates could only watch, unable to do anything. Their ships began to explode and disintegrate, while the ice destroyed everything in its path, with such force that all the debris was sent to the bottom of the sea. Well, that was simple. Let's continue, Nijiko spoke with a bored expression, while Bonnie continued to control the helm. We're going to take days like this. Is there a way to go faster? Nijiko? Yamato asked while looking at the girl. Yes. Nijiko murmured as she began to move towards the back of the ship, looking at Bonnie. Just steer the ship to the right side, she requested. Wait, you're going to do that? I'm going to get lost, Bonnie exclaimed quite insecurely. Don't worry, trust in yourself. Nijiko simply spoke and went to the back of the ship before tying a belt prepared by her. She adjusted the belt to hold the ship and pointed her hands forward towards the sea. Bonnie, being the closest, could do nothing but put earplugs in her ears and prepare to control the helm. The next moment, with her palms open, she began to generate explosions, making her body go backwards while she continued firing and firing. The next moment, with the explosions, the ship began to advance at high speed forward and it quickly moved against the horizon, no longer appearing as a sail-driven ship that depended on the wind. And thus, they set off, returning to Dressrosa with their simple mission completed. How is he? The feminine voice asked with some anxious tone, looking at Chopper, who was now keeping his stethoscope in his ear while placing the sound amplification part on the woman's belly. You're in Luffy's child is doing very well. He's developing, and he seems to be a healthy boy. Chopper said, looking excited about it as well, since he had also helped take care of Luffy's other children. How much time do I have until our boy is born? Uda asked. In 6 months, you will give birth to him, Chopper said with a small smile. Well, that's great. She murmured, happy to know that. She already knew it was a boy, with Luffy being able to see it through his observation haki, ever since he sensed a part of him growing inside her womb. Everything seemed fine until they started hearing explosions outside, making the room shake a little. The ship they were on at the moment was the noble ship from the Goa Kingdom that Luffy had stolen. They had found the ship in the middle of the sea, and it was the crew they had been searching for after Luffy's instructions. But as Uda was already having to check up to see how her pregnancy was progressing, they stayed put. It seems things didn't go as planned, Chopper commented. Let's go outside and see what happened, Uda said as she left, covering her belly again with her dress, while Chopper also packed up his medical equipment. The two left the medical room and headed to the deck. It didn't take long for them to witness the scene outside where their ship was docked next to another one flying a Jolly Roger. On this pirate ship, there were a bunch of people lying on the ground, most of them looking grilled after being burned by Reiju's attacks, who was also present. It looks like things escalated to this point, Usopp commented, looking at all the bodies lying on the ground, while he and Reiju were the only ones standing and perfectly fine. As soon as they reached the ship, they had no flags, and Idio's pirates thought it was a merchant or noble ship. But it was strange as it didn't bear any insignia on its completely white sail. Usopp introduced himself as a member of the Straw Hat crew, delivering the message of his captain's invitation, inviting them to Dressrosa. This immediately made the crew of the ship scoff at the invitation. After all, they didn't want to be ordered around by anyone, let alone have to go to a Yonko because he was asking them to come to Dressrosa. But since it was mandatory from Luffy to at least have them in his newly conquered territory, they engaged in battle. Luffy wouldn't force them, but he wanted to talk to everyone, even if it meant forcing them to at least meet him. After all, they were potential members of his future fleet. He had decreed that each group of his crew would hunt down each of the crews that had originally become Monkey D. Luffy's fleet, because it would add another level of power to his current strength while allowing him to control the seas. After all, he couldn't be everywhere at the same time. His fleet and power were much greater than the original Straw Hats. So, hunting them down one by one, he sent each group of his crew to search for them. This group, formed by Usopp, Chopper, Uda, and Reiju, was tasked with finding two pirate groups. The first was the one before them, the pirates led by the captain of the Longarm tribe, Idio. But his crew wasn't made up solely of his tribe, known for their exceptionally long arms, as it was a mix of various other members, even including one from the Longleg tribe, with the rest being ordinary humans. It was an impressive crew, with some members standing out among them, even though they didn't show much power right now, having been defeated by Usopp and Reiju. But they were still brave enough to fight. Everything was silent at that moment before Chopper sighed. I think we overdid it. Hey Chopper, can you help us? Everyone's a little hurt, Usopp said. A little hurt? Chopper exclaimed, making a face from the other ship. Don't worry about that, Reiju said as she stepped on the floor, starting to generate flames all over the ship without burning its hull, while helping to regenerate all the members of Idio's pirates. Well, I guess that's pretty useful, Usopp murmured. Now let's wait for them to wake up. After that, they ended up returning to their current ship, while Reiju went to the kitchen to prepare something, coming back with a tray of some treats and fruit. While Chopper and Usopp were playing cards in the middle of the deck, Uda sat at a distance by herself. feeling a bit of the sea breeze touch her belly as she hummed a melody. Reiju then approached her. Food? But that didn't stop Usopp from exclaiming as he looked at the delicious dessert Reiju had prepared. This isn't for you, but for our future mother. She needs to feed her child, Reiju said in a neutral tone as she passed by them, while Chopper could only look longingly at the pudding being taken to Uda. She approached the pregnant woman and offered the tray. Here, she said. Uda looked at her, smiling as she took the food. Thank you, Uda said. It's nothing. You need to eat and take care of that child growing inside you, Reiju stated with a small smile. And you, don't you plan on having one too? Uda asked curiously, eating the pudding with desire, while looking at the cook who was part of her husband's harem. I took that herb, like most of the women who share a bed with Luffy, Reiju replied, as she didn't plan to have children and used a natural contraceptive herb that the people of Skypia had to prevent pregnancy. She didn't want the responsibility right now, and she, along with most of the women, chose to use the herb due to all the confusion and turmoil they were about to face at sea. But that doesn't mean I don't want to be a mother, she continued. Maybe I'd like to have a few brats. Reiju couldn't help but smile as she looked toward the horizon. But I want everything to calm down first. She didn't want to give her children the same kind of childhood she had. Not that Luffy would ever be like her father. She would never believe that, but it had left her a bit traumatized, and she didn't even want to imagine the possibility of her children experiencing the kind of life she and Sanji had in Germa 66. I'm sure Luffy wouldn't mind having a bunch of kids, Uda responded with a smile. Reiju nodded and began to leave, before returning to the kitchen and later coming out again with food for Usopp and Chopper, the latter being quite excited to have pudding to eat as well. On the pirate ship, one of them finally stirred. Huh, what happened? Idio finally woke up with a huge headache, surrounded by the fallen bodies of his comrades, all defeated. He began to remember what had happened when some of the Straw Hats came to his ship, giving some orders, which he mocked, and they ended up in a conflict, only to be miserably defeated. Damn, they're monsters, Idio thought as his gaze fell to the side, where the noble ship still stood. At that moment, someone already aware of his awakening jumped from one ship to the other, and Idio saw that arrogant long-nosed man appear in front of him. I see you're awake, Usopp said with an arrogant smile. You bastard, Idio growled. As I said before, you have two choices. 1. Talk to Luffy and Dressrosa, or 2. Get beaten until you agree with the first option, Usopp said with a malicious grin. Nothing like the boy who left Syrup Village almost 2 years ago. You think I'll agree to this just because your captain is an emperor? You're not the first emperor who's tried to convince us, Idio said with determination. In the next moment, he was slapped on the head, causing him to fall to the ground without having time to react. He felt his world spinning, frustrated, before getting back up. His long arms hung by his sides as he looked at Usopp, frustrated and even a bit fearful. Come on, man, this won't help at all. I don't think he's going to force you into our fleet if you really don't wail wants you to at least go and talk to him. I know you can at least do that, Usopp said, and Idio just had a frustrated look. When his gaze fell on his fallen crewmates, all defeated, he clenched his fists before turning back to the young man. All right, he admitted, realizing he had no choice. I'll talk to your captain then. At least have a conversation like he wants. Great, we'll wait for your crew to wake up before moving on, Usopp said. In the end, instead of going to Dressrosa alone like the Yanta Maria Grand Fleet, the noble ship was followed by Idio's pirate ship, as they sailed towards a special place. So, are we heading for the second pirate group we're hunting? This Cavendish? Chopper asked, holding a wanted poster of the second target of their group, showing it to everyone. Yes, this is Cavendish, one of the supernovas from 2 years ago. He was prominent until the worst generation emerged. It seems he's quite arrogant, and as Luffy warned and made clear, he's also hostile to the members of the worst generation, which includes 2 of us on this ship, Usopp said, glancing at Reiju, since both of them were pirates considered supernovas with bounties over 100 million berries. Alright then, let's head there, Reiju said in the end, and the ship continued sailing in that direction. In a village on an island a few dozen kilometers away, there was a man showing off while several women gazed at him with hearts in their eyes. He wore a hat and held a flower in his mouth, trying to appear gallant. Many women seemed to be enchanted by his every move. But in the midst of this, no one noticed when suddenly, his face changed. He began to smile strangely, as if he were about to act with a much more deadly personality than his current one. In Duarena Kingdom, in a coastal city far from the capital, where there were at least 50,000 inhabitants, an event caught attention as a blonde man stood out to everyone, displaying himself in an unusual way for all there. Cavendish easily drew attention from people, especially the women, as he enjoyed showing off. Cavendish, the women screamed like his very own fan club. Hello, my ladies, what luck that I'm here for you on this beautiful day. I hope you're all doing great, he said, winking. Ah, the women exclaimed, hearts in their eyes as they gazed at him with excited expressions. I'm glad you're here because I can share a bit of my great pirate adventures, he exclaimed, striking a pose. Please, tell us about your adventures, The crowd kept shouting while, a little distance away, a group of people watched with slightly bored expressions. "That guy's a pirate who showed up a few years ago. Looks like he's quite the show-off," one man murmured to another. "Who cares, as long as he doesn't cause trouble for our village? I don't mind him. After all, there are pirates we should worry about more right now," his friend said in a calm tone. "Ah yes, today's paper reported a sighting of Monkey D. Luffy near the Red Line. He invaded the Golden City, Grand Tesoro, and caused some trouble there," he said, showing today's newspaper. "At the start of the Grand Line, as long as he doesn't show up here, it's fine. I wouldn't want to run into a man like him in this kingdom," the other murmured. "Yes, he's probably heading to Dressrosa. There's no reason for him to come here, right?" Another from the group expressed concern. At that moment, one of them noticed the crowd cheering for the recently arrived pirate, and saw Cavendish staring directly at them, his eyes gleaming crimson. "Why is he looking at us like that?" the people asked, slightly startled. Before anyone could speak again, suddenly, Cavendish vanished from his podium in the square and reappeared in front of the men, leaving them stunned and unable to react. "What did you say?" Cavendish exclaimed with a furious look, grabbing the man with the newspaper as everyone there grimaced at him. "What are you doing?" Despite the previous boredom, the man couldn't help but feel fear before this pirate with a bounty of 280 million berries. "Tell me, you were afraid that Monkey D. Luffy might appear here, but you weren't afraid of me?" Cavendish was upset. He could have been in the middle of his adoring crowd, but his ears quickly picked up someone saying he wasn't as important. As someone as narcissistic as him, he could never accept something like that. "Well, after all, he's a Yonko," the man admitted, stating the obvious. "I don't give a damn if he's a Yonko, I am Cavendish. Do you hear me, Cavendish?" he continued exclaiming, causing the man's grimace to deepen. "Why yes," the man shouted as Cavendish already had his sword at his neck, losing all his former aura of glory while the crowd, mainly consisting of women, looked at him in slight confusion. "Then say it, who's better, me or Monkey D. Luffy?" he asked in a dangerous tone. "It's you, please, leave me alone," the man exclaimed, and Cavendish's aura shifted immediately as he smiled with stars appearing around him. "That's great to hear, so you're my fan, you may go," Cavendish said in an excited tone as the man collapsed to the ground, staring at him in fear before running away, while no one else wanted to be around that slightly lunatic man anymore. "Ha ha ha. Well, my ladies, where were we? Let's get back to me telling a story about my great adventures." "Excuse me, are you Cavendish?" A soft voice appeared next to Cavendish with light footsteps, catching his attention. "A fan?" Cavendish said with a smile, turning his head, but in the next moment, he froze. After all, there was a reindeer in front of him, one he knew very well. Memories of the days when he was in his glory flashed before him. Days that suddenly crumbled with the rise of the worst generation. His fans quickly began to forget him, paying attention to everything the new supernovas did in every piece of news. But the worst of all, by far, were the Straw Hats, who had captured the world's attention, something Cavendish had always dreamed of. "No, I came looking for you," Chopper said in a happy tone while holding a cotton candy he had bought before arriving at the square. How cute." The crowd quickly turned their attention to Chopper, their expressions shifting from Cavendish to Chopper as he became the center of their admiration. Cavendish was speechless, watching his crowd switch sides, as all the women ran to Chopper at that moment. Chopper was also surprised as he was lifted up by the group of women, leaving Cavendish behind, who could only watch with stunned eyes as he was replaced. "Hey, what are you doing?" Chopper exclaimed, trying to protect his cotton candy so it wouldn't get knocked down as the women grabbed him. "You're so cute, what's your name?" they asked. "Can I take you home?" "I'd love to sleep with a teddy bear like you," the women continued, pinching Chopper's cheeks and fur while he struggled to free himself from the tight grips. "Who are you calling cute, you idiots?" Chopper exclaimed, frowning at them all, though he seemed rather pleased with the compliments. Beside them, suddenly, Cavendish knelt down, being ignored by the entire crowd. "Why am I being ignored? All my fans replaced me with a reindeer who just arrived. Why can't anyone see the splendor and magnificence that is me?" he muttered in a tearful tone. Meanwhile, Usopp also appeared at that moment. "Hey, Chopper, what are you doing?" he exclaimed, approaching. "Hey, that's a Straw Hat. It's the sniper who fought in the war." There was a murmur as soon as they saw Usopp approaching. "He's incredibly powerful. I heard he destroyed part of Marineford while transforming into a huge dragon." The women clamored as they saw Usopp approaching. Usopp was surprised as the city's women grabbed him. "Tell me some of your adventures, mighty pirate," they quickly asked. He was a little lost. Cavendish looked at Usopp with even more rage, losing more fans while he was being ignored. Chopper seemed thrilled and started narrating some of his tall tales under the admiring gaze of the other women. "Damn Straw Hat pirates," Usopp was interrupted as he looked surprised, being confronted by the man he and Chopper were looking for. Cavendish had drawn his sword and was now pointing it at Usopp. Usopp looked stunned as he was still being held by both arms by the women of the city, recounting some of his adventures. "I challenge you, pirate," Cavendish exclaimed. "My honor is at stake, face me," he shouted, raising his sword toward the Straw Hat sniper. "Well, alright then, I accept your challenge," Usopp said, still a bit wary, preparing to fight him if he was being challenged like that, while moving away from the women. "Very well, then prepare yourself. You will feel the power of this star," Cavendish shouted. In the next moment, he jumped to attack Usopp, but Usopp simply disappeared, reappearing behind him. Before Cavendish could react, his body began to lose balance, and he fell to the ground. The entire area went silent. After all, everyone expected a grand fight, not something so one-sided. To everyone, it seemed Usopp had defeated him with ease. "So this is the power of the Straw Hats," the people murmured. But Usopp raised an eyebrow at the fallen man. He hadn't used much power, yet Cavendish was lying on the ground, snoring. This narcissistic pirate had fallen asleep in the middle of the fight and had dodged Usopp's attack effortlessly. "Wait a minute, did he fall asleep?" the people asked, now noticing the huge bubble growing from his nose. Even Chopper approached. "I'm a doctor, I should check if he's okay. Let's see if something's wrong." He started to move closer while still munching on his cotton candy. No longer bothered by the women, and Cavendish's expression began to change. His face twisted into something rather sinister. "Hey, Chopper, be careful." Usopp quickly sensed the change and yelled at his crewmate. Chopper looked surprised as he saw Cavendish suddenly get up with that twisted face and attack with his sword. With quick reflexes, Chopper jumped back, dodging the strike. His cotton candy was sliced in half, leaving Chopper in shock. "My cotton candy," he murmured as the man, or whatever he was now, disappeared again, abandoning his attack on Chopper and searching for another victim. Chopper began to cry after that. Cavendish, now in an unknown transformation, started sprinting around, cutting down anything in his path. "Hey, what's going on?" Usopp exclaimed as Cavendish moved at high speed across the square. Usopp saw him running out of the square and quickly sprouted wings on his back, trying to stop the lunatic in a state he no longer recognized, cutting down anyone he saw. Meanwhile, Reiju and Uda, who were buying some fish and other seafood, one of them cooking while the other had a craving for something special, heard the commotion and the screams coming from the middle of the city. "What's happening now?" Uda murmured, while Reiju, smoking a cigarette, looked at the situation. Suddenly, something charged through the streets, with people running in the opposite direction. That thing appeared at the beginning of their street, cutting through houses and people rapidly. Until the creature, with a macabre smile, saw Reiju and Uda and charged at them at full speed. Reiju saw it and didn't like at all the sight of that thing lunging at her, but Cavendish, in his transformed state, barely had time to react when her kick hit him with such speed that he was sent flying, crashing through an entire building from the impact of her strike. "Who is this maniac?" Reiju murmured, taking the cigarette out of her mouth to blow the smoke before taking another drag, while Uda approached her side. "That guy. He's cutting down everyone," Uda said, looking at the streets.
At that moment, Usopp appeared, flying with his wings. "Did you get him?" he asked as he approached Reiju.
"I buried him in that building," Reiju commented. Suddenly, an explosion occurred there, and Cavendish came sprinting out, rushing to attack more people on the other side. "That bastard! We had to stop him," Usopp muttered. He flapped his wings, flying toward Cavendish again. He had to be careful not to destroy more of the city with one of his attacks and knew he had to act differently. Back in the square, Cavendish continued his rampage, cutting down more people. Chopper was there, crying with his cotton candy on the ground. After losing sight of it, Chopper focused on the lunatic running around, slashing at everything that moved in front of him, regardless of the people's screams. Chopper, enraged, replaced his tears with a furious glare. Cavendish saw him and charged at him as well. As he advanced toward the Straw Hat member, Chopper's body began to grow. Even without his rumble ball, he had learned to reach all the stages of his transformation. A moment later, he was so large that he stood out across the city, towering over every building. It happened so fast that Cavendish couldn't react. He only saw the shadow blocking out the entire sky in front of him. Before he could understand what was happening, a massive hand slammed him into the ground, shaking the entire square and destroying part of it. Usopp arrived at that moment. "Well, looks like you got him." He looked at Chopper's giant hand, leaving a crater in the square. The enormous Chopper nodded as he began to shrink, returning to his normal size. Still with a few tears in his eyes, he murmured, "Yes," thinking about his lost cotton candy. "Now we need to clean up this mess." "Don't worry, we'll get you another cotton candy," Usopp said, trying to comfort him. In the end, there were many injured and defeated people scattered across the city. At that moment, the two women arrived, with Uda approaching, holding a cotton candy. "Here," she said, as she had bought one for herself, but seeing Chopper in that state, she decided to give it to him. Chopper nodded excitedly. "Thank you." His gaze finally shifted to his surroundings, seeing the fallen bodies. "Someone call a doctor," he exclaimed desperately. "I'll take care of that," Reiju said, quickly starting to release her regenerative flames through the streets where Cavendish had wreaked havoc. Well, there's nothing left for us to do here. Let's just capture him and lock him up, Usopp murmured. Although Cavendish had a crew, there was no sign of them anywhere, so they wouldn't waste time. They quickly returned to the ship, where their new companions were waiting to head to Dressrosa. The ship, with a giant snail guiding it, advanced through other waters of the New World as they approached a mysterious island, following the eternal pose that Luffy had given them. Finally, the island was near, and Kuraigana Island was right in front of everyone on the ship. The first thing noticed about this place was the thick, almost ghostly mist covering the entire island before they could get a better look at anything else on it. Well, we've finally arrived, Zoro commented on the ship while adjusting his sword. Not thanks to you, is it? Kuina teased from the side, as Zoro had wanted to take a different route than the one Luffy had suggested, claiming his intuition sensed a shortcut. Obviously, if it had been up to Zoro to navigate, they'd be heading back to the East Blue by now. Thanks to the giant snail, which had followed Luffy's eternal pose on its own, they had finally reached the destination. That's not true, Zoro denied with a grimace. Yo-ho-ho, Brook appeared at that moment, patting Zoro on the shoulder. Don't worry, Zoro-san. The important thing is that we've arrived, he said. Hey, so, you're agreeing with her? Zoro exclaimed, making another face at Brook. Wolf, wolf. Chow Chow began approaching the edge, barking as the group reached the location. Anyway, so this is the place where the world's greatest swordsman lives? Kuina said, still surprised after receiving that information from Luffy. Seems like it. I'm looking forward to seeing him so we can finally decide who's the strongest in the world. I've got all my swords sharpened for this, Zoro commented, tightening his grip on his sword. You're that excited. But why don't I sense any powerful presence coming from this island? Kuina remarked. Yeah, Mihawk isn't on the island, Zoro admitted, having already scouted with his haki long before their ship approached it. Then why were you so happy and acting like he was here? Kuina exclaimed, frowning. And so they headed for the island, with the snail finally stopping at an old and abandoned port on the island. Their feet touched the ground as everyone disembarked. They entered a ruined gate town. This place is really strange, Kuina commented. Do you think there are ghosts here? Brook couldn't help but express his fear. Wolf. Chow Chow mocked him with the irony of him being a walking skeleton. Anyway, let's explore. Luffy said we might find good challenges here, with those monkeys, Zoro mentioned, and they began exploring the island shortly after. So, this is where we're supposed to find the creatures the captain asked for, Brook murmured, looking around. Yes. Chow Chow already picked up their scent, Kuina said as Chow Chow led the way. Luffy had asked them to capture a good number of human drills, which are highly intelligent gorillas that learn quickly. He had sent this team here specifically to collect some of these creatures, as he wanted to work with his scientists to develop them further. These were the only creatures Luffy didn't have on the Sky Island and ones he certainly coveted to use in his training fields, or perhaps even create his personal army, since they were even more special than dinosaurs. He had also made sure to send Zoro and Kuina as his best swordsmen, despite thinking it was still too early for Zoro to receive the title of the world's greatest swordsman. They could certainly hold off Mihawk to capture the creatures and leave the island with their current strength. Wolf, wolf, Chow Chow barked, drawing everyone's attention as he looked toward a huge castle ahead, appearing through the mist. It was Mihawk's house, the greatest swordsman in the world. It's a shame he's not here, Zoro said with some disappointment. Let's put that aside and follow Chow Chow, Kuina said as the group's dog headed toward a forest in another direction, and they followed. It didn't take long for them to spot some small primates watching them from the forest at a distance. The creatures began running deeper into the forest after they had seen enough of the group. Everyone noticed it, but no one cared as they patiently waited at the entrance of the forest, already knowing what would happen. A commotion started inside, and heavy footsteps began approaching them, with a group of gorillas of various sizes marching towards them in a manner that resembled humans walking while carrying things, leaving some surprise. The captain was really right. They even use firearms. I wonder how he knows such precise and detailed things. Brook commented, looking at the monkeys holding pistols and rifles, wearing armor as they advanced toward the group. Well, these ones aren't very important, but those with swords, especially that one coming over here, are interesting. Zoro added, now sensing a strong presence coming from behind those gorillas. A huge shadow emerged from the forest mist, as the other monkeys cleared the way for this one, suggesting it was the most powerful among them. A 10-meter-tall gorilla appeared with a massive sword on its back, which seemed to be a copy of Mihawk's black blade, Yuru. It advanced calmly towards the group as the ground cracked with its steps. So big, yo-ho-ho-ho, Brook commented, laughing. Zoro grinned at that moment, stepping forward. Who's going to face him? Let me start, he said as he walked, but soon a sword and a white sheath blocked his path. No, you already fought Mihawk at Marineford. Now let me see how his copy fights, Kuina said, ending with a firm tone. Although Zoro wanted to protest, he eventually relented. He had already fought Mihawk, and it wouldn't be fair not to let his childhood friend have the opportunity to face the power of the current strongest swordsman in the world. especially since Zoro could feel how this giant gorilla resembled the powerful swordsman. In the next moment, Kuina approached the group as she drew her sword from its sheath, Hiramaru, which emitted a frosty glow. "Let's begin, then," Kuina said, moving alone against all the monkeys. She advanced swiftly the next moment as all the monkeys, offended by having only one of the 4 challengers approach, charged at her to kill her quickly. The other 3 just watched as Kuina rushed towards the group, and a battle erupted, with explosions dominating the scene as they fought each other. Time passed, with the battle growing in intensity, but Kuina didn't use her Shiva transformation. Instead, she relied solely on her speed, strength, techniques, and her own swordsmanship. It was only after an hour that things finally calmed down. The entire forest was frozen, with massive ice pillars rising into the sky, filled with the bodies of gorillas scattered throughout the area. Most of them were frozen inside blocks of ice, unable to move. The 3 companions merely watched as their comrade fought. "Looks like it's over," Zoro murmured. "Yes, Kuina-san is very strong." Yo-ho-ho-ho, Brook laughed. Kuina stood in the middle of all the chaos, and the sound of her sword being sheathed was heard as she looked at all the opponents she had defeated, scattered around the area. The main gorilla, with its massive body, lay on the ground in front of her, heavily wounded, while its giant sword lay a short distance away after its defeat. She hadn't managed to freeze it because it was too strong, so she had to cut it down until it was defeated. She simply sighed and returned to her companions. "Well, let's start bringing them to the ship," she said. "All right." Zoro agreed as Brook ran to the ship. Chow Chow barked, transforming into a Cerberus, while Brook returned at that moment with giant chains. He quickly dashed with his bony legs to chain up the gorillas in the forest. Zoro grabbed the enormous chain Brook had brought, and with Chow Chow, began dragging all the defeated gorillas that had been tied to the main chain, moving them back toward the shore, creating a trail with the bodies of the gorillas as they approached the ship. Thus, they began loading all the animals onto the ship when they arrived back in that a ball ship was large enough to accommodate even the entire Germa kingdom before Luffy claimed it for himself, so it wasn't difficult to lock all those animals aboard. They chained them up on the boat and started preparing to depart, having nothing else to do on the island. Well, that was pretty easy, Brook couldn't help but comment as the ship began to move away from the island. "It certainly was good training," Kuina said, satisfied. She hadn't even been injured, but she enjoyed testing her skills against those creatures. "I hope Luffy makes them stronger so they're more challenging," Zoro remarked, looking at the massive gorilla that was a copy of Mihawk. He had also wanted to fight the creatures, knowing he'd have more opportunities, with Luffy intending to modify them to be even more powerful. "Well, Luffy said they learn our abilities. They've probably already picked up on Kuina's attacks, so they'll naturally be stronger," Brook added. "If the captain and the scientists modify them like the other beasts, they'd be perfect for training. Even more so once they learn Haki," Kuina added. And so, the ship began to leave the island, heading back to Dressrosa. Several days passed, and a small boat with sails appeared near the island, approaching. A man, carrying a massive sword on his back, was finally returning home to rest for a while before setting off in search of new challenges on the sea. However, as soon as he set foot on the island, he knew someone had been there. Seeing the large tracks in the earth, the result of the gorillas' bodies being dragged to the shore, he decided to investigate rather than heading straight to his castle. Surprised, he found his forest, where the resident monkeys that lived on the island with him, frozen in several places, even though the ice had clearly been created days ago. "My intuition wasn't wrong. Something happened on this island," he murmured, since a few days ago, his attention had been drawn to this direction while he was sailing the sea. So, he came here immediately. Approaching the ice, he touched it, his eyes gleaming. He knew exactly whose ice it was, having seen it at Marineford. They were here. Could it have been to challenge me? He reflected for a moment, looking at the frozen forest. They've certainly grown stronger. The girl. She seems even more skilled than when she fought with the Straw Hat a year ago when she transformed into Shiva, but she's certainly a swordsman, and appears very talented. The presence of Roronoa Zoro was also here, he analyzed. Well, it seems that, by fate, we didn't meet. But I eagerly await our encounter, Roronoa Zoro. Mihawk murmured, leaving the frozen forest behind, not particularly bothered, even though many of the monkeys were missing. He returned to his castle, which was untouched, where he would drink some wine and rest in the coming days. In an area of the sea in the middle of the New World, the ocean became chaotic as explosions erupted in front of a massive shadow that stretched into the sky for those below. Unable to see its end, this shadow kept moving. Its mere act of walking on the sea agitated the waters, creating enormous waves, and anyone who caught sight of this colossus in the open sea would turn back immediately, not wanting to face this creature. The massive shadow slowly revealed its true form, a colossal walking island. However, this island was unlike any other found on the seas. The creature that carried this vastness was a giant elephant, continuing its walk across the sea, with each step echoing like thunder over the ocean. Its name was Zunisha, an ancient creature over 1,000 years old, condemned to a punishment that no one fully understood since the Void Century. Some people in this world knew that it was once a companion of Joy Boy, and among them, it was suspected that this punishment of wandering the seas had been imposed by Joy Boy himself or perhaps his companions from that time. Its enormous size for walking on the sea was nothing ordinary, after all, standing over 35 kilometers from its feet to the small shell on its back. What might seem like a small carapace to it was so large it could be considered an island, due to the civilization that lived there. Despite facing extreme climatic conditions so high above the clouds, something similar to Skypia, the people living above were different from any race in the world. This place was home to a people known as the Minks, a race of fierce warriors with animal-like traits. Living in harmony with the nature they had a strong connection with due to their beastly forms. Everything seemed normal this day, as its inhabitants were just going about their usual routines, until a short while ago, like any other day. But that changed when their two main leaders met during the changing of the guard and began fighting each other once again, as they used to do every day. The leader who ruled during the day, Inuarashi, Dog, officially known as the Duke of Day, and the other who ruled Zo during the night, Nekomamushi, Cat, officially known as the Duke of Night. Both strove for the best path for their people, always wanting to ensure that the Minks could grow happy and prosperous on Zo, until the day they were called to fight in Wano once again. However, due to past events related to Odin, to whom they were loyal and cooperated together until his death, the breaking of that cooperation had turned them into rivals. Every time they faced each other, it seemed they always wanted to surpass one another, but they always ended in a draw. They were much stronger than an ordinary person, reaching the level of a sub-commander or even a Yonku commander. They would unite their forces with their beast form under the full moon and wouldn't hesitate to join forces to protect Zo if necessary. At this moment, a battlefield had been created as the two fought one another, with explosions and blows echoing through the field. One was a dog, the other a cat, fighting fiercely without unleashing their race's most powerful strength, as they never fought under the full moon in their encounters. Once again, the entire population watched with concern, although they were used to this, as it happened nearly every day. As they exchanged blows on the battlefield, hitting each other, their injuries began to grow. "Today, I will defeat you," Inuarashi shouted, attempting to strike the other. "You're not strong enough. Now, lose like a cat, you mangy dog," Nekomamushi responded, counter-attacking. And so, their fists collided once more. As the battle raged on, something unexpected happened this morning, drawing everyone's attention. While exchanging blows, both noticed that the sun had been covered by something that looked like a cloud. However, upon closer inspection of the shadow, they realized it was clearly not a cloud. They looked up. "Hey, is that a ship?" the Minks exclaimed, astonished, as they saw the shape of a ship with sails, coming toward their home. "Damn, what is that?" Nekomamushi and Inuarashi exclaimed at the same time, wondering if that uninvited ship was an enemy, as they stopped fighting and took a step back, carefully watching the ship approaching without warning. "Nekomamushi, it's already morning. You can sleep, I'll handle this," Inuarashi said, looking at his rival. "You think I'm going to let you govern our domain while a powerful enemy might be coming here? Don't be foolish," Nekomamushi responded angrily. "I swear, if you get in my way, I'll beat you so hard that I'll start ruling Zo by myself." "Don't be a fool," Inuarashi said, equally furious. "Please, rulers, calm down. Let's first see who this individual is." Some of the Minks tried to convince them to calm down. At this moment, the ship began to approach, revealing itself. "That ship looks like me," Nekomamushi said, surprised as he saw a feline figure on the bow. It was none other than the Sunny Go, with Beppo, Alvida, Jinbei, and Frankie aboard. "That's a lion, nothing to do with you, you stupid cat," Inuarashi mocked. "What did you say, you mangy dog?" Nekomamushi retorted. "Hey, that flag." The Minks were surprised. They received newspapers here and knew what the Jolly Roger represented, as the Sunny Go bore the Straw Hat Pirate symbol. "So, this is Zo. Very high, good thing we have Beppo," Frankie said in amazement, looking at the place, while proudly showing off his ship, which he had built in Water 7, as he always did whenever he got the chance. "Well, it looks like they're already waiting for us," Alvida murmured, noticing the crowd of humanoid animals gathering as they approached. Jinbei was at the helm, but the one really steering the ship was Beppo, using the power of his Akuma no Mi to get closer and closer to the Mink warriors. "So, I'm back here, after so many years," Beppo muttered. He knew he was one of them, not at all foolish, but somehow, he had been taken from this island when he was very young, with only hazy memories of his childhood here. He had left for certain reasons and ended up in the North Blue, where he met Lami when he was still a child. The girl had adopted him as her companion since then, and he grew up with her, even though he was just a child. Lami had practically been a mother to him. Now, he was returning to his homeland with a mix of excitement and fear. "Hey, Beppo. Are you going to do what the captain asked? After all, he asked you to represent us here." Alvida spoke to him. I don't know if I can do this," Beppo replied, hesitating. Alvida just sighed, realizing she would have to give him some encouragement as she approached the polar bear mink. Well, anyway, let's go, she said, pushing him right off the ship just 30 meters away from Zoe. Ah! Beppo was first surprised but quickly calmed down in the air, kicking the air with Jeppo and starting to stabilize, landing on the ground in front of all the residents who had been waiting for a fight. After all, as a mink, he should represent the crew. After landing smoothly on the ground, the entire tribe was looking at him with some surprise, while 3 others landed beside him, seemingly from 3 different races. Despite Alvida being a human woman, Frankie was far too large and unreal for a human, and Jinbei was clearly a fishman. Beppo, although feeling some fear, quickly controlled the ship, landing carefully beside them. Hey, what are you doing here? Nekomamushi and Inuarashi asked at the same time in a dangerous tone. That's Beppo I saw in the newspaper, but he's also a mink. The minks quickly realized that Beppo was one of them. How strange. Does anyone remember him? The curious and cautious eyes soon began questioning Beppo. After all, they didn't know him, even though Beppo had been born here. As the gossip continued, the leaders didn't seem too fond of hearing about this crew from the newspaper, even though they had a common enemy, Kaido. Meanwhile, the Straw Hats present all LFY had asked him to represent the crew here. Hey, tell me exactly what your intentions are, Nekomamushi and Inuarashi demanded, seeing the silence from the other side. No way. Put the wig on him, Alvida sighed, as Frankie, with his huge body, which made the minx question if he was even human, pulled something from his belt and held it up. It was a wig, and in the next moment, he placed it on Beppo's head. Beppo hesitated for a moment, not even feeling the wig being put on, but in the next instant, his eyes lit up, making all the minks sense a shift in the atmosphere around the polar bear, one of their own kind. It's been a long time since I've been here. This place is quite nostalgic. How are you, mink tribe? Let me introduce myself. I am Beppo, a mink like you before anything else, and a member of the Straw Hat crew, led by Monkey D. Luffy. We're here for a purpose. Beppo began, as everyone stared, stunned by the sudden change, while he seemed to stand confidently against his entire race, without any fear. We want to make Zoe our ally and of course, also strengthen our naval power within our fleet. That's why I'm here. To challenge all of you, Beppo said, stomping firmly on the ground as he stepped away from the rest of the crew, walking toward the entire mink tribe. If I defeat all of you, I want you to join my captain's fleet. If we lose, we'll leave and give you a gift. A way to enter your beast form without needing the full moon. If you join our crew, you'll have that too, of course, Beppo added. With that, everyone stared in astonishment at Beppo's words. Even the 2 leaders looked suspicious. It seemed that Beppo, now radiating an air of confidence, was approaching the crowd watching him as he prepared to face his entire race. Of course, his words made everyone look at him with distrust, but in the next moment, shock spread through the crowd. Beppo began to grow, proving the truth of his words. His body transformed into its beast form as his clothes ripped, without needing the moon or the rumble balls Chopper had created to enter Sulong mode. He transformed into a massive bear over 20 meters tall in just a second, stomping on the ground and making the entire place tremble. All the minks were stunned by what they were seeing. I'm here for a simple challenge. If you beat me, I will give you the way to enter this mode. If I win, all of Zoe's territory will become part of the Straw Hat crew, and all the minks will join our crew. But don't worry, the captain is fair, and you won't regret it, he said, issuing the challenge, while all the minks stared, shocked by Beppo's form. His body was in the Sulong form, something that usually only happened at night under the full moon, but now he had managed to activate this transformation in the middle of the day. They didn't know how he had done it, as his body began to electrify. Beppo was one of the most powerful members of the crew at this moment, even though he still retained his hesitant personality and lack of confidence. However, as soon as he wore the wig, he somehow overcame any hesitation, taking on a character ever since the days of Whiskey Peak. Beppo possessed the 6 powers in their most advanced forms, being the most skilled in this area. He had medium-level armament haki and observation haki, as well as the Fua Fua no Mi, a legendary power comparable to the tremor power of the late Whitebeard. And then there was his beast form, which multiplied his strength several times over. He was a true powerhouse, and now he was challenging the entire mink race to prove his superior power, even against his own kind. The giant bear with a wig stood in front of thousands of animals after his challenge was declared to all, while his body continued to emit electricity. Hey, is this guy serious? The minks murmured, looking at Beppo with various expressions. There was disbelief, anger, curiosity, caution, and fear among the entire race, watching that polar bear enter his Sulong form with sheer willpower, something they wouldn't have believed if someone had told them. Yet, there, before their eyes, it was happening exactly as they saw it. Hey, don't underestimate me, you fool, Inuarashi, the master of the day, exclaimed, dissatisfied with the type of challenge that had been made by this mink. After all, It was inadmissible for someone to want to challenge his entire race, as if underestimating them like no one had ever done in their life. Beppo didn't even care, while using his Sulong form. Come all at once, that way it'll be fairer, he spoke arrogantly. How can he do this? Some minks murmured, still in disbelief. He wants to challenge all of us? Since when has there been such a powerful mink? He's just trying to show off. He can't be that strong. I'm sure the leaders will fight him and defeat him, others murmured. At that moment, Nekomamushi, the master of the night, stepped forward. Leave it to me. I will face him and defeat him, he spoke arrogantly. Hey, you may rule the night, but it's morning now, leave him to me. You idiot, Inuarashi spoke with arrogance and anger. Don't be foolish, let me defeat him, after that, I'll go to sleep while you handle the rest, Nekomamushi said with an arrogant tone, believing he could easily deal with Beppo even in his Sulong form. As he approached Beppo, come then, polar bear, I challenge you. He approached Beppo with a challenging tone. But, in the next moment, as he stopped in front of Beppo waiting for him to attack, a giant paw was in front of him, mixed with electricity and armament hockey. Nekomamushi barely had time to react, crossing his arms to defend himself, but his body was shot backward in the next instant, being thrown back into the crowd. Everyone watched in shock, trying to get away before the Master of the Night crashed into one of the structures of the entrance of the city, near the crowd. The explosion reverberated through the area, while a silence took over, and everyone turned to look at Beppo, who had thrown one of the strongest of the tribe so easily. Even the Master of the Day was left with his mouth open in shock. This guy. Is he serious and wanted to fight all of us? Inuarashi murmured, realizing that it might be unfair to have the entire race fight against just one, but now understanding that perhaps he could defeat them. Prepare for battle, everyone, he exclaimed, as all the minks prepared to fight as best they could in the next moment. That's good. I like the look in your eyes. Beppo, wanting to prove his strength, saw all the minks starting to prepare to face him there. Then the Straw Hat Bear charged violently, taking the initiative. Come on, everyone, he shouted, advancing with such determination that everyone took a step back, clearing space, while only Inuarashi remained to try to stop the beast. In the next moment, both collided with each other as Inuarashi, much smaller in size, tried to stop Beppo from advancing, trying to push him back. Both fought in a contest of strength, each trying to overpower the other. But quickly, the Master of the Day realized he was being dragged back, and under everyone's gaze, he was sent flying, crashing into another building at high speed. Did both rulers get thrown like that? The minks looked on with a gaze of fear. Don't let him subdue us, Pedro, a lion mink, exclaimed as he drew his sword and charged at Beppo, and everyone quickly followed suit, trying to stop him. Yes, we can't let Pedro be left behind. We must follow him and defeat him too. The other minks, encouraged by Pedro's courage, quickly charged as well, showing their fists, claws, and weapons they carried. Quickly, numerous minks joined Pedro, charging into battle as the air above Beppo filled with them, ready to face the Sulong mink. Beppo prepared himself as all the strongest minks, just below the rulers, advanced toward him, small in comparison to his size as well. Very well. Beppo calmly looked at them, waiting for them to make their moves. They launched several attacks at him, as he put one hand in front, and numerous explosions began. His hand disappeared, and all the attacks were stopped with a hand covered in hockey. Even Pedro couldn't surpass his defense. His sword stuck in Beppo's arm. Beppo then made his move, quickly swinging his arm, striking them, grabbing some and throwing them back as he captured the first wave of enemies. Some managed to escape as their comrades fell to the ground around them. Let's go, they were determined, trying to attack him again. But even when they got past his defense, his Sulong form provided too much resistance, and he easily endured the blows as if receiving some kind of massage. Can we not defeat this mink? That was the thought of everyone. Prepare yourselves, Pedro exclaimed as he saw Beppo preparing a move. However, the Straw Hat Bear simply vanished from the spot, reappearing near the others who barely had time to react before they were struck down in the next moment. Beppo stood atop more than 100 fallen minks, defeated on the ground. Even Pedro and many others were among them. Those who were distant, watching from afar, retreated when they saw Beppo standing over their most powerful warriors, fear in their eyes. Should we face him? They asked themselves with a bit of discouragement. Beppo stood still, seeing only the weak, not moving to fight against those who had no spirit before him. Boom! Boom! At that moment, two explosions occurred at the entrance of the city, as Inuarashi and Nekomamushi emerged from the destroyed buildings, advancing with a determined look toward Beppo, surrounded by Pedro and the others fallen at his feet. No, don't underestimate him, Nekomamushi said, determined, as they advanced calmly. Beppo stood still, watching them with a satisfied look. Come on, Beppo said with a firm gaze, and in the next moment, the two advanced to face him. Both sides charged at each other as an explosion of armament hockey swept through the area. The other 3 members of the Straw Hat crew could only watch them fighting from a distance, as none of them would get involved in this fight. "Well, it looks like we'll have to wait," Alvida murmured, looking off into the distance and seeing the battle unfold. "Certainly, the Minks are a warrior race. I've never seen Beppo enter this state on his own, so I'm impressed, as I've rarely seen anyone enter this state in my lifetime. The captain will surely have great power if he can get the entire race into Sulong form like this," Jinbei commented. "They're super strong," Frankie said, "but they still lack a bit of metal in their bodies," he analyzed. "Not everyone is a cyborg like you," Alvida teased, while Frankie just smiled, unoffended. Boom. 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 Then the battle in front of them began, with explosions erupting all over the place as they advanced away from where the fallen Minks and the city were, the blasts leading them into the forest. Inuarashi and Nekomamushi were determined not to fall behind this Mink. As they ran around him, using Soru, the giant Beppo simply appeared near them, striking them. Inuarashi and Nekomamushi crashed into the ground, burying it with the force of the destruction from their bodies. "Can we not do anything against him?" Inuarashi murmured, unable to believe the humiliation he was enduring in this fight. "Come on, Inuarashi, we can do better than this." Nekomamushi crawled out of another hole, his face a little wounded. "Yes, we won't end this so easily," Inuarashi agreed as he too regained his resolve. In the next moment they charged toward Beppo, who was waiting for them, and a new fight began. "Well," Jinbei murmured, hearing the explosions in the forest in the distance. "Damn," a voice came from afar, as Pedro started to get up, feeling so weak. "We did nothing," he said. "Are you Pedro?" a voice came from beside him, while Beppo fought with Inuarashi and Nekomamushi in the forest, the explosions continuing, as Alvida approached him. "Yes. What do you want, human?" Pedro, still weak, looked at her with suspicion. "You see, my husband is interested in you. He's even considering putting you on the main crew, which is surprising. But I still don't see great strength in you. But who knows, Luffy doesn't usually make mistakes," she spoke. "Main crew?" Pedro looked at her, puzzled. Meanwhile, Jinbei, still watching the fight as the forest was being destroyed, sensed something with his haki and, upon looking back, noticed something was wrong. "Something wrong?" Frankie asked him from the side. "Yes, there's a presence climbing up to this place. It's weak," Jinbei murmured, and both stared in that direction. A few meters away, indeed, someone was climbing up Zunisha's skin. The man had been climbing for days without stopping, finally nearing the land of the Minks, his goal ever since he had to leave Wano. This samurai had an important mission, to deliver a message and summon the rulers, Inuarashi and Nekomamushi, to fight in Wano. Now, a battle would soon begin with Yonkou pirate groups, and it could be the chance to take down Kaido, finally freeing Wano and opening its borders. The Red Scabbards would come in a year, along with their new ruler, Oden's eldest son. This samurai had nearly died trying to get past Kaido's troops when leaving Wano, as there were far more soldiers than usual, with the entire Beast Pirates army concentrating elsewhere. He managed to escape the country, guided by a vivre card his master had given him. Even when he saw the giant beast carrying the island on its back, he was determined to fulfill his mission and help free his country. And so, he climbed, enduring hunger and thirst, drinking only rainwater, even suffering through massive storms that tried to knock him down the entire time. But the man was resolute. He continued until the last few meters, finally reaching the edge of the Minks land. His last efforts were rewarded as he managed to pull his body up. After taking a moment to breathe, happy to have finally made it, he lifted his gaze. As he did, he saw two figures. They weren't humans. One was a fishman, and the other, a cyborg with massive shoulders and arms. He looked at them suspiciously, and then, when he looked at the ship, his eyes widened in surprise. "The Straw Hats," he murmured, seeing the flag of the Sunny go, before turning his attention to Zunisha, where there were hundreds of Minks. Even Inuarashi and Nekomamushi appeared after Beppo threw them out of the forest, having given them a beating. The man from Wano was shocked to see the entire Mink race subdued, while others watched from a distance but didn't get too involved. I was completely silent, with all the warriors of the fallen race, even their leaders, while only a few Minks managed to stand up. Most, however, remained motionless on the ground. Their eyes, filled with feelings and questions, were fixed on Beppo. Meanwhile, in front of them, Beppo stood still, knowing the fight wasn't over yet. Suddenly, Nekomamushi started to move and brought his paw down, pressing it against the ground as he trembled while rising, his gaze still locked on Beppo, determined. The same could be said for Inuarashi, who struggled to his feet with as much difficulty as his companion. "We won't lose like this, no matter who you are," Inuarashi said with frustration. "Yes," Nekomamushi spoke, standing in front of everyone there. As the samurai watched, stunned, he had a message to deliver. A chance to fight against Kaido and possibly join the Straw Hats. He had not imagined he would encounter some members of this crew here, with a giant white mink he didn't know, overpowering all the other minks. "You want to fight? I understand that. Very well, let's continue," Beppo said with confidence. He wasn't exerting himself to defeat them. Maybe his opponents hadn't entered Sulong mode like he had. So, to not completely humiliate his future comrades, he returned to the group that came with him. "Give me the rumble balls, it's time to see their true potential," Beppo said confidently, while Jinbei reached into his pocket, pulled out 2 yellow balls, and threw them to each of the leaders. They caught them as they stood up, looking at Beppo with confusion. "With this, you can transform into Sulong mode too, prepared by our doctor," Beppo said, pausing before continuing. "You won't win like this, so it's better if you transform," Jinbei said seriously. Around the area, everyone watched with curiosity. Each of the leaders took the small ball, looking at each other cautiously. They didn't know why, but they simply swallowed them, trusting the words, as they saw no reason for them to be lying. Minks are easy to convince when you're sincere. Nothing happened in the first few seconds, but then, under everyone's watchful eyes, thunder and lightning began to envelop their bodies as they grew, entering Sulong mode, astonishing all the minks who were watching. Is it possible? I can't believe they're really doing it? The minks were all stunned, expressing their surprise. "Good, they really changed," Beppo commented, satisfied to see it actually happen. Inuarashi and Nekomamushi entered the form they only used once a month. When they transformed into Sulong and fought each other, the destruction was not small in Zou. However, now they didn't need to fight each other, as they had a common enemy. It really worked. I feel stronger." Inuarashi and Nekomamushi began inspecting their bodies, realizing their strength had multiplied, feeling intoxicated by the power. Beppo looked on, satisfied. "You look strong, but will you be able to make me use my devil fruit?" he said with a superior tone. "Don't underestimate me, polar bear. I'm the strongest dog mink," Inuarashi declared. "You're mistaken, I'm stronger than you. You won't stand a chance against me now," Nekomamushi retorted, as both still maintained their rivalry, but nonetheless focused on the enemy ahead. In the next moment, all 3 disappeared, and a massive explosion occurred in the middle of the area, tearing up the ground as the force of both threw even the fallen minks' bodies aside, while Armament Hockey's thunder and lightning filled the landscape. Alvida returned to her crew, also trying to protect herself. Even the samurai could only see the shockwave coming toward him, sending him flying, thinking he was about to fall from Zunisha. However, he was caught by a large hand that grabbed his clothes and brought him back. It was Frankie, extending his hand, activating a device that could shoot it forward and pull him back. It was then that a truly powerful battle began. Giant figures started moving at high speed, imperceptible to the naked eye of most watching. All the minks retreated as the fight moved back into the forest, destroying everything in its path. Occasionally, it was possible to see Beppo fighting the 2 in different parts, with his image disappearing the next moment, but most of the time, he was the one hitting them. No mink could keep up with the high-speed fight as all 3 let their instincts take over in a frenetic battle. Still, not even the most powerful minks had a clear view. After all, Beppo was still at an advantage. Besides having a high level of armament and observation haki, his real strength lay in the 6 styles, which allowed him to quickly dominate the fight with his movements. His flexibility, using the air as a platform with Jeppo or even Soru, allowed him to move at high speed, with small teleportation-like bursts, kicking the ground multiple times while attacking his opponents, evading their strikes. Inuarashi and Nekomamushi, even in their Sulong transformation, only gained resilience, feeling imposing, yet barely able to fight against this polar bear, who continued to wound them more and more, though they remained standing with their injuries increasing. The fight lasted about an hour, with more and more parts of the terrain being destroyed, even reaching a bit of the city. Everyone just watched, already on their feet, waiting for the battle to end. Even Zunisha seemed disturbed by the explosions it felt on its back, worried about the minks and wondering what was happening up there. After a larger explosion than any before, things began to calm down, with no further movement as the impact of the blast sent wind through the entire city. Finally, the space around the middle of the forest, where a large crater had formed, began to clear of dust, revealing the 2 minks losing their transformation and falling to their knees, exhausted and bleeding, while Beppo remained standing, watching them calmly, though he had some injuries too, but nowhere near losing. They looked at Beppo with a defeated expression. "It seems you're still not used to the rumble ball, which is why you lasted only an hour," Beppo commented calmly. "We can't even defeat him. He's on a whole other level," Inuarashi said in frustration, watching the scene unfold. "Did you use all your power?" Nekomamushi asked, spitting blood. "I think you know the answer," Beppo replied simply, without much movement. "This is really embarrassing. Could you show us your true strength?" they asked curiously, and Beppo nodded, seeing no problem with it. "Alright, if you want to see my true strength, then watch," he said, as he raised his front paw toward a part of the sky. Inuarashi and Nekomamushi started looking up, wondering what he was planning to do. At that moment, something began to happen in the sky. The atmosphere between the clouds seemed to distort, and the clouds started moving strangely, revealing a small glowing dot in the distance. This made both minks observe in silence, their eyes fixed on that small point, not knowing exactly what it was or what Beppo was doing. Slowly, the brightness in the sky intensified. The point of light began to grow, increasing in size with each passing second, until it became clear what everyone was seeing, causing even those unaware of what Beppo was doing to look up at the sky at that moment, noticing the light in the middle of the blue sky with small clouds. Inuarashi and Nekomamushi widened their eyes, realizing what it really was. Is this really starting? They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The meteor could be heard at that moment as it tore through the sky with impressive speed, even from kilometers away, leaving a trail of fire and sparks in its wake. Its brightness became so intense that it outshone the sun in the sky, with the air seeming to vibrate around the celestial body, and heat reaching them as the enormous meteor passed over Zunisha, with everyone watching, hypnotized. Beppo simply looked up at the sky with an expression of pure calm, the destruction that the massive stone coming from the atmosphere could cause. Is this what you wanted to see? Beppo murmured, almost as a taunt to them. The meteor continued for hundreds of kilometers away as it fell into the distance, heading toward the middle of the sea, racing toward the horizon until everyone saw it collide at the edge. A flash of light appeared at that moment with the impact, and the sound of it came shortly after, as the sea rose with flames and a large wave disturbed the waters. Even Zunisha itself seemed to tremble, its eyes quivering as it glanced at the scene. Not even the millennial beast would be unshaken by receiving a meteor like that. As the sea rose from the impact, a shockwave traveled across the ocean, crashing against Zunisha's legs, though it didn't affect the creature. The sea would remain turbulent for hours due to the impact, while Beppo turned back to those who had challenged him. Are you satisfied with this? He asked calmly. Is that your power? Inuarashi and Nekomamushi were visibly shaken by it. This is truly the power he sent to Big Mom a year ago. I think he overdid it. This will cause problems for all the islands around here. Jinbei commented, somewhat shocked by this display of power. I wouldn't want to be hit by something like that. This power could wipe out entire islands. Frankie admitted honestly, wondering if this power could even be compared to the ancient weapons. Our friend here seems quite shaken, but more importantly, who is he? Alvida asked, noticing the samurai trembling beside them after being caught by Frankie. I don't know, I just didn't let him fall, but he seems to know us, Frankie responded. It's hard for anyone not to recognize us, Jinbei murmured. While all the minks were shaken by the attack, the rulers looked at the one who had caused such a natural disaster with apparent ease. We can't defeat him, Inuarashi admitted now. Nekomamushi didn't respond, only lowering his head, knowing just like his companion that if they were to receive such an attack, they wouldn't survive. Do you plan to fight Kaido in Wano? Inuarashi asked, despite his frustration. Yes, my captain is stronger than me, so he will destroy Kaido and the Yonkou. Their era is over, and we will only finish it, Beppo said firmly. Both looked at each other for a moment, seemingly conversing through their eyes despite their rivalry, and then they kneeled. They didn't plan on joining the Straw Hats or fighting against Kaido. After all, Oden had said that only 1 year later would Kaido's defeat happen, but now, how could they fight against such power? We accept joining your fleet, and we will fight in Wano with you, they both said at the same time, as Beppo looked on, satisfied with their decision. It seems it's over. Jinbei murmured as he watched Beppo emerge from the forest under everyone's gaze, his transformation slowly returning to normal while he walked confidently with the two rulers, leading the way in front of his defeated challengers. They approached the place where the fight had begun, while the two leaders looked at their people with a certain caution and confusion in their eyes. Take care of all the injured, but first of all, we lost the fight. We can't defeat him. One of them spoke to the whole crowd, visibly shocked by this. We'll accept fighting alongside them in Wano, but I won't let my people submit to this Yonko until we truly know him, though he has already proven to be extremely powerful and trustworthy, as just this subordinate had the strength to defeat us, Inuarashi added. Will we fight with the pirates? Some minks asked. We won't force anyone to do it. This polar bear said that his captain won't send any newly acquired troops to Wano to fight, but Inuarashi and I are going anyway. After all, we have a few things to settle from 19 years ago, there, Nekomamushi said, and everyone nodded in agreement. Now, take care of all the injured. We will talk to them while you try to clean up all this destruction, Inuarashi finished. Well, I guess you don't need this anymore, Frankie said, approaching Beppo and taking off his wig. Beppo's confident face shifted from a sharp look to someone a bit goofy, and he lost all his commanding atmosphere. His gaze dropped to the two commanders who had been staring at him the whole time, wounded, and it made him feel a bit intimidated. Amidst the scene, all the minks were helping their fallen comrades and cleaning up the destruction caused by the fight. They looked at him with curiosity, seeing the most powerful mink of their race after today. However, the confidence they had seen in him until now vanished, giving way to a Beppo with his mouth slightly open as everyone stared at him, causing him to look somewhat scared, which quickly embarrassed him. He simply bowed to everyone. I'm sorry, he murmured. In the next moment, all the minks fell to the ground, stunned by something so unexpected. What was that? Just a moment ago, you looked like a warrior who could take on everyone, and now you've turned into a coward apologizing? One of the minks exclaimed. Where is the man who could destroy Zunisha with a meteor? Both leaders questioned with shark-like grins and white eyes, not believing what had just happened. They couldn't understand how the removal of a wig had completely changed the bear before them. I'm sorry, was Beppo's only response, while everyone grimaced. Why are you apologizing? Everyone shouted. Well, it seems our bear is back to normal, Alvida murmured with a smile as she took a few steps forward. Now that everything's settled, let's start talking, Alvida said, as a samurai, still trembling from the meteor, approached, eager to speak with Inuarashi and Nekomamushi. Lords Inuarashi and Nekomamushi. The samurai approached the leaders, who were also surprised. Are you from Wano? They asked, raising their eyebrows. Yes, I am. I came from there precisely to deliver a message from Lord X about the latest news in the newspapers. Wano will be a battlefield bigger than anything in the last 19 years. As you must know, the fight against the Straw Hats and against Big Mom and Kaido is only a matter of time while Kaido is preparing all of his troops, he said. Yes, we know. But why did you come here, risking yourself? Inuarashi asked. Lord X plans to join the battle against Kaido alongside the forces of this crew. Just like many in Wano, this could be an opportunity, so he is inviting you to take part, the man explained. Well, this is a bit surprising, but coincidentally, we were already planning to do that. After all, we just lost to one of this crew's members. We'll end up accepting the proposal, they responded. Well, I guess that's good, the samurai said, a little lost. Well, anyway, let's continue our conversation, Alvida said, stepping ahead of Beppo. She could tell he had already done what Luffy expected, and now it was time to discuss the future of Zunisha. Yes, please, follow us, both leaders requested as the entire crew, along with a very embarrassed Beppo under everyone's gazes and another samurai, headed into the city to talk. Things began to calm down a bit as they were invited to a sort of celebration, quickly turning into a feast full of animals. As the leaders sat in the center with the pirates and samurai, the minks, being a very friendly people, soon engaged in lively conversations with the humans. You're human? I've never seen a human so tough. You're almost as big as me. By the way, my name is Blackback. I fought your friend, but I lost miserably, a gorilla said, talking to Frankie, admiring his hard and massive arms. I'm half human, but super awesome, Frankie replied. In another area, Alvida was drinking alcohol when she was approached by a woman wielding a sword and wearing a bikini. Hey, you're a human warrior. I feel you're strong, but I've never seen a human with such smooth skin. It looks very beautiful, Wanda said as she moved closer to Alvida. Thanks, I guess, Alvida replied, drinking but not really bothered. My name is Wanda, the mink introduced herself. Alvida responded bluntly. Tell me, that Beppo, is he single? Wanda asked, curious and interested in someone so strong from her own race. Yes. Hey Beppo, it's time to get married, there's Wanda here, Alvida shouted, causing Wanda to blush in embarrassment. Meanwhile, Beppo didn't even seem to hear Alvida, too shy as he was surrounded by minks who were looking at him curiously, touching him and wondering how he could be so strong. I'm sorry, was the only thing he could say. It's a shame you guys don't have cola, but lucky for you, I brought some for myself, Frankie exclaimed, pulling out a barrel of cola he had taken from the ship, drinking it right there while offering it to other minks. Your crew member is very strange because of a simple wig. There's nothing special about it, Inuarashi remarked, looking at the wig, trying to figure out its power over Beppo, but there was nothing there. They even tried it on their own heads, and still, nothing. Look again. We need to figure out what power this gives the bear. Without it, he's just a shy mink. I don't understand, Nekomamushi commented. Forget that, let's get back to where we left off, Inuarashi said finally, turning back to Jinbei in front of him, who was quietly drinking sake, waiting for the leaders of Zou to continue. Are you saying your captain wants to move Zunisha to Wano? That's impossible since Zunisha doesn't listen to anyone. Only Kazuki Oden's commands could be given to the elephant, as he had a specific type of control. It's amazing, but no one else has been able to talk to him, Nekomamushi explained. Yes, Luffy mentioned that, Jinbei confirmed, but it seems he wants to try anyway. He'd like you all to be prepared for the war as well. If you're going to fight in Wano, he wants you to stay here while he plans to visit you soon, Jinbei explained. After all, Luffy didn't want to move Zou's main forces and leave the mink tribe unprotected there. I see. Well, that's fine, we can do that, Inuarashi responded. There's also one more thing, Alvida stepped forward before joining the conversation. The poneglyph you have hidden here. Luffy already knows of its existence and would like to see it. Upon hearing this, all the minks tensed up, uncomfortable knowing that one of the island's biggest secrets had been discovered by someone outside. I know you might be upset, but our captain knows exactly where it is. However, he is not your enemy. Remember that. He wants to build a powerful force, and you will be a part of it, Jinbei explained, as Inuarashi sighed and looked at Nekomamushi before turning back to Alvida. Well, it seems we have no choice. Do you want now? Inuarashi asked. Jinbei shook his head. No, leave that for the captain. He will come visit you as I mentioned, he gave his response. Anyway, the captain is interested in one of you. He wants us to bring back someone named Pedro, Frankie said, while Pedro, among the minks who were listening to the conversation, showed surprise. The human woman had already mentioned that the captain was interested in him before, but he didn't know why. Pedro? Nekomamushi seemed surprised, as Pedro was one of the guardians. Yes, my husband wants to speak with him, so he wants us to bring him back with us, Alvida said. Very well, I'll go, Pedro said immediately, not wanting to prolong the conversation. What else could I do? I'll talk with your captain, he said finally. Anyway, let's get going. We have nothing more to do here, Jinbei said, while bringing a chest and placing it in front of the minks, opening it to reveal numerous rumble balls. This will allow you to enter Sulong form, but don't overuse them. I know you need to train. From what we noticed in Beppo's fight against Inuarashi and Nekomamushi, you can last only an hour, but this can have side effects if you use them too much, understood? He warned. This is invaluable. We thank you for this. Now our people will be much stronger in any emergency, both leaders commented with satisfaction. Anyway, let's head to Dressrosa, Alvida said, standing as if she were leaving. There was nothing more to do in Zunisha. Almost everyone followed her back to the ship, and the samurai ended up going with Pedro. But as they boarded the ship, a stowaway also snuck aboard. Although everyone noticed, no one really cared, except for Pedro, who didn't seem to realize. Meanwhile, Beppo started using his powers, and the ship began to fly, moving forward quickly. Goodbye, Beppo, a female mink excitedly shouted, bidding farewell to Beppo as he stood at the edge of the ship with a lipstick mark on his face. Of all the crew members who had separated from the main Straw Hat ship, those who had reached Zunisha had traveled the greatest distance between Dressrosa and their destination, so they were the last to arrive at the island or their target. Even so, with Beppo's power, they were much faster, flying through the sky at hundreds of kilometers per hour. Thus, the ship disappeared over the horizon, heading toward Dressrosa. The waters were calm in the middle of the sea as a black ship continued cutting through the waves. It was the feared Black Pearl, still sailing the waters of the New World, heading in a specific direction. So Beppo defeated the two rulers of Zou. Haha. I wish I had seen that. Luffy spoke into a Den Mushi. Yes. We're heading back to Dressrosa right now, with Pedro and a mink that snuck onto the ship. Jinbei responded from the other side. Great, you can head there. We're recruiting the last pirate group before returning and organizing our forces to advance to Wano, Luffy said calmly. Alright, we'll continue our journey here, Jinbei said. You can, we'll talk in Dressrosa. He responded before starting to hang up the Den Mushi, but a voice suddenly came from the other side. Husband, Alvida exclaimed over the phone. Hello, my love, how are you? He asked with a smile. I'm fine, I'll be waiting for you in Dressrosa, so don't be late, she said, and Luffy smiled. Of course, we'll head there, see you soon, Luffy said before hanging up the Den Mushi. So we're close. Vivi spoke beside Luffy. He was sitting on a beach chair, as usual, wearing his shorts to enjoy the day, while Vivi was in a bikini on the chair next to him. Yes. According to Baroque Works information, the fleet we're looking for should be in these waters, so we'll be heading back soon, right, Nami? Luffy spoke to his navigator, who was also in a bikini, walking across the deck while looking at a map. She looked at Luffy. Yes. We're heading to the position you gave me, Nami said, and Luffy nodded, satisfied with that. Stop looking at that map and come over here with your husband before we get there, Luffy said as Nami sighed before going over to him, sitting beside him while putting away the map and looking at Luffy. Only the three of them were on the deck while Lucy was eating the food Hachi was making in the kitchen, so Luffy didn't miss the opportunity to play with his wives, while Nami was surprised by Luffy's sudden touch on the lower part of her bikini. You want to do this here? Nami raised an eyebrow at Luffy. Why not? It's not every day we do this in an open space. Luffy until tonight, Luffy murmured, ending the sex session. The fleet he had been looking for had finally been spotted. Oh, what a shame. Nami murmured, putting her bikini back on and fixing her hair. That was a mood killer. Vivi also exclaimed, as she adjusted herself. We should probably take a bath, she said, and Nami agreed, feeling the same. The two of them went inside the ship. Luffy stayed there with a big smile. He would finish what he had started later that night. Now, he had another matter to attend to. Dealing with the peculiar group approaching the crew. The Chinjiao family was sailing across the seas, embarking on another job since they were a mercenary organization known as the Happo Navy. They had started in the West Blue and had gradually made a name for themselves in the New World over the past few years, taking on various jobs in these waters. Today, they were transporting a large sum of money for an organization, escorting a ship from a country that heavily relied on the Don Quixote family's weapons. Now that the family had been destroyed, they had to turn to another organization to purchase arms. Many countries that still depended on the Don Quixote family and their weapons factories were in the same predicament. Numerous conflicts continued to ravage their lands, and some countries and organizations had abandoned this supplier as soon as Doflamingo was killed, knowing that without Joker, they were as fragile as glass, easily shattered. Those who still trusted in them due to Kaido's association were caught by surprise when Dressrosa fell along with the family. They no longer had a way to receive their shipments, even though this would have happened eventually with the organization heading to war in Wano against the Straw Hats. The sea is in chaos right now. Do you think we'll make it to our new supplier without any problems? A man, who was from a kingdom embroiled in civil war, asked aboard the ship in the center of the Happo Navy. He needed to bring a new shipment to his kingdom. After all, they had to fight against the rebels who had risen up against the royal family due to their tyranny. They knew this, but they could do nothing except fight for their king, even though he was a tyrant. The Happo Navy is well known, few pirates could stand against them, another man replied. I hope you're right. The first man murmured. Meanwhile, on one of the larger ships, Sai, one of the main members, approached his grandfather, the fearsome Chinjiao, the drill. This man had a bounty of 500 million berries and was known for his powerful headbutt, though not as much anymore due to an encounter with Vice Admiral Garp. Even so, he was still a formidable pirate with Conqueror's haki, which said a lot about him. Grandpa, are you okay? Sai approached Chinjiao, who had been staring at one side of the horizon for several minutes, something unusual for his grandfather. Did you notice something, Grandpa? Boo, Sai's brother, also approached. Yes. Something is coming from that direction. Chinjiao murmured, his narrowed gaze indicating that his haki had detected a certain danger approaching. Should we prepare to fight? Sai, seeming to read his grandfather's mind, asked. Yes, tell everyone to prepare for a major battle, he said in a grim tone. Sai nodded and left to use the Den Den Mushis to give orders to all the ships of the Happo Navy. As Chinjiao had foreseen, a dark spot began to appear on the horizon, and Boo, standing beside him, grabbed a spyglass and pointed it toward that direction, beginning to make out the ship in the distance and its flag. That. His voice came out shaky and nervous as one of the main causes of the chaos currently gripping the New World was heading toward them. There's no doubt. That ship. His nervousness was not only due to the symbol on the ship's sail but also because of the ship itself. Rumors and reports had been spreading about this crew appearing in various places in the New World, but this ship represented the worst of it, as it had been sighted at Grand Tesoro just days ago. Tell me, who are they? Chinjiao was losing his patience with his grandson, who was taking too long to respond. After all, he couldn't see who it was without a spyglass from that distance, relying only on the feeling of danger as his guide. Boo swallowed hard before addressing his grandfather. They're the Straw Hats, and they're coming with the main ship, the Black Pearl. Which means it's their captain himself, approaching, Boo informed with a shaken tone. Garp's grandson, Chinjiao seemed furious at this. After all, the grandson of the man who had shattered his dreams with one punch was now approaching. We must flee, Grandpa, we need to go back. We can't fight them, Boo exclaimed, clearly terrified. Who is Monkey D. Luffy? Appearing in the newspapers since the East Blue, and what did he represent? Everyone knew well enough, and except for the world government, the Navy, and the Yonko, no one could stand against them. No. Chinjiao suddenly spoke, making Boo look at him, confused by what his grandfather meant by that. Let our ships prepare to fight them. Chinjiao decided, letting his rage cloud his judgment, driven by the desire for revenge against Monkey D. Garp, believing he could defeat Monkey D. Luffy to settle the score. Boo stared at his grandfather in disbelief, then ordered an attack against the Straw Hats as if he had completely lost his mind, while the Black Pearl continued to approach. Thanks to Sai's orders, the Happo fleet also began preparing, turning their ships. Hey, what's going on? The people from the kingdom carrying the money noticed the movement of the ships around them, preparing for a fight. They began to wonder who was out there and if it could be rebels from their kingdom, trying to steal the king's money. Is there a problem? Sai approached Boo, who was visibly shaken. Take this, brother, see for yourself. Boo handed the spyglass to Sai, who raised it and looked toward the ship, becoming just as stunned as his brother. This is terrible, Grandpa. We can't fight them, Sai declared, frowning. Don't be a coward like your brother, Sai. They're coming for us, and you know it's only a matter of time before their ship reaches us. And if they want to fight, then let's give them one. It's time for me to show Garp a taste of what he made me lose. Chinjiao spoke with confidence, believing he could handle Monkey D. Luffy, or rather, make Garp suffer, already imagining the Navy hero crying in a corner, uttering words of regret for making him lose the point on his head that one day. The Straw Hats ship continued to approach the fleet, and their flag finally became visible to everyone. This quickly made the entire fleet, including Chinjiao's grandsons, realize that this was the ship of a Yonko, filling them with fear. The once confident movements of the Happo Navy crew began to falter as they questioned whether they should fight against that ship. But the only one still confident was Chinjiao, who grew angry at his group for cowardly backing down so easily. He grabbed Sai's Den Den Mushi. Stop trembling. We are the Happo Navy. We will not retreat from these pirates. Follow me, and we will destroy them, Qinzhao declared with determination. Meanwhile, the ship from the kingdom was completely stunned, desperate to get out of there as quickly as possible. They're insane for wanting to fight that pirate crew. What have we gotten ourselves into? Now we're in the middle of a battle, and we're going to die because of it. The men from that country were far from pleased with the situation. Witnessing one of the New World's hurricanes appear before them, bringing misfortune as the Happo Navy seemed intent on facing them. On the Straw Hat's ship, Luffy was still at the edge of the deck, gazing at the Happo Navy as the Black Pearl naturally sailed toward them. Nami and Vivi were taking a bath inside the ship. Shirahoshi opened the kitchen door at that moment as she approached, accompanied by Lucy, whose belly was enormous after eating so much takoyaki that Hachi had prepared. Hachi followed closely behind the pair as they headed toward the deck. Shirahoshi was the first to reach Luffy, swimming through the air until she caught up with the captain and hugged him from behind. "You smell like sex," she murmured into his ear. "Are you surprised?" Luffy responded with a grin. "I know you were aware of everything happening on the deck." "True, but someone had to keep your sister and Hachi in the kitchen. Anyway, I hope to be rewarded for that tonight." She spoke in a seductive tone. "It's my duty as your husband to attend to you, my lovely wife," Luffy said with a small smile. "So they're the Happo Navy?" Lucy asked as she approached her brother, looking curiously at the group of ships. "Yes, that's right," Luffy commented while the ships seemed to be preparing for his arrival. "It seems they are braver than I thought. Maybe Qinzhao is more stubborn than I imagined." Luffy smiled at that, not knowing exactly what was happening, but he could certainly sense, through his observation haki, that the enemies were prepared to face them, even though many of them were scared. Sai and Boo stood behind their grandfather, who was at the bow of the ship, watching Luffy's fearsome ship approach. Suddenly, the advancing ship stopped a few dozen meters ahead, with Luffy using his Moa Moa No Mi on it, surrounded by cannons from all the ships pointing at them. As Luffy moved to the edge of the ship, Nami and Vivi finally emerged from the ship after washing up, tending to their wet hair. Luffy took a few steps forward and stared at the man who was looking at him with a certain coldness. "Garp's grandson," Qinzhao murmured as Luffy raised his arm to greet him, while he stood out from everyone else. Both on the ship and on the others around it, everyone was frightened and cautious in the presence of Monkey D. Luffy. "Yes, I'm Garp's grandson. And you, Qinzhao? By the way you're looking at me, do you want to fight?" Luffy asked with a smile. "Yes, I'm going to get revenge for what your grandfather did," Qinzhao said, while running his hand over his head, still feeling the void where the symbol of his strength once was. The drill that could break anything, even the treasure he had hidden in nearly unbreakable ice. This was the reason for Qinzhao's deep hatred toward Garp and his family. "Grandpa, I think we should reconsider this," Sai murmured beside him, but Qinzhao didn't care, ignoring him while Luffy's smile grew wider. "Well, this is interesting," Luffy commented. "After all, I'm going to make you join my fleet by the end of the day," Luffy declared, surprising everyone. "Join your fleet? Don't be ridiculous," Qinzhao, hearing the most absurd thing he could have imagined, exclaimed, and suddenly unleashed his conqueror's haki directly at Luffy, trying to intimidate him. Wind and energy crackled across his ship, while the other ships around them trembled, with Qinzhao clearly enraged. He's serious," Lucy murmured in surprise, completely unfazed by the conqueror's haki, just like the other members of Luffy's crew, who could easily handle it. For Luffy, it was merely a breeze. He looked at Qinzhao, his eyes glowing even redder, and suddenly exploded with his own conqueror's haki. Quickly, Luffy's haki began to dominate the area, overpowering Qinzhao's, who struggled to stay firm, shocked by this. Everyone around quickly realized Qinzhao was losing control. Sai and Boo were stunned as they felt Luffy's haki strike them, making them fall to their knees, terrified. Only Qinzhao managed to remain standing, trying to resist, while the entire Happo Navy fleet began collapsing, one by one, across the other ships. In the end, only Qinzhao and his two grandsons, who were kneeling, remained conscious. Qinzhao was clearly stunned but still enraged, blinded by his desire for revenge. Luffy, meanwhile, smiled even wider. "As I said, you'll be part of my fleet by the end of this day," Luffy declared. "You're dreaming, kid, I'm going to give you a beating," Qinzhao said with a dark tone. "We don't have much to talk about, so I'm just going to give you a beating, and I might even fix your head if I like you," Luffy declared as he advanced, disappearing from the ship's bow the next moment, heading toward the other ship. "Don't underestimate me, you'll regret it," Qinzhao leapt forward, charging at Luffy blindly, while his grandsons watched, not knowing what to do, still kneeling. "What should we do, brother?" Boo murmured to Sai. "What else can we do? We can't even move, and Grandpa's mind is clouded by his vengeance," Sai murmured, knowing full well that they were pretty much screwed. Luffy smiled in midair as he advanced toward Qinzhao, leaping toward him in the middle of the sea. The next moment, an explosion between the two fists erupted as they connected, sending out a burst of conqueror's haki. The clash of their haki even distorted the world, changing its colors to blue as they continued trying to overpower each other. This guy really hates Grandpa. Luffy murmured, handling him easily, but the man in front of him stood firm due to his desire for revenge, even being irrational. The impact favored Luffy easily as Chinzhou found himself thrown back, before crashing into the ship, creating an explosion in the midst of his grandsons with his own body. Ah! Sai and Boo were sent flying away as they fell off the ship from the impact, but two hands stretched out, grabbing each of them from both sides of the Black Pearl. Lucy stretched out her hands, pulling them onto her ship, preventing them from falling into the water, still paralyzed by the conqueror's haki of her brother, while Luffy landed on the main ship of the Happo Navy. Chinzhou, I won't understand this anymore, so let's just finish this, Luffy said calmly, looking at the hole. Damn you, Chinzhou's voice emerged, breaking through the deck as he appeared once more, attempting to hit Luffy with his head, only for Luffy to vanish and reappear at his side. Chinzhou tried to punch him, but Luffy jumped into the air, stabilizing himself above the ship, while Chinzhou gave him a dark look, appearing frustrated. Chinzhou, let's end this, send me your most powerful attack, Luffy said. Chinzhou didn't respond, but his head was coated with armament haki, preparing to strike Luffy. Very well, Luffy said as his hand was also covered with haki, using only the first form of armament haki. In the next moment, both Chinzhou on the deck of the ship and Luffy in the air charged at each other, closing the distance the next second. Fist and Chinzhou's almost oval head collided once again, creating a shockwave of two armament hakis clashing. Ha ha ha. This guy is so funny. I've never seen someone use their head to fight. Lucy laughed, watching Luffy clash against Chinzhou's head, while Chinzhou seemed to be pushing himself harder than he could handle. Why doesn't Luffy just finish this already? Nami murmured, still drying herself with her hand, generating wind like a hairdryer. He doesn't seem like he's going to drag this out much longer, Shirahoshi said as the entire crew, along with Sai and Boo, who were paralyzed beneath Lucy, watched the contest. Suddenly, Luffy's fist began sinking into Chinzhou's head, leaving everyone surprised. Nay, is the captain planning to kill him? But he was supposed to be a potential ally, wasn't he? Hachi murmured, quite shocked. Grandpa, both grandsons grew worried as they saw Luffy's punch starting to crush Chinzhou's head. But what they apparently expected didn't happen, because as Luffy's punch sank into the upper part of his head, the lower part began to grow, until his skin became pointed, regaining the original shape Chinzhou had in the past. What? The collective, stunned shout was heard from everyone still conscious. Chinzhou lost consciousness the next moment, as his eyes turned white, and he slammed the tip of his head straight into the deck. The next moment, the ship cracked with the impact, shattering from just the touch of Chinzhou's pointed head. What? The most surprised were his grandsons, Sai and Boo, staring in shock as the ship broke apart with Chinzhou and the other crew members still unconscious from Luffy's haki. Luffy left the ship behind and headed back to the Black Pearl, seeing that the fight was over. Hachi and Nami, can you get everyone out of the sea? He asked. Hachi dove in to retrieve Chinzhou, who had sunk into the ocean due to the impact from Luffy, while Nami created giant claws to place the floating people onto another ship. Hachi brought Chinzhou and placed him with the other crew members on the other ship, while Sai and Boo remained silent and somewhat fearful, still on the Black Pearl. Well, it seems your main ship was destroyed. Now you can go back to taking care of your grandpa and the others. We'll wait for your grandpa to wake up and see what we'll do, Luffy declared, as Sai and Boo quickly left the ship, casting cautious glances. It's over already? That was fast, Vivi commented. Yeah, I'm sure the guy will come crying and thanking me for what I just did. I reversed what my grandpa did to him, Luffy said before yawning. I think I'll take a nap and a bath for now. I'm heading to my room, Luffy said in conclusion. Everyone watched Luffy leave, while even Shirahoshi followed him silently. Vivi and Nami knew full well what they were going to do, but they didn't mind them being intimate in the meantime. After all, they had already had their moments with Luffy before. It was only 2 hours later when Luffy emerged from the room, leaving Shirahoshi in a deep sleep with a satisfied smile on her face, as he left his wife behind, sensing that almost the entire Happo Navy was conscious again. He stepped onto the deck and found his sister, his wives, and Hachi there, doing a few hobbies and passing the time, indifferent to the thousands of fearful stares from the dozens of ships in front of them. The Happo Navy was now fully aware of what had happened, and it didn't make them excited in the least to know that they had all been taken down by the haki of a Yonko. They could have died without resisting if that had been Luffy's will. It only worsened when they learned that their leader, Chinzhou, had been easily defeated by Luffy, while his head had returned to being pointed again. They were stunned, surprised, and frightened at the same time. There were doubts and an indecisive atmosphere among them, wondering what their fate would be, as their lives were now in the hands of the Straw Hats. No one dared to raise their cannons or weapons. They simply waited for Chinzhou to wake up, while his grandsons tended to him. But it was at that moment that someone emerged from the deck of the ship where Chinzhou was. It was Qinzhao himself, now with his pointed head, opening the door with a serious expression, while his grandsons watched cautiously from behind him. Even the Straw Hats stopped what they were doing as Luffy stood on the deck, waiting for the man who was walking toward him, staring from afar. Qinzhao leapt from that ship to the Black Pearl, landing on the deck in front of Luffy, as the entire crew observed in silence. Luffy remained silent as well, while the man stared at him, now without all the hatred and aggression he had before. He seemed to be analyzing Monkey D. Luffy. Then Qinzhao decided to break the silence. "Do you know what you've done to me?" he said, as the atmosphere grew tense everywhere, with all eyes fixed on that point, waiting to see what would happen. "I know exactly what I did," Luffy declared without any remorse. "Good," Qinzhao replied, keeping a serious face, but he soon began to melt as tears streamed down his eyes. Looking at Luffy, he exclaimed, "You brought my head back." The man burst into tears as he rushed toward Luffy, hugging him and lifting him off the ground, being taller than the captain of the Straw Hats, who was a bit stunned by this sudden affection. "You've restored my former glory," Oh exclaimed. Everyone was dumbfounded by this crying version of Qinzhao, revealing so much happiness for having his pointed head again, something priceless to him. Luffy stood there, turning his face with a frown, while the man hugged him, crying as if they were best friends. Being forced to push him away a bit, Qinzhao stepped back, still crying. "Man, you don't have to be so sentimental. I already said I want you guys in my fleet, that's why I'm helping," Luffy said. Qinzhao began wiping his tears as he returned to looking seriously at Luffy. "Alright, we will follow you," he simply said, leaving the entire Happo Navy stunned by this development. "Wait, Grandpa, you accepted just like that?" Sai and Boo, from a distance, couldn't believe what they had just heard, since their grandpa was quite stubborn. Despite this, they also knew they stood no chance if Luffy wanted to destroy them. But their grandpa was proud, and it seemed that Qinzhao's head was more important than his own pride. "Well, that's good," Luffy said with a satisfied smile, realizing that it only took one punch to convince a large group to join his flag, further increasing his naval power. Sometime later, Sai and Boo also went to the Black Pearl to accompany their grandpa, and they began discussing with Luffy about his plans now that their grandpa had joined this Yonko's fleet in an unexpected turn of events. "Well, I understand you're in the middle of a mission, so we'll let you carry on with it. Just head to Dressrosa as soon as you're done. I'll be waiting for you there for an official meeting. You don't have to accept joining my fleet right now, I just want you to hear me out at my current headquarters along with the others," Luffy said, while they nodded, even though Qinzhao had already accepted and declared his loyalty. "Alright," Qinzhao said. "Good, see you in Dressrosa then. I'll be waiting for you," Luffy said, and the three nodded before leaving the Black Pearl and returning to the Happo Navy. "Hachi, let's head back to Dressrosa and finally meet with the others," Luffy said, as Hachi took the helm and Nami plotted the course. The ship finally began its journey back to the starting point, where a war would soon begin, one that would rival what had happened in Marineford over a year ago. "Ha ha ha. Very good. You all did a great job," Luffy declared as he stood on the deck surrounded by Den Den Mushi, communicating with all the members of his crew. Alvida, Beppo, Jimbei, and Frankie were returning from Zou with their mission to speak with the Minks. Nijiko, Uda, Chopper, and Usopp were bringing Cavendish, who was chained, while he exclaimed on the ship, demanding to be released. Before that, they had defeated and subdued Idio's pirate group. Baby 5, Perona, Enel, and Domino had gone to the kingdom of Protons, with the king confirming his meeting with Luffy in Dressrosa. Yamato, Nijiko, Bonnie, and Robin had overpowered the great Yanta Maria fleet, and its admiral was now heading to Dressrosa. Zoro, Kuina, Chow Chow, and Brook had gone to Mihawk's home and retrieved some of the highly intelligent gorillas to add another special unit, even superior to the giant animals and dinosaurs. Lamy, Rebecca, Hugo, and Monet were already in Dressrosa, probably enjoying the city after easily dominating it and defeating all the members who still belonged to the deceased Shichibukai's crew. Now, Luffy, Shirahoshi, Lucy, Nami, Vivi, and Hachi were heading to Dressrosa as well, where they would all meet. All the missions each group had undertaken were a success, and Luffy just needed to convince each of these pirates to join his fleet. Another pleasing thought, in his opinion, was that Haruden himself was already trapped in Dressrosa as a toy, as Hugo had found him in the factory. Luffy hadn't heard from him, and Elbaf was not an easy country to get information from. So, Luffy hoped his crew would remember him again and come to rescue him. This would be an opportunity to have a group of giants, besides Brogy and Dory, in his fleet. Not to mention the fairies of Dressrosa, and Luffy could convince Leo to join the fleet, just like in the original story. All these members would be added, strengthening future battles. After all, Luffy didn't plan to deploy them in Wano, but he was excited about this. His fleet was more powerful than ever, and even without these newly added members, they would deliver a solid response to Kaido, even without needing the Red Scabbards who would appear in a year or the Wano army itself. He could hardly wait to see their faces when they found out Kaido had been defeated and Wano now belonged to Luffy's territories. After all, besides Wano being a strategic point, there were individuals he was interested in having by his side, and even his commitment to Yamato, his first companion, who wanted to fulfill Oden's will. Wano was also an ancient weapon, something he would have to acquire and probably use against the government, though he had prepared something similar with Enel on the moon, as he would have to help a hidden civilization there. His attention returned to the Den Den Mushis as everyone on the Black Pearl gathered around, also listening to the conversation. "Luffy, you've got to deal with this guy here. I have to keep knocking him down all the time. He just won't give up," Perona complained over one of the Den Den Mushis. "This thunder guy keeps getting back up every time," she continued, irritated. Enel was not at all happy about being taken down by Perona so easily, and he kept trying to challenge her, but always getting defeated. She had already placed her ghosts near him to constantly pass through him. The problem was that, on No's Ark, it was hard to control the ship's speed with Enel in this state. After all, he was the one providing the necessary energy to keep the flying object suspended in the air. "Yeah, he's just getting in the way," Domino grumbled. "Master, I'll prepare a meal with an explosion of flavor," Baby 5 also exclaimed from the phone. "This is bad," Luffy muttered, ignoring Baby 5's comment. "This guy seems to have found someone of his level. It's better than watching him get beaten," Hugo said through another Den Den Mushi. "Wolf wolf," Chow Chow barked, mocking Enel. "I'm not supposed to be a god. I'm just an amoeba." "No, I must be an amoeba's poop," Enel's voice was heard, lamenting as he suffered an existential crisis. "Ha ha 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 ha. What a funny guy," Lucy laughed behind Luffy at that. "I think it's better if you help them, Luffy," Yamato murmured through another Den Den Mushi. "I know," Luffy replied, already planning to do so. "We'll meet in Dressrosa." Luffy then spoke as everyone began to hang up the Den Den Mushi. They stored them away before turning to those with him. "I'll have to go help them. You all continue the journey. When you reach Dressrosa, I'll be there," Luffy said. "Alright, we'll see you there," Vivi commented, while Nami nodded along with the others. Luffy didn't need to say anything more as he took out a Vivre card that belonged to Baby 5 and saw the direction. He then created his winged form with his black wings and blasted off from the deck, shooting into the sky. He accelerated, traveling faster than anything else in the New World. In Dressrosa, things had been improving greatly since the chaos began over a week ago. Lamy hung up the Den Den Mushi, sharing the room with Hugo, Rebecca, and Monet. "The captain is coming here. Soon we'll be rid of this boredom," Hugo commented as he began to leave the room. "Luffy is coming." Rebecca smiled at that. "Yes, but I have a feeling things won't stay peaceful in Dressrosa over the next few days." Lamy's voice was heard, her premonition of something unsettling bothering her since yesterday. Everyone remained silent, but clearly paid attention to her words. After that, they all left the room to attend to their duties, which they had been managing over the past few days. Hugo was speaking with the former prisoners, organizing the weapons factory and smile operations according to Luffy's instructions. Rebecca was having meetings in the court, where she was called upon by her grandfather, and her opinions carried some weight in the decisions for Dressrosa. Despite being only 15, she was both respected and feared due to her power. Everyone had seen how she destroyed the royal castle while transformed into a dragon in the skies of Dressrosa. Meanwhile, Monet was organizing the research that the Don Quixote family's scientists had been conducting, passing some information on to the Straw Hats scientists. She occasionally visited her sister, who was far from happy being imprisoned, but had little choice and nothing else to do besides complain to Monet. Rebecca, who was returning to the temporary residence provided by the royal family, was surprised by a tall woman in a dress, her eyes expressing anticipation. "Any news about Luffy?" she asked her niece. "Yes, he's finally coming soon. Aunt." Rebecca smiled excitedly at Viola's question. After all, Viola constantly asked about the Straw Hat Captain. It was no surprise that the woman was in love with Luffy, even before meeting him over a year ago. She was eager to thank him after Dressrosa was saved. "That's so good. I can't wait to see him," Viola exclaimed excitedly, trying to keep her eyes on the horizon, hoping to spot him coming from any direction, like a true stalker. Meanwhile, many things were converging on the waters around this kingdom. One of them was a somewhat well-known pirate group that had made a name for themselves over the past year, with a bounty of 200 million on their leader's head. A year ago, after Luffy picked up Rebecca from Dressrosa in the New World, he had set a challenge for them. If they survived a year in these treacherous seas, they would be allowed to join his fleet. Now, they eagerly awaited the chance to finally join the Straw Hat fleet. But not everyone heading to Dressrosa was friendly. A marine ship was also approaching, with a blind man standing at its bow, feeling the sea breeze but unable to see it, as his eyes had been cut long ago by his own sword. Fujitora, however, didn't need vision, as his observation haki was at a level few could reach. Now, this ship was heading to Dressrosa, dispatched by the new marine headquarters to cap Straw Hat crew. Akainu intended to have something to use against them and defeat Monkey D. Luffy. This was the feeling Lami had, that things wouldn't be so peaceful in Dressrosa anymore, as this admiral might not only bring down a meteor from the sky, maybe not as big as Beppo's, but would certainly cause chaos throughout the kingdom. Another ship approaching Dressrosa was one without a flag. Meanwhile, Sabo smiled eagerly as he looked out over the empty sea. "Koala, you're here," he said, seeing his companion approaching. "Yes, you're here all the time," she murmured to him. "Yeah, I can't wait to meet Luffy and Lucy, finally," Sabo commented. The ship was sailing alongside other revolutionaries who were on a mission to find the leader's son. Sabo had no idea that he would receive a great gift on this journey, one he never imagined, as Luffy had been holding onto an extra devil fruit all along, waiting for the right opportunity to give it to him. At an even greater distance, a boat was flying at high speed, approaching Dressrosa faster than any other Straw Hat ship. Luffy was sitting calmly in a ring-shaped chair, having boosted the speed of the boat several times by using his flames as thrusters, further increasing its velocity, while eating cookies that Baby 5 had given him, which exploded with every bite. Enel was tied up at the bow to avoid causing trouble during the journey, while the ship advanced at high speed. Everyone could feel it. Baby 5 was next to Luffy, her high heels locked into the floor after she created claws in it. Domino had her whip stretched out in front of the ship's mast to avoid falling due to the high speed. Meanwhile, Perona clung to the ship with great difficulty, crying, "Luffy, stop this. When I asked for your help, I didn't mean for you to do something so extreme. Help," she complained as she started falling off the ship. Luffy quickly grabbed her and put her back on his lap in the chair, and they continued at high speed. Soon, they would reach Dressrosa's territory. A day passed, and the marine ship arrived at the coast of Dressrosa, and the men guarding the port quickly went to inform King Riku about it. "There's a marine ship arriving," he was informed, looking surprised at his daughter, who was investigating the area with his granddaughter. Viola quickly used her powers to look through the walls toward the sea, where the ship was approaching. Then, a bit startled, she exclaimed. "There's an admiral coming here," she declared, leaving most people in the area stunned. Lami was also there when she heard this and merely scoffed. "An admiral? Let's see what he wants," she said in a calm tone, while Rebecca nodded. They headed to the port. Hugo soon found out about this as well and went with them. In the end, an enemy had arrived in this country, and they would have to deal with him before Luffy's arrival. "Seems like we already have some reception," Fujitora murmured, looking at the port that was starting to fill with people. However, only a few of them seemed dangerous, their auras screaming through his observation haki. Lami, Hugo, and Rebecca were approaching as people watched with curiosity, unaware of what would happen regarding the rumor of an admiral coming to Dressrosa. "Why is the Navy showing up now?" Questions began to arise from the crowd. "When we were being kept under the Don Quixote family's lie, none of them showed up. Now that the country has been saved, they decide to appear," another questioned, clenching his fists. "It doesn't matter if it's an admiral. They are the Straw Hats. You saw how they brought the Marines to their knees," someone else said. "Yeah, even so. The Navy has a lot of nerve to come here after doing nothing for years. They're such shameless cowards," the crowd continued, as everyone focused on the approach of the Straw Hats towards the nearing ship. "Seems like we're not welcome here." Fujitora could feel the emotions of the people. "What did you expect?" someone behind him commented. "I'm a bit surprised that you came. Sengoku-san," Fujitora couldn't help but remark. "This is my duty. After all of this happened when I was leading the Navy. I see no reason not to come here to redeem myself with this country as well." Sengoku, who at that moment appeared as an older man with white hair, began to recall several Marines who came to this country to investigate some disappearances in the records, only to be turned into toys and forgotten, further increasing the strange records. Sengoku couldn't help but frown at this. After all, he too was responsible, and when he heard that an admiral was coming here on a ship, he joined him and came along. Sengoku was technically retired, but in reality, he was at the new HQ training new recruits, something similar to what Zeph did. However, the latter left the Navy a year ago, and no one knows what he's doing now. The ship approached the edge of the port as the Marines began to slow it down, stopping in front of everyone, while the three Straw Hats stood at the forefront of the gathering crowd. The people made way for King Riku himself, who appeared and approached the Straw Hats. Everyone just watched as a figure walked with a cane to the edge of the ship and jumped off, landing in front of them. Landing calmly, another person descended beside him, while the Marines began to lower the gangway from the ship, hastily disembarking to accompany their superiors. Everyone stood in silence, staring at each other, as King Riku walked past the Straw Hats and advanced towards the arriving group. "What do you want in Dressrosa?" He didn't seem very happy after everything that had happened. "We came to check on the country. After all, there were even Marine prisoners here." Fujitora spoke in a calm tone. "You haven't come here in the past years for that. If you wanted the prisoners, you could have just sent a Marine ship, not a military force." He spoke to the admiral in a dark tone. "Dressrosa still belongs to the world government. King Riku." Sengoku was the one to speak from the side. You expected to remain after a Shichibukai enslaved this country? He exclaimed, while the Straw Hats remained silent, except for Rebecca, who looked a bit nervous as this was her country. Her father, Kairos, landed beside her, having come as soon as he heard about the arrival of the Marines. What they expected, that the Marines would simply argue that they had no responsibility, was frustrated because suddenly, everyone widened their eyes in the next moment. A Marine admiral had simply let his cane fall, dropping to his knees, bowing before King Riku and everyone in Dressrosa. I'm sorry for this. Fujitora pressed his forehead to the ground at that moment. Everyone was left speechless at this. Sengoku saw this without showing surprise, taking a step forward in the next moment and falling to his knees as well. I also apologize for everything that happened in this country, especially since I was the one managing the navy, he declared. King Riku was quite stunned by this. I must admit, to do this, they must have a lot of courage, Hugo commented. Rise. Your apologies have been accepted. Riku nodded, a bit embarrassed by this, unable to deny the courage of recognizing the Navy's mistake. Even though this admiral had only recently joined the Navy and was taking responsibility for what happened in Dressrosa years ago. They nodded while the other Marines gathered around the two as they got up, but King Riku wasn't finished. However, with what this country has suffered, we have no reason to remain part of the world government, he made clear. You might reconsider. We are developing a plan. A plan to dismantle the Shichibukai group at the next summit of world government countries, Sengoku said. We can no longer be part of the organization that enslaved us and nearly led Dressrosa to its end, King Riku argued, while his people seemed to agree with his words. You know you can't withdraw from the world government, King Riku. The world government will never forgive Dressrosa. And Sengoku continued, before looking at the three present Straw Hats. You can't leave Dressrosa in the hands of a pirate group that is destined to be destroyed. He spoke in a dark tone. This guy underestimates us, Lami commented, raising an eyebrow. How can they say something like that? It was these pirates who helped us. Don't mock us, Navy. Several people exclaimed from the crowd, not liking Sengoku's words at all. I won't accept that, Lord Sengoku. Even if you don't like the Straw Hats, they were the only ones along with my granddaughter who fought to finally liberate Dressrosa. It wasn't the Navy or the world government, so remember that. King Riku maintained a regal posture, speaking firmly, before making an official declaration to the world. Until now, there were only rumors and guesses, but now it was official. Dressrosa is Straw Hat territory, he said, making his voice echo across the port. The echo continued for a while as people watched curiously, except for the Marines who looked stunned. Hey, is he really doing this? They exclaimed, not believing what they heard. They can't be serious. To put such a big and important country under a pirate's flag, Yonku or not. What will the Admiral and Sengoku-san do? And they had a point in their questions because Sengoku was the one who spoke at that moment. Do you know what you're saying, King Riku? He growled. Yes. King Riku seemed resolute. Do you wish to become an enemy of the world government? Take it from me. The world government is not happy with the way the world is now. They will begin acting much harsher against their enemies. I'm saying this for Dressrosa's sake. He spoke in a dark tone while beside him. Fujitora remained silent. You underestimate the captain of the Straw Hats. They can guarantee our protection, so yes, Dressrosa will disband from the world government, he declared. It seems there's nothing we can do about it. After all, it's our fault that things have come to this, Fujitora finally commented. Then he took a step forward. It's all right, King Riku. You have every right to take this path, he declared, surprising everyone who expected some resistance from the Navy. However, we are the Navy and we're here for more than just apologizing to Dressrosa. After all, there are some dangerous pirates here, and we are here to arrest them and bring them to justice, he simply declared, leaving everyone even more surprised, except for the calm Straw Hats. Finally, I've never fought an admiral alone, so I'd like to see your strength, Hugo commented with a grin. Whatever. But we can't fight here, if they want to continue with this, Lami said, and Rebecca nodded, knowing the destruction it would cause in Dressrosa. Trafalgar Lami, Fujitora replied. That's why I'd like us to go to another island. I don't want to harm innocent people, even if it's to stop dangerous pirates for the entire world, Fujitora continued. I know an island nearby. We can go there, Rebecca said, having seen a deserted island while traveling in her dragon form. Guys. Someone approached them. It was Monet, joining the group as well. Monet. It'd be good if you stayed here. After all, we'll be facing two powerful enemies. It's better if someone takes care of Dressrosa for now, Lami said, and Monet nodded in agreement. Let's go then, lead the way, Hugo requested, and Rebecca nodded as she jumped into the air. Rebecca, wait, Kairos quickly tried to follow his daughter. Wait. Hugo placed a hand on his shoulder. It's better if you stay to take care of Dressrosa. We need strong people here, and your daughter is strong enough to take care of herself, he said. Kairos remained silent, but eventually nodded, trusting that his daughter would be fine. With that, Lami followed Rebecca, and Hugo jumped into the air shortly after. Fujitora and Sengoku, seeing this, also jumped into the air, leaving their marines and ships behind as they distanced themselves from the port and the kingdom, following the pink-haired girl towards a deserted island in the middle of the sea. Meanwhile, Luffy was on Enel's ship, with Enel now sitting on his bed. "It's good to see you behaving. Don't try to attack our comrades without a challenge again. Otherwise, you'll get beaten again," Luffy said with a smile, while Enel, beaten up with black eyes and missing teeth, could barely click his tongue. The ship continued heading towards Dressrosa, with Luffy still unaware of what was happening there. Elsewhere, the Black Pearl stopped alongside other pirate ships. Luffy had sent the two-piece crew to fight against other pirate groups as training, but they had all ended up beaten by New World pirates. Now, Nami, Vivi, Lucy, and Hachi were rescuing this group that Luffy had some attention to, not really understanding what was special about them. "What a hassle. There are no doctors on the ship, so you'll have to hold on until we get to Dressrosa," Nami said in a dissatisfied tone, while Hachi picked up most of them with his arms after they defeated all the enemy pirates. "How funny." Lucy laughed at them. Back in Dressrosa, the Marines who had stayed behind were passing information to the command. "I see, well. This could be used as an opportunity." Akainu commented on the other end of the line, starting to put his mind to work in his treacherous schemes, seeing an opportunity at this moment, taking advantage of the fact that the Straw Hat crew was fragmented, with reports of various members acting in different areas of the New World. "Luffy, there's a battle happening near Dressrosa," Monet's voice came from the other side of the line as she relayed the information about what was happening. "So they've already appeared in Dressrosa. That was faster than I predicted," Luffy murmured, looking at the situation. "What do you plan to do, Master?" Baby 5 approached him. "We have no choice," Luffy said, looking at Enel. "I want you to put maximum speed into this barge," Luffy requested before creating black wings on his back. "I'll be faster kicking the air and flapping my wings at multiplied speed than trying to put everything into just this barge," Luffy spoke. After all, dealing with Fujitora and Sengoku didn't seem too difficult, but Dressrosa could also be attacked, and that was something Luffy didn't want, knowing how Akainu could still be treacherous. The next moment, everyone saw Luffy shoot off like a bullet, disappearing with an echo in the air. Boom! The sound of him tearing through the sky was almost surreal, reminiscent of what happened in Marineford. Even Enel, who had observation haki with a range of kilometers, quickly lost track of Luffy. The wind was generated in the next moment as the barge shook with the distortion in the space. "Hey! That was dangerous," Perona exclaimed, clinging to the ship's wooden rail. In Dressrosa, people could feel the battle happening even at that distance, while the sky was lit up with streaks of red light falling toward the ground. "Is that a?" The people of Dressrosa pointed at the sky. King Riku had a shocked look. "It can't be." Viola didn't need much effort to see where that thing was falling from the sky. "Rebecca!" Kairos exclaimed. "That's a meteor," a citizen shouted, trembling. "How is that possible?" The exclamations in Dressrosa continued as the meteor descended from the atmosphere, cutting through the air and generating a wave across the sea along its path, until it fell beyond the horizon, out of sight of everyone on the island, but clearly close by. Then the explosion happened, lighting up the horizon even in the middle of the day, as the explosion occurred moments later with a piercing sound, followed by the shockwave rushing across the sea. What is happening there? How can they fight like this? That was the question on everyone's mind, hoping their saviors were alright, even as they fought against the Marines. The Marines at the port were not very different from the kingdom's people as they watched everything with a certain caution. On the island, an explosion from the meteor's impact swept everything away, and both Hugo, Lami, and Rebecca were stunned by it coming down in their direction, trying to shield themselves from the attack, while Fujitora and Sengoku moved out of range, and not even Lami could change the trajectory of something so powerful. As soon as the meteor made contact with them, an explosion swept through everything, with part of the island disappearing, debris and fire flying everywhere, and a massive cloud of smoke appearing moments later. "They're quite resilient," Fujitora commented with a narrowed gaze, knowing with his haki that his attack hadn't quite succeeded. Because in the midst of the explosion, as the smoke began to dissipate, a massive body emerged before them. The shadows started to take shape, and Hugo, transformed into a titan, was there amidst the rocks, almost buried between the flames. His entire body was covered in armament haki, a giant, dark figure. "That thing is strong enough to withstand even a meteor," Fujitora murmured, sensing with his haki from a distance what was happening. "He's able to manifest throughout his entire body," Sengoku commented, observing the massive form of the titan. Unlike what happened in Marineford, it seemed he had gained some new abilities. It was understandable that they were surprised. Even the always calm Fujitora kept a serious expression on his face. Their enemies were not easy to deal with. The titan began to move its head, lifting it as it looked menacingly at the two before bending its knees and starting to rise, pushing away all the rocks around it, while Rebecca and Lami were below, watching everything calmly. They had reached the island, and as soon as they were about to start fighting, Admiral Fujitora made his move, bringing a meteor down from the sky, leaving everyone stunned. But Hugo was quick to protect everyone with his armament haki, covering his companions. "Well, they may have taken the initiative, but now I won't just stand still," Lami murmured with a determined look as she began to draw her sword from its sheath. Rebecca nodded beside her, grabbing her medieval sword, starting to walk with Lami as her body transformed into pink scales, entering her hybrid form. Sengoku also sprang into action. His entire body began to glow as he entered his full Buddha form, ready to fight his opponents. "Here they come," Fujitora commented. And in the next moment, the two girls shot forward, while Hugo advanced with his massive feet, passing them as his steps cracked the ground while he ran in his Titan form. Sengoku, without hesitation, also moved forward, taking the lead from his admiral as the debris around him from what was left on the island cracked and shattered with their approach. Even though Sengoku was 5 times smaller than Hugo, he acted without fear, and they faced each other, their fists wrapped in haki, preparing to attack one another. The next moment, the space exploded as both fists collided, using the power of their devil fruits, turning the space into a rain of armament lightning as everything around was destroyed. With Rebecca and Lami following behind, Lami raised her hand, creating a field that quickly grabbed Rebecca, and they vanished as rocks slammed into where they had been, controlling the atmosphere around them, and maneuvering past the two clashing in their battle of fists, avoiding the rising debris. Once they managed to get past the two, Lami and Rebecca went for the admiral, who had been standing still the entire time, as he withdrew his sword from his cane, preparing for his opponents. Lami appeared above Fujitora, advancing with a slash, while Rebecca approached from the side. In the next moment, Fujitora struck with his blade against Lami's and Rebecca's at the same time, managing to stop both of them. "You certainly are young and know how to wield a sword, but that won't be enough," Fujitora said. "Don't flatter yourself," Rebecca retorted, while Lami only scoffed at the admiral's comment. The next moment, Lami vanished and reappeared beside Fujitora, surprising him. He quickly used his gravity power several times, making everyone feel the force, slowing them down. "This guy," Lami murmured, struggling to reach him in the heavy field. Rebecca took action, her blade suddenly igniting with dragon power. Even Fujitora frowned, knowing what was about to happen. An explosion erupted point blank over him. Rebecca and Lami disappeared and reappeared at a distance, while the explosion tore through the entire area with Rebecca's fruit power. Fujitora appeared sometime later amidst the flames, not in as good condition as he was at the start. His clothes were burned, and his arm was exposed, with burns. "I see I underestimated you. There are more powerful pirates in your crew than I imagined." He spoke, having heard much about the Straw Hats, but never read a report on them. Even he couldn't witness the war. After all, it's not possible to effectively read a transmission screen using haki. Sengoku and Hugo finally stopped their clash. Both moved to opposite sides, dragging the ground, staring at each other seriously. Even without using his full power, the impact of Sengoku managed to compensate for the size difference between him and Hugo, but Sengoku could do much more than that. While Hugo relaxed his hand due to the slight pain from the clash before advancing again, Sengoku prepared himself, using his palms. The next moment, the battle started again, and titanic explosions shook every side. The fight everywhere as Lami and Rebecca fought with Fujitora in a sword battle, and the Titan was thrown back by Sengoku as he began to infuse Conqueror's haki into his blows. Meanwhile, something was happening in Dressrosa. Someone from the Marines appeared uninvited during this fight. "What is that bastard doing here?" King Riku said, looking at the debris scattered throughout the city since the fight began. A giant tree fought against a snowy wind as Monet tried to face the second current admiral of the Marines, who had been sent directly by Akainu to capture one of the Straw Hat members. "It's a shame your crew isn't here. I wanted to get better revenge for the huge trouble they gave me last time. I had to stay submerged in the sea for 3 months because of it. I can't get my revenge on them now, but you certainly won't have an easy time, no matter how much of a kitty you are," Green Bull said as Monet growled, trying to bring down his forest while the area turned into a snowstorm to combat him. However, he continued creating roots and plants, easily surviving the low temperatures, as his Logia was much more effective than the snow. Monet couldn't inflict significant damage on him and was growing weaker. It didn't take long for everyone to witness Monet falling to the ground, defeated. Green Bull nodded in satisfaction while Kairos and the other soldiers were all defeated, even Leo and other fairies. No one could take him down. Green Bull simply reverted his transformation, looking satisfied while many in Dressrosa were frustrated as he moved forward to capture the green-haired woman and take her to HQ as a prisoner. However, at that moment, his gaze turned upwards, and he immediately jumped back just before an explosion occurred. The impact was so strong that it shattered the entire area, even cracking the city. People were terrified as the ground exploded beneath their feet, and the entire island seemed to shake slightly. "You Marines never learn. And I'll make sure you don't have an easy time here, Green Bull." Luffy spoke with a furious look as he unleashed his haki. "What?" Green Bull was stunned for a moment as everyone, even from a distance, could feel the presence of the powerful haki. "Raccoon here. The world government has made its move. This time it was the Marines' turn. But now, they're in for a rough ride. You showed up after all. That was faster than I expected," Aramaki murmured with a not very pleasant expression. And in the next moment, without warning, a burst of haki impacted the entire area coming from Luffy, while an explosion of electricity began sweeping everything around, with a strong wind pushing backward. The stunned admiral put his hand in front of his eyes, as the force of the haki almost threw him back, struggling to stay on his feet as all that haki was directed exclusively at him. The entire city was also struck by the force, as people screamed, surprised and scared by this sudden manifestation, trying to protect themselves. And the explosion didn't stop there. Within seconds, the entire kingdom was engulfed in yellow lightning, making the island tremble. Even from a distance, the lightning could be seen, the electricity changing the entire atmosphere. The haki was incredibly powerful, as it started to turn red, showing the anger of its user behind that manifestation. "Amazing," Viola murmured, her eyes wide open as she watched Luffy directly with his devil fruit power. King Riku, next to his daughter, was shocked, his mouth agape at the power the Straw Hat represented, seeing him for the first time. Even during the fight between the Straw Hats, Fujitora, and Sengoku, which was happening intensely, everyone stopped at that moment, looking in that direction in surprise. "Luffy?" Lami murmured, standing a bit away from Fujitora amidst the destroyed terrain. "He's here. But is he coming from Dressrosa?" Rebecca asked, confused and even a bit worried, since this meant something was happening in the kingdom. "What powerful haki! This is their captain," Fujitora murmured, feeling the manifestation of power coming from that direction. Through the vision of haki, power lines could be seen distorting the entire area on the horizon. Fujitora assumed it was the captain, due to the women's comments. Hugo, in his Titan form, said nothing, keeping his usual expression but with an attentive gaze toward the horizon. His opponent, Sengoku, clenched his teeth at that moment, with a startled look. "That bastard. This haki is different from what he used at Marineford. It may not be as powerful as when he fought a Gorosei, but it's certainly much stronger than before. He's evolved his basic Conqueror's haki. How is that possible?" Sengoku was genuinely worried, his face turning back to the same concerned expression he had when he was the former fleet admiral. Meanwhile, back at Dressrosa, the lightning continued manifesting, affecting the entire kingdom. Monet, who was lying on the ground, started to roll, being pushed by the energy. "Leo!" Luffy called out while keeping his eyes on Aramaki the entire time. Leo, who was near him trying to protect himself, his entire body injured after losing to the admiral, was surprised to hear his name. "Yes," Leo responded cautiously. "Take Monet," Luffy simply said. Leo saw the girl being thrown around and nodded without hesitation, even without knowing this stranger. "Take her to a safe place," Luffy ordered, still staring at Aramaki. "This haki is really strong, damn it." Aramaki commented in frustration and anger at being overpowered in this way. "You know, you Marines think you can try to deceive us, but I didn't expect much from a man like Akainu now leading you. Your record of lies is quite extensive." Luffy spoke to the man, who was still trying to hold his ground before him. Aramaki said nothing this time. "You think you can do what you did to Whitebeard, try to capture one of us without starting a war? Well, it doesn't matter now. I arrived in time before you did anything that would force me to kill the entire Marine force." Luffy spoke in an arrogant tone. "Don't think so highly of yourself, brat." Aramaki was tired of being treated like a child by this pirate and exclaimed, irritated by his words. But in the next moment, he barely had time to react. As soon as he finished speaking, a punch hit him before he could defend himself, so strong that the space around him distorted, shattering everything. Aramaki was thrown backward, crashing through buildings and being hurled out of the city in an instant, exploding against the rocks outside Dressrosa. People screamed in fear, seeing the buildings being destroyed quickly as they ran through the streets, unable to see anything of what was happening. Kairos was crouched nearby, looking stunned at where Luffy had landed after the haki-infused punch. Over the past year, he had seen a lot of Luffy's strength, but he had never seen his full power. To launch an admiral across the entire kingdom was something he never expected a human could do. In the end, Luffy took a step forward before disappearing, blasting off from the ground and leaving the city. Aramaki lay on the ground, coughing blood in a huge crater made by his body. "Damn it, he broke my nose and my teeth. How am I supposed to date some of the marine girls now?" he said in frustration but froze, feeling a shadow standing behind him. "I think your biggest concern right now should be getting out of here alive, not whether the women will find you handsome or not." Luffy's voice was heard. When Aramaki turned around, he was hit again. Quickly, all the rocks around were shattered by his body as he was propelled toward the sea. Just as he was about to touch the waters, unable to do anything, he felt time stop, his figure turning into static. "I don't think I'll let you be saved by the sea again, do you?" Luffy appeared beside him before delivering a point-blank punch to his back, essentially breaking several bones with the impact of haki, making Aramaki shoot into the sky, roaring in pain. The admiral, tired of being beaten, despite feeling immense pain from the various damages inflicted on his body, turned around, trying to play his last cards to survive. With a scream, he expanded his body until it turned into a large tree, with multiple branches in the middle of the sky, as Luffy's punch had sent him through the clouds. Luffy saw that and realized he was trying to avoid being attacked like that, but using a great deal of energy. "So be it," he murmured, mocking it. Then Luffy sighed before clenching his fist, and flames began to grow as he pulled his arm back at an angle, creating a wave of Conqueror's haki and armament haki, and everything lit up in that area with his chaotic flames. His fist was ready to release the attack he had learned during a year of training. Luffy prepared, looking seriously at the giant tree in the sky, and simply thrust his fist forward, punching the air. "Chaos flames, blazing comet," he exclaimed. The light of the flames was so intense that it shone like a sun over the sea. He launched an attack that ended up mimicking the force of his grandfather, making an explosive sound as a wave of force spread around his fist. Then he generated an explosion of flames that flew, growing and growing until it was over 200 meters in diameter, shooting toward the sky so quickly that Aramaki had to close his eyes due to the intense brightness. Seeing that, stunned, the admiral tried to generate a forest in the air, using all his strength and energy to try to protect himself from those flames. However, even creating a forest 1 kilometer thick between himself and the blow, the intensity of the chaotic flames overshadowed everything ahead. The moment the flames made contact with his created forest, it simply began to vanish, consumed by the chaotic flames down to the atoms, leaving not even ashes. Quickly, the flames began consuming everything, and Aramaki could only watch, powerless, being the target. He didn't even have time to react as he felt his body burn. His tree form disappeared as he was launched by the force of the impact, like an inverted meteor shooting into the sky. The daylight gave way to an amethyst hue like a filter on the world, as everyone in Dressrosa and even on the other island looked at a comet advancing toward the sky, perhaps not as grand as a year ago, but certainly incredible to see. "He'll certainly fly far, but that won't be enough to kill him. Should I eliminate him still?" Luffy stood still, radiating yellow and red haki, watching the spectacle in the sky, pondering for a moment before preparing to act again. But then he sensed a glow in the sky to his side and looked, surprised, as at that instant, meteors began to appear in the sky to his right, targeting him after following his trajectory. "That guy. He really wants to protect his fellow admiral," Luffy murmured, watching the meteors created by Fujitora advancing in his direction. "I've never used this ability against Beppo's greatest attack. Maybe today is a good opportunity to see if my attack can be as powerful as a giant meteor," Luffy commented. Fujitora had directed the meteors right after seeing his companion launch through the sky, and as Luffy predicted, he was trying to protect Aramaki. He aimed the attacks where Luffy stood, making it easy to track him as he continued generating haki, even while Fujitora fought against Lami and Rebecca. Luffy began to prepare. His fists were ready for something similar to what Whitebeard used to get into position to launch the Quake Fruit, mixing the posture of Garp's Punch, Galaxy Punch. Chaos Flames, Blazing Comet Punch. Once again, he unleashed one of the most powerful attacks in his arsenal. The comets advanced like large flames against the meteors, while everyone in Dressrosa witnessed the first contact between the two attacks in the next moment, given their extreme speed. A massive explosion began to form, generating a shockwave that shook all of Dressrosa. Everyone watched, wondering who would prevail, until both attacks cancelled each other out, with Luffy's flames extinguishing but not before completely destroying the meteor, leaving not even ashes as its matter was totally obliterated. However, there were still 6 meteors, so he began to fire 5 more times, generating comets into the sky, and witnessed his 6 blazing comet punches destroy the 6 meteors, with all of them being obliterated. After things calmed down, Luffy's gaze turned to the sky where Aramaki had disappeared. He wasn't sure if he would find Aramaki at this moment, so he ended up not going after him, as there was still a battle involving his companions happening in another area, with explosions heard on the horizon. Thus, he decided to give the Marines a taste of what they wanted with his crew and advanced to capture the Marine Admirals. "Looks like things didn't turn out so well," Sengoku commented. "Yes. The Fleet Admiral won't be pleased with this at all." Fujitora sighed beside him. "I wonder how the Marines will get us out of this," Sengoku pondered. "As I said, the Fleet Admiral won't be pleased with this," Fujitora repeated. Sengoku. Fujitora. Both were currently inside cages, their bodies covered in sea stone and other chains to prevent escape. After Luffy arrived on the island, things didn't go well for them. They were defeated with the Straw Hat pressing further into the fight. Fujitora's battle was difficult against the 2 women of the crew, and although Sengoku could have beaten Hugo, Luffy knocked him out as soon as he joined the fight and moved on to Fujitora shortly afterward. Now they were here, faces bruised and bodies battered, waking up in this prison in the middle of Dressrosa, with no one visiting them yet. Outside, things seemed much better. The destroyed part of the city had already been organized while the Straw Hats gathered in the establishment set up by the royal family to discuss matters. Ha ha ha. Really? That must have been funny. With all of them burning from your roar, Luffy said, looking at Rebecca with a smile. After all, she was recounting what happened when they came to Dressrosa, describing how she appeared in dragon form and attacked the castle. People were paying attention to Luffy this time. Even King Riku didn't interrupt his conversation with his companions to talk about Dressrosa, while the captain seemed at ease listening to his granddaughter. Yes, I really became strong, thanks to you, Rebecca murmured with a blush on her face. You are my precious companion, of course you'll get stronger. Luffy smiled and returned to his other companions who were also there, listening to him. Hugo and Lamy seemed fine as well, while Monet was laid on a stretcher to rest, unable to wake up since she fell. His gaze fell on the large man present. So, are the prisoners okay? You managed to talk to them. I believe that's why they stayed to fight, right? Luffy asked, looking at the large man, who nodded. Yes. They all agreed to talk with you as we discussed before. He spoke, and Luffy nodded. The men now freed from Sugar's devil fruit fought Admiral Aramaki, alongside Kairos and all the others, but fell when he invaded Dressrosa. Only Monet endured till the end, trying to resist the Admiral before Luffy arrived. That's good. I'll talk to them as soon as they wake up. And let's wait for the others too, after all, by the end of the day I'm sure some of us will get here, Luffy said, while Kairos and other members looked at him. But, at that moment, someone appeared by his side. It was Princess Viola herself, who looked expectant, bringing something for him to eat. Lord Luffy, I brought this for you. I hope you like it. I made it myself, she said with a smile, sitting beside him and looking at him expectantly. Luffy didn't mind the treatment and nodded, eating what the girl had prepared and liking it, even though it wasn't on Reiju's level. Riku stood there watching Viola's behavior, which wasn't appropriate at all, but he just sighed at his daughter, openly showing her interest in Luffy. Now with him here, she was a woman hopelessly in love, with this feeling cultivated over a year. He then turned back to Luffy, standing by his daughter's side. Viola has always told me about your plans, Monkey D. Luffy, and Dressrosa is open to our saviors, and we will be part of your territory. But I still don't know your next plans. I would like to know what will happen to Dressrosa in a moment like this. He asked. It was a fair question, and Luffy nodded. Dressrosa will soon be involved with all my territory in these waters, Luffy said. What do you mean by that, Lord Luffy? Someone asked. Well, I haven't told this to Kairos and Rebecca, Luffy said, since they never attended important meetings of his crew, and nothing had been shared beforehand with the Dressrosa monarchy. My plan is to bring all my territories here and place them around Dressrosa, like a giant archipelago. We'll organize the place temporarily to establish a new world, he spoke, leaving Riku stunned by it. Wait, you're going to bring all those islands here? Kairos murmured, stunned. Exactly. People always said I was an emperor without territory and that I was just starting to create my own territory now. However, I've always been creating my own territories since I left the West Blues and have been conquering them, though I haven't touched any island in the West Blue. All those under the sky in paradise will come here. This will be a temporary base before we head to Wano and wage war, he declared. Well, if your territories are here, it would mean more allies to protect Dressrosa. Riku murmured, finding nothing wrong with it, as long as Dressrosa still maintained its sovereignty. Exactly, but soon we'll have more allies. My fleet will be ready soon, so let's wait for the others to arrive. Luffy said. I've stayed up for the last few days, I think I'll get some sleep. He declared, yawning, as he had some time. Why don't you sleep in my room? I have a very comfortable bed, as I'm a royal princess. Viola immediately exclaimed. After Luffy finished eating his biscuits, everyone sighed at this. Even Rebecca looked at her aunt, clearly wanting to take him to bed. Well, Luffy was thinking, so he ended up going, but with the intention of sleeping, not dipping another biscuit, or so he thought. Hours passed, and on that same day as Luffy predicted, 3 groups arrived. One of them was Enel, who reached Dressrosa, coming from one direction and stopping in the middle of the city with Perona, Baby 5, and Domino disembarking from the ship as Enel landed somewhere in the city. What? This really happened? Baby 5 was desperate and was not happy at all to hear that someone had given Luffy biscuits like a maid, immediately starting to threaten Princess Viola. Why did she do that to the master? He can't fall into her trap. I doubt it, he's already sleeping in her room, Lamy said calmly, already expecting this. He went to sleep in her room, Baby 5 said, crying, wanting to go there immediately. I think she can have the master for herself, I'll show her who the real maid is. She grumbled while the others just looked at Baby 5's behavior, shaking their heads. Womanizer, womanizer, Perona joined in with Baby 5, cursing Luffy and throwing a tantrum. The second group came from the horizon while the people at the port began to exclaim as a huge golden ship approached, the Grand Tessero itself slowly advancing toward Dressrosa and anchoring nearby. Meanwhile, Tessero waited to contact Luffy first to see if he could enter the city. The third group was the people from Zou with Beppo, Frankie, Alvida, Jinbei, Pedro, and Carrot approaching at that moment, while Luffy already noticed their presence with a smile. Beppo was crucial for him to start his next steps, as he had to move the islands of Skypia, so Luffy finally got up after resting for a few hours, adjusting his pants and leaving the princess asleep in bed, naked with a solemn expression. Well, he really wanted to rest, but the moment he saw the princess on top of him trying to seduce him with her large breasts, he didn't refuse and had sex with her for a few hours before finally sleeping. It seemed that Viola had held onto this emotion for a year, and finally, upon reuniting with him, she wanted to release that energy. They ended up having a moment of wild sex. Luffy left the room and found Hugo outside, as he was about to ask for a favor. "Hugo, go to the Grand Tessero and tell them to come here," he said. The man nodded while jumping with Jeppo, and Luffy nodded, knowing he needed a meeting by the end of that night with everyone, needing to leave with Jeppo later that same night. He first went to talk to the giant and some other former prisoners who had been toys. There were many things to take care of now as the fleet and territory leading one thing at a time until starting the territory plan with Beppo. Elsewhere, Akainu was having a heated discussion on the Dendenmushi. "I did what I did because we can't let these pirates do whatever they want in the New World," Akainu exclaimed, speaking in a harsh and rigid tone, even though Agorose was on the other end of the line. "You were reckless, Akainu. You know that this group shouldn't be taken down with just a few admirals, even if 3 of them were sent to capture a member without their captain. And even without the captain, we ended up facing a severe situation," the voice on the other end exclaimed, clearly displeased with the development, and continued. "You should know that he can travel at high speed across the sea and reach any crew member in danger in no time. You're a fool. You put the marine forces in an uncertain plan without considering all the risks," he spoke with a voice full of disappointment. "I am the fleet admiral. I have to take risks to make justice work," Akainu exclaimed, slamming his fist against his head in anger. "Yes, you are the fleet admiral, and look at what this has cost us. We have an admiral hospitalized, another captured, and even Sengoku along with Fujitora imprisoned by Straw Hat, and we don't know what will happen to them. We can't move a large force like that to stop them and recover the prisoners. Now I want you to find a solution. Even if you have to contact them and negotiate, do you understand, Akainu?" The voice spoke before disconnecting the Dendenmushi, leaving Akainu alone with his rage in that room, frustrated by yet another failure against that group. He had to find some way to actually recover the prisoners, and now he only had Kizaru. Maybe he would have to use Garp. "I want you to settle in these waters for now. I don't care if you receive clients, but I don't want you enslaving anyone else in debt, so cancel all the loans you offer your clients." Luffy spoke in front of Tessero and his main crew, sitting in King Riku's chair as he began addressing his companions one by one. "Yes." Tessero replied without objection. "You can go now," Luffy said, needing to speak to other members of the fleet. There were also the members who had been freed from Grand Tessero. Tessero just started to leave after receiving instructions about the next steps beyond what Luffy had said, as their meeting lasted an hour. Tessero and most of his members left the improvised King Riku's room while a woman remained. "Bakura," Luffy murmured. "I wanted to talk a bit," she commented. Luffy just sighed. "We can do that in the next few days. I'll be busy today and need to go to paradise by the end of the day," Luffy said, since the woman in front of him clearly wanted to be with him. "Alright, seems like luck isn't on my side after all," she murmured. "We'll have time for that, Bakura, so wait a bit longer," Luffy said. She simply began to leave as Perona, BABY5, and Domino approached, entering the place. "Did you become a king or something?" Perona asked in her usual mocking tone, while looking at Luffy sitting on Dressrosa's throne. "I'm a Yonko, I'm above any king of my territories," Luffy retorted. "Anyway, master, are you cheating on me?" Baby 5 exclaimed with her childish behavior. "Stop it, you're my only maid, so no," Luffy replied, already knowing she was referring to Viola. "Anyway, I want to give you some instructions," Luffy began. After a while, they left, and Luffy stayed there for a while before going to speak to the prisoners of Sugar and Grand Tessero. The next group was the one he had been waiting for the most. Zou's group, with Alvida, Jinbei, Frankie, Beppo, Pedro, and Carrot. "Captain." Beppo greeted him while Frankie appeared with a wide smile, Jinbei with a serious look, and Pedro and Carrot a bit cautious behind. But the person at the front quickly advanced toward Luffy before jumping into his lap. "Husband," Alvida said, thrown onto him. "Hello, how was the trip?" Luffy asked. "Very well, but I missed you," she commented with a mischievous smile. "Maybe later," Luffy suggested, moving her aside, as he had to receive his other companions. Alvida stayed next to the throne. "I see you came, Pedro. And even you, Carrot," Luffy commented while they both looked a bit surprised. You called me. Asked why among the entire mink tribe. After all, I don't remember meeting before. Pedro spoke cautiously. Knowing Luffy was the captain of that monster who defeated the entire mink tribe alone. He knows my name? Carrot asked, surprised, although they could have mentioned it over the Den Den Mushi when they called. No, we've never met, but I have my secrets, and I'm interested in you. But we'll talk about that later. First, I want to know the mink's position, besides what we discussed over the communicator. Luffy started. They agreed to join your fleet temporarily, wanting to see how the Wano battle will play out. Jinbei stepped forward. I knew it would be tough, but this is good. Let's focus on this fight and see the position of the two leaders later. You left the communicator in Zou, right? He asked. Yes, Captain, Frankie replied, referring to a communicator he had designed to be untraceable and impossible to intercept. Great, I'll contact them as soon as we organize things here. Anyway, Beppo, you're coming with me to claim the islands in paradise, Luffy said. Yes, Beppo exclaimed, fully aware of it beforehand. Now let's talk business. Pedro, you stay, and everyone else can do what you want. You're free, and I'm sure Dressrosa will be partying tonight, so have a good banquet, Luffy said. Is husband already leaving? Alvida murmured. For a few days. It was the second woman Luffy had to explain the situation of his absence to. I'll be waiting for the captain then, Beppo said, knowing you would leave this kingdom tonight. Just let the samurai who came with you know that I want to speak with him, so call him, and I'll see him after Pedro, Luffy informed. With that, everyone left the room, leaving only Luffy and Pedro in front of him. The latter still seemed lost. I'll be straight with you, Pedro. I want you in my crew, Luffy began. The human woman mentioned that. I wonder why. I only saw monsters among you. I don't think I'm on the same level, Pedro commented. It's still too early for you to believe you won't get stronger. We'll have plenty of opportunities for that. Luffy said calmly. The current strength of his crewmates was never an issue. What he wanted was the potential each possessed. Pedro never showed signs of becoming very strong in the anime before his death. But Luffy believed he could at least reach the level of Master of the Day and Master of the Night if well nurtured. You don't need to decide now, but I'm sure the minks will be with me soon. You could become someone powerful in our adventures through the new world. I just have a knack for seeing character, and let's say I knew the skies a long time ago, so I believe you'll be a great addition to the main team. Luffy said. Pedro might be the last addition to the main force, completing his crew. I'll think about it. In the end, Pedro murmured without giving a direct answer, a bit indecisive. He didn't know Luffy, and simply being asked to join his crew seemed too much. Not that Luffy would be offended by it. He understood perfectly but knew that the man would accept in the end. Alright. The minks will already be at war against Kaido and Big Mom, so we'll be heading to Wano together, but it will still take some time. You can give me your answer until then. For now, I'd like to strengthen you once the islands are here. After all, I have training grounds where my new members can go through a small training session next month. Luffy said before giving a smile. I'd like you and Carrot to participate in that as well. It will be quite useful to increase your strength and get used to the rumble balls from my Dr. Chopper, Luffy said. Alright. Pedro murmured in the end. You can go, enjoy Dressrosa, and please call that samurai, Luffy requested. Pedro nodded and began to leave, closing the throne room door, which opened again shortly after. A man with a shaved head on top and a top knot entered, wearing feudal Japan clothing and carrying a katana. A samurai from Wano. He entered cautiously, looking at Luffy sitting on the throne, staring at him. What a presence. I feel like I'm suffocating. The man murmured, somewhat fearful of being in the presence of someone as strong as Kaido, while they were alone, making the monster in front of him give his full attention to him. So you work with Shutenmaru, or should I say, Ashura Doji, one of the red scabbards. Luffy spoke calmly, making the man stand a bit straighter. You know my master's true name and identity, the man murmured. What's your name? Luffy asked, and the man, now being asked his name for the first time, was surprised. Akabe, Lord Luffy, he murmured carefully. Tell me, Akabe, how are things in Wano? Luffy asked. They are miserable. There's a lack of food, drinking water, and Kaido has ordered everyone in Wano to start gathering all the food due to the war he's going to wage against you. The situation is getting difficult, and he can't predict how many will start dying during this time. He spoke in a somber tone. That's bad. Luffy murmured, knowing the consequences this fight would have for Wano and how Kaido would increase the pressure on the entire country. He would have to do something before his future people starved. Well, I'll have to solve that, but I'll do it later. Don't worry. Wano won't be left behind, and we'll help it. Luffy replied in a serious tone, while the man nodded and need help. And I want to know what kind of allies we can find in Wano. After all, aren't you waiting for Oden's son to return in a year? Luffy asked, leaving Akabe shocked. You know about that? He murmured, more fearful than before. It seemed this man knew all the secrets of the world. You could say I know many things, but unfortunately, this world still hides many secrets beyond my reach. Either way, I need to know if I can count on Wano or not. After all, Kaido will fall now, not in a year with Momonosuke's return, Luffy said firmly. The man was growing more and more bewildered listening to Luffy, but Luffy's confidence made him believe he really would take down Kaido now, not as Kazuki Toki had predicted. I don't believe that everyone in Wano who believes in the return of Odin's heir thinks Kaido will fall now, but my master and a few others are starting to trust in your victory. So you'll certainly find allies when you go to Wano. But also, with the people being pressured like never before, I believe many others will bet their hopes on you. In the midst of despair, he said, and Luffy found that reasonable. I wonder about Kazuki Hiyori's stance. Luffy asked himself softly, knowing the woman trusted her mother's prophecy more than his victory now. His gaze returned to the man. That's good, we'll defeat Kaido, and I don't want to seem like just another dictator. It won't be a secret that I'll make Wano my territory. But don't compare me to Kaido. I intend to open its borders to the world. My companion and wife is Kaido's daughter, but she loves Wano deeply, so I'm sure we'll make it a better place, Luffy replied. About the Kazuki family, the man suddenly spoke, cautious with his words. Despite Luffy's position and speaking calmly, it was hard to trust someone who would make Wano their territory after what Kaido had done. His fear was for the Kazuki family, which, despite being somewhat mocked because Wano was in this state, was still the sovereign family of that land. I won't interfere with the internal power of the Kazuki, but they will have to follow some rules for Wano. Don't worry, Wano, with happy people, their needs met, and a powerful army of samurai, is much more useful to me than the current state of the country. So I ask that you trust my words. After all, I don't go back on my promises. We will bring prosperity to that country as soon as we defeat Kaido and Big Mom, Luffy declared with a smile. The man just looked at him for a while, storing all his words as he nodded. Anyway, you can go. Feel free in Dressrosa and find a place to stay. We'll start taking care of Wano as soon as I return and settle everything with the rest of my crew. Luffy began to rise from the throne. Now it's time to leave with Beppo. I'll be back soon, he said, starting to leave the throne as the man stood there, thinking about everything he'd heard. Shall we go, Captain? Beppo asked while standing with the rest of the crew in the square amidst the streets, enjoying a grand banquet. Of course, I want to see my kids and sleep with them tonight. Luffy replied and grabbed Beppo in the next moment. Beppo only let out a surprised scream as Luffy grabbed him by the paw and soared into the sky under everyone's gaze. Luffy was much faster than Beppo as he created his wings in the sky, with Baby 5 shouting for him, but he ignored her and was preparing to accelerate at full speed toward paradise. However, his eyes shifted to the side a moment later as he sensed a ship approaching Dressrosa. Luffy raised an eyebrow as he looked at the ship. On the ship, someone was also looking intently at the sky over Dressrosa, as both Luffy's and this person's eyes tried to meet, but they couldn't see anything beyond the haki and each other's presence. Is something wrong, Sabo-kun? Koala approached, noticing him looking upwards. Just someone I've been wanting to meet for a long time. It seems he's about to do something outside of Dressrosa, as it looks like he's leaving. But I'm happy to see him there. Sabo smiled. Sabo. Luffy smiled in the sky as well. You're here, brother. But I can't stay to greet you. After all, I can do that when I return, and I must see my little ones. He spoke in a calm tone before turning in the direction indicated by Hancock's Vivre card. Captain. Beppo barely had time to think while suspended before Luffy shot forward, his speed increasing rapidly. Sabo only saw a rocket with a small purple glow appear in the dark sky and rush away at full speed, soon out of sight. Well, I hope he returns soon, Sabo commented, watching Luffy disappear, realizing their meeting would have to wait a little longer. Koala asked who it was, and Sabo just smiled as the ship reached Dressrosa, the city illuminated with a celebration taking place at that moment. The guards quickly went to investigate the mysterious ship, with Jinbei among them. You're revolutionaries. What is the second commander of the Revolutionary Army doing here? Jinbei asked, looking at them, as Viola had announced their arrival as the ship neared the kingdom, revealing their identities. There was even a fish man among the revolutionary group whom Jinbei recognized from the island many years ago, but his eyes were fixed on Sabo. Allow me to introduce myself, I am Sabo, but aside from being a commander of the Revolutionary Army, I am also Luffy's brother. I'm here to see him and Lucy as well. Although I just saw him leave the island a short while ago, he spoke politely. Jinbei maintained a serious look before finally breaking into a smile. It's great that you're here then, Luffy mentioned you. Jinbei spoke much more amiably now. It was clear that Luffy had already talked about his brother, in addition to the fact that the Revolutionary Army was a possible ally of the Straw Hats, considering Luffy's biological father controlled the entire military force fighting against the government. Well, this is what I call a warm welcome. Sabo smiled even wider. So, dear companions of Luffy's brother, you may join us, come along with the others. As for Luffy, he went to fetch some islands and will be back with them, Jinbei said, turning around. Sabo was a bit confused by the term, fetching islands, while Koala, the fishman, and all the soldiers who had arrived on the hidden ship started following Jinbei to the heart of the celebration. Hours passed as Sabo began mingling with the Straw Hats. Meanwhile, in the New World, on one of the islands that continuously floated in the sky and was part of the new Skypia, Boa Hancock was in her palace, on the balcony of her room, gazing at the sky, with a Den Den Mushi by her side, waiting for a call from Luffy. He had spoken to her over the past days and weeks, but she always remained attentive to any call from her husband, hoping that he was already ready to take them, as it had been a month and a half since they had left. Meanwhile, outside the bedroom balcony, inside Hancock's room with her giant bed, there was a mess, even though it was still early in the morning, as the children played with one another. All of Luffy's children had been under Hancock's care ever since he and the others returned to the sea. She maintained an open dissatisfaction with the other women Luffy was also married to, even though she couldn't do anything about it. In the end, she had to accept that her husband had a large harem and wasn't satisfied with just the most beautiful woman in the world. However, whenever she looked at each of the children, she couldn't help but fall in love as she noticed Luffy's traits in each of them, especially in her daughters, which made her truly love all the children as if they were her own. The children loved her too, and they didn't cry constantly after their biological mothers or their father, despite her strange faces and postures, like when she pointed her finger, turned her head upward with an arrogant display. The children adored it when she did that. She continued to gaze at the stars that night, hearing the sound of the children behind her, and sighed. "I guess Luffy won't call today. I should put them to bed," Hancock said. It was then that she heard a loud noise, and when she turned around, she saw Nymeria, Robin's daughter, who was only crawling, opening one of her bedside drawers and knocking everything onto the floor, while picking up one of her undergarments and storing it there, seemingly trying to understand what it was. "Hey, what are you doing, little one?" Hancock muttered, walking heavily into the room as the girl looked at her and started giggling like the baby she was, tossing the underwear into the air. "Drop that right now, young lady, or else, I'll put you in timeout," Hancock exclaimed, pointing her finger, raising her head, and arching her back into her usual pose. All the children looked at her at that moment. A moment later, Luna, Aurora, Sinbad, Lumen, and Nymeria began clapping, mostly inaudibly due to their age and lack of strength, finding it funny, while each of them exclaimed in their own way. "Mommy is so funny," Aurora exclaimed, still fumbling with the words she was learning. "No, you little brats," she spoke again, making a funny face with white eyes as a joke for the children, while they continued clapping, amused. Hancock then changed her eyes to heart-shaped as she watched the scene for a while longer, unable to resist the overwhelming cuteness. "You're all so adorable," she said, picking up Simba in a hug, as he was the closest to her, completely changing her posture as she rubbed the boy against her cheek. Next to the room, her sisters, Gloriosa, were listening to everything through the door, just sighing at the pirate empress's antics with Luffy's children. Since it was a common occurrence for her to act this way, Hancock began playing with everyone, picking up each one while the last, Nymeria, looked at her enormous breasts. "What do you want, nurse again?" she asked, complaining, but despite her dissatisfied expression, she wouldn't deny her milk to the newborns. All of this was still being heard by the women, who feared that Hancock might not be careful with the children, even though she surprised them with how well she took care of them. "Well, we'll just have to let her take care of the children, despite her unique way of doing so," Gloriosa murmured, while her sisters nodded in agreement. And it was at that moment that something happened, with Gloriosa stopping as she looked up at the sky from the open balcony of that hallway. The most powerful users of observation haki on the surrounding islands near Skypia also sensed it. Even some more developed animals, with haki, noticed something approaching at high speed. Hancock immediately rushed out to the balcony, looking joyfully before gently placing Nymeria in her bed so she wouldn't get hurt. "Luffy!" she exclaimed as Luffy threw Beppo from a dead toward Amazon Lily. "Captain, help!" Beppo shouted, asking for help, but Luffy ignored him, knowing he would be fine. Luffy quickly caught the attention of the children as, in the next moment, he landed on the balcony with all the kids staring at him, while he folded his wings with a happy smile on his face for being there. Hancock didn't hesitate for a second before jumping on him, grabbing him, and sealing the contact with a passionate kiss. "Luffy, you've kept your wife waiting for too long," she complained immediately as soon as she pulled away from his lips, and Luffy smiled. "Well, I'm here now. And what's this? Is it for me?" he asked, noticing Hancock's exposed breasts. "You fool, that's for feeding our children," she murmured. "Anyway, let's go see my kids," Luffy said as the children looked at him with shining eyes, even the newborns recognizing him when they saw him. "Daddy's here," Luna, the eldest of the twins and consequently of all Luffy's children, said as Luna and Aurora ran toward him, shouting, "Daddy, Daddy." The next scene was him picking them up in his arms, giving a fatherly hug to his precious daughters, who clung to him, exclaiming for their father. Luffy began kissing each one's forehead and picked up Sinbad, who was already climbing his legs after crawling from the bed. "How are you all? I hope you didn't miss Daddy too much," he said, maintaining the most sincere smile he could give. "Yes, we did, Daddy," Aurora said, pouting. "You took too long, when you said you were going to sea. You promised to come back soon," Luna murmured, also pouting, dissatisfied with Luffy's absence. "Don't worry. Now I'm here, and everything will be more peaceful for a while Daddy will be with you every day," Luffy said as Sinbad tried to stretch his cheek, while he moved closer to his other 3 children from his other wives, Robin and Yamato. "Are we going to the New World?" one of the daughters asked, curious, her eyes sparkling, while the other children asked inaudible questions with curious eyes. "Yes, soon we'll go to the New World. Starting tomorrow, I'll prepare everything for us to leave," Luffy replied. "That's great, I couldn't stand being away from you any longer," Hancock said, approaching Luffy, surrounded by children, in a passionate tone, wanting to join them. After all, her dream of having a family was right there. "Of course, my love," Luffy responded, giving her a kiss. However, they were interrupted by someone approaching. It was Makita, jumping onto the balcony. "How could you leave your pregnant wife behind?" she immediately complained, accusing Luffy. "Hey, what are you doing here? You weren't supposed to come in now," Hancock exclaimed, pointing at Makino angrily. "I'm also his wife, and I'm still pregnant. Be a good husband and treat me well as the future mother of your children." "Kya ha ha ha," she complained, laughing her evil laugh that had nothing to do with the situation. Luffy just sighed as the argument between the 2 women began. Despite Hancock being stronger physically, Makita was still fierce in her attitude toward the pirate empress. In the end, Luffy was stuck between the 2 women fighting, and he separated them before going to sleep, without doing anything obscene, as he only wanted to be with his children that night in peaceful slumber. The next morning, the bed was surrounded by children sleeping on all sides. The 2 women had calmed down, with Luffy in the middle, having to lecture them not to fight in front of the children, while he said he would sleep with both of them. Luffy woke up to find even Simba, lying on his back, sprawled over his belly, while he gently stroked his head. His twin daughters slept peacefully, one on his head and the other using his arms as pillows, and 2 babies were on his legs. The scene reminded Luffy of his grandfather Garp sleeping during his childhood, when he and his brothers would cling to Garp's body on all sides in Dayton's house while they slept. "Then we shall depart," Gonfall commented. "Finally, we're heading to the New World again," Dory exclaimed. "Isn't that right, Dory? I'm excited to return to Elbaf," Brogy spoke enthusiastically. The 2 giants were gathered in the middle of the forest along with many other captains from Luffy's fleet. Besides Gonfall, Dory, and Brogy, Luffy stood in front of Hancock, Foxy, Makita, Lola, Bellamy, Bueno, Wiper, Jabra, Greg, Page 1, and Bartolomeo, all captains of his fleet. There was also Shiki's scientist and Caesar, floating in a gaseous state in the air. "Yeah," Luffy said beside Beppo as they held one last meeting. "I'm not going to tell you to prepare just yet. After all, we're just moving the islands to the New World, waiting to organize everything and then head to war in Wano," he said. "We're going to fight Lord Kaido," Page 1 murmured. "Page 1, if you're worried about your sister, we'll stop her without hurting her too much, but if it's about Kaido, I can't say the same," Luffy said with a serious tone, while Page 1 nodded reluctantly. No one else spoke as Luffy had long decided what would happen. His gaze then fell on Beppo. "I want you to start moving all the islands, but before that..." Luffy approached and placed a wig on the polar bear's head. The next moment, Beppo's gaze sharpened as all the islands trembled slightly, startling the citizens and animals on each one due to the sudden shock before they began moving toward the red line. "Raise the islands another 20,000 meters at least, so the government doesn't notice our shadow," Luffy ordered, as Beppo began lifting the islands into the air. "Good." Luffy nodded, satisfied, before turning back to the others. "Gonfall, can you inform the people of Angel Island? Wiper, notify your tribe. The others can do the same with the animals, Amazons, and dinosaurs." He asked his captains to intervene and calm the groups who didn't know why the islands were moving at that moment. Everyone nodded in agreement as Luffy turned back with an even more serious look, almost releasing his haki. "Now, something even more important. It will take a few days to get there. So we should have a prolonged banquet," he said, causing everyone to fall to the ground, expecting something truly serious. "I don't mind as long as I'm with my husband," Lola said, sitting on Luffy's lap with a seductive look. "Get off," Hancock kicked Lola away. Luffy just sighed. "Let's gather our children. I want everyone together," Luffy declared, and they all quickly started moving. Soon, a grand banquet began, as people from all the islands gathered in the upper garden near the golden castle built for Luffy, assembling around him. Quickly, people started serving meat and drinks. Singers prepared for the feast, especially the well-known angels with their heavenly voices, while the people of Skypia gathered with the Shandians as if they had never been enemies in the past. Greg, along with his animal friends, also appeared. With all 10,000 members of the fleet, plus the people from all the islands, a gigantic celebration began. Luffy, at the center of it all, laughed while his children clung to him, making baby sounds or calling him Daddy, as his older daughters could. Hancock, Makita, and Lola were by his side, always serving him to please him, especially Hancock, who argued with all the others, claiming to be the first wife and saying she should be the one to serve him. The others made faces and argued, but for Luffy, who was focused only on his children and his always full cup, knowing he was the leader of all these people, it made for the perfect scene of how he could enjoy this world. Days passed as the islands continued flying through the sky. Skypia was still celebrating day and night, with people only resting briefly before returning to the banquet. Beppo kept a serious gaze forward as he continued guiding the islands, following an eternal pulse to Dressrosa. The people on the Blue Sea had no idea that enormous islands were passing above their heads, seeing only small shadows since the islands were 20,000 meters high. The islands even passed over Marijoy with extra caution, though some noticed something in the sky, but it was too far away to see clearly, so they ignored it. A certain woman in one of the high-class Tenryubito castles was wearing a nightgown as she stepped out of her lonely bed, being a single Tenryubito. She simply walked to the window, her golden wheat-colored hair swaying gently, while her large breasts were visible beneath her gown. But there was no one to witness such beauty. Her gaze fell on the morning sky, wondering why she was looking at that tiny dot in the sky. "I don't know why, but it reminds me of him," she murmured, recalling her encounter in Sabaody, unable to continue her fight against that man who dared to challenge the gods. She was aware of his activities in the New World, and as much as she wanted to hunt him down, she was forbidden from doing so, having to stay put until a large operation was organized to destroy him. "I swear I'll end you next time," she spoke, somehow fixating on that point in the sky. Luffy was with his wives when he sneezed. "Are you sick? Do you need something? Medicine? A warm towel? Do you have a fever?" Hancock seemed to panic, thinking Luffy had caught a cold. "I'm fine." Hancock, Luffy sighed at her panic. "I don't know what that was, maybe someone talking about me. Anyway, we're finally entering the New World," Luffy said as he felt the red line fading behind them. The situation in Dressrosa was becoming more and more tense. The first surprising thing was the constant calls from the Marines. Jinbei was the one answering the calls, receiving updates from the crew as they arrived with their allies. When Jinbei impulsively picked up a certain call, he found himself speaking to the current fleet admiral of the Marines, Akainu. "Hey, is this the Straw Hats? You better return Sengoku and Fujitora. You damn evil pirates. You scum. I'll wipe out every last one of you." Akainu demanded furiously, not engaging in any dialogue, while Jinbei, despite being surprised, simply hung up the phone. More calls were made by the same person, but Jinbei didn't answer once he saw they were from the Marines. Akainu continued trying several times, but without success, which led him to send a warship that was heading for Dressrosa at that moment. Garp laughed at the front of the ship as he ate his biscuits, munching on them. His crew behind him was all somewhat nervous, watching Garp as he enjoyed himself as if they weren't heading into a territory dominated by a powerful Yonko, even though Kizaru was with him as well. A marine hero and an admiral didn't inspire much more confidence that they could do something like freeing 2 prisoners, while the entire crew was gathering in that kingdom, and they were heading straight toward Garp's grandson, who was a monster. Garp had a simple mission. He needed to rescue Sengoku and Fujitora, who were key figures in the Marines and had suffered a defeat against his grandson and his companions. Strangely, Garp found it amusing. "Boo-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha, no doubt, Sengoku's gotten rusty since I retired. Now, I have to rescue him from my own grandson," Garp said with a playful tone, while his crew looked a bit nervous. Neither Kobe nor Helmeppo shared Garp's enthusiasm. As the Marines headed toward Dressrosa, the waters of the ports were filling with more and more ships. Whether it was Luffy's own crew or even his new allies, the city's ports were becoming increasingly crowded. Some members had already been in Dressrosa before Luffy left, such as Lamy, Rebecca, Hugo, Monet, Enel, BABY5, Domino, Perona, Alvida, Jinbei, and Frankie, but more and more members began arriving, filling the main crew even more. A ship carrying a somewhat famous pirate group appeared in the port shortly after Sabo's arrival. They claimed to have a deal with Monkey D. Luffy to join the fleet and promised not to commit any crimes, deciding to stay in Dressrosa while confirm their words. At that moment, another ship appeared, the one that had sailed to Kuraigana Island, carrying Zoro, Kuina, Chow Chow, and Brook. Behind them was a giant raft, carrying dozens of human drills, the primates that lived with Mihawk, including a giant wielding a replica of the Yuru sword and many others using blades and various weapons. Yamato, Nijiko, Bonnie, and Robin had arrived in Dressrosa a few days earlier after contacting and subduing the Yanta Maria Grand Fleet, which had been approaching Dressrosa's waters. A ship from the Kingdom of Prudence was also heading toward the kingdom after stating they would meet the man called the Fifth Emperor of the Sea, having been subdued by Perona. Another ship, following close behind the group that went to Kuraigana Island, carried Reiju, Chopper, Usopp, and Uda, with a man grumbling the entire time. Cavendish was far from happy to be brought by these pirates, from a group he despised the most. After all, Luffy had stolen all his spotlight with his rising fame. Now, he was forced to serve Monkey D. Luffy. Besides that, another pirate group that this ship had subdued were the Idio pirates, who were also coming to these waters. The Black Pearl itself seemed to be running late, with Shirahoshi, Lucy, Nami, Vivi, and Hachi stopping to retrieve the two-piece, and now they were making their way to Dressrosa. Meanwhile, the Happo Navy was still on their mission before coming here as members of the fleet after being subdued by Luffy. Now, all that was missing was Luffy, while everyone waited for him in Dressrosa. Without any warning, that afternoon, a shadow covered the entire kingdom as it grew larger and larger. Everyone could see the enormous islands finally arriving. Now, Skypia and the other islands were settling in this area, with most of them beginning to descend into the sea around Dressrosa. It seemed that the Straw Hat fleet was about to explode in numbers and strength at this very moment. Everyone in Dressrosa had their heads lifted as the enormous islands approached the kingdom. It quickly made the common people step back, witnessing a scene they had never seen before. Not even Fujitora's meteors could compare to islands approaching the kingdom. Beppo swiftly began directing the islands like Little Garden, Amazon Lily, and Shiki's islands around Dressrosa, while Skypia would remain 10,000 feet away. Everyone could only keep their eyes on the islands descending from the sky. So that's what Luffy went to do. That's truly astonishing. Sappo commented from a corner of the city as his companions watched with their mouths agape. Rebecca, with her family, watched the grand spectacle, while her grandfather was speechless, and her aunt equally surprised. Only she and her father already knew something like this would happen. They too, since Luffy had warned them, but they never imagined such a scenario would truly unfold. Most of the Straw Hats just observed with calm eyes, as Luffy had made it very clear that this would happen, but the sight of islands flying across the sky and descending was still incredible to some. Jinbei turned his gaze away from the islands while all of Luffy's guests at the port watched in shock, as he went to receive them, per Luffy's request to organize their arrival. What is this? Cavendish, trapped on the ship, looked on in astonishment, watching the scene from a distance. Looks like we'll all be reunited again, Usopp commented, watching Beppo do his job from afar. Attention, command. We're observing Dressrosa from a distance. Islands falling from the sky, near those waters, a group of marine ships was gathered, watching the scene as they relayed the information back to command. On those ships were several ranks, even vice admirals, called to these waters after the Navy's disastrous operation to capture one of the Straw Hats. Now they had to wait for major reinforcements to arrive to negotiate with the Yonko, who had made Dressrosa their current headquarters. What did you say? Akainu slammed the table in anger while on a call with the world government at the same time. Hearing about Amazon Lily frustrated him, still remembering the episode when he went after the island and was made a fool by his enemies, a humiliating experience for him when he found out the island had been removed. So, as we suspected, they removed Amazon Lily using the Fua no Mi. We shouldn't be surprised by this. The disappearance of Little Garden was also caused by that fruit. And we were still investigating why the island suddenly vanished. The voice of the elders was heard. Akainu couldn't say anything other than remain frustrated and command his marines to succeed in this mission, which was more of a negotiation than an actual confrontation. After all, the Navy was in a critical position, with one admiral injured and two captured by the enemy, even if one was retired. Meanwhile, the islands continued descending, lifting the sea as they struck the waters, beginning to stabilize after some small tsunamis caused by their additional weight in the ocean. Grand Tesoro seemed small as, on all its sides, the island started to stabilize. Well, we're finally back, Luffy said with a smile in the Kuja Palace. He had asked the people of Skypia to keep the island in the sky, as there was no point in having a sky island on the ground. But that didn't stop his people from coming to the location, either traveling by bubbles or using Jeppo, as some of his people had been training for a year and months since Luffy had arrived to stop Enel back then. Shall we go there, Luffy? Hancock asked in a loving tone, approaching his side. I wanted to wait for the Black Pearl to arrive first. After all, the ship is our home, but since it's still out of sight, it's better we head there now. Can you take our children on a ship? I'll be taking care of a few things before joining you, Luffy requested, and Hancock nodded. He then leapt into the air, not failing to notice someone watching him, his lover Margaret with a snake coiled around her neck. Clearly, he hadn't paid much attention to her or lackey, from the Shandians, in the past few days, but he would resolve that later. All Luffy could think about now was seeing his beloved brother after so many years, while he continued moving forward, ignoring everyone else as he headed toward one side of the city, already tracking him with his haki. Sabo simply smiled as he looked up at the sky, seeing someone advancing toward him at high speed. Landing in front of him, Koala and Hag became slightly alert. As a shadow approached them, Sabo walked forward with a smile. Sabo. Luffy's voice emerged from the smoke, rushing toward him. Luffy, Sabo said, also moving toward Luffy. Both walked toward each other, closing the distance with a joyful smile on their faces until they finally met in a warm embrace, while Koala and Hag watched the sudden reunion unfold. Luffy truly missed Sabo as he hugged him tightly. Maybe not as exaggerated as the original Luffy and their reunion at the Colosseum, but certainly with the same feeling of having reunited with a long-lost brother, whom for many years he thought was dead. They parted slightly after a moment, still beaming with smiles. "Look at you, you've grown," Luffy said, punching him lightly on the chest in a friendly manner. "I've grown? Look at you, Luffy. To think that the brat who caused the most trouble in the Goa Kingdom is now in a position to move entire kingdoms into these waters, even standing above kings. An emperor of the sea. You're not even 20 years old yet, you monster," Sabo said, laughing. "Says the man who works with my father, the second in command of the force trying to destroy the world government," Luffy retorted. They stared at each other for a moment, saying nothing more before bursting into laughter at their comments. Luffy was genuinely thrilled to see him, and Sabo felt the same. "Well, how about we go somewhere to talk?" Luffy suggested, as they were still in the middle of the city. Sabo nodded, glancing at his two companions behind him. "I'll go with him, I'll be back soon," he said, and both nodded in agreement, watching the chief's son and Sabo take off toward the sky of Dressrosa. Luffy wanted to leave, knowing that some of his crew would soon be looking for him, and he wanted some privacy with his brother for the moment. They ended up leaving Dressrosa, heading to one of the islands Beppo had just landed. One of the islands inhabited by dinosaurs that seemed to be fighting among themselves, while others watched and roared as if they were in the middle of a championship. "What is this?" Sabo looked astonished, seeing dinosaurs attacking each other almost like humans, even more surprised when they began using haki to clash. "Ah, these are our training materials," Luffy said with a laugh in the air, while Sabo remained confused but followed him nonetheless. They landed in a corner of the island facing the open sea, as it was the opposite side of Dressrosa. "This place reminds me a lot of that cliff in Goa," Sabo murmured with admiration, as it was the spot where they had declared themselves brothers and shared their dreams. "Yeah, come on, let's enjoy a drink of sake," Luffy said, pulling out a bottle from his system and offering it to Sabo, sitting down beside him. Sabo accepted, ready to share a drink with Luffy after so long. "You know, we intercepted some Navy communicators. They sent a powerful group. A ship with great forces is approaching, and there's already some force gathering near these waters," Sabo warned him. "A powerful group? I bet there's only one admiral available. Or is a Kainu coming here too? But I don't think that's the case." Luffy looked at Sabo with narrowed eyes. "That man is coming, isn't he?" He smiled. "Yes, Grandpa is coming," Sabo murmured, a bit embarrassed. He used to call Garp Grandpa, too, back when they lived in the Bandit Mountains, so it was easy to feel a little uncomfortable for still. "Well, that sounds interesting. Lucy is already on her way here anyway. All that's missing is Ace," Luffy commented. "Have you been in contact with him?" "Yes, Luffy, but things aren't going well for his group. I wanted to help them, but there's so much happening on this side. And Dragon can't send many troops at a time like this. You know the government is preparing to gather all the affiliated kingdoms," he said. "I know that, although none of my territories will participate. And I plan to help Ace as soon as my war in Wano ends," Luffy said. "So, you're confident you can defeat two Yonkus?" Sabo smiled. "Not just confident. I know I will win once and for all. I'll take Wano, then head to Egghead and dock in Elbaf to get the last poneglyph. Because it's very likely from there I'll head to the end of this sea and claim the One Piece for myself." Luffy spoke firmly, while Sabo looked at him with a certain admiration. "Well, if you plan to do it, it's going to happen. In the end, you've definitely surpassed all of us," he murmured, gazing at Luffy with admiration. "Almost all. Lucy might still surprise everyone," Luffy commented, wanting his sister to be as strong as him. "I miss her too. I really want to see her," Sabo murmured, looking at the horizon. "She'll probably cry a lot when she sees you." Luffy smiled. "Anyway, brother, I have a gift for you," he suddenly said, as Sabo looked at him, surprised. "I know it's still a bit early, but even so, I already want to give this to you." Luffy wasted no time as he took out an Akuma no Mi and tossed it to Sabo. "This is..." Sabo was confused, not recognizing the fruit but surprised to receive it from Luffy so suddenly after their reunion. "This is the fruit of Rama, the icon of thunder. It's the only fruit in its category that no one has eaten," Luffy explained. "Hey, like those beasts you guys can transform into? Is this fruit one of them?" Sabo murmured, surprised, knowing how valuable it was, a mythical zone, staring at it intently. "Yes, it will grant you the power of the icon of thunder. It will help you on your journey too, brother. Ace already has his fire fruit. Lucy has a god's fruit. I already have two fruits, so you're the only one left," Luffy said, teasing. Sabo, though confused by the mention of Lucy's fruit, didn't ask about it. He just stared at the fruit in his hands, making a decision. "Alright then." Sabo didn't think twice. This was a way to further increase his strength, and he trusted Luffy with his life. If Luffy said this fruit was for him, Sabo wouldn't hesitate to accept it. In the end, Luffy nodded and simply smiled, watching as Sabo ate piece by piece, grimacing in disgust as if he wanted to vomit. Congratulations, brother. Now you're an icon like us, Luffy said with an even bigger smile. Anyway, there's one thing you didn't know. You're going to go crazy during your first full transformation. I'm going to go crazy? Sabo looked at Luffy, surprised. Yes, but I have a method to prevent that, one I used on my entire crew. You just need to transform into your beast. I think this island can be used for that if you want to do it now, Luffy suggested. Still confused, Sabo asked, and what method is that, Luffy? He sensed something wasn't right, while Luffy opened a mischievous smile. Well, I plan to beat you up, Luffy said. The battle between the giants began without warning in the middle of that island. It started with the sudden appearance of a bearded man, who looked old, standing at 50 meters tall, floating in the air above the island, with a giant lightning bolt shooting into the sky from his body. But rocky lightning circled his giant body, catching the attention of all the islands around Dressrosa, as his lightning resonated in the air like a violent serpent. As the people from all the islands in the region watched, they wondered what the hell that was and where it had come from so suddenly. Even the dinosaurs on the island where Luffy and Sabo were became a little dazed by the scene, immediately retreating from the giant. Another explosion of fire appeared in front of him, and Ifrit himself emerged. What is this? Is Luffy fighting someone? Kuina asked from a distance, surprised to see the transformed light. And before she could say anything else, Zoro spoke nearby, since they had been training. It's an icon too. That means Luffy gave the fruit he was keeping to someone, Zoro commented, narrowing his eyes, unsure of who might have eaten the fruit, though he had some options in mind within that kingdom. Hey, what is that? How did that thing appear where Sabo and Dragon's son had gone? Koala exclaimed, stepping back, surprised to see that side, where it seemed Luffy was fighting another giant. She recognized Ifrit from the photos of Marineford and other newspapers. Ifrit was Luffy transformed, but the old giant generating lightning was unknown to everyone. Who is that, imitating the power of a god? Enel murmured from a distance as he approached to see who had the same element as him. Suddenly, the lightning giant began launching explosive attacks at Luffy, as he was out of control and would attack anything in front of him, lighting up the place and overshadowing the daylight. A cloud of smoke exploded around Ifrit, but in the next moment, the fiery beast emerged from it, electricity running through his body from Rama's attack, yet he seemed unaffected. In the next instant, Ifrit charged and struck Rama, sending him flying several meters as he crashed into the ground from the impact of the explosive punch. A battle then ensued between them as Rama got back up, floating into the air once again. At the same time, Ifrit spread his wings and advanced. Damn, this is bad, Lami murmured from a corner of the city, quickly watching the fire and lightning blows flying in all directions as the two beasts began to fight. Even Hugo, Usopp, and a transformed Reiju had to help try to block any attacks that came toward Dressrosa. It was after 20 minutes of fighting that Ifrit stood over the fallen body of a defeated Rama, and as Luffy said, beaten. After all, Rama didn't stand a chance once Luffy started hitting him as soon as he flew toward him. Now, Rama glowed and began to shrink back down, turning into Sabo once more, defeated, with white eyes and his mouth agape. Ifrit glowed a moment later, shrinking down to Luffy's size as he landed in front of Sabo. It was a good fight, brother, Luffy calmly commented as he picked Sabo up and slung him over his shoulder, heading toward Dressrosa, leaving the devastated area behind. It didn't take long for him to arrive in the middle of the kingdom, where Yamato was with her daughter as Luffy approached. Hancock had already brought her children to Dressrosa, while the mothers held their children with Hancock, crying sadly as they had to leave them behind. Yamato's daughter, with white hair and red eyes, and small horns, pointed at Luffy as he still held Sabo, letting his brother fall unconscious beside him. Yamato looked at him and smiled. The same could be said for Luffy, looking at her. How are you? Luffy asked, looking at her and their daughter. I'm fine. The mission was easy. And look at her, how she's growing. Yamato smiled at Luffy as she replied like a loving wife and to her daughter like a good mother. Yamato, who had always said she was a man to try to be like Oda, saw the real value of being a woman when her daughter was born, experiencing the happiest day of her life. Yes, she'll be a good girl, won't she, Nymeria? Luffy responded as he kissed Yamato, then placed a kiss on Nymeria's forehead as she reached out to her father. The other crew members were approaching at this moment. Robin appeared as well, holding Lumum on one side and Sinbad on the other since Vivi was not around yet. Koala came running alongside the fishman, and she immediately saw Sabo lying on the ground next to Luffy, who was talking with his crew members. She rushed over to check on him. What did you do to him? How could you do this to your brother? Koala began to cry. Luffy gave a small smile. Don't worry, I just had to help him control his beast. He'll be fine, Luffy said calmly. Hey, Chopper, help him. He called out as he saw Chopper arriving with Usopp, Reiju, and Uda. Luffy waited for them to come closer before approaching Uda to see how she was. Is she okay? Luffy asked as Uda hugged him. She's fine, Reiju calmly replied from the side. Good, maybe we have another month before this child is born, Luffy commented with a light smile. wanting his child to arrive before the war, knowing that Uda wanted to help as well. "Captain, what do we do now? Should we wait for your orders or train on the islands? Many people are eager to see you." Jinbei approached at this moment. "Well, first, I want to take care of a few things." Luffy nodded at hearing this and turned to his medic. "Reiju, I want you to check on Monet. She's still a bit hurt," Luffy requested, while Chopper was already treating Sabo at that moment. His gaze fell on a woman watching him from a short distance away. "Lami, I want you to pass the instructions to Lola and Skypia to make and bring construction materials. We're going to build a castle here, bigger than the previous one. After all, we need shelter." Luffy turned back to Jinbei once he finished. "Inform the whole fleet to bring the materials produced by Lola from Skypia here, got it?" Luffy asked, and the latter nodded to him. Quickly, everyone agreed and began working. Lola started producing reinforced stones for a prefabricated castle, while her fleet brought the materials using Jeppo. The construction began swiftly, with King Riku being surprised by how fast the castle was going up. Hugo controlled the earth and rocks, helping to speed up the construction. In less than 6 hours after Luffy had given the order, the castle was ready. He gathered with Robin, Yamato, Uda, Hancock, and Makita, who had also arrived in Dressrosa with their children. "Well, I want everyone to settle into the castle. We have a room as big as Shirahoshi's in Fishman Island to accommodate all of us," Luffy said to his wives. "Now, let's see." Luffy thought for a moment, as he would soon have to deal with the Marines, sensing the presence of someone powerful, someone he knew well, approaching Dressrosa. "Well, I think I'll handle this alone," Luffy said in the end. "Are you sure, Captain?" Zoro asked, clearly wanting to join. "Sorry, Zoro, but this is a family matter," Luffy gave as an excuse. "Alright then," Zoro murmured at last, accepting it. Luffy then left Dressrosa, shooting into the air and heading out to sea in the middle of the afternoon, with a few hours left before nightfall. He sped toward the horizon, moving at high speed, and all anyone could see was a trail of fire streaking across the sky. At that moment, the Navy's ships were gathering, their numbers increasing more and more until they formed a fleet of 20 ships, with an admiral and several vice-admirals aboard the vessels. "Boo ha 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 ha." Garp began to laugh, looking out at the sea, while everyone waited for orders to move forward and enter the Yonko's territory. The one in the highest command, who would give the orders, was none other than Kizaru himself. "I'm the head of this operation. How scary," he murmured, though it was his usual way of behaving. Even so, one could feel the pee after all. The lives of the men there were all under his responsibility, and they were entering Yonko territory. Come on, man. Let's just go see my grandson," Garp said excitedly, giving a few pats on Kizaru's back, causing the admiral to frown in pain. While all the Marines were stunned, even the vice-admirals were nervous, wondering how Garp could act that way in such a bad situation for them. "Come on, men, I'm just going there to beat up my grandson and grab Fujitora and Sengoku," Garp declared, while the crowd looked on, not knowing how to respond. It seemed that the Marine hero had gotten drunk on eating biscuits. A shadow appeared in the sky, with a Marine suddenly looking up toward the direction behind the ships. "What is that?" he murmured, seeing a dot in the middle of the sun as it got closer. He started to make out what was flying toward them, becoming startled. "Hey, a ship is falling this way," he exclaimed, making everyone look. The object advanced toward the sea and hit the water hard a moment later, generating a wave of disturbance, but without affecting the Marine ships. All the Marines stared in surprise at the flag of the ship and its black structure, as dark as the night. "Isn't that the Black Pearl? That's the Straw Hat's ship?" someone pointed out, shocked. "How strange. I thought Straw Hat himself was in Dressrosa. Why did his ship show up here?" The gossip began, and when Garp narrowed his eyes at the sight, he sensed that Luffy wasn't there, but... "Grandpa!" A female voice called from the ship, as a girl appeared atop the head of Ifrit, which was the ship's figurehead. She looked attentively and waved her hands forward, exclaiming after sensing her grandfather there through Haki. "Lucy!" Garp murmured, shocked. "Grandpa, it's so good to see you. Look, Kobe and Helmeppo are here. And so are Toshigi, Smoker, and Gion," she started to exclaim, as if she were meeting old friends. It didn't seem like she had left the Marines to become a pirate, and she still acted the same way she did when she was with the Marines, smiling sincerely at everyone. Everyone there was stunned and shocked by this. Behind Lucy, however, the mood wasn't so cheerful. After all, following the Buster call to reach Dressrosa faster, they hadn't imagined they'd end up in front of so many powerful Marine soldiers. "What is this? How did we end up here? What kind of luck is this?" Vivi exclaimed, stunned. "This is bad. We should have sailed normally," Nami murmured, stepping back, already aware of the trouble they always found themselves in without meaning to. "Well, at least Lucy seems happy," Shirahoshi commented with a calm smile. "Nay, this is bad," Hachi murmured, while all the animals, Megalo, Laboon, and Kuru, along with the two-piece crew, were right behind them, most of them trembling in fear. While Lucy was on the ship, visibly happy, she didn't seem to realize that at that moment, standing in front of all that marine strength could be something dangerous. Meanwhile, far off in the sky, the air was being torn apart by the sound of flames. "Well, it looks like they got here before me," Luffy murmured as he flew through the air at high speed, getting closer to them, already sensing the presence of his favorite ship through Haki, along with his sister, his wives, companions, and even his grandfather. Garp took a step in the direction where the Black Pearl had stopped while maintaining a somber look as he passed by everyone on the ship, reaching the back since all 20 ships were facing Dressrosa. "Lucy." Garp raised his eyes to meet his granddaughter, who was still smiling at him, clearly unconcerned that they were now enemies. "Grandpa, I missed you," she exclaimed, while the crew behind her, excluding Shirahoshi, was quite cautious about the situation. Garp didn't speak as he simply crouched, his knees flexing, and shot off the ship toward his granddaughter's pirate ship. "Grandpa." Lucy didn't even have time to react as Garp grabbed her, startling her. "What are you doing, Grandpa?" Lucy exclaimed angrily as she was lifted into the air by her clothes, Garp grabbing her by the shoulder. "What am I doing? I'm going to discipline my granddaughter for becoming a rebellious pirate," he exclaimed with a stern look, while Lucy tried to break free from his grip. "I may be a pirate, but I still fight for my own justice, Grandpa," Lucy protested. "A pirate is a pirate," Garp yelled right in her face. Even Shirahoshi was a little worried, along with the others this time, upon witnessing this scene. "Nay, what should we do?" Hachi murmured. "We have no choice. We must fight the Marines," Vivi said with a firm tone. "Hurry, let's go," Nami responded, conjuring claws in the air as she advanced. Garp looked to the side as 4 members of his grandson's crew appeared, Hachi wielding 6 swords, Shirahoshi the Sea King, Nami with her air claws, and Vivi generating wind with her devil fruit. "So, you all want to fight as well, brats. Tell me, have Luffy's daughters been born? Am I a great-grandfather already, huh?" Garp took the opportunity to ask something he had been curious about for the past year. "Luffy's daughters," Lucy murmured, stopping her struggle for a moment as she thought about it, before smiling at her grandfather. "Yes, Luffy had Aurora and Luna with Boa Hancock. Which makes me an aunt," Lucy exclaimed, causing Garp to raise an eyebrow. Her granddaughter didn't stop there and continued talking. "And not just them. He had 3 more children. So, actually, I'm an aunt of 5, she said cheerfully. 5? Garp's mouth dropped open upon hearing that. He knew that with Luffy being surrounded by so many women, he would eventually have more children. However, this was more than he had predicted. "Yes, Luffy had 3 girls and 2 boys. And there are still 2 more on the way," she commented thoughtfully. "One of the mothers is even right there." She pointed to Vivi, knowing there would be no problem telling her grandfather this. But Vivi didn't like that and pointed at Lucy. "Hey, don't spill things so easily and don't involve my Sinbad in this," she exclaimed, showing shark-like teeth. At that moment, Garp, who was surprised and silent, looked at Vivi and then at Lucy. "Really?" he asked. "Yes," Lucy said, still smiling. Garp remained silent. "Grandpa, are you okay? You look like you're about to cry," Lucy suddenly asked, seeing Garp visibly emotional. "It's nothing, just got something in my eye," he murmured, while this confusion unfolded on the Black Pearl, with the Marines watching the scene, confused, not fully understanding what was happening, waiting for any signal of conflict or an order from Garp to resolve things. After all, it was his granddaughter there, and no one wanted to interfere in such a personal matter without the Vice Admiral's permission. "What should we do, Admiral Kizaru?" a Vice Admiral asked the present Admiral as he analyzed the situation. They seemed to be in some sort of family dispute. "How frightening," Kizaru murmured and continued. "Anyway, let's wait for Garp to handle this. There's no sign of Monkey D. Luffy at the moment, but I'm sure it won't be long before he shows up. After all, we're near his territory," Kizaru commented, without much hope of taking any of Luffy's crew members hostage, as the last plan had gone horribly wrong. "Well, that doesn't matter now," Kizaru murmured to himself, waiting to see how things would unfold. Suddenly, Garp returned to his usual self, his serious gaze still focused on his granddaughter. "Let's forget about that, and now I declare that you are under arrest, because you're a pirate," he said simply to his granddaughter, while Lucy, her eyes wide open and now worried, looked at him in shock. "Wait, you can't do this to me, Grandpa," she exclaimed, almost in despair, as if she was already being taken to impelled down. "This is bad. Should we prepare to fight, right?" Nami exclaimed, readying her claws for a confrontation to save Lucy. "You think you can take me on, brats?" Garp grumbled, unbothered. But before they could continue, Garp stopped, turning his eyes to a corner as if trying to see something behind him. Kizaru was looking at the sky, along with many Vice Admirals, their observation haki more refined. "It seems he has arrived after all," Kizaru commented. "You should go a bit easier on your granddaughter, Grandpa." A voice emerged at that moment, and everyone looked up in surprise to see Luffy appear in the sky, his black wings arched as he glided through the air, flying over the ships and staring directly at the Black Pearl, where his grandfather was. "Luffy," Lucy exclaimed joyfully, while the rest of the crew looked on with a sigh. Garp turned his body toward his grandson, a small smile forming on his lips, but with the same determined gleam in his eyes. "You finally showed up, brat. You barely returned after a year, and you're already causing chaos everywhere you go, even at the start of the new world. I can't let you do as you please. I will fight in the name of justice and take you down, my troublesome grandson," Garp declared. "Well, Grandpa, we're here to negotiate. How about we start?" Luffy spoke calmly, while Garp stared at him, letting go of Lucy and taking a step toward him, causing Lucy to fall to the ground, looking confused at her grandfather walking toward her brother. "Alright, let's negotiate. But let's negotiate like a marine does with a pirate. With fists," Garp said, beginning to take off his cape and removing it from his shoulders. Everyone watched as Garp walked to the edge of the ship. He flexed his knees and exploded in speed, charging directly at Luffy. "Wait, they're going to fight?" Vivi was shocked. "Wasn't this supposed to be a negotiation? Why is it turning into a fight?" Nami complained. "Kizaru." Someone looked at the admiral, who sighed. "Alright, we should fight, but we can't damage the ship or go too hard. After all, we might have problems if Garp's grandson ends up winning," Kizaru murmured, uncertain of Luffy's full strength. But knowing that Luffy had taken down 2 admirals and left another in critical condition, he was clearly stronger than the reports had suggested, especially since he had shown new powers from his devil fruits, making him even more of a monster. "Very well, Grandpa," Luffy murmured, a smile forming as he moved his wings, then launched himself at full speed toward Garp. "With you, I can go all out, Grandpa," Luffy exclaimed as his skin began to change in the next moment, shifting into his hybrid transformation. His skin turned purple with natural armor, horns sprouting from his head, his eyes glowing an even more intense crimson, as he exploded in strength and shot toward his grandfather. In the next instant, both their fists collided, with Garp only using his haki and Luffy refraining from using his flames, matching his grandfather's haki. The moment their fists met, the entire space shifted, a burst of black lightning rippling across the sea between the marine ships and the Black Pearl, causing everything to shake like a tidal wave. "Help, it's shaking too much," the Marines exclaimed, trying to grab onto something. "They're causing all this with just a punch? It's almost like we're back at Marineford." In the middle of those monsters, with chaos happening all or at any moment from a stray attack, Helmeppo exclaimed next to Kobe. He was aware of how Luffy had left him in the East Blue, with fewer teeth, broken bones, while mercilessly killing his father. Even though Luffy was in a critical state, Helmeppo felt anger toward him for that, but he recognized that he could never do anything against that cruel pirate. His anger had turned into fear when he saw him again at Marineford. After all, who could deal with these monsters? Vice Admiral Garp. "Luffy," Kobe murmured, watching the battle between true warriors of the sea, as his gaze shifted to the Black Pearl with Admiral Kizaru's orders. Kobe simply jumped into the air and rushed at full speed toward the Straw Hat's ship. "Kobe," Helmeppo murmured, and with no choice, he followed his companion. Lucy was watching the fight, ready to intervene, while her crewmates kept an eye on the Marines. The weaker ones aboard the ship were trembling deep within the vessel. "Here comes the Marines," Shirahoshi remarked. "Lucy-san," Kobe exclaimed as he approached Lucy, his former companion. "Kobe. I see," Lucy murmured, understanding his will to fight, and nodded to her old friend as they both advanced into the air, each with a haki-infused fist. Their fists collided in the midst of the chaos, though it was nothing compared to the overwhelming power that Luffy and Garp were unleashing. Some admirals also left their ships, passing even Helmeppo, heading toward Luffy's crewmates while Kizaru made no move. The first blade to clash was Gion's against the mermaid's trident, standing firm with both weapons coated in haki. 3 explosions echoed in the air as the rest of the Straw Hats prepared for the approaching vice admirals. The sky between the 2 ships had turned into a battlefield, with Luffy's crew trying to prevent the Black Pearl from becoming the Marines' target. The most shocking confrontation, between the 2 members of the monkey family, finally came to a halt as both separated from each other. Luffy and Garp were now more than 30 meters apart, still staring at one another. Luffy kept his same smile on his face, while his gaze briefly lowered to take in all the ongoing fights. Garp didn't look at the situation around him. He turned his focus back to his grandson, maintaining a serious enough expression to try to defeat him. "Grandpa, if we keep this up, some of our crewmates might get hurt in the meantime. How about we finish this quickly?" Luffy asked. "What do you mean?" Garp questioned, raising an eyebrow. "Your strongest attack against mine. How about it? I want to see if my punch can surpass your galaxy impact," Luffy declared. "You know about it?" Garp looked visibly surprised before adopting a more serious expression. "Alright, brat, let's see how much you've grown in these 2 years. Let's see if you can surpass my strongest attack," Garp commented, and Luffy nodded, both preparing without dragging the fight out any longer. Brat. Garp murmured once again, looking seriously at his grandson. In the next moment, lightning began to appear around him, accepting his grandson's challenge and drawing the attention of everyone below the fight. Hey, Garp, are you really going to do this? That question lingered in the air, with some already knowing exactly what he was about to do, using his most powerful attack against his own grandson. It was madness, even for the sadistic Garp. Kobe was watching his teacher before being surprised by an extended punch from Lucy, using haki. Pay attention to the fight, Kobe, she complained, not knowing exactly what her grandfather was doing, as she hadn't had time to train that attack with him in the Marines. Luffy looked satisfied with Garp's response, but also a bit concerned. Grandpa, I believe this place won't be safe for any of our companions. How about we move away? Luffy commented while still in his second transformation, with black wings surrounded by purple flames. Garp looked at him before nodding. Alright, but I need to ask you something. You haven't regained all your power, have you? Garp questioned during their fight. Yes, Grandpa, you were the first to notice. Even though I'm stronger than I was a year ago, I still haven't recovered all my power, but that's not a problem to deal with all my enemies. I'm confident I can defeat whoever I want in these seas as I am. Luffy said confidently. He was still somewhat weakened by the restrictions imposed on him, and it would take some time to fully regain his strength. Alright then. I want to see your current strength, Garp said, and in the next moment, he disappeared, heading towards the sea. Luffy took one last look at his crew members, who were beginning to fight against the Marines. He spread his wings and vanished, leaving a trail of flames as he followed his grandfather, trusting that they could handle things while he was away. Shirahoshi was fighting against Gion at that moment, as their trident and katana clashed rapidly, surprising the Vice Admiral by being stopped by a mermaid. You're fast, and you're not even using your Akuma no Mi powers. Gion murmured with a dissatisfied tone, as she began to coat her weapon with haki, advancing against the mermaid. Shirahoshi didn't back down, launching herself forward. Armament haki and Conqueror's haki coated her weapon, clashing directly, causing Gion to lose the exchange as she was sent flying backward, surprised. Shirahoshi had also developed the layer of Conqueror's haki. In Luffy's crew, everyone had different talents, but in combat with the techniques they had begun training, Babo was the most talented in the 6 styles. He mastered all the techniques faster and stronger than anyone else in the same period of time within the crew. Observation haki was already a tie between Enel and Usopp, who both showed great aptitude. Enel's Akuma no Mi already helped him a lot, but he still had immense talent. Usopp had developed greatly in the past year and was nearly equal to Enel with his Akuma no Mi. However, in armament haki, Shirahoshi stood out, developing it at a faster pace than the others as she traveled with the crew through paradise. As for Conqueror's haki, no one could surpass the captain himself, Luffy. He had a natural talent for all types of haki, but in Conqueror's haki, he excelled above all. He had learned the advanced layer of this haki during a war while fighting alongside Whitebeard. The others had a year to develop their abilities, so Shirahoshi had no major issues replicating the technique with her armament haki layer after a year, even though it wasn't her strongest suit. The Vice Admiral was still surprised as she tried to stay in the air. Gion quickly recovered and was already back on the offensive, applying pressure again, while Shirahoshi looked at her with a serious and mature gaze, leaving behind the fearful girl she once was, now just a memory of the past. Nami was fighting against 2 Vice Admirals, swiftly applying wind pressure with her Garuda claws. She managed to land hits on them, causing them to cry out in pain and fall back onto the Marine ships once again. Vivi was engaged in a battle against Smoker himself, who floated in the air, beginning to fly using his smoke and firing attacks around. Both of their Logia abilities couldn't affect each other from that distance, as Smoker waited to use his weapon on her. Vivi sent out precise cuts, waiting for the right moment to strike. When Smoker finally got close, Vivi dashed forward, using her extreme speed, faster than Smoker himself, striking him with haki and making him roar in pain before being sent flying onto the ship as well, while an explosion echoed across the deck. Smoker-san, Tashigi yelled, rushing forward, frowning as she looked up to see Vivi still flying, calmly staring down at them, as if waiting for her next opponent. Hachi was also fighting a Vice Admiral in a sword battle, where the man struggled to withstand the pressure from the Fishman, who was beginning to easily overpower him. They've gotten so strong, Kizaru murmured, still standing on the ship since the beginning, observing all of his comrades. The Vice Admirals were starting to lose as soon as the clash began, which shouldn't have been a surprise for this crew. After a year of being missing, it was obvious they had been training, and they had become even more formidable. Suddenly, Kobe went flying, crashing into one of the ships and causing an explosion. Helmeppo appeared right after, looking worriedly at his friend. She's so strong, Kobe muttered, as he looked ahead, seeing Lucy covering almost her entire body with armament haki in a different transformation. This is my Gear 4th, Kobe. Take it seriously, or you'll lose badly. She laughed, still finding it fun to fight with her former comrades, without any malice in her tone. It was as if she was having a reunion, with no intention of hurting them, just for a friendly fight. "This is bad," Kizaru commented, hearing Lucy and watching her raise her fist and charge forward. Other vice admirals approached to stop her, but Lucy began dodging their attacks, as if she were enjoying herself, easily striking each of them. With no choice, Admiral Kizaru transformed into light and advanced. "If I don't damage their ship or seriously injure their crew, he won't get really angry, right?" Kizaru thought as he moved forward, appearing in front of Lucy and delivering a kick before she noticed. "What?" she exclaimed as her body flexed like rubber, absorbing the full impact. Kizaru raised an eyebrow since, even with haki, she could still use her rubbery ability, something very strange. Nevertheless, she went flying, screaming, before starting to step on the air and stabilize herself again, still using Jetpo. In her gear fourth, her body emitted smoke and was covered in haki. Although she wasn't as large as Luffy in his original transformation, this form prioritized speed like her snake woman form. "You're too fast, Kizaru-san," she commented with a smile, as she launched an attack from that distance, stretching her haki-coated arm. It veered to one side before hitting an invisible wall in the air, then changing direction like a snake. It kept advancing with each curve towards Kizaru. The admiral decided to act then, transforming into light again. He quickly darted forward, dodging the attack with his zigzag movements, trying to reach her. Lucy saw him appear again, a blinding light before he kicked her, but she had already anticipated it. While one of her arms remained extended, her body suddenly inflated as if absorbing all the air around. Kizaru's kick landed on her belly, sinking into her rubber ball-like form. He felt the pressure and was sent flying backward without any effect this time. As he recovered, Lucy used her other arm to land a punch on him. Kizaru felt the pain as the hit landed squarely on his stomach, sending him flying a considerable distance before returning, touching the struck area and looking at Lucy with an impressed gaze. Incredid, preparing to continue the fight, seeing that Garp's granddaughter had truly become powerful enough to face an admiral, which was a great loss for the Marines. At that moment, as he readied himself to fight again, he felt something, and it wasn't just him. Everyone who was fighting suddenly felt the pressure, and their eyes turned toward the horizon, where Luffy and Garp were. "What is that?" the vice admirals murmured, as the air seemed calm on that side, but if they paid close attention, they could now see the pressure in the air changing. It began to glow with a crimson hue on one side and an amethyst hue on the other, as if both colors were preparing to collide. Luffy was there, looking at his grandfather from over 500 meters away, starting to prepare his punch, which was glowing intensely, while Garp did the same, with red lightning radiating with all his might, embedding Conqueror's haki and armament haki. Luffy was doing the same, starting to shine. Both the grandson's and grandfather's attacks were coated in armament haki, along with Conqueror's haki. Garp would use a pure punch, and Luffy would use his technique with flames. "Ha ha ha." Garp suddenly started laughing amidst the lightning, not knowing if it was out of joy or excitement. Luffy, on the other hand, kept his focus but felt a little happy about it. It was clear that, in that moment, his grandfather was acknowledging his strength, something he considered a higher form of recognition, coming from the hero of the Marines. As the two of them prepared for a few more seconds, in the next instant, they both charged forward, disappearing over the sea, which was carved open by their speeds. They advanced toward each other, moving faster than the sea could react. A wave began to form, carved out by their power, and in the middle of the sea, before the wave could catch up to them, they already had their fists ready to collide. "Galactic impact," Garp exclaimed, swinging his arm. "Flaming comet punch," Luffy called out, throwing his punch forward. In the next moment, everything seemed to return to normal, as both fists were connected. A vision of Goa Kingdom appeared at that moment, showing Luffy on his grandfather's shoulders, laughing, while Lucy had her arms stretched out to him, as if she were on a swing, laughing as well. Garp kept a smile on his face as he watched his two grandchildren playing. It was a strange image, but their haki had connected them to it. There was no sign of power between them at that moment, with both fists connected without haki or devil fruit powers, while the sea continued advancing at the speed they had created. Everything stayed like that for a while, with more images appearing as they stared at each other, both maintaining smiles on their faces, with that static scene. But everything would change, because in the next instant, everything exploded with an impact, sinking the sea below, similar to the pressure Luffy caused at Marineford. Conqueror's haki, armament haki, and the purple flames exploded from the collision. Immediately afterward, a massive explosion devastated the entire area for miles from the point where their fists collided. From the Marine ship and the Straw Hat's ship, everyone could see the huge explosion rising on the horizon before a massive force swept across the sea, crashing into the ships, throwing them far away as everyone screamed in surprise. Even those flying with Jetpo had to protect themselves by landing on their ships. The sea quickly formed waves in all directions as the explosion continued to cover the horizon, blocking out the sunlight. In Dressrosa, all eyes turned toward that direction, trying to understand what was happening there. "Look, Mommy, it's so pretty," Luna exclaimed. "Was that Daddy who did that, Aurora asked Hancock. Hancock murmured before feeling something and quickly grabbing her daughters as a pressure passed through them, generating a strong wind that swept everything in the city, even knocking people over, while everyone looked around, wondering what was happening there. The people of Skypia were also quite stunned, seeing the huge explosion coming from the Blue Sea, and feeling the pressure advancing toward them as well. It didn't take long before a tsunami formed, heading not only toward the marine ships but also towards the outskirts of Dressrosa, with a giant-scale impact. The entire sea was now showing a massive crater the size of an island, with streaks of hockey running through it, with no sign of Luffy or Garp. The explosion created chaos throughout the sea at that moment as the ships stopped in the water, watching the enormous wave forming. "This is bad." Kizaru couldn't help but comment as he saw the situation worsening on their side. "This is so huge." Lucy couldn't hold back her exclamation upon seeing such a giant wave. "Vivi," Nami murmured. "Yes, we must," Vivi replied. As the wave approached them, the two girls flew towards the sea, facing the enormous wave as they used their powers to summon winds from their hands shaped like whirlwinds, which immediately clashed with the tsunami, halting it in the next moment. "This side is done." Nami wiped some sweat off her brow. As for the other sides, Vivi said, after all, the tsunami was starting in the open sea. At that moment, they saw figures rushing towards the waves, attacking them from all sides. Flames, which appeared to be Luffy's, erupted from one of them as he began to explode each of the waves into pure vapor, preventing the waters from reaching other islands and causing chaos. The Marines stopped fighting against the Straw Hats at that moment as they watched the two people finish dealing with the waves before returning to them. Luffy and Garp were not in a good state, their clothes torn, leaving only their pants, and they were bruised, appearing to have been burned. Boo-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha, Garp appeared, laughing as he landed on one of the marine ships, with everyone watching him cautiously. Luffy also landed on the Black Pearl as his sister cancelled her transformation and walked over to him with the others. "Well, looks like that punch from Gramps is no joke." Luffy scratched his head. "What was that, Luffy? Didn't you go a bit overboard with that?" Vivi couldn't help but murmur to him. "It's true, it was a bit overboard, but it doesn't matter now. Anyway." Luffy turned to face the Marines as his grandfather continued to laugh. "Let's start negotiating with the Marines about the hostages."
Luffy and Garp had created such a large hole in the sea that even by flying in the opposite direction, they couldn't reach the wall of water. They ended up sharing a look of understanding the situation. They couldn't fight, and instead, they joined forces to stop the wave so that no one would be harmed. In the end, they decided to cease the initial battle, and Luffy couldn't help but feel proud seeing his attack equal that of the legendary marine hero.
"Luffy," Garp finally called out, and Luffy turned to face him. "Return the marine members you captured, now," he exclaimed. "Don't be foolish, Gramps. I won't return them just because you want me to. Let's negotiate." Luffy crossed his arms. "Fine." Garp began cleaning his nose as he walked back to stand next to Kizaru. "You're the one leading this negotiation. Good luck." Boo-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. Garp started laughing while the Admiral sighed. "Alright, tell me what you want, Monkey D. Luffy." Kizaru stepped forward this time, taking a step ahead of Garp. "Kizaru, it's been a while. I hope you're doing well." Luffy spoke as if he were meeting an old friend since he held no grudge against Kizaru. Along with Kuzan, they were the admirals who hadn't angered him to the point of trying to kill them. "Well, you can't speak like that with me, we're enemies," Kizaru murmured softly, but Luffy was paying attention to the other members behind him. "Smoker, Gion. Ha ha ha, you haven't changed at all. Not you either, Kobe. I hope you've gotten stronger." Luffy greeted everyone. Some looked at him confused, others with serious eyes, while Gion didn't seem to have a favorable expression toward Luffy. Anyway, Luffy turned back to Kizaru. "I'll release Sengoku if the government doesn't interfere in the war against Kaido and Big Mom," Luffy declared. "And Fujitora?" Kizaru asked. "He'll stay imprisoned until further notice. After all, I need to protect my territories, and he will be my hostage so you won't attack the area. Besides, I want a declaration about this in tomorrow's newspaper. After all, I don't just trust the government's words, and I want to put its credibility in check. He can chase after me if he wants, but will people trust the government as much after that?" Luffy asked calmly. Originally, they interfered in the news about Doflamingo being dissociated from the Shichibukai program to help him deal with Luffy and the others, but at the same time, it sowed the seeds of doubt among the people, proving that the government could manipulate information as they saw fit. "Actually, that's exactly what I want." Luffy hoped the government wouldn't fulfill its part, as he needed the people's trust in them to be a little shaken. This would weaken their foundations enough so that someday he could completely destroy them. After all, he couldn't just be someone who destroys. He needed to show the world why he wanted to destroy the government and how that would impact people's lives in this world. At least in the battle in Wano, they could hold back while he kept Fujitora under custody. "Well, I'll have to talk to my superiors about your demands," Kizaru commented. "Then feel free." I'll wait here with my crew." Luffy turned his back on the marine ship as everyone watched him walk back to his crew. Kizaru ended up having to handle 2 Den Den Mushi while Fleet Admiral Akainu and the 5 elders discussed Luffy's demands. Akainu didn't like it at all, not hesitating to raise his voice to his superiors. In the end, other members of the Marines saw this. While aboard the ship, Monkey D. Luffy threw a banquet with his crew as they laughed and chatted about everything, showing how shameless the pirate was, behaving like this in front of such a powerful marine force with complete nonchalance. "That damn Luffy," Garp said with some frustration, watching Luffy having fun right in front of him, while his subordinates didn't know what to say. In the end, Kizaru stood up and approached the edge of the ship. "Monkey D. Luffy. The government accepts your demands. You must hand over Sengoku, and we'll seal the pact, but you must release Fujitora after the war," Kizaru said in a lazy and slow voice. "Well, looks like everything went well." Luffy got up with a piece of meat in his mouth, smiling at the admiral. "I accept your conditions. Let's head to Dressrosa with just one marine ship following the Black Pearl. You can leave her with your companion," Luffy said, and Kizaru nodded. Unsurprisingly, it was Garp who was chosen for this, as they made way for the Black Pearl to pass. "Goodbye." Luffy gave a small smile to Gion on one of the ships, while the woman seemed very uncomfortable with his interaction with her. The ship with the dog figurehead quickly followed the Black Pearl as they left those waters behind and sailed toward the horizon. It didn't take long for them to reach the islands surrounding Dressrosa, with some still floating in the sky at a little over 1,000 meters, encircling the area to accommodate all the territories. "So, this is the Brat's territory." Garp couldn't help but cross his arms, looking with some admiration at the scene before him. He had never seen so many islands in one place. Not even Big Mom had this. And Luffy had only put the islands there a few hours ago. He hadn't even started organizing them yet, intending to bring more kingdoms here with Beppo's help. Incredible. Are they suspended in the air thanks to the power of the Fua Fua no Ami? Kobe couldn't help but murmur in awe. Yes. That's why no one could find him this past year. The Brat was hiding in the sky the entire time. Boo-ha-ha-ha, Garp said before starting to laugh. The Black Pearl finally docked at the port as all the members disembarked, with Nami and Vivi sighing, Lucy and Shirahoshi smiling, while Laboon and Hachi were excited. On the other hand, Two Piece, Karoo, and Megalo still seemed quite frightened by everything that had happened at sea. "We've finally arrived." Luffy was pleased that the castle was finally ready and his crew was back together. "Luffy, why is your grandfat roach Luffy at that moment, carrying Nymeria in her arms?" "We're returning a prisoner, so he's here to escort him." Luffy shrugged as he approached his daughter, patting her on the head. "Where are my great-grandchildren?" Garp's voice rang out at that moment as he jumped off the ship, not caring about appearing in enemy territory as long as he could see the next generation of his bloodline. He finally appeared in front of Luffy and his crew, gathering at the front of the ship as he saw the white-haired girl with red eyes and horns, standing between Luffy and Yamato. "This is my great-granddaughter," he approached, still dirty and bruised from the fight, while Luffy just watched as his grandfather picked up his daughter. Nymeria didn't cry at the sudden grab, even though she was just a baby, but she looked confused at Garp. "The Marines took Nymeria," Lucy exclaimed from the other side, startled and ready to confront her grandfather to rescue her niece. "Boo-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. It's good to see the monkey family getting bigger. Wait, is she the daughter of Kaido's daughter?" Garp laughed and looked at Yamato with a furrowed brow. "So she's also Kaido's granddaughter. What makes me part of that bastard's family?" "Luffy, go to Wano and punch him for me, saying I'm the best grandpa," Garp exclaimed. Luffy didn't know what to say to his grandfather's declarations as he saw Garp smiling at Nymeria while lifting her as high as he could. The little girl seemed to enjoy it, making baby sounds. "I've decided," he exclaimed while everyone looked at him cautiously. "I'm going to make her the strongest Marine." Garp's statement made everyone look at him as if he were an idiot, even the members who had come with him on his ship. "Boo-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. You think you can just take my daughter like that, you bastard?" Luffy roared before starting another fight with his grandfather. The two admirals were in their cells when the door opened, revealing Luffy standing in front of them. "Monkey D. Luffy." Sengoku murmured through clenched teeth, while Fujitora remained silent. "Well, Garp is here to pick one of you, and you'll be sent with him, Sengoku," Luffy stated. "You're keeping an admiral," Sengoku growled, not pleased with the idea. "You could say that. I'm trying to protect my people, and besides, you are the ones who started all this trouble. Now I'm taking measures against it." Luffy spoke in a neutral tone. No one said anything else. "Let's go now. Your ship is waiting outside. As for you, Fujitora, we'll talk later. I'm sure your stay in this kingdom will be quite interesting," Luffy said, while the admiral remained silent once more. Sengoku stood up, still wearing the seastone chains, as Luffy locked the cell again. They headed outside towards the port, arriving at the location where Vivi appeared in front of them with a worried look. "Luffy, you have to stop your grandfather," she declared as Luffy turned to see the scene before him. Luna and Otoro were having fun, calling Garp, Grandpa. With Hancock looking worried. On his shoulder, Sinbad clung to his clothes, laughing along with his half-sisters. "You're not babies anymore. How about joining the Marines like your grandpa, huh?" Garp asked with a smile at the older girls, while Sinbad remained stuck there the whole time. "Yes, Grandpa. Marines, Grandpa. Mustang." Luffy's daughters didn't help with these declarations, meeting their grandfather for the first time and finding him quite amazing, while Sinbad spoke his first word, which was the name of the car Luffy had built for him. "That damn. Wait right here." Luffy was already frustrated with his grandfather's boldness in wanting to recruit his children into the Marines, leaving a bewildered Sengoku behind. The Navy ship finally left Dressrosa, while Garp stood behind it, wiping his eyes with a handkerchief. "My great-grandchildren, my beautiful great-grandchildren. How can Grandpa leave the future of the Navy like this?" He cried alone while his crew looked lost. "Can you stop being such a crybaby?" Sengoku appeared beside him, slapping him on the head. "How can I not cry?" Garp shouted at him. "And you bastard, you better not go after them like you did with Roger's son, otherwise, you'll face the fist of a very angry great-grandfather." Garp exclaimed angrily at Sengoku. "I'm no longer the fleet admiral. You damn fool," Sengoku complained with a grimace before getting serious with Garp. "Even so, if they became criminals when they grow up, I would certainly execute them," Sengoku said with a serious tone. "What did you say, you bastard?" Garp began releasing his conqueror's haki. "First, listen to me, you damn fool," Sengoku exclaimed. "Do you think the government is going to let them grow up? Their father is destroying all the balance in the world. There will be all kinds of operations to make sure your great-grandchildren don't live on to pass your grandson's bloodline to other generations, especially given your family's history. When the news of Monkey D. Luffy having children with other figures predominantly known for their strength shocks the world government will act." Sengoku stated the obvious while Garp, despite being furious, understood this reasoning very well. "Those bastards, I won't let that happen, Sengoku, they are just children. Even if I become a fugitive from the government, I won't allow it, I swear," Garp said each word through clenched teeth. "That's what I feared. I don't know if this could be a good or a bad thing, but it's no longer in my hands. Anyway, your grandson just took a Marine admiral hostage. Let's just hope the government finds sacrificing Fujitora more advantageous than trying to eliminate your great-grandchildren, otherwise they won't be able to do anything," Sengoku replied. "Whatever, I'm going to the cabin. I'm in a bad mood now," Garp muttered as he began to move through the ship, heading inside. Vice Admiral Garp, Helmeppo murmured, watching Garp close the door. Kobe stood next to him, also watching, while his gaze turned back to Dressrosa and all the other islands around the kingdom, slowly drifting away as the ship continued sailing. He couldn't help but think about how strong Luffy had become. He was a step beyond an admiral. After all, he could see the look of fear in Kizaru's eyes and even his caution with the other crew members. It was no wonder Luffy had beaten Green Bull and captured two other figures like Sengoku and Fujitora. Even if I achieve my dream of becoming an admiral, can I stop him? This was the question in Kobe's mind as he stared at the island. The memory of almost 2 years ago, when he still worked for Alvida while she was overweight, doing all kinds of tasks nobody else wanted and without a choice, obeying her demands. Until Luffy showed up and managed to defeat Alvida and her entire crew in a unique way. In the end, Kobe left the ship with Luffy, and they went to Shelltown. Thinking about this, Kobe couldn't help but smile. Flashback, ouch. Why did you hit me? A young pink-haired boy murmured, looking at the man in front of him with fear, trembling as he thought this would be his end with this terrible and ruthless pirate. After all, this was Kobe's first impression of Luffy. "Because you talk too much, and I feel like doing it since you cry like a coward every time you open your mouth," Luffy said directly. Coward, Kobe couldn't help but murmur as he thought about his life since he left to fish and was captured by Alvida 2 years ago. "I guess you're right. In the end, I'm just a weakling at the mercy of others' wills," Kobe lamented, while Luffy sighed seeing this. "Kobe, tell me, do you have a dream?" Luffy asked. "I have one. But I don't know if I'm worthy," he said without much confidence. "You're already starting off wrong," Luffy said, gaining a curious look from Kobe, then continued, "You don't have faith in your dream, so you'll never achieve it," Luffy concluded simply. "Faith in my achieving it?" Kobe murmured as they were in the middle of the ocean, now without any ships in sight. "Look, Kobe, if Alvida's dream is to be the most beautiful woman in East Blue, then it'll happen if she has unwavering faith in it. You might be surprised by her the next time you see her," Luffy spoke seriously, and before Kobe could say something like, "That's impossible," he continued. "Just like I'm the man destined to conquer all the seas, even if I die pursuing my dream, I won't give up believing in it," Luffy said, placing his straw hat on his head to show the seriousness of his words. Even if you die pursuing your dream, Kobe was captivated by the words of this man, even though he was quite intimidating with his bad boy demeanor. Kobe gained a new determination in his gaze, and with a clenched fist, he said, You're right, Mr. Luffy, I'll join the Navy. I'll become an admiral and capture all the pirates in the world. Puff, ouch. That hurt, why did you hit me again? Kobe, who was finishing his heartfelt words, felt another flick on the side of his head. Don't say you're going to catch all the pirates in front of a pirate. Luffy tried to instill some common sense into the boy in front of him. I guess you're right. Wait, you're not laughing at my dream? Kobe asked, looking at Luffy's stoic face. Tisk, why would I laugh at someone else's dream? Luffy asked, scoffing. Remember, Kobe, in this world, people's dreams have no end, Luffy spoke seriously. End of flashback. Kobe thought about this memory, long etched in his mind as a motivator. Ironically, Luffy had been the first person to believe in his dream, who had told him about his own dreams, even if it meant challenging the entire world. He would keep risking his life, no matter how people laughed at him, he didn't care. Because he always had unwavering faith in his dream, it's no wonder he got to where he is, silencing all those who thought it was impossible. In less than 2 years, he conquered the sea and put his name at the top of this world. Kobe couldn't help but say his words to the wind. What? Did you say something, Kobe? Helmeppo couldn't help but ask beside him, but Kobe didn't bother to respond as his eyes were fixed on Luffy. You're right, Luffy, even though I'm following my dream, it's still not enough. Even if I become an admiral, maybe that's not enough. I need to reach a new level, one that can rival a Yonko. Kobe couldn't help but feel a flame igniting in his heart. He realized that the level he was aiming for wasn't enough to stop Monkey D. Luffy. He needed to go beyond that. I'll surpass all the admirals. I'll become the one who brings justice to the most unreachable parts of the sea. No matter who I have to face, I'll surpass them all. Kobe's determination was evolving, and everyone on the ship was shocked as a wave of conqueror's haki began emanating uncontrollably from the boy, spreading in all directions with the wind and yellow lightning bolts. What? That? Sengoku, who was near the ship's bow, quickly turned to look at the source of the haki, shocked to see it coming from one of Garp's protégés. Kobe. Garp, who was in his cabin with his hands on his forehead deep in thought, quickly lifted his head, sensing the conqueror's haki awakening from someone he never imagined, causing even the old marine hero to lose his composure. What was that? Kobe looked bewildered, seeing lightning bolts coming out of him without realizing it, while he turned his gaze forward as Helmeppo looked at him in fear, falling to his knees on the deck, while Sengoku stared at him, stunned. Suddenly, people around the ship started to fall, one by one. Sailors who couldn't withstand the pressure of the haki dropped to their knees or fainted all over the ship. What? Hermod, not fully understanding what he had just done. Was that Kobe? Does he have the conqueror's haki? Daddy, what are you looking at in the sea? I can't see anything, Aurora murmured while sitting in Luffy's lap, noticing her father staring at a specific spot with a startled expression and saying words that confused the girl. Daddy is just surprised by something, my baby, Luffy replied to her, opening a smile. Really, but Daddy is so strong. How can he be surprised by something? Aurora insisted. It's because, my daughter, the sea is so vast that no matter how strong you are, it will always have something to surprise you with, Luffy remarked while still gazing at the sea, where a small dot on the horizon marked the marine ship's location. Really, by the way, I really like Grandpa. When is he going to visit us? He already left, she murmured with a sad tone, having been happy to know she had a grandpa, but he had already left after a little fight with Daddy. I hope it's soon, but things aren't that simple. Daddy and Grandpa are enemies, he murmured. Why is that? She seemed shocked by this revelation. Daddy will explain later. Anyway, let's go see the others, Aurora. Luffy simply kissed her forehead and moved on to where everyone was. I hope you make the seas more interesting, Kobe. I hope you surpass even my grandfather. Luffy couldn't help but think, genuinely wishing for the Navy to have a powerful soldier who could surpass even the admirals. Luffy returned to organize everyone's stay in the new castle. He would stay with his wives, and his children would be in a room next to them when not sleeping with them. The rest of the crew, or at least most of the other men, would be in other rooms, as would the royal family, except for Viola, who would stay with Luffy. Luffy arranged another banquet, announcing that he would begin meeting the guests who had arrived in Dressrosa exclusively to speak with him. Meanwhile, he placed the animals captured on Mahawk's Island in a laboratory for his scientists to start working on them, turning them into the most powerful living weapon among the islands. Luffy didn't attend the banquet. Instead, he had to attend to one girl at a time, as he had to make up for his absence. Bakura, Viola, Lola, and all the wives who wanted his attention. By the end of the banquet, he appeared to celebrate with his companions in the middle of the city, while he was with Uda and Makita, both pregnant, the mothers of his children, and his 5 children. The next day, he finally had to start executing his pre-war plans, strengthening his position in the New World, increasing his fleet, reinforcing his projects, and conducting training for all members who would participate in the battle in Wano. Luffy stayed up until dawn before heading to his room, and even though Black Pearl was already on the island, it wouldn't fit all the women who would sleep with him that night, so the castle was his choice. When the sun rose the next day, shocking news began circulating worldwide, with Luffy once again being a central point. whether for his agreement with the world government or for his children being mentioned for the first time. Raccoon here. I decided to work on Kobe after all, since the Navy needs development or at least the future sword. I believe that, naturally, Kobe will possess the Conqueror's haki, so I didn't find it bad to already awaken it here. Kobe needs to become even stronger than what has been shown. The next day, the newspaper featured news about the agreement between the Yonkou, Monkey D. Luffy, and the world government. People all around the world were shocked as the Straw Hats clashed with the Marines in Dressrosa, where 3 admirals had been deployed, including the retired Sengoku, in Luffy's absence. However, when the Yonkou himself appeared, the tide of the battle turned against the Marines. One admiral was gravely injured, with witnesses reporting massive fire explosions, and the other 2 were captured shortly after, with Luffy assisting his crewmates. Morgan News had been mapping all of the group's movements, reporting crew members in various locations across the New World. Today, there was a clear explanation of the crew's current state, with Dressrosa's area becoming their new headquarters, shown in a photo featuring floating islands in the sky and others surrounding Dressrosa, with even the Grand Tesoro out at sea. People were wondering how Yonkou had turned Dressrosa's territory into such a formidable force, and what would happen in the New World with the impending war. The agreement outlined a condition in which the world government and the Straw Hats had a non-aggression pact, handing over the former fleet admiral, Sengoku, but still holding Fujitora, an admiral, as a hostage in their territory to ensure the government would not launch an attack against them in the Wano War. Those who were beginning to regain faith in the Marines after what had happened a year ago were left in shock at this moment, for in a short time since Monkey D. Luffy had returned to the sea, 2 admirals had fallen. One severely injured, recovering, and another being held hostage by what people believed to be the most dangerous pirate group in the world at that moment. With the government unable to attack them due to the agreement, people were fearful, especially those who were more enthusiastic supporters of the government worldwide. In addition to the non-aggression pact and the islands around Dressrosa, another page in the newspaper emerged, showing some children around Luffy with the headline, "The Monkey D lineage continues." The article claimed that Luffy already had 5 children. Luffy couldn't hide this information, no matter how much he wanted to, as he would never cease to be present as a father to his children, something he himself didn't have in his childhood, just like Ace and Lucy. Naturally, this information would be easily noticed by the government, so Luffy wasn't too concerned about having his children in the newspaper, it was only natural. However, for the world, it was quite shocking that Monkey D. Luffy already had 5 children. People who feared him, worried about safety and stability in the world, began to wonder what this era and the next would be like, especially since the mothers of these children were also very powerful. Would the world government let these children grow up? After all, the government had already failed to kill Roger's own son. "Damn pirates! Curse them!" shouted a man in a place far from Dressrosa, crushing the newspaper page in anger. "I swear I will destroy them, even you, Lucy, joined this crew." "What a disappointment," Zephyr exclaimed, staring at the newspaper that also reviewed some information about the pirate crew. And there was a picture of Lucy, a young woman who had trained enthusiastically with the Marines, only to end up becoming a pirate in the midst of the war and turning her back on the Marines. "Well, that doesn't matter anymore," he murmured at the end, staring seriously with eyes gleaming behind his glasses. "We'll have to destroy them," he said, with a clear plan to start intervening in the New World, ready to set it into motion. Pirates from the New World were also reading the newspapers and reacting in different ways. Some simply turned their ships and headed to Dressrosa, as they owed a debt to that Yonkou. Others began formulating plans to destroy them, while some stayed on their islands, unconcerned, thinking of ways to draw Luffy's attention. In Wano, Big Mom had finally arrived, and with her entire family, she was preparing for the war with the Beast Pirates. They were discussing what they had read in the newspaper. "Soon he'll come here, and that bastard," Kaido muttered, angrily, "is that Yamato's daughter?" He saw the photo of a little girl with horns who resembled his daughter, making the world's strongest creature clench his fists. "Well, I'll take my granddaughter after killing her father," he concluded, determined. "Mama, it's a shame I had to kill him. He would have made a good son-in-law," Big Mom said, looking at the newspaper next to Kaido. She was also thrilled and eager to have Luffy's lineage within her family, maybe even forcing him to procreate as she had done with other daughters before killing him or stealing his soul, unaware that Lola was already one of his lovers. Meanwhile, in Dressrosa, Luffy flipped through the newspaper and set it aside, not caring much, as a pirate group stood before him. He was sitting once again in the newly built throne room of Dressrosa, holding audiences with various visitors brought by his crew and others who had come on their own. "Luffy-senpai, there's a group here saying you gave them a challenge more than a year ago, and they survived the seas of the New World and managed to make a small name for themselves. They're here to claim a place in the fleet. What should I do with them, Supreme King of the Universe?" Bartolomeo shouted. "Just captain is enough. No need to overdo the titles, Bartolomeo. And yes, I remember them very well. I also sensed their presence on the island." "You can let them in," Luffy said calmly, while Bartolomeo nodded with stars in his eyes before leaving. Shortly after, the group entered. "Lord Luffy," they all said, kneeling before him. "You don't need to kneel before me. I'm a pirate, not a king," Luffy said calmly. He avoided demanding these things from monarchs, even though his goal was to become the emperor of all seas. He wouldn't stoop to the level of asking people to kneel and worship him. They all stood up, and Luffy continued. "Anyway, as you know, we're going to attack Wano, and I won't force you to join. I'll accept you into my fleet, but if you want to stay and train until you feel ready for war or sail the seas under my flag, you can choose, but training is mandatory," Luffy said calmly. He wasn't going to go back on his word given to these people, even though it was a reward a little above 200 million berries. These men had still proven their worth to him. "We want to fight by your side, Lord Luffy," said the group's captain, and Luffy nodded. "Alright then, but we'll stay here for a month to train you, so get prepared," Luffy said, and everyone agreed. The next to arrive were the Idio pirates, who had a slightly longer conversation with Luffy. The long-legged captain stared at him for a while after hearing his proposal. They had already discussed it on the ship while coming to Dressrosa. Luffy spoke about the challenges they would face regarding their goal to dominate the sea, find the One Piece, and even fight for the world's freedom. "Alright, we'll follow you, Monkey D. Luffy. I'll believe in your words," Jinbei said. Luffy nodded. "I've already asked Jinbei to organize your stay. Look for him. We'll start training soon," Luffy said, and the pirates nodded, leaving the place. The next visitor came in tied up by Usopp. "Let me go, you bastards," Cavendish kept yelling as he struggled to break free from his restraints, but he couldn't do anything as he was led to the center of the throne room, his gaze falling on Luffy, who was just standing there, observing. "Damned Monkey D. Luffy. I had such a perfect life until you, the worst generation, showed up in the new world, damn you." Cavendish began shouting at him while Usopp just shook his head. "Don't be a fool. Now let's have a nice conversation," Luffy said and ordered Usopp to release Cavendish. "Now leave us alone," Luffy commanded, and Usopp left the room. As Sue Cavendish, now free, lunged at Luffy, shouting, "Bastard," however, his body was sent flying to the other side before he could do anything, crashing into the wall. Luffy hadn't even stood up, just casually swatting him away as if brushing off a fly. At that moment, amid the crash, a grinning face emerged, speeding towards Luffy. As soon as it got close, its neck was firmly gripped by the Yonkou, who held it in place without letting it move. "You know, I still don't understand how this transformation works, but you are really fast, however, you're also weak at the same time," Luffy muttered, grasping it so easily that he thought this would be more challenging. Before the grinning face could do anything, Luffy hurled it against the wall, causing it to revert back into Cavendish, who fell unconscious. The blonde opened his eyes as Luffy poured water over him from a cup he retrieved from the system. Cavendish awoke, dazed. "What's happening? What a headache, I remember almost killing the damn Monkey D. Luffy in my dream," he muttered, before looking at Luffy, who stared at him as if he were an idiot. The conversation continued, and eventually, Cavendish left the throne room, frustrated but unshackled. As he walked away, he sought out Jinbei to remain in Dressrosa, finally accepting to join the crew. Entire fleets began to occupy Dressrosa's port, including the Grand Fleet of Yanta Maria, which was also there with its captain. Luffy met with Orlumbus and quickly convinced him, as well as all the members of their respective crews. The only ones left were Sai and his family with their mercenary fleet, which now also belonged to the fleet. Even King Elizabello II ended up accepting, seeing Luffy as far more efficient than the Marines and agreeing to move his kingdom to this area as well. After an entire day of audiences, Luffy finally stepped out, realizing there was no point in staying there any longer. He intended to enjoy the banquet that night with his entire fleet, now significantly larger. Starting tomorrow, training for the new members would begin, especially for those who would be participating in the assault on Wano, ensuring that Dressrosa was ready for any challenge they might face in his absence. "How are you?" Luffy took a few calm steps as he entered a room with a woman with green hair lying on the bed. "I'm fine." Monet responded cautiously while looking at him. "You showed up at the last moment after I lost consciousness," she commented, and Luffy nodded. "I didn't arrive earlier, but I got there in time to take down that guy," Luffy replied calmly. "Thank you," she said. "It was nothing. Lami took care of you." Luffy spoke as he touched her face, and she looked at him with a glimmer in her eyes. They ended up talking for a bit, and soon Luffy left the place. He went to check on his companion and discuss Sugar's fate. Luffy was quite adamant about not leaving her unsupervised, but she could still live an ordinary life as long as she continued wearing chains to nullify her powers. In any case, after leaving the place, Luffy headed to one of the islands where everyone was being gathered at that moment. After all, he was about to set his plans in motion. The Chinjiao family had also arrived, so all forces were assembled. From his former captains, Hancock, Foxy, Bellamy, Bartolomeo, Wiper, Page 1, Greg, Dory, and Brogy. These were the captains with combat ships, while the other members who trained in Skypia for 1 year were part of the espionage division of the current Baroque works. Lolo was a member as a scientist, not involved in fighting, but was responsible for creating the special metal to replenish the forces of all allied nations and Luffy's plans. Now, with this new recruitment, Luffy had attack captains such as Idio, Cavendish, Kairos, Tessero, Orlumbus, Haruden, Leo, Sai, and other minor captains. There were 20 pirate captains in total. It may not be as many as Whitebeard's over 40, but it was still enough to take on that fleet if the old man were still alive. Viola was his ally from Dressrosa, not an attack captain. The same could be said of her father, as they would remain taking care of Dressrosa. But Kairos would join the fight since his daughter was still an official member with great power, and he wanted to keep looking after her. Elisabello too was also an ally who would look after the kingdom of Prudence as Luffy's ally. Some ships had arrived, but some, like Haruden's companions, had not, as they had forgotten about his existence due to sugar. During this time, Luffy had also convinced Leo, one of Dressrosa's fairies, to join the fight with him. He was about to fight in Wano and could have Inuarashi and Nekomamushi and his crew once he won the war and liberated Wano. He looked at everyone there, along with their crews watching him from atop a rock while his main crew observed their captain dealing with the maritime force of over 20,000 pirates that were part of his fleet. People, champions of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet, Luffy began, his voice easily reaching everyone. I'm here to say that if you're here, you trust my vision of the world and what I seek for the sea, because this is a path of no return for everyone present. From now on, our fight won't just be against pirates or the navy, but the government will see us as a real threat, perhaps greater than the Yonkers themselves. And do you know why? Luffy spoke, breaking into a smile. Because they fear us, he said as everyone looked at him, dozens of thousands of eyes staring at him, trying to etch each of his words into their minds during this speech. Luffy was making history because today would be the first time the world would see his fleet in its entirety. After the events a year ago, he was known as the Fifth Emperor, the emperor without territory and without a fleet. However, what they couldn't imagine was that since the moment he gained consciousness in that barrel in East Blue, Luffy had been working swiftly to pave his way to the top of this world. He had 2 powerful devil fruits along with his haki, yet he knew he couldn't do everything alone and had been seeking as many key allies as possible. In the end, everything I've been working on in this world since I regained my memories almost 2 years ago, this is my result. Luffy remarked as he looked at the fleet. This was the fruit of his labor, but it was only the beginning. And from this day forward, we will shake the new world and destroy its entire power pyramid. But that's not enough. We will find the One Piece, but even that's not enough. We will shake the whole world, and even if everyone turns against us, we will stand firm and fight tooth and nail to prove that we are unstoppable, Luffy exclaimed with a wide grin. Oh! The crowd was captivated by his charisma, despite the simplicity of his speech. Thousands of minds imagined themselves being feared by the entire world. Anyway, let's start the training. I hope you're ready. Those who are already part of the crew will go to the island of dinosaurs to train with them. My companions will help you in the training. Those who are joining now can stay here. This is the island of animals, and we will begin your training immediately. He spoke as the 2 groups separated, with Zoro, Frankie, Jinbei, and Yamato overseeing the training of the older members while Luffy stayed to train the newcomers in his own way. He then began explaining how he would do it, and everyone's eyes shone with anticipation as various animals were summoned from the forest, approaching with more fear of Luffy than genuine intent to fight the newcomers. Many who didn't know his methods were eager to undergo training under one of the most powerful pirate crews in the world. However, reality was different, as all of them now found themselves sprawled on the ground. Thousands of bodies lay scattered on the ground in that training area, with groans and the cracking of bones audible as the animals retreated. Even the strongest members, capable of handling one of those beasts using haki, were overwhelmed by multiple opponents, losing the fights and getting beaten, as was the case with Tessero and Chinjao, who, despite their strength, were now lying buried in the ground. Luffy stood there, arms crossed and one eyebrow raised, watching the entire scene. Various animals had charged at them from the forest, and the confidence they had before was lost as they saw the enormous creatures not wasting a moment to start thrashing thousands of people. Luffy snorted. It's the first day, and you're all on the ground? He asked with a dissatisfied look, staring at all the men and women who dared to enter his training. You can go. What a disappointment. Luffy spoke to the animals, who awaited his orders. They all nodded and returned to the forest. You can't be serious, the men in front of him muttered as they heard his words, exhausted and defeated. Of course I'm serious, Luffy replied firmly. It's no accident that you're part of this crew, but it's disappointing to see that we haven't even started our real training yet. We were just warming up, Luffy continued. Warming up? How can you be so ruthless? Bakura, lying on the ground, murmured from the other side, not understanding how he could be so harsh, even with her, who was his lover. Meanwhile, nearby, Vivi was holding Sinbad in her arms, observing the commotion. She merely sighed as her son shifted in her embrace, raising his hands as if reaching for his father, laughing at Luffy's words despite not comprehending them. He's not going to stop, is he? Vivi commented, recalling how demanding Luffy had been, even with her. The first days on the ship were horrible. He expected her to grow stronger, but in his own way, and he was not the knight she had imagined. He was a harsh man who only sought satisfactory results in training. Well, it reminds me of the old days. We hardly got any rest either, Nijiko said, approaching Vivi while looking at the boy in her arms. It's true. Luffy's brother, that Sabo, also went for training with the other members on the dinosaur island. At least he doesn't have Luffy as his trainer, Vivi observed as she watched Nijiko running her fingers through her son's hair. Are you thinking your son will be like at the playful tone? A little, but my hair is darker, Nijiko commented with a smile. And aren't you planning to have one? Vivi inquired. Not now. I'm scared, Nijiko murmured, and Vivi nodded. She had been scared too when she got pregnant, worrying whether her boy would be safe, but the moment she saw him, she fell in love with her son and didn't regret giving birth. She just wanted to protect him from that moment on for the rest of her life, or at least until he could take care of himself like his father. Well, Luffy began to speak again, ignoring the protesting looks and cries for mercy. He was always like this when starting training, but since it was their first day, he would give them a chance to breathe. You're dismissed for today, so rest up. Tomorrow, we'll resume training, and you'd better be ready, Luffy said as he walked back to his women. Call Reiju to bathe them in recovery flames. I'm going back to Dressrosa. This training ended up being a waste of time, Luffy instructed. You should go easier on them, Luffy, Nijiko murmured. It's better for them to take a beating here than to die on the battlefield, Luffy replied, not yielding on his special method. His son wanted to be held, but Luffy just ruffled his hair. Not now, Sinbad. Daddy needs to handle a lot of things on his own, he said and turned to his wives. Anyway, I'm going to see my prisoner now. Goodbye, Luffy stated before disappearing, leaving the girls to sigh before calling Reiju on the Den Den Mushi, surprised that she already had to help 10,000 beaten people. Luffy landed in his current base area with a chair and made his way towards Fujitora. While walking in that corridor, he was surprised by a rebellious girl. You, get me out of here, I don't want to be here anymore. Luffy looked at Sugar in one of the cells. Sugar. Luffy commented calmly. You're Monkey D. Luffy, please, get me out of here, she exclaimed, and Luffy knew how deceitful she was and shook his head. I'll deal with you later. Even with a childlike appearance, you're over 20 years old, so don't try to fool me with some act. I'll see you later. Luffy completely ignored her and continued on to the next cells. Lami had left her there after getting annoyed with the girl, which was why Luffy had been surprised to see her. Fujitora was keeping his breathing controlled, seeming to be meditating when Luffy appeared in front of him. He merely lifted his head slightly, as if looking into Luffy's eyes, despite being blind. Hello, Fujitora. How about we step outside and have a chat? After all, Dressrosa was your home for a while, Luffy said as he unlocked the cell. Monkey D. Luffy. Fujitora murmured, feeling the powerful presence of Luffy before him as he unlocked his cell with a snap. Let's go outside, we have some things to discuss. Fujitora, Luffy said, and the man, unable to resist, stood up from his meditative position, beginning to leave the cell to follow Luffy, though his hands remained bound in sea stone. And so, they stepped outside the prison in silence. As the sun hit his face, the Admiral looked out over Dressrosa, appearing almost the same as when he was first detained. Outside the kingdom, he could sense islands as large as Dressrosa surrounding it, either on the sea or floating in the air. So, this is what the power of the levitating Fua no Am can do? He asked, somewhat impressed by the sight. Even though he couldn't see, he perceived shapes in the air and felt the presence of each island around him through his haki. Yes, it's the power of one of my crew members, Luffy replied with a smile. Fujitora said nothing, though he was visibly intrigued. Obviously, the gravity fruit user was interested in the levitation power, having heard of Shiki in the past, though he had never had to face him. Let's go, Luffy commented, leaving the prison as they passed a few guards posted by King Riku to watch over the place. They greeted Luffy and allowed him to pass without resistance. Fujitora merely followed in silence as they walked past the prison walls and into the city. Luffy offered no further comments, and they proceeded forward. As they walked, they saw the townspeople busy with their activities, rebuilding their homes, clearing stones and debris from both the streets and private properties. A consequence of the battle that took place when the first Straw Hats arrived in the kingdom. They continued their reconstruction while Luffy and Fujitora heard the sounds of nails and hammers. Dad, I brought your lunch. Let's eat with Mom, and then I'll help you finish our house. A boy ran up to a man hammering nails. Darling, I brought these little buns for you. Thank you, my love. At another house, a man was sawing a wooden beam while his wife approached. They seemed newly married, perhaps due to the absence, as either the man or the woman had once been transformed into toys. Now, they could reclaim their lives with those who had forgotten them, finally able to be close to the people they loved again. This scene had become commonplace as they continued to walk through the city. Children, parents, spouses, all appeared happy with their families, even with their homes in ruins, as they continued to rebuild, finding joy in being with the ones they loved. Some noticed Luffy strolling calmly through the streets, surprised to see the Yonko so casually accompanied by a marine admiral. In silence, some greeted him with nods, while others waved. "Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, thank you for what your crew did for Dressrosa. Lord Luffy, we are eternally grateful for the freedom you brought us. Dressrosa was a prison until you appeared. Thank you for ending Doflamingo and his family." People continued to exclaim as they passed through those streets. Of course, not everyone shared this sentiment. Some looked at Luffy with fear, but they were in the minority. He knew the world was as it was, that one could never please everyone, and accepted that he would always be seen as both a villain and a hero. Many would still fear him, but it didn't change the fact that most were grateful. Luffy calmly nodded in acknowledgement to those who greeted him. Some glanced at Fujitora with anger and disgust. How could the Marines let us suffer for years? How did you allow Dressrosa to reach this state? You were supposed to uphold justice? They hurled these words at the blind man. They sought an outlet for their frustrations, knowing it was only due to the government's interest in the Shichibukai system that Doflamingo's power had solidified, leaving this suffering people to endure in silence. Doflamingo was killed over a year ago, but it doesn't change the fact that everything started because of him and the government, which left Dressrosa in his hands after his coup. "Where were you when my wife turned into a toy?" a man exclaimed, pointing at Fujitora. "My son became a cursed toy for years. I couldn't even remember him until the arrival of the Straw Hat Pirates." The man cried while his teenage son tried to calm him, and the father, full of indignation, pointed a finger at the admiral. Luffy felt empathy for Fujitora, now the target of that collective outburst. "Don't blame yourself," Luffy said. "Many of them think I'll be the same as Doflamingo. They fear me, too. That's just how people are. Always looking for someone to blame for their misfortune." "It's alright. Perhaps I deserve it," Fujitora murmured. "You had nothing to do with what happened here. You're someone who only recently joined the Marines. I don't think you should be responsible for something that happened years ago in this country." Luffy replied, reasonably. To him, there was no reason to blame Fujitora for it as these people were doing. "But the moment I wear this mantle and carry this symbol," Fujitora answered with a certain determination, "I represent the Marines. So, naturally, I will bear their complaints." "You really are different from those other Marine idiots," Luffy said, smiling with respect. "You're also different from what I expected," Fujitora admitted. "Most people here see you as a hero. Someone who brought them freedom. Even though they are now under the flag of a pirate, you're bringing stability to this country for the moment." "I can't deny that," Luffy acknowledged. "But that was the work of my crew. I give credit to them, starting with Lami, who defeated Doflamingo in the War of the Best. Even so, they are still under your command," Fujitora said thoughtfully. Though he saw Luffy as an enemy of justice, he recognized the difference in ideals. "Your sense of justice is different from that of those who command you," Luffy commented, ignoring the people around them as he continued walking with Fujitora. "What do you mean by that?" Fujitora asked, raising his eyebrows, his eyes still closed. "I foresee that soon the Marines will split into two factions," he said. "One side will strictly follow the world government's orders, while the other will try to become independent." "What makes you think that, Monkey D. Luffy?" Fujitora asked, intrigued. "Simple. The world government," Luffy replied as the atmosphere between them grew darker. "Things are becoming unsustainable, and the government's corruption is becoming visible and will only become more exposed in the future. The Shichibukai program will likely be cancelled soon, but that doesn't change the fact that the government authorized countries like Dressrosa and Alabasta to be targets of pirates licensed to do as they please, allowing them to control their monarchies. We managed to stop Crocodile in Alabasta before anything truly happened. But here in Dressrosa, Doflamingo seized power and enslaved the country for years." He spoke in a somber tone at this part before continuing. "Don't misunderstand me, Fujitora. I know you're against the Shichibukai program. You want, and even the Marines intend, to destroy it, which is a good thing. But that doesn't change the fact that the Marines are still the government's dog. And as soon as things become unsustainable, like now, the world government will try to destabilize its image along with the programs. However, that won't stop them from committing other atrocities," he said. "Do you think the world government is a problem for the world?" Fujitora raised an eyebrow, almost in an ironic tone. Luffy now sounded like a revolutionary, much like his father, which was also dangerous, though he fell into an even worse category for the people of this sea. "Pirates like you and others spread terror across the New World. You might be right. The Yonko, for the most part, really are a problem for the world. At least Big Mom, Whitebeard, and are still those who seek only freedom on the seas, like Shanks. Although I still don't know all his intentions, he gave me this hat." Luffy held up his hat, showing it. "When I was just a child, he placed his hopes on me, that one day I would be in the position I am now. So, I believe I haven't disappointed him. Soon, this hat will be passed on to someone else." Luffy paused before continuing. "However, besides Shanks, there are still other good people. Whitebeard, for example, didn't cause problems for the world government or the Marines unless provoked. At least in his final days, all he wanted was to live and sail in peace until the end of his life. But even so, the world government and the Marines wanted to make a statement to the world about the Great Pirate Era, trying to end it by killing the strongest man in the world. I even understand the Marines' strategy, but the world government sold Whitebeard's image as a terrible pirate, someone destroying everything. He spoke before looking up at the sunny sky. The same can be said of Roger. Roger wasn't as evil as they claimed. He simply shook, at first, the gears of this world. What do you mean by that? Fujitora murmured, intrigued by Luffy's words. The gears of this world are about to be destroyed, and perhaps, just like Dressrosa, the whole world will be freed from the silent slavery imposed by the world government for over 800 years. It's time. A new era is coming, Fujitora. Either the world will prevail, and all those hidden demons, like Dressrosa, will be liberated, or people will continue to be silent slaves while the world government does whatever it pleases. You talk as if the world government is a monster, but it has established order in the world, Fujitora replied firmly. Despite not agreeing with everything, he still recognized that the world government brought benefits as well. Not as much as you might think, Luffy responded almost mockingly. It commits atrocities. Just because it seems to bring stability doesn't mean it's good. It just hides the truth. Every country has to pay tribute to the government, which it distributes to its divisions, Luffy began. But how much of that goes to the Marines? You know that most of that money goes to their precious celestial dragons. In my opinion, the government sees the world as a big pasture full of cows, and of course, they want control and order. After all, they need to milk the cows, and for what? So that those who live in Mary Joieuse can enjoy luxuries and enslave people, wanting the whole world to worship them as gods, but to me, they're nothing but pigs. Luffy spoke, fully aware of the weight of his words. Anyone who uttered such things would not only have their own head and their families on the line but would see their home island destroyed as well. However, Fujitora said nothing. Tell me, Fujitora, are you familiar with the hunt conducted by the Celestial Dragons years ago that seemed to end after the God Valley incident? Do you know what happened in Dressrosa? What happened in Alabasta? What happened in Ohara? As soon as scholars began to study the Void Century, the world government destroyed them. In truth, the world government fears the truth, and once it's revealed to the world, war will be inevitable. Roger was waiting for someone to lead the world in that war, someone who would liberate the people. Ironically, I might not even be the one he expected, but I intend to spark the beginning of this world's freedom, Luffy declared with conviction. After all, without freedom, people can't dream and find their happiness. Fujitora remained silent, taking it all in without comment. Luffy knew he didn't fully agree with his words but perhaps would understand them in time. Luffy was about to continue the conversation, but just then, his Den Mushi rang. Seeing it was Hancock, he picked it up, knowing she could speak to him in person, so a call must be urgent. Luffy, come quickly. Uda is about to give birth. I've already called Lami, hurry, Hancock exclaimed, her tone filled with urgency. He was surprised, but then a smile broke across his face. All right, I'll be there in a second, Luffy responded, hanging up the Den Mushi. He turned to Fujitora. Well, it looks like my sixth child is on the way. I can't miss this birth for anything. We'll leave our conversation for later, but one way or another, there'll come a time when you'll see the world government's atrocities. Don't forget about all the slaves trapped in Marijoy or any kingdom the world government may try to destroy in the future. Luffy paused, looking seriously at Fujitora, and added, I believe a new force will emerge within the Marines in time. A force that will fight for justice, and I truly hope you choose the right side, Fujitora. Fujitora nodded silently, reflecting on Luffy's words. In any case, you're permitted to walk around the city. You can find someone to help you arrange accommodations, but I can't release your sea stone cuffs, even though I know you wouldn't cause harm to Dressrosa. It's just for security. After all, you're still a hostage, meant to keep this place safe from the world government for now. No offense, Luffy said. Fujitora remained silent, simply watching as Luffy disappeared a moment later. The cry of a baby boy finally echoed in a room in the middle of the castle. Uda was lying on a bed, receiving treatment from Lami, who was also the doctor for other births. Lami could have delivered the baby from the mother's womb painlessly in an instant, using her Op no Mi power, but deep down, Uda refused that. Luffy agreed, as he believed it was good for the mother to experience the pain of childbirth, as a kind of sacrifice for the baby. The pain was part of creating the solid bond, the strongest bond a woman could have with someone, her own child. At this moment, the child was already among them, and everyone looked at him as he filled the hall with his cries, showing he was a lively boy. Luffy watched with a wide smile as the midwives there helped clean the boy, wiping the blood from his body. Give him to me, Uda requested in a weak tone as the women finished wrapping the child and brought him to his mother, placing him at her side. She looked at him with joy. He's so beautiful, Luffy. He looks just like you, Uda murmured, gazing at the boy with black hair and red eyes. Luffy moved closer and gently touched his son's face with his fingers, softly caressing him. He really did take after my coloring, our baby, Luffy said, smiling tenderly. How about a family photo? One of the women suggested, grabbing a Den Den Mushi to take a picture as Uda moved to a clean bed. They ended up taking a family photo, both agreeing to capture this moment. I'm a bit scared to send this photo to Grandpa, but I can send it to Shanks, Luffy couldn't help but murmur. Luffy spent some time with the newborn and the mother, giving them special attention. Days passed, and in the end, Luffy ended up setting aside his duties for 3 whole days, trusting his crew to handle training the others. While he was absent, the training was gentler, lacking his usual intensity or the inhuman challenges Luffy would create. When he returned, everyone quickly realized how serious he was about maintaining discipline. Soon, they found themselves on the ground, bodies aching and bruised after Luffy ordered giant animals to attack them during that day's training as soon as he returned. Guys, I didn't expect I'd need to go so easy on you. How disappointing, Luffy remarked, seeing their exhaustion, clearly dissatisfied with their progress. Come on, it's been 4 days since training began, and I haven't seen any results. You're falling to the ground within minutes. That's not enough. It's ridiculous, and you should be ashamed of yourselves. Luffy exclaimed, now addressing the entire fleet. Luffy had the Moa Moa No to enhance his training at a beastly pace, intensifying the drills, demanding that everyone learn to master the 6 Rokushiki techniques and improve their haki. He wanted these 30 days to equate to a year of intense training, at least for the thousands of soldiers before him. He expected everyone to learn the basics, and the captains to master higher levels of haki skills. Thus, the official training began. Luffy spent most of the days focusing on everyone's improvement while also managing the administration of his fleet. He met with kings to discuss and organize trade among allied nations, even within Paradise. This movement also brought the Prudence Kingdom near Dressrosa a few days after Beppo received this mission from Luffy, where King Elizabello II explained the situation to everyone, seeking consensus that they now belonged to the territory of Yonko. But it wasn't just these allies on the move. Baroque Works also entered the New World at that moment to establish its information network. As soon as Luffy received the call from Galdino, he sent some of his crew members to escort the new Baroque Works ships to Dressrosa as they emerged from the depths, in case they ran into trouble. Finally, we made it past the Grand Line, Jabra exclaimed on one of the ships, which sailed alongside other Baroque Works leaders. In addition to Jabra, Galdino, Bluno, and Bentham were also on the ship. The other leaders whom Luffy had kept in Baroque Works remained in Paradise, while these ones were being transferred to the New World to operate in a far more powerful sea and attempt to establish their spy network here. It might be a bit harsh to pull the strongest ones out of Paradise, but Luffy had trained the other members who had already mastered the 6 styles, preparing them to face most threats on that side. Everything seemed in order, but Diabo was still agitated as he watched the red line behind the ships, towering into the sky, while his gaze rose upward. Look at that, guys, he exclaimed, raising both hands and flipping off Mary Joie's. You bastards tried to capture us once. Now we're pirates. You bunch of idiots, he continued, as everyone looked at him and shook their heads, watching him curse the world nobles and the government with anger. I'm going to lie down for a bit, Bluno said, heading inside the deck, while Galdino watched him leave with narrowed eyes. What a boring guy, Jabra murmured, seeing his colleague leave without enjoying the New World Sea on such a sunny day. Bluno entered his cabin and quickly headed to the bed, but instead, he pulled out a box, took out a communication device, and grabbed some papers he kept hidden, scanning them quickly before turning on the device. Now that I'm close to Mary Joie's, I can inform them, Bluno murmured, revealing that he was a double agent, as the papers held all the information on the Straw Hats he'd gathered over the past year. He was about to turn on the device when the door suddenly burst open with someone kicking it in. Bluno looked up, stunned, his eyes widening at the sight of who stood there. I remember when I found you in that bar in Water 7. It was obvious you were a double agent back then, and honestly, nothing has changed since then. Hugo commented as he approached, while Bluno took a step back, shocked. You're here, how did you know? Bluno murmured, incredulous. He realized that Hugo had always known of his betrayal. We always knew. The captain always knew that you might be a traitor, Hugo said, leaving Bluno even more stunned. If he knew, why did he keep me with them for a year? Bluno asked, frowning. The captain wanted to see if you'd change your loyalty. You become much stronger than before, but don't be mistaken, Bluno. You were about to hand over our information to the world government, and that's unforgivable. Even for the captain, there are limits he can't tolerate. Hugo spoke with a cold, indifferent tone. Bluno didn't know how to respond as Hugo stepped even closer. You know, Hugo continued, the captain once told me that, even after recruiting you and Jabra, Diabo remained loyal. But you've always been in our sights. After all, when a dog grows up with a collar, it's hard for him to forget his original master. Isn't that how you treat the world government, Bluno? He said calmly, moving closer, as Bluno found himself cornered, stepping back until he felt his back against the door. The captain always said he wanted your fruit. That's why he kept you around. But he still wanted to give you a chance, and now you've lost it, so you're going to die. Hugo spoke with a tone that left no doubt. He was not joking, and he would follow through. Blueno, in a desperate move, quickly activated his devil fruit power, opening a door in space with high speed and trying to escape. However, just as he was about to pass through the opening, Hugo grabbed him, pulling him back. Blueno spun quickly, trying to break free as he felt his neck being squeezed and his body lifted. He used all his strength to struggle, but Hugo was far too strong. As he resisted, Blueno felt his hand begin to petrify, and a sharp pain spread through his neck until a snap ended his life. Hugo wasted no time, killing Blueno quickly as ordered by Luffy. There would be no forgiveness for this. Hugo simply sighed, but he didn't release the body, carrying it out of the cabin with Blueno's lifeless form draped o'erling Bentham and Jabra, who were waiting outside. What happened to him? Jabra exclaimed in shock upon seeing Blueno's dead body. He was about to pass our information to the world government, Galdino answered for Hugo, as he knew Luffy had asked him to keep an eye on Blueno. The captain's suspicion had proven true. What? He was a traitor? Jabra exclaimed again, even more stunned.
We had a traitor among us, it can't be, Bentham murmured, crying both for the loss of his friend and the possibility of his betrayal.
Yes, the captain was right. Either way, we've eliminated that rotten apple, and now we must head to Dressrosa, Hugo said. Shortly after, another crew member appeared, Usopp, who had also been selected to escort the fleet, along with 2 other crew members. Then, the 10 ships set sail for Dressrosa along with Baroque works. Meanwhile, Luffy was monitoring the system at that moment with a Den Den Mushi in his hand. Understood, just come back here, Luffy spoke in a tone void of emotion. He wasn't happy to have to kill someone from the fleet, but what choice did he have? The bastard was a traitor. And his gaze fell on the store system after Hugo confirmed and hung up the Den Den Mushi. The door fruit had now appeared in the inventory. Well, it seems that in the end, I'll have to use this power in a different way, he said, considering that the door fruit was too valuable to be wasted. He decided to keep it in his stock and choose a new user for it in the future, purchasing it at that very moment. Setting aside the matter of Blueno, Luffy turned his attention back to the fleet, which was training hard at that moment. Even though they were battered, everyone continued to push themselves to their limits, growing stronger each passing day. After all, each day was worth 10. Anyway, let's focus on training these guys. I'm sure they'll be unrecognizable when I'm done with them, Luffy said to himself, a smile spreading across his face. I heard you talking to yourself. Someone approached just then, and Luffy saw it was Uda, carrying the baby in her arms. She looked like a woman fulfilled with the feeling of being a mother. Oh, come and sit with me, my love, Luffy invited, and she did so. He took the child into his arms as soon as she handed him over to sit, calling him Dex, lifting and playing with him. The boy seemed curious. Look, my son, this is Daddy's army. Soon, they'll make the whole world tremble, Luffy said, smiling as little Dex looked on with curiosity at all the fights taking place in the open space. And so, a month passed since that day, and that very scene looked vastly different from what it did in that moment. Raccoon here. Attention, everyone. I won't be posting anything during the week from the 25th to the 1st, as I'll be taking some personal time off. Luffy was sitting in the same chair as a month ago, looking straight ahead as part of his daily routine, supervising his fleet's training once more. The open area was filled with monstrous, giant animals, even some gorillas wielding enormous swords, testing out the species he'd gathered from Mahawk's Island. He had brought in giraffes the size of giants, allowing them to train with each other, as they constantly learned and quickly caught up with the regular animals. Some could already use haki, and soon they would surpass the dinosaurs, given that the intelligent gorillas had the potential to become far stronger than the other animals. The battle was complete chaos, with animals moving around on all sides, mostly fighting against humans, who appeared tiny in comparison. While Luffy's fleet began using the 6 styles to fight, some could now even use haki. Luffy had turned 1 month of training into a year and a half. Using the powers of the Moa Moa no Mi, he had significantly accelerated everyone's learning. Meanwhile, his main crew, along with the most powerful members of the fleet, were training directly with the dinosaurs, who had mastered haki and could quickly become a greater challenge than any on the other islands. Luffy. Luffy heard his brother's voice as he approached. Sabo. Shouldn't you still be training in Skypa? Luffy asked, watching him drop from the sky to land in front of him. Sabo had mastered the most powerful 6 styles and trained with his mythical beasts over the past month. He had been training directly in Skypa with other icons, since Luffy kept their training hidden from the rest of the world, and Skypa was the only place where the icons could reveal themselves and fight one another. Sabo needed to train his beast, so Luffy had sent him there, allowing him to battle most of his main crew. Even Lucy fought Sabo, who had transformed into Rama, and unexpectedly, Lucy emerged victorious. After all, she was immune to lightning and managed to defeat Sabo, even without her Joy Girl transformation, which remained dormant. Of course, Luffy tried to make her unleash her Gear 5, but But the girl started running from her brother after being repeatedly beaten by him, as Luffy attempted to force her transformation, though he never succeeded. "I got a call from your father. We need to meet up now that the Gathering of Kingdoms will take place at Mary Joie's," Sabo said with a more serious tone. "Let me guess. You guys invaded the Holy City," Luffy said as Sabo sighed. "Yes. We need to gather information on the government because there are some concerning rumors there," Sabo said. "If you're talking about the empty throne, it hasn't been unoccupied for these 800 years, Luffy said. Sabo blinked, trying to process what Luffy had just said so abruptly. He remained like that for a moment, while Luffy seemed focused on watching the chaotic battle unfolding before him, with the terrain breaking apart within his view. His gaze then returned to the paralyzed Sabo. "Are you okay? Maybe you should stay a few more days to rest," he commented, looking at his brother and slowly meeting his gaze. "I'm sick. You just told me something absurd, and I'm the sick one," Sabo yelled, showing shark-like teeth as he shook Luffy with white eyes, while Luffy looked unfazed. "Tell me, what you just said, is it true? How do you know this? Why didn't you tell me before?" Sabo kept shaking Luffy, who swayed with the movement but maintained a calm expression. "You didn't ask." Luffy shrugged as Sabo grew even angrier, pushing him until he finally stopped. "Have you finally finished with this hysteria?" Luffy asked, looking at him. "You," Sabo murmured in frustration, but held back. "Do you realize what you just told me? Are you certain of it?" he asked, looking at him seriously. "I'm telling the truth. There's someone the world government keeps hidden, someone above the celestial dragons and the 5 elders. The one who is the true king of the world and has controlled it since the Void Century. Emu," Luffy said with a serious tone. "How do you know all of this? I mean, even Dragon wasn't certain about it, although he had some suspicions," murmured Sabo, incredulous at Luffy's words. "I can't say, but you should be careful in Mary Joie's," Luffy replied, knowing that Sabo would go regardless. However, he couldn't reveal more, as he needed Sabo to head toward Lulusha, forcing the world government to destroy the kingdom, where his plans would begin. Sabo regained his usual composure, and they began to talk about other matters. It was in the middle of their conversation that Luffy's Den Den Mushi rang. "I'll wait for the others and start getting ready to leave, Luffy," Sabo informed him, and Luffy nodded. "Alright. Stay at least tonight. I'm sure Lucy will be happy to have one last party with her brother," Luffy said, and Sabo nodded with a smile before leaving, while Luffy answered the Den Den Mushi. "Boss. That bird is approaching again," came Enel's voice. "That guy just doesn't know when to quit," Luffy muttered with a sigh. "Should I kill him? I can do it in an instant," Enel offered, but Luffy shook his head. "No. Leave him to me. Until I give the order, he isn't to be harmed, no matter how annoying and persistent he is," Luffy instructed, ensuring Enel wouldn't kill him at any moment. The Den Den Mushi call ended, and Luffy sighed, scanning the space above the island before forming black wings on his back and blasting off like a rocket, leaving the island behind. Morgans was once again trying to infiltrate the Straw Hats' territory, frustrated by his lack of success over the past few months while they maintained a low profile. Meanwhile, in Wano, 2 Yonkos were preparing to face the Straw Hats, yet no news had made it into the papers. Morgans was growing increasingly frustrated, eager to obtain some real information about them. After all, his newspapers were selling like never before, and the prospect of a Yonko war was unprecedented, anticipated for months. Not even the meeting of kings at Mary Joie's garnered as much attention worldwide, with everyone's eyes set beyond the red line, waiting to see how this conflict would unfold. But entering the territory was exceedingly difficult. Morgans had tried in numerous ways. First, he simply showed up, only to be expelled, told his presence couldn't be tolerated with so many spies already infiltrating the kingdoms. They didn't want their plans exposed to the world. He wasn't the only one seeking information, and it was clear that the world government was the most active, with 2 or 3 spies being caught daily, hoping one would slip past the Straw Hats' defenses. After being expelled, there wasn't much Morgans could do, but he tried various approaches. He posed as a merchant on a commercial ship, only to be intercepted by members of Luffy's main crew upon arrival at the island. He attempted to infiltrate with a pirate ship seeking to join the fleet, only to be turned away, told that joining Luffy's fleet wasn't done that way. Morgans even tried dressing as a woman, claiming to be Luffy's wife, only for Luffy himself to knock him so hard at the port that the journalist was sent flying to the horizon. Now he was trying from the air, attempting to get closer without being detected. Spotting some explosions in the distance, he was about to head that way when suddenly, Monkey D. Luffy appeared in front of him, wings flapping to halt himself, generating a gust of wind in the air. "What? They already found me," Morgans exclaimed, fear flashing across his face as he found himself face to face with the Yonko, who stood there, calmly staring at him. "You really think you can get close without anyone here detecting you, Morgans?" Luffy mocked, staring him down. Morgans gulped, remembering the last punch he took from this guy. It had left him bedridden for days. He was fast, but this man was a monster no one could control. "Don't look at me like that. I'm not going to hit you today, at least arose this line." Luffy began, while Morgan's remained silent. Suddenly, Luffy's face broke into a grin. "Anyway, Morgans, I want you to make a publication about me," Luffy said. "A publication?" Morgans was surprised, watching the Straw Hat Pirate hovering in front of him. "Yes, it's time to make a move. I want you to announce that in the coming weeks, we'll be heading to Wano," Luffy said. "Really?" Morgans was astonished, pulling out his notebook to jot things down. "Exactly. I want Big Mom and Kaido to know I'm coming. And I also want the world to know that we're finally going to bring those guys down," Luffy said calmly. "This is huge, a major scoop," Morgans exclaimed, excited. "Whatever. Can you do it?" Luffy asked. "Of course. Is there anything else I need to know? Maybe something like you all went through rigorous training last month and are now ready to face one of the world's strongest forces, who joined together to destroy the Straw Hats. That sounds incredibly interesting," he began to shout. "That wouldn't be wrong. We did go through some training, so, yes, you can say that. Just make sure Kaido and Big Mom know that we'll be setting out soon, and that they'll feel the wrath of the Straw Hats before they fall," Luffy said. "That's it, I'll put it on the front page of tomorrow's newspaper." Morgans looked thrilled. "One more thing. Can you publish this photo in the paper? I want the kid's grandfather to see her for the first time," Luffy said. "This is," Morgans murmured, looking at the photo. "Shank's daughter, the red-haired, and my wife," Luffy said. Morgans already knew Luffy was married to this woman, but he had never imagined such a connection. "Incredible. I'll do exactly that. These papers are going to sell like crazy." He was practically bouncing with excitement, while Luffy nodded and stepped closer. "Alright, you can go now. Goodbye." Luffy didn't have Shank's contact, so he planned to tell the entire world. Morgan suddenly felt a hard kick on his backside, sending him flying out as Luffy no longer needed him. "Hope he doesn't bother me again today." Luffy shrugged, his gaze returning to the battles below. "Now, let's go see how the training's going," Luffy said, moving closer as he heard explosions in the distance. "Raccoon here. Attention, everyone. I won't be posting anything during the week from the 25th to the 1st, as I'll be taking some personal time off." After Luffy left Morgan's in the space above his territory, he returned to oversee the rest of his fleet's training. Battles continued with destruction all around that part of the island where they were, as the native animals and gorillas attacked their adversaries. Unlike a month ago, everyone kept fighting in an intense struggle. Thousands of people fought together, forming groups to try to halt the beast's advance, which also numbered in the thousands, covering the entire area. The main battles involved Haki, with the fights primarily against the lead captains. Tesoro, now clad in darkened golden armor layered with Haki, charged forward with a giant golden fist to strike at an elephant that was also using Haki on its trunk. Both launched their attacks simultaneously, but after a fierce struggle, Tesoro lost, flying backward like a rocket, digging into the ground before reappearing and returning to attack the animal. Soon, another explosion of Haki clashed between the two as Tesoro sought a rematch. Idio was also fighting nearby, facing off against a giraffe. He used his legs to try to hit it, but the giraffe's tough skin reinforced with armament Haki made the fight extremely difficult. Even with his own Haki, the giraffe could predict his movements, showing it had observation Haki. The great leader of the Yanta Maria Grand Fleet, Orlumbus, was also in action, a bit further away in the middle of thousands of other soldiers fighting against the animals, using his fists against his opponent. He wasn't as powerful as the main crew, but he certainly possessed immense strength, standing above most others. Moria could launch objects from a distance at high speed. Focusing, he picked up a massive stone from the ground and hurled it at a lion that was charging to attack him. As the lion saw the huge stone hurtling towards it, it used its roar to emit a shock force due to the sound, causing the ground to explode with the impact and the stone to shatter before it even got close. Sai, along with his brother and grandfather, was also fighting against a group of giant beasts. "These monsters are strong," exclaimed Sai. He was already powerful but was struggling to face so many monsters at once. "Stop whining and fight," Chinjiao retorted, not wanting to see his grandson discouraged as he started facing more beasts than his grandson's kid, showing the Chinjiao family had certainly grown stronger. Both brothers had learned to master a new level of Haki, but even so, the pressure was immense. Sai continued using his spear to defeat some of the monsters with firm blows. But Chinjiao stood out, growing even stronger than before, advancing against several beasts using his Haki-infused punches and even his head to defeat them. This only paused when a hippo appeared, and the two exchanged blows with headbutts. "This one's tough. Very well. Let's see if you can keep it up," Chinjiao said in challenge after they both stepped back with no clear winner. After these words, he and the hippo charged at each other to fight once more. Cavendish, on the other hand, was also fighting. He defeated several smaller beasts in an instant, moving at high speed, with a twisted expression on his face. Luffy was interested to see if Cavendish would learn to control that second personality of his and had spent the last year pounding him whenever he transformed into that assassin to help him master the strength. The training worked. And now Cavendish could control his power better, stepping forward with a fierce face, facing many beasts that most people in front of Luffy struggled to handle. The members of Zo, Carrot and Pedro were also in the battle. They fought several beasts, transformed into their Sulong forms, but their opponents were even stronger, as they included the intelligent gorillas taken from Mahawk's lands. As they fought, these gorillas were developing their own techniques. All the members of Zo had already mastered the 6 styles and were learning to use haki at a more advanced level than other animals, but the same could be said for the gorillas. Even in Sulong form, Koala and Pedro continued to learn to develop and control their abilities, fighting tirelessly. Other members, such as pirates that Luffy had hired and some he ended up accepting, were present, fighting this month. Luffy had placed his trust in them to carry his flag out to sea. These included prisoners from the Grand Tesoro whom Tesoro kept imprisoned due to debts, as well as those who had been transformed into toys by Sugar and even those who had made promises to Luffy or came seeking to serve under his flag. All of them were also growing stronger. Luffy set these members aside and looked at the new force that would take on the role of the Baroque works in the New World, while a separate group of people specialized in espionage had been selected to develop their own techniques and work as a team. Nearby were the giant pirates, who had come after Haruden a few weeks prior. They joined Luffy's fleet after their captain decided it was so. The giants demanded to challenge those who would lead them as soon as they knew, resulting in knockouts with every punch Luffy landed on them, unable to do much as they became part of the fleet. Additionally, many groups of fishmen were there, organized by Jinbei at Luffy's request. He had asked for many inhabitants of Fishman Island to train, including one of Shirahoshi's brothers. Around 2,000 fishmen were training in the 6 styles and fighting against other animals, with some even developing haki. They would be used not only to strengthen the Straw Hat territory under the sea, but some were also destined to become members of the Baroque works due to their infiltration capabilities in the sea and high-speed maneuvers in the waters of the New World. Others would serve as support in the fleet, filling up to 3 ships with captains. The fleet was growing significantly stronger, and even the other subordinates of the captains, like the main crew, were growing a lot. Luffy could see Bakura alongside the other main members of the Grand Tesoro fighting against a beast and defeating it, as well as the other crews. But these were just the recently added members of the fleet. There were also those who had been training for more than a year, stationed on the Dinosaur Island with a formation led by Page 1. Thinking of all the fleet captains made Luffy smile as he watched the battles taking place on the other island. "It's not as large a number as Whitebeard's, who had 43, Luffy commented. "But I've just arrived in the New World and already have 25 captains with naval forces, and this number could double soon," he said calmly. He knew that now, with the downfall of the Yonkou from their posts, his fleet could grow exponentially as his name reached even the highest in the New World. Luffy sat down again, letting the Moa Moa No might take effect over everyone there. As he observed the action, Luffy picked up a small fruit that had returned to its normal size. He found it hidden in his pocket. It was the door fruit. This fruit should be given to someone trustworthy, Luffy thought. It will be one of the most useful fruits for our missions from now on, he remarked, thinking that the fool Blueno might have left the world government, but he seemed more marked than Luffy could have imagined. Either way, it was over, and he had just hired the fugitive CP9, thanks to this fruit. The battles continued for a while longer until Luffy decided to bring it to an end. "Stop, that was great training for today." Luffy's voice, though spoken calmly, reached everyone on the island, even on the other Dinosaur Island. Sabo was leaving soon, so Luffy wanted to hold a feast for his brother. Everyone immediately stopped upon hearing his command, with the animals returning calmly to the forests, carrying the wounded to be treated. After all, that human had compelled them to fight, and they had no choice but to obey, for he was far too strong. After that, the fleet members also organized themselves to leave. Some heading Toeju was stationed for recovery, using her flames on the crowd to heal them quickly. Meanwhile, even on the other islands, they stopped fighting, beginning to regroup and make their way back to Dressrosa, setting up a grand feast with the presence of 20,000 fleet subordinates and 2 kings. Lucy learned that Sabo would be leaving soon. She spent some time with her brother, laughing and talking, as usual. This went on for a while as Luffy remained with his family, maintaining the usual style that included all his wives gathered around him, with his children and the main crew members nearby. "Jinbei," Luffy called as he began to stand up. "I'm going to sleep. Let all crew members know that tomorrow we'll have an official meeting, because we're going to start taking action in the next few days, and we need to decide a few things." He spoke as Jinbei nodded, indicating he would inform everyone else. "Hey, Captain, you're leaving already? You, of all people, who used to stay the longest at the feasts," Zoro commented, trying to offer him some sake. "Sorry, Zoro. I have a family now and a responsibility toward them," Luffy laughed, joking. "Anyway, be there tomorrow, got it?" He spoke as Zoro nodded. Luffy then returned to the castle, knowing he'd have to wake up early. In the morning, Luffy stood with Lucy in front of an unmarked ship at the port, while Sabo, Koala, and Hack were behind Sabo, along with other Revolutionary Army members, already boarding the ship. It seems we're saying goodbye, siblings, Sabo murmured, looking at them. That's right, Luffy said, breaking into a smile. But it won't be the last time we see each other. I'm sure that next time, we'll all be together again. Sabo nodded. Yes, exclaimed Lucy beside him. Next time, Ace will be with us too, and we can finally toast with sake again. You don't even like sweet sake, Luffy said to his sister. But I can have a little, she replied, sticking her tongue out at him with a joyful smile. Well, anyway, I'm off. Until next time, Luffy and Lucy. Good luck. I hope to see you soon in the newspapers as the ones who took down Kaido and Big Mom, Sabo commented. Luffy nodded, as did his sister, watching their brother board the ship and sail away. Do you think it'll be long before we see him again, Luffy? Lucy asked. I don't think so, sister, but either way, we'll all be together soon. Now let's focus on what we need to do here. We're heading to Skypia, where all the main crew members are gathering. It's time to put our plan into action, Luffy said with a serious look. The two siblings began jumping into the air, heading towards Skypia to meet with all the main crew members. Raccoon here. Attention, everyone. I won't be posting anything during the week from the 25th to the 1st, as I'll be taking some personal time off. Anyway, I'd like to wish everyone a Merry Christmas in advance. Luffy was now with his entire crew: Yamato, Zoro, Kuina, Shirahoshi, Usopp, Chopper, Lami, Reiju, Nami, Najiko, Alvida, Vivi, Robin, Hachi, BABY5, Chow Chow, Beppo, Enel, Hugo, Jimbei, Lucy, Domino, Monet, Perona, Rebecca, Bonnie, Frankie, Brooke, and Uda. Everyone gathered in front of the golden castle built by Skypia as he announced their next steps and how they would handle Wano. The meeting lasted for an hour, during which he looked at each of his crew members individually. This was the official Black Pearl crew, 29 members, with more expected to join in the future after Wano. Luffy was confident in them. I understand, Captain. You want us to gain the country's support first, Beppo commented, showing admiration. Yes. I don't just want to take down Kaido. Wano needs to be freed differently. Wano needs to support us, too. I don't want to do everything for them, or they'll think they'll be treated the same way Kaido did once we take over. That's why I want the country's internal support. We need the samurai, Luffy said seriously. Luffy, I understand your reasoning. But how do you plan to do that? As soon as we're seen, we won't even reach Wano's lands without facing direct conflict, Kuina remarked. Because support from the lesser folk. They should worship and obey us after we defeat these guys, Enel sneered from the side. I think we should just defeat them and head to Egghead. We've wasted too much time here already, Bonnie said, eager to see Vegapunk as soon as possible. Luffy took a deep breath after each comment from his crew, though Kuina had a more logical approach. We have two ways to do this, addressing Kuina's point. Luffy began. Through the air. Kaido and Big Mom can't control the airspace, and when we move the fleet, they'll know we're drawing a lot of attention. So, we'll proceed with an aerial invasion. As for gathering support from the samurai, we'll do it in small numbers, just a team working under the shadows in various parts of Wano. It should be fairly simple, and from what the samurai were in touch with has mentioned, Kaido is depriving the people of food. That must be causing major unrest in the country, especially with Big Mom there as well. Luffy explained with his arms crossed. I see. That sounds interesting. I'd like to take part, Zoro said with a smile. Great, then you all have 2 days to prepare. Meanwhile, we need to handle some things happening on this sea right now. That Shichibukai has still been contacting us constantly? Luffy asked Jimbei, who had taken on the role of a kind of foreign minister, organizing everything for them and their allies. Yes, he seems quite hurried now that the world government's meeting is being expedited, Jimbei replied. I figured. After all, at this meeting, some interesting things will be on the agenda. Firstly, the declaration of all the countries that won't attend, and clearly, they're turning their backs on the government. And believe me, there are many, Luffy said. Are you saying that? Vivi murmured, looking at Luffy with concern. Your father will be safer in Alabasta, trust me, Vivi. Anyway, it's the only country I'll remove from the first line of the Grand Line. I'll place it in Wano once we take the territory, Luffy said. He had asked Cobra not to attend the meeting, unlike other countries. The Goa Kingdom with Queen Makino, the Syrup Kingdom with Queen Kaya, and the Kokoyashi Kingdom with the mayor as the acting king. These were the East Blue Kingdoms participating in the meeting due to the state of their nations and how they had developed. Syrup Kingdom had become a sort of Water 7 for shipbuilding in that blue, and Kokoyashi was known for its agriculture and powerful port, established long ago due to the clash of two icons. Luffy stopped pondering this and spoke again. Returning to the Shichibukai topic, he's desperate and will do anything to join our crew. After all, the program is about to end at this meeting, and he needs to infiltrate our crew, Luffy explained. Knowing that there was one of the 7 warlords, with 3 still unknown, Due to Doflamingo's death, the absence of Trafalgar Law, and Hancock's announcement as his wife to the world, they were still a mystery to Luffy. Although one of them wanted to join, it was obvious he was a government spy, likely a holy knight placed by the government's force, and Luffy still didn't know how to handle him. He knew that even with everything set to go to Wano, things were far more complicated than they seemed. First, he had to deal with some people he hadn't faced since arriving in Dressrosa, allowing him to focus solely on building up his fleet. His crew absorbed his words about the Shichibukai being abolished at this moment, looking at him in surprise. "You're saying that?" Bonnie murmured. "Your father is still useful to the government, so everything will be fine until we reach Egghead," Luffy continued. "Don't ask me how I know this, I just do," Luffy shrugged. "So, what's the plan, Luffy?" Nami asked. "As I said, many things will happen at this meeting, but what matters to us is the war with Wano. We'll deal with the government later, though I'm expecting an attack from them both in Wano and Dressrosa," Luffy said. "They would attack here with an admiral already in custody?" Rebecca murmured. "I'm not sure, but let's assume they will and prepare. We'll leave a few captains here," Luffy replied. Everyone nodded, and then Lucy approached her brother. "You said we're going somewhere else. What would that be?" she asked curiously. "There's someone with a very dangerous plan to destroy the New World, so we're going to stop him. I want you to do this on your own because he is Zephyr," Luffy said. "Trainer Zephyr?" Lucy exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, be ready tomorrow. We'll leave at dawn," Luffy said as Lucy nodded. "Luffy, did you see today's newspaper? It just arrived," Usopp approached Luffy as Lucy left. "No, but I can imagine what it might be," Luffy commented, glancing at the newspaper Usopp handed him. Since he'd spoken with Morgans yesterday, while the journalist was trying to infiltrate to gather information about them, Luffy had confronted him and decided to share a few important things. After all, it would be good for the world to know these things. In the newspaper, unsurprisingly, was Luffy's declaration that he was preparing his crew to head to Wano. The paper detailed the movements and steps of the Straw Hat crew, declaring to the world that, finally, a large-scale war was about to happen in Wano. Meanwhile, Dressrosa appeared to be in full preparation for battle. He couldn't help but wonder how the world would react to this, with two major events happening simultaneously. People were eagerly waiting for the outcome of the meeting at Mary Joieuse among all the kingdoms affiliated with the world government, as many things were happening globally, and the government needed to make a decision. Others speculated on what would happen in the New World and the Yonko conflict and how the government would respond to the end of this war. Although Luffy had earned a great deal of prestige by now, he would still be up against two Yonkos simultaneously, with two entire fleets. It was clear that Kaido and Big Mom had far more people than he did, exceeding 100,000 soldiers, while he was advancing with a force of around 20 to 30,000, a much smaller number. Even so, the Straw Hats stood firm. Luffy turned the newspaper, putting the subject aside, as he couldn't see the public's reaction immediately, though he was curious to know how people would respond. On another page, the newspaper mentioned the sixth child of a certain couple, which made Luffy think of Shanks and how he would react to this news of him and Uda having a child. Luffy then set the newspaper aside. "Anyway, thanks, Usopp. I'm going to organize a few things now," he said, leaving his companions for a moment. Everyone nodded as Luffy walked off alone, moving forward to prepare the details of his revealing everything to the crew. He knew he always needed a strategy to handle this kind of situation, avoiding any disadvantage and even planning the next steps all the way to the final island. After all, he was the leader responsible not only for his companions and friends but also for his family and children, whom he had to protect. Meanwhile, in Dressrosa, the city woke up bustling with activity. A man was walking through the streets with a cane, his hands gripping a seastone chain firmly. This had become a daily routine for him, as ever since Luffy declared that he liked him, he hadn't kept him in a cell and had even given him a house on the condition that he wouldn't harm the country or attempt to escape. Fujitora walked calmly, but soon his ears picked up on the conversations of the townspeople that morning. "So it's starting, they'll be leaving soon. Will Dressrosa be alright without them? After all, we're enemies of the government now, aren't we? Who needs the government or the Marines? But yes, they might attack us. Still, I believe the Straw Hat must have some plan in mind," someone else commented. "Yes, they're heading to Wano to defeat those evil guys. They say Wano is like our kingdom was under Doflamingo, enslaved in silence. No, it's even worse. I heard that over there, they're starving while the Shogun and Kaido treat their people like real slaves. That's terrible. I hope the Straw Hat and his crew free the country like they did with Dressrosa. Let's wait and see what happens. I'm sure they'll succeed and soon be back here, protecting Dressrosa again." The conversations continued, all focused on the Great War that was about to happen. Since the Battle of the Best at Marineford over a year ago, the world once again found itself on the brink of a new war, now among pirates, which would decide the future of the new world. Fujitora said nothing as he walked. He knew this would happen, but hearing people speak this way made him feel strange. After all, everyone saw the pirate as a hero, not as someone the Marines should be fighting. In a way, Fujitora thought this perspective made sense, considering the Marines hadn't done anything to change Dressrosa. It took a pirate to transform this kingdom into what it is today, and now Wano would likely go through the same. I hope he succeeds. These people seem quite happy with the way things are, Fujitora murmured to himself as he entered a betting establishment he frequented daily. He could go there as long as he earned his own money, something he managed by doing various jobs. He was quite kind to the locals, who found it curious how an admiral behaved and didn't complain. "You came?" a voice sounded from a corner as Fujitora approached. "Yes, I'm here, and this time, I'll beat you," he replied. "Good, that's great, more money for me and a way to ease my boredom," the mysterious man responded, while Fujitora nodded in silence. This man was extremely powerful, as his haki sensed. Perhaps as strong as he was, or maybe even stronger, even without using his devil fruit. This mysterious opponent he had met while betting had been in Dressrosa for a long time, saying he was there for Monkey D. Luffy. He had even managed to enter the country, but Luffy always said he would talk to him later. And so, the man had spent a month in Dressrosa, gambling and enjoying what the kingdom had to offer, as if on vacation, waiting for the day he could fight Luffy, as the young pirate had proposed since they met and impelled down. Once again, the world learned about the Straw Hat through the news publications. After a month of silence, with no updates from the outside, the world's eyes were on them. They had isolated themselves within their territory following a bomb incident, which led to a negotiation between the crew, the navy, and the government. Beyond the government's public statement about a non-aggression pact, it was revealed that the Yonko's lineage lived on through 5 children, a fact that somewhat shocked the world. These children might possess as much potential as their father and even their mothers, casting a veil of uncertainty over the world for those who deeply feared Luffy's power. This morning, the news the world had been waiting for finally broke. The war in the New World was underway, and speculations were arising from every corner, reaching even the Blues. In a kingdom in the East Blue, newspapers were in the hands of the citizens of Goa, each reading with their own thoughts. There were those who supported Luffy and those who didn't. To some, he was seen as a tyrannical pirate who entered their kingdom and killed the former king, without them fully understanding what had actually happened. However, they were a minority in the kingdom. Nevertheless, they did not despise the queen, who was managing the kingdom exceptionally well with the help of her ministers. Despite their misgivings, they couldn't deny that Monkey D. Luffy was one of the world's most powerful pirates, now returning from an entirely different kind of battle. Thankfully, he hadn't just killed a king in cold blood. Throughout the kingdom, debates filled the morning air, both in the capital and beyond. In Goa's palace, the queen sat on her throne, reading the newspaper. "Luffy, I hope you're safe," Makino smiled softly as she read the article. It had been nearly 2 years since she last saw Luffy, from the time he left the kingdom of Goa, embarking on his adventure to Logatown and beyond. He had since ventured across the Grand Line. Every time he appeared in the newspaper, she and others eagerly absorbed every detail about his journey at sea. And now, after a year of absence from the headlines, he was back, dominating the New World, recruiting kingdoms, and even establishing a headquarters with all those islands floating in the Dressrosa region. She read about it in the papers, marveling and wondering how Luffy and Lucy were doing. "Luffy, if you don't beat those guys in the New World, I'll have to kick your butt myself," Dayton declared, smoking a cigarette and wearing a uniform of the kingdom. Tears were in her eyes as she read the news, an obvious sign of concern for Luffy facing off against 2 major New World pirates, with photos of Kaido and Big Mom splashed across the same page. She had become quite capable over the past year. With Luffy's absence at sea, some pirates believed the kingdom of Goa harbored treasure from his crew and tried their luck invading. But Dayton, possessing the chain fruit, defeated them with ease. Even the queen, wielding the sound fruit, a gift she had received from Luffy, had grown incredibly strong. She was no longer the harmless bar girl anyone could easily intimidate while she just smiled. Now, after Makino wished to become strong enough to face the challenges Luffy encountered at Marineford, she trained tirelessly. The other ministers present weren't as strong as the queen herself and Dayton, who was training an entire royal guard from her bandits. Dayton had turned her life around, from isolated mountain living to a more luxurious life within the palace, while ensuring the kingdom's safety. The kingdom was thriving, with Luffy supporting their growth economically through alliances with other kingdoms. Free trade among them with minimal taxes boosted the economy and attracted many people who opened businesses there. Of course, Luffy still maintained control over all major decisions, and one of his direct orders was to clean up the dump along the walls of Goa's capital within a year. He knew well the suffering people endured there, and the result was that now, not only was the area cleared of trash, but a small town was beginning to rise there. This expansion of the kingdom offered substantial tax breaks and incentives from the court for anyone willing to invest. Now, those same people who once had to scavenge for their food in the dump could have a chance to build a life and sustain themselves. Back at the palace, as the court gathered with the topic being Monkey D. Luffy, one of the ministers stepped forward, concerned about the time. "My queen, we can't afford to delay any longer. We have until noon to start leaving the kingdom." We must reach Mary Joieuse before the world government meeting begins. The minister spoke in a more urgent tone. All right. Luffy will be fine in the new world. I'm sure he's going to have a great time, she smiled. My queen, I don't think a fight between Yonkos will be fun. It will be a bloodbath, perhaps worse than what we saw at Marineford, one of the ministers said, attempting to correct her. But Luffy always has fun. I'm sure he'll do just that, now that he's with Lucy too, she replied, still smiling innocently, while the ministers simply sighed, knowing they couldn't change their queen's mindset. In the end, they began preparing as Makino was seen packing her bags with the help of the castle servants. Despite their protests about the queen doing such things herself, Makino never minded and quickly packed her bags. Only as she was leaving did a minister rush up to her with an urgent tone. My queen, the ship is ready, but there's a marine ship approaching on the sea, he exclaimed, as Makino raised an eyebrow and descended the stairs with the minister, arriving in the throne room with a balcony outside, where the kingdom's high-ranking officials were gathered. In the port, they could see their ship waiting for them, richly adorned with Goa's emblem, a gift from the Syrup Kingdom by Queen Kaya herself. But at that moment, the ship wasn't what caught everyone's attention, it was the marine ship cutting through the sea toward them. That flag, Makino murmured, surprised, as were the others, for the flag was quite famous. That's GGG Garp, Deiden stammered repeatedly, and just as she managed to speak, someone landed right behind her, towering over her with crossed arms. I see you still remember me, Deiden, Garp said, grinning as his imposing shadow loomed behind Goa's protector, his red eyes glowing behind her as a threat that made Deiden fear for her life as soon as she turned. Deiden slowly turned her head, showing a pale and desperate face, thinking that Garp would try to hit her and arrest her this time. Don't look at me like that, as far as I know, you haven't committed any crimes. Besides, you're protecting your kingdom. I always had faith in you, Deiden, congratulations on choosing the right path in your life. Boo ha 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 ha. Garp laughed, leaving Deiden stunned.
Hello, Garp. Welcome to Goa. Makino approached with a smile.
It's always good to be home, Makino. How have you been? Garp replied, returning the smile as the queen nodded, indicating she was well. Garp, is that you? The former mayor of Fuchsia village approached, wearing his typical minister's suit. I'm here to escort Makino safely to Mary Joieuse, he replied. After all, the entire navy had dispatched guards to accompany the kings, as they indirectly funded the navy through the tributes handed over to the Tenryubido. That's great. Have you heard anything about Luffy? Makino said, her smile growing wider than ever before. That damned brat is launching a new war against those two, Garp muttered, well aware of the statements in the newspapers. Are they dangerous? Makino asked cautiously. They used to work together in the past, on the same crew. Garp murmured. Just thinking about that group and the chaos they caused made Garp uneasy. Not that Luffy reminded him much of them, but as his grandfather, Garp knew Luffy did what he thought was right and didn't spread uns the seas. It might be hypocritical of him, but Luffy was his grandson, above all else. While everyone around them looked worried at Garp's words, he suddenly smiled. But don't worry. Luffy knows what he's doing. I hope to teach him a lesson myself once this whole war and the world government meeting are over. He muttered, and everyone felt more at ease seeing Garp's confidence in Luffy. Anyway, that brat. He's given me another grandchild, he said with a proud tone as he looked at a picture of Luffy with Uda and his son. I should recruit him into the navy before he becomes a pirate like his father, he said with determination. Isn't he just a newborn baby? Deiden exclaimed, unable to believe Garp could be so shameless. This is Shanks's child. Does this make our queen a grandmother? A minister asked, still firmly believing that ever since Luffy had announced Makino as the wife of Shanks, the red-haired pirate. That rascal, he's involved with 2 Yonko daughters and got both of them pregnant. I wouldn't be surprised if one day he shows up with a daughter of Big Mom, the mayor murmured, though his expression showed a certain joy. But I'm glad that Luffy and the girl got along. I still remember them in Fuchsia village, running around while the pirates were drinking in Makino's bar, he said, reminiscing. They were so adorable. And in the end, they ended up together. So sweet, and their son looks just like Luffy. Makino gave a small laugh as she looked at the photo as well. I swear, I'll find that Shanks and make sure he doesn't corrupt my grandson the way he did Luffy. My next goal is to capture him before he can reach my lovely grandchild, Garp said with determination. The conversation soon wound down as everything settled between them. They made their way to the ship, while Vice Admiral Garp's ship was already alongside, waiting. Kobe wasn't on board, as he had gone elsewhere to escort another cane. So, Makino set sail under Garp's escort, heading directly southeast, planning to cross the Calm Belt. Garp's ship had the necessary technology to avoid issues with sea kings. Raccoon here. Asterisk I missed writing about the East Blue so much. I haven't written any reactions from them since Luffy returned to the sea, and I have a few more planned, including a reaction from Shanks when he finds out he's a grandfather. In other parts of the East Blue, News about the Straw Hats was spreading while more and more Navy ships headed toward the kingdoms that had been established over the last 2 years and had now classified themselves as part of the world government. While everyone had their own comments, in Syrup, Queen Kayak carefully read the headlines in the newspaper. "I hope you're okay, Usopp," she murmured, seeing the photo of her husband among Luffy's crew. In Kokuyashi, the minister was also preparing to head to Mary Joieuse to represent the country on behalf of Nami and Nejiko. He glanced at the newspaper with concern, silently vowing to kill Luffy if anything happened to the two sisters. In Shimotsuki village, Kuina's father was reading the newspaper alongside his students, who were crowded around him with a copy of the paper. "Master, how will Zoro and Kuina face another war? This seems incredible. How strong are they now, I wonder?" While the students chatted about the news, Kushiru, the master and Kuina's father, kept a serene expression, contemplating how they would overcome the next challenge, which could be even worse than Marineford. After all, he didn't need to worry too much. It had been over a year and 3 months since the War of the Best took place. If Kuina had improved so much by Marineford after just 6 months sailing with her crew before that war, how could he even imagine what she had become now? In Logatown, the new mayor also anticipated seeing great achievements from Monkey D. Luffy, while making comments that only he fully understood. In a year, Logatown had become a maritime power. Despite the rise of other kingdoms like Syrup and Kokuyashi, trade continued to thrive. As the closest island to Reverse Mountain, it attracted people from all the blues. Moreover, Luffy's old friend had greatly improved the city's infrastructure, even creating a parallel army to the Navy. Since the Navy couldn't be removed from Logatown entirely, this new force was established to serve the city's interests rather than blindly following the world government's orders. As East Blue's inhabitants discussed the upcoming war, some people in Paradise were also carefully watching the news, including, without a doubt, King Cobra. "I want to see my grandson," he exclaimed in the middle of the throne room, while everyone tried to calm him down. "My king, we cannot leave the country. We're already skipping the World Summit. Lord Luffy requested that we stay in the kingdom." Pell, his chief guard, tried to reason with him. "But I must go to the New World, don't you understand? He's the future king of Alabasta. King Sinbad. He sounds incredible." Cobra began speaking with the pride and joy of knowing his lineage would continue, and that the throne would one day pass to his grandson. At least, he hoped so. He hadn't seen any pictures of him this year, despite asking Vivi repeatedly. Due to a lack of communication, only Pell could describe the boy to the king after returning from training with Luffy in Skypia, alongside Baroque works and members of various other kingdoms. This was the first time Cobra saw his grandson in the newspaper, among an article describing all of Luffy's children. He desperately wanted to see his grandson as soon as possible but understood he would have to wait until, as Luffy said, a base was established in the New World. People in Paradise were also discussing the war. While Luffy's territories cheered for him, other islands feared how the conflict might affect them. Kings from all blues continued departing their kingdoms and being escorted to Mary Joieuse. The New World wasn't much different. Like Alabasta, Dressrosa and Prudence also refused the world government's summons and had ceased communication, even as the government and navy attempted to reach them. Meanwhile, Blackbeard was reading the newspaper, a sinister grin forming on his face on his island. He began summoning his entire crew and contacting those battling the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. Meanwhile, Ace received a call from Sabo that same day, saying he was leaving Dressrosa and sharing how his meeting with Luffy and Lucy had gone over the past month. "You received a fruit from him, that's certainly good." Ace was happy that Sabo had also gained a mythical beast. "Yes. Now I'm heading somewhere else while they've set off for the war," Sabo commented. "Yes. I wish I could be with them. After all, I have some acquaintances in Wano," Ace murmured, but he couldn't abandon his responsibilities here, being attacked by the Blackbeard pirates all the time. "I understand that you can't abandon this territory, and Luffy knows that too. Don't worry. Luffy will appear in the newspaper as someone victorious," Sabo said confidently. "I think you're right," Ace said finally as they continued talking about other things. Meanwhile, in Wano, the newspaper had finally arrived in Onigashima. Kaido's men quickly approached, entering the main hall that morning, bringing the newspaper in their hands as they showed it to their leader, who was drinking beside Big Mom. She, in turn, was eating sweets, constantly served by her toy soldiers. "Lord Kaido," they announced their presence with an urgent tone. "What is it?" Kaido asked grumpily, having just woken up and being interrupted as he tried to cure his hangover by drinking more. Meanwhile, his crew was by his side, watching calmly. Big Mom's crew was on the other side, equally attentive. "The Straw Hats. They're going to attack us soon. They announced it in the newspaper," said the man from the Beast Pirates, handing over the newspaper. Kaido stopped drinking immediately, and even Big Mom halted her meal, surprised. "Let me see that," Kaido ordered quickly. The man placed the newspaper in front of him and ran off, unable to withstand the oppressive atmosphere with 2 Yonko. "So the brat is finally coming? I thought he wouldn't come anymore," I'll capture Yamato and his granddaughter as soon as he shows up, Kaido declared, laughing with a mix of fury and satisfaction. Mama, your soul will be mine, Big Mom stated with a sinister tone, while everyone around seemed confident now, with the two Yonko united against the crew. King, Jack, and Queen stood motionless beside Kaido, analyzing the situation. It was then that Ulti, near anger, commented, I hope Page 1 is still alive. Otherwise, I'll blow the head off that raptor brother, she exclaimed with hatred. Ulti was clearly worried about her brother, who had been in the hands of enemy pirates for over a year, wondering how much he had been tortured, not imagining that now, Page 1 worked for Luffy as a dinosaur captain. Finally, we're going to fight. I was getting bored, said Smoothie, looking at Katakuri. Yes, the time has come. We'll finally get our revenge, right, Cracker? Katakuri commented. Cracker nodded slightly. He seemed nervous. He knew well the capabilities of that crew and knew more than his siblings what the Straw Hats could do. Despite having so many powerful people in that room, he still had doubts. After so much time, things might have become much more difficult to handle. While everyone looked at the newspaper, Kaido gave his orders to some men. Very well. Let's prepare Wano for war. I want all ships stationed at every edge of the country to intercept the Straw Hats. I also want the productivity of all factories increased in the coming weeks. I don't care how many die in the process. And summon Orochi to come here. It's time to deal with him. His men moved quickly to carry out the orders. Beside Kaido, in addition to the 3 disasters and the Tobarapo, thousands of beast pirate soldiers were already prepared. A number of them were Smile users, further increasing the army's strength, having the most powerful army among the Yonko. From the worst generation, there were X-Drake, Scratchman Apu, and Basil Hawkins, who had ended up joining in the past year since they entered the New World. On Big Mom's side stood the Charlotte family, homies, and all her captains, many O-names from the New World. Among them were Sanji and his family, Germa 66, who had settled in her territory after being defeated by the Straw Hats and escaping with Cracker. From the worst generation, she only had Capone Bej, married to Lola's sister. Her supporting force was significantly inferior to Kaido's. Even her strongest, Katakuri, could only be compared to Jack the Drought among Kaido's disasters. Nevertheless, Big Mom was someone not to be underestimated, as her strength was only slightly below Kaido's. Thus, a large-scale operation began in Wano, affecting not just the local sea but also the entire country. The pressure on its people and inhabitants increased more than ever. Out at sea, Kid was sailing on his ship, glaring at the newspaper with rage. His face, full of scars, and his missing arm bore the marks of the battles he had fought over the past year. He was frustrated. Despite having achieved a bounty of over 1 million berries, everything he did to match the Straw Hats still seemed insufficient. Looking at the newspaper only fueled his frustration further. What are we going to do, Captain? Killer asked, his expression serious. We're going to Wano, Kid replied, determined to prove his position in the New World. Elsewhere, another towering man was also staring at the newspaper, crushing it in anger. He doesn't come looking for me, and now he's going to fight Kaido? So be it, I'll find him there too, he declared firmly, pushing his small ship toward Wano. Even if he had to fight Kaido and Monkey D. Luffy himself. Near Elbaf, Shanks was stationed on an island after a banquet, reading the news with a cautious look. So, this war is finally going to start. Look, Captain, Luffy has 13 giants under his command, one of his crewmates exclaimed, surprised. I knew he had 2, after securing them for his Paradise campaign, but it seems he's gathered 11 more giants. That's truly impressive. Shanks gave a faint smile. I wonder what will happen from now on. Lucky Roo, one of his crewmates, grabbed the newspaper while munching on some meat. He flipped through it calmly, scanning for more news until he suddenly froze. Something wrong, Roo? Ben Beckman asked, noticing his unusual behavior. Shanks, Uda is in the newspaper, Roo said hesitantly. What? Shanks' tone changed instantly. What's in the newspaper? Uda, she's in the newspaper, Roo repeated. The crew fell silent. Uda had never been part of the Straw Hat crew, so Shanks was unaware that she had left the island of music. He had not been in contact with the man who frequently asked about her over the past few years. She hadn't participated in the War of Marineford, and her pregnancy had kept her out of the headlines. However, now, with her child, something new had made the front pages thanks to Luffy's exposure. Shanks snatched the newspaper from Roo like lightning, reading it rapidly. What is this? She had a child with Luffy, and he's already born, Roo replied amid the silence. The initial quiet turned into collective shock. Shanks stood frozen for a moment, utterly stunned, before his eyes widened. What? He immediately pulled the newspaper closer, scanning it frantically to see if there had been a mistake. The entire crew gathered around him, watching what he was analyzing. In the newspaper, there was a photo of Uda holding a baby beside Luffy. No one knew she had been with Luffy, let alone that she was pregnant with his child. How did this happen? How could he do this? That bastard touched my daughter, Shanks roared. His face contorted with fury as red hockey began emanating from his body. He glanced at the newspaper once again, a third time. The entire crew remained silent until, in the distance, a furious scream echoed from the island they were on. Red lightning shot into the sky, turning it dark, reflecting Shank's overwhelming rage and shock. While the world continued reacting to the war between Yonkos, in Dressrosa, not even an hour had passed since the two old men had met at the betting house. As they played calmly, someone entered the establishment. At that moment, the betting house manager looked surprised at the new visitor and quickly approached the newcomer. "Lord Luffy, it is an honor to have you here. If I had known of your presence, we would have organized a reception worthy of you." He seemed eager as Luffy entered, but the latter merely shrugged it off. Many people treated him this way now, and it was often irritating. "You don't need to be so formal. I'm just passing through. I want to talk to one of my guests," Luffy said calmly as he walked forward, stopping in front of the two men betting, who seemed deeply focused on the game. "Mr. Luffy, it's good to see you here. I hope you bring me some luck," Fujitora murmured with a smile, not even glancing at Luffy, who kept his attention on the game. However, beside him, his opponent threw an unsatisfied look at Luffy, seeming to think he might use Conqueror's haki to intimidate him. Luffy merely smiled at this, unconcerned that before him sat a monster, even greater than Fujitora. The man observed Luffy's silence and said nothing as well, returning to the game while it continued. It was a card game. Poker. Chips clattered onto the table continuously as they played on. Both eventually laid down their cards after trying to bluff each other in a particularly tense round. They each aimed to outwit the other until, in the end, Fujitora lost after revealing his hand. "Tell me, Mr. Luffy, did I lose?" Fujitora asked, a glimmer of hope in his tone. "You could have spoken directly to me, Fujitora. I don't think I'm petty enough to cheat a blind old man out of some gold." The man in front of Fujitora spoke in a stern tone, also casting a displeased look, seeming offended at the insinuation of dishonesty and gambling. "Our guest is right, Fujitora. You lost," Luffy said, as the result was clear. "That's unfortunate. It seems I'll have to work for the rest of the day to earn some money and play again tomorrow," Fujitora remarked in conclusion. Luffy raised an eyebrow. That man simply worked to rebuild Dressrosa, helping the other citizens, earning money just to gamble against that opponent and, invariably, lose. Although he sometimes won, the truth was that Fujitora always ended up at a loss, playing until he had nothing left. This guy. How can he be a marine admiral like this? Luffy couldn't help but think as he watched Fujitora begin to stand and leave his chips behind with a sorrowful expression. Luffy merely sighed as Fujitora departed and turned back to the man still seated, now gazing at him. "Is it alright if I play with you?" Luffy asked, ignoring Fujitora, while the other man narrowed his eyes at him. "Fine. It'll just be more money for me, considering you've been ignoring me for a month," the man said with some irritation. "Don't take it the wrong way. I told you, I've been training my crew, and I'm a new father. I had to give some attention to my family and relax a bit. I need a vacation too, don't you think? After all, you've lived a long life. We young folks need to enjoy ours as well," Luffy said calmly, while the man stared at him with emotionless eyes for a moment. "May I sit?" Luffy spoke again after the silence, taking the seat Fujitora had vacated and facing his new opponent. Meanwhile, he addressed the manager standing nearby, beginning to pull several sacks of gold from his pocket. "Take this and exchange it all for chips," he said, as the man widened his eyes and scrambled to catch the sacks tumbling onto him, falling flat to the floor under their weight. "Lord Luffy, I don't think we can accept this from you," the manager murmured hesitantly. After all, Luffy stood above King Riku and was the hero of this country. Luffy shook his head. "Don't give me that talk. I might be a pirate, but I'm not a thief who steals from my own people in my territory. Take this and get me chips. No complaints," Luffy said in a serious tone. The manager quickly nodded, standing up even more flustered, and rushed off with all the gold to exchange it for a sack full of chips. "You actually know how to be fair," the man in front of Luffy commented with a wry smile. "I do. I'm not a thief either. Not the kind of Yonko who enslaves and robs," Luffy shrugged. "No wonder Fujitora said what he saw in you was different," the man replied. "Anyway, enough talk. Let's play," Luffy said as the manager returned at that moment with the sack full of chips, beginning to place them on the table. His opponent took the initiative, picking up the cards and starting to shuffle them before dealing them to himself and Luffy. The game quickly began. Both players analyzed their cards in silence. The nervous manager watched from behind. He didn't recognize who this other man was but was worried about Luffy. He had never seen him here before, and now Luffy was playing against a customer who always seemed to win frequently. What the manager didn't know was the kind of battle taking place at that moment as the two men stared at their cards. Despite appearing to be just a card game, it was a duel of observation hockey. Both were using their abilities to predict each other's future moves, making the game extremely complex. Each thought generated a whirlwind of possibilities and consequences, causing hesitation before every play. "Damn, this is so difficult." You're worse than Fujitora, the man muttered with a frustrated tone. I've never played against someone this fast with observation hockey. It's certainly irritating, Luffy admitted as every move he considered seemed to open up new sequences of complex futures. They continued the game, always looking for the least harmful way to advance, until the man decided to break the silence with a new topic. Tell me, why have you been stalling me for a month? I thought that when you came to challenge me and impelled down after helping to free me, we'd fight as soon as you saw me. Instead, you've been dragging this out. Were you serious back then? The man asked, laying his cards on the table while Luffy analyzed, thought again, and saw multiple futures before making his move and drawing new cards from the deck. You're right. I still want to fight you, but things are a bit complicated. As much as I want to face a legendary pirate like you, I'd like to ask for more time, Luffy said calmly, preparing another move and placing his cards on the table. And you want to leave me here, waiting? The man asked simply, his tone serious. Luffy had to flash a more apologetic smile this time. Sorry about that. But I'd appreciate it. After all, the government will attack us as soon as we start the war. But I need someone strong enough to hold the line here, Luffy said calmly. The man didn't respond, continuing to make his moves. I bet my chips, Luffy said, beginning to place chips on the table. The man did the same, matching the amount and then adding more. I'll double it, he said before returning to their previous conversation. Why do you need my help? I thought you could protect your territory, the man asked again. I have children. I have 6 kids in this place. I can't leave them without protection. I need to make sure they're safe while their father faces a new challenge at sea. Their mothers will be with me, and I need all the strength I can gather to face 2 Yonko at once. Luffy explained. He had a protection plan, but with this guest's help, he'd be even more certain of his family's safety. You're asking a lot of me. You know that, don't you? The man raised an eyebrow before returning his focus to the game. I know that very well, and I even apologize for asking something so inconvenient, but I promise, we'll fight as soon as things are resolved, Luffy said as the man seemed lost in thought. He pushed more chips onto the table, raising his bet, and Luffy matched it. This continued for a while until the table was overflowing with around it. All of their chips were now in play, turning it into an all-or-nothing round. Despite Luffy having a lot of money, the man managed to match all of Luffy's chips, accumulated from his victories against Fujitora. Alright, I'll do it, the man finally said, though his voice carried a tone of dissatisfaction. Luffy's grin widened more than ever as he watched the man lay all his cards on the table. Looks like I lost, the man murmured at last. As predicted, Luffy advanced his cards, revealing a better hand than his opponent. With that, all the chips now belonged to Luffy. This must be worth around 500 million, Luffy commented calmly before standing and looking at the seated man. Thank you. Don't worry, keep all this money. After all, I don't want you to go unrewarded for the service you'll do for me. Although it's not much, I'll reward you more next time we meet, Patrick Redfield, Luffy said, walking out, leaving the man deep in thought as he watched the Straw Hat's back disappear into the streets of Dressrosa. Well, looks like I don't have a choice, the man murmured, letting a smile escape his lips. Luffy was satisfied he had managed to convince him. He had arrived over a month ago, and Luffy hadn't wanted to face him then. The idea of using him for protection had come just a few days ago. In Dressrosa, Luffy had already ensured protection against any government attack, but having Patrick Redfield would make things even better. He didn't know exactly what the government would do, but he knew they wouldn't use Uranus to destroy his kingdom. After all, Dressrosa and the other allied kingdoms were under the world's watchful eye at the moment. An attack of that scale would damage the world government's reputation. It's still morning. Now, let's see how the others are organizing for tomorrow's departure, Luffy said at last before disappearing into the skies over Dressrosa. Meanwhile, his crew and fleet were scattered across various islands and kingdoms, preparing themselves to finally march to war. The next day, Dressrosa was more bustling than at any other time since the fall of the Don Quixote family, as the people of Dressrosa kept a close watch on the harbor. A major movement was not limited to Dressrosa's port. Islands like Prodence and others across the territory were also alive with activity. The ports were filled with ships as the entire fleet organized for war, with all kinds of Jolly Rogers fluttering on the ship's sails. Massive vessels like the Grand Tesoro, capable of transporting a large portion of the fleet's army, were being loaded. As more and more men boarded, not only were people embarking, but weapons of all kinds, crafted with Luffy's special material, were being stored in preparation for battle. Lola had been producing more and more alcohol metal for the entire fleet over the past month, while the factory in Skypia operated at full capacity with Shiki's former crew working tirelessly. Not only that, but Luffy had also taken over the Don Quixote family's factory and repurposed it, further increasing production. Meanwhile, Lola kept working non-stop, saying she'd do anything for her husband, while he had to play his part nearly every day. In addition to the ships used by all the captains, the animals also had their own ship prepared. Gurren, Luffy's shoulder monkey, served as captain of the common animals. They had a ship island custom built for navigation with the help of Frankie and Shiki's scientist. Page 1, on the other hand, was the captain of the dinosaurs. Originally from Little Garden, these dinosaurs had evolved enough to use haki, becoming a force that would surely shock Kaido. They too had their own ship island. Luffy could barely imagine Kaido's face when he saw his former subordinates now working for Luffy, with an army of haki-wielding dinosaurs. A true beast crew made of dinosaurs and animals, without the need for smile fruits to create them. This activity continued for hours as the ships prepared, outfitting themselves with pirate crews and weaponry. Luffy was overseeing everything from the Black Pearl and Dressrosa, with several members of his crew and fleet aboard the ship, though not all of them. It was at that moment that lightning struck from the sky in their direction, as Enel descended toward the ship. Luffy, who had been reviewing reports, set them aside to look at Enel appearing before him. "It's done, demon. All communications in Den Den Mushi and the region have been blocked," Enel reported, fulfilling Luffy's request to prevent any communication that could report his fleet's movements to the world government. "Alright, just prepare to depart soon," Luffy responded in a neutral tone. "Can't I come with you, Luffy?" Viola approached, leaving her niece behind as she stood by Luffy's side. "You've certainly grown much stronger over the past year, but it's still not enough for this fight," Luffy stated calmly, being honest with her. But she hesitated, reluctant to miss the chance to fight alongside Luffy. "You're more important here. You know that. I need you to monitor everything, on the sea, below it, and in the sky. We can't afford to be caught off guard if the government launches an attack. Understand?" Luffy spoke seriously. After a moment of silence, Viola nodded, understanding what Luffy meant. "Luffy, everything is ready. Jinbei, Usopp, and Frankie have prepared the ship for departure," Nami said as she approached, holding a map of the New World, trying to plot a trouble-free course to Wano or at least partway through the sea. "That's good. But we still need to wait for the others," Luffy replied as Nico Robin and Nejico passed by his side. "Captain, so I'll be staying with you?" Sai asked, approaching Luffy. "Yes. I need you to use your new Akuma no Mi in Wano. When we arrive, I'll give you instructions," Luffy said. He left Sai behind and looked toward a corner of the ship, spotting Usopp, Chopper, and Beppo together, talking and watching the harbor activity as the other ships made their preparations. "Usopp, I want you to prepare the wig. Understood?" Luffy said as Usopp looked at him and grinned. "Of course, Captain. Beppo will be ready when the time comes," he replied, while Luffy nodded. Beppo, however, looked confused, as he would soon be wearing the wig for an important mission involving the entire fleet. "Finally, I'm excited to set foot in Wano again," Yamato remarked as she boarded the ship alongside Vivi, Reiju, and Lamy. "Master, I brought some things to help you organize the fleet. They boost concentration," Baby 5 said, approaching with a tray of cookies. Luffy unconsciously picked one up and ate it, only for it to explode in his mouth. He remained unfazed, continuing to focus on the map. "Captain," Brook exclaimed, looking at Luffy with fear, while Luffy appeared completely unbothered. "I wouldn't eat that even if I had a mouth." "Yo-ho-ho-ho," Brook chuckled at his own joke. At that moment, Zoro, Hugo, Alvida, and Kuina climbed the gangplank and boarded the ship. Luffy picked up a Den Den Mushi and began talking to members aboard other fleet ships. "You seem a bit anxious," Shirahoshi observed, addressing one of the pink-haired girls. "I'm a little nervous. I want to get to Egghead as soon as possible," Bonnie said, crossing her arms beside Shirahoshi and Rebecca, as Violet returned to speak with her niece. "Luffy, we've organized all the paperwork in your cabin," Monet said as she approached with Domino by her side. "Great. You can settle in on the ship," Luffy replied after hanging up the Den Den Mushi. Once they left, his gaze shifted to a woman carrying a baby toward him. "I want you to speak to our son one last time," Uda said as she approached the father of her child. "Of course," Luffy said, taking the baby, who would remain in Dressrosa. "Captain, everything is ready," Jinbei said, approaching with Hachi and Frankie after they inspected the ship's interior to ensure it was ready to set sail. "Great. Take your positions," Luffy instructed. "Sir Luffy." Still holding his son beside the boy's mother, Luffy turned to look at the mink rabbit standing with Pedro. "Carrot, Pedro, you'll both be on this ship," Luffy said, and the rabbit nodded while Pedro gave a firm nod as well. Alongside them, a samurai would also be on the main ship to serve as a guide to Wano. Luffy contacted Zou once the ship began its departure preparations. However, he couldn't control the elephant over 35 kilometers tall, so the minks would travel on ships. Luffy had a plan for this. They would pass through Zou and add the minks to the fleet. At least those who would fight alongside them. Luffy spent some time with his son while everyone got settled. He eventually handed the child back to Uda, who needed to place him with the others. It was at that moment someone landed on the deck, displaying pink hair. "There are so many pink-haired people in my life." Luffy couldn't help but mutter, thinking of all the women with that hair color who were connected to him. HMPH, a scoff came from Perona, floating above the ship with her ghosts. But it wasn't her Luffy was referring to, nor was it the person who had just arrived. Instead, it was Lola, who appeared with her bright smile and an appearance reminiscent of Big Mom in her prime, equally stunning as Yamato, Shirahoshi, or Boa Hancock, among the most beautiful women. "My husband," Lola exclaimed, jumping on Luffy and pressing his head into her chest, burying him in her embrace as she squeezed his head. "Stop that, Lola. I'm organizing things," Luffy demanded, grabbing her arms and pushing her away, too busy with his immense responsibilities to entertain her antics. "Don't act like that, my husband," she said, flashing a mischievous smile. "So, you're coming with us?" Luffy asked, changing the subject as he gave her a serious look. "Of course I am. I'd like to see my family. You said my twin sister is married. I want to show off my husband after 4,500 rejected marriage proposals," she said with the same smile. "You really shouldn't treat that as a joke," Luffy saw more before his expression turned serious again. "All right, you'll come on the ship with us," he declared, and she smiled brightly. She settled onto the ship, placing the suitcase in Luffy's and his wife's quarters, when her Den Den Mushi began to rain. "Fleet Admiral. The Grand Tessero is ready," Tessero's voice came from the other end. "That's great. Start leaving the port, it's almost time for us to depart," Luffy replied, hanging up the Den Den Mushi. His gaze shifted to one of the distant islands as a smile formed on his face. "Hey, Yamato," Luffy called to the girl. "Some visitors have been expecting just arrived. If anyone asks about me, tell them I've gone to take care of something quickly. I'll be back soon," he said. Luffy spoke as he spread his wings and, under everyone's watchful eyes, shot into the sky. He sped straight ahead at high speed, passing Dressrosa and another island before arriving at the shores of a third. He landed on the beach and looked ahead, spotting a man swimming and dragging a piece of land on his back through the currents. Luffy calmly waited for him to reach the shore, observing with a smile. After emerging from the water, the man began pulling the chains that dragged massive chunks of earth onto the middle of the beach. "You finally arrived," Luffy said with a grin. "We hit some storms, but it was a smooth journey," the person replied as Luffy wondered how they had managed to cross the red line with that chunk of island. He hadn't expected them to bring their bar along. "Don't look at me like that, Mugiwara boy. I said I'd come, but I didn't say I'd be here without my bar," a woman remarked as she opened the bar's door, noticing what Luffy had been thinking. "Well, this is pretty unusual, but it's great to have you here," Luffy commented. After all, Rayleigh had come at Luffy's request to protect the kingdoms while Luffy went to the war in Wano. With Rayleigh, Patrick Red, and a few other crew members and fleet allies, Dressrosa would be safe under such powerful protection. After all, the world government couldn't launch a major attack while the Reverie of Kings was underway in Mary Joieuse. "I came because I saw your proposal that you wouldn't tax my bar," Shigeyaku said, and Luffy smiled at the mercenary. "Of course not. You're exempt and can sell wherever you want. You can even open a branch in the kingdoms," Luffy said, shrugging. She seemed pleased, already thinking about her profits. "Are there gambling houses here?" Rayleigh asked, as Luffy flashed a more mischievous smile. "There are a few. But I'm sure one of them will catch your interest. Some friends from your past. I'm certain you'll get along well with them," Luffy remarked mysteriously, satisfied that Dressrosa would be protected by people with such legendary power. Luffy returned to the port along with his companions while having to carry Rayleigh and his wife, along with the entire bar, through the air, thanks to his strength and ability to fly. He flew directly back to the port where the ships were preparing to set sail. It didn't take long for him to place the Shaki's rip-off bear in the ground. "Rayleigh," Lucy exclaimed upon seeing her trainer there. "Oh, Lucy, how have you been?" Rayleigh smiled as he saw her again. "We're good, and you too, Shigeyaku. Will you be staying in Dressrosa?" "Luffy said you'd be here," Lucy said, smiling. While Lucy was talking to Rayleigh and his wife, Luffy returned to the main ship, where his entire crew, except for Lucy, was gathered at the port, waiting for the ship to finally depart. He ignored the others as he returned to his initial spot full of Den Den Mushi, connecting them all. "How are we looking for departure?" Luffy asked. "We're ready, Admiral," replied one distinctive Den Den Mushi. "We're ready too," another one said. "The Grand Tessero is ready to set sail at your command. We'll be ready in 10 minutes as well. We're just waiting for your order to depart. We only need to load a few more weapon supplies." The Den Den Mushi began chiming in from all the captains, reporting their statuses. Luffy listened attentively from his spot, nodding at each report. "Very well. Those not ready yet, let me know when you are. Everyone else, be prepared to start moving," he ordered, and all the Den Den Mushi acknowledged, continuing their preparations to set off at any moment. Luffy observed the last crew members boarding the ship. Some headed to the port to speak with Rayleigh and his wife, but others were arriving as well. Rebecca's own father appeared, approaching alongside his daughter, hopping on one leg using Jeppo. He declared that he, too, would join the war, as he didn't want to leave his daughter alone in this battle. Another person who appeared was Lola, who arrived leaping through the air with a backpack on her back, landing in front of Luffy. "You really want to do this, Lola? You know facing your mother won't be easy," Luffy said, addressing her. That's exactly why I want to go, my husband, it's time to face that family again. Besides, I want to ensure some of my siblings don't die in this war, Lola responded with determination. Luffy nodded, understanding her reasons. She cared about the Charlotte family despite all the issues with her mother and her madness, which was understandable. After all, having a mother like Big Mom didn't seem healthy for any child. It was curious to observe Lola, who resembled Big Mom in her prime before aging and gaining weight. This resemblance would surely impress her siblings, and in addition, her strength was remarkable. Perhaps not as powerful as the three strongest in the family but still superior to the rest. I'm taking my things to your room, Lola said as she boarded the ship with her backpack, planning to share the space with Luffy. He shrugged and continued supervising the fleet's preparations. Shortly after, the Den Den Mushi began ringing again. We're ready to set sail, Admiral, Straw Hat, I'm ready. Heading to Wano. All ships are ready. The confirmations came in as Luffy listened carefully. When the last captain gave their approval, he took a deep breath, satisfied. That's great, get everyone ready. We'll depart on my order, Luffy said, and then returned to his crew, who were outside the ship. Let's go, everyone, the entire fleet is ready. We're setting sail now, he commanded. Lucy, Nami, Vivi, and Robin, who had been talking with Shaki, nodded and returned to the ship. Nearby, the king of Dressrosa and the king of Protons watched from the port. Also present were Red Patrick, Fujitora, and others who would remain to protect their territories and families, along with the crew. Good luck. Say goodbye to your parents, Gloriosa said, holding all 6 of Luffy's children around her as she approached Rayleigh and Shaki, watching them finally depart. Good luck. Don't lose this fight, Straw Hat, the king of Protons said, crossing his arms. Don't worry, from now on, we won't just face Kaido and Big Mom, but we also won't lose a single fight. Luffy replied with a smile, then turned back to Gloriosa. Goodbye, my children. Daddy will be back soon, Luffy said as the mothers on the ship and others nearby waved their farewells as well. He now set that aside and gave his final instructions to his crew. Well, let's get started, then, he said, watching everyone board the ship and prepare. Those with specific tasks rushed to adjust the sails, prepare the helm, and check the ship's overall condition en route. Attention, everyone, we're departing now, Luffy ordered his crew and the Den Den Mushi connected to the fleet. Quickly, a flurry of activity began at the port of Dressrosa and across the islands in the territory. The ships began moving, heading out to sea under the watchful eyes of everyone present. Haha, finally, Lucy exclaimed, running to the bow of the ship and sitting on Ifrit's head on the Black Pearl. As the main ship moved away from the port, more and more ships began to follow them, all sailing toward the open sea. The atmosphere was vibrant with excitement about finally facing a new challenge after the war. Luffy also approached the bow, standing behind Lucy. He looked back and saw a massive fleet of ships following them. These weren't just from Dressrosa but also from other places, small, medium, large, and even giant ships. There were also floating island ships and the Grand Tesoro, standing out as a golden floating city. His expression showed satisfaction as he observed an entire fleet advancing into the sea with full force. Hancock was aboard the Kuja pirates' ship. Although she wanted to sail on the same ship as Luffy, she still had responsibilities to her own crew. As they moved forward, the Serpents pushed their ship, and her crew was fully prepared for combat after more than a year of training. The fleet was divided among several ships, and Luffy had the records of all of them in his papers as he continued to observe the vessels. Fleet Crew 1 Captain. Boa Hancock Captain's Bounty. 1,659,000,000.
Main members, Boa Sandersonia, Boa Marigold. Crew name, Kuja Pirates.
Crew size. 120 Amazons. Number of ships. 1 crew abilities. The 6 most powerful combat styles. Haki. Some had awakened Haki before the 1-year training period, and now they are skilled in the use of observation and armament Haki, capable of surpassing high-level pirates in the New World. Fleet Crew 2 Captain. Marguerite Captain's Bounty, no bounty recorded. Main members. Ran, Daisy, Sweet Pea, Aphalandra. Crew name, 2nd ship of the Kuja Pirates. Crew size. 80 Amazons. Number of ships. 1 crew abilities. The 6 most powerful combat styles. Haki. Proficient in the use of observation and armament Haki, capable of surpassing medium-level pirates in the New World. Specialize in combat with spears and arrows infused with armament Haki. Fleet Crew 3 Captain. Foxy Captain's Bounty, 24 million. Main members. Porch, Hamburg. Crew name, Foxy Pirates. Crew size. Approximately 500 members. Number of ships. 1. Crew abilities. The 6 most powerful combat styles. Haki. Skilled in the use of observation and armament Haki, capable of surpassing medium-level pirates in the New World. Fleet Crew 4 Captain. Bellamy Captain's Bounty, 195 million. Main members. Sarquis, Eddie, Rivers. Crew name, Bellamy Pirates. Crew size. 70 members. Number of ships. 1 crew. Abilities. The 6 most powerful combat styles. Haki. Skilled in the use of observation and armament haki, capable of surpassing medium to high-level pirates in the New World. Fleet Crew 5 Captain. Bartolomeo Captain's Bounty, 200 million. Main members. Gambia, Maynard. Crew name, Bardo Club Pirates. Crew size. 56 members. Number of ships. 1 crew. Abilities. The 6 most powerful combat styles. Haki. Skilled in the use of observation and armament haki, capable of surpassing medium to high-level pirates in the New World. Fleet Crew 6 Captain. Wiper Conti. Recorded. Main members, Kamakiri, Reiki, Bram. Crew name. Shandia Warriors. Crew size. 180 warriors. Number of ships. 3. Crew abilities. The 6 most powerful combat styles. Haki. Skilled in the use of observation and armament haki, capable of surpassing medium to high-level pirates in the New World. Specialists in the use of dials, impact, reject, and others, combining Skypia technology with high-intensity combat. Fleet Crew 7 Captain. Page 1 Captain's Bounty, 290 million. Main members. No highlighted members. Crew name, Dinosaur Fleet. Crew size. Approximately 2,000 highly trained and modified dinosaurs. Number of ships. 1. Island ship. Crew abilities. Genetically modified dinosaurs captured from Little Garden. They do not use the 6 combat styles but are extremely intelligent and capable of using armament and observation haki, making them formidable in combat. Dinosaurs utilize brute strength and basic coordinated strategies under the direct command of Page 1. Fleet Crew 8 Captain. Greg, Giant Gorilla, Captain's Bounty, no bounty recorded. Main members. No highlighted members. Crew name, Giant Animal Fleet. Crew size. Approximately 5,000 giant animals, lions, giraffes, and others. Number of ships. 1. Island ship. Crew abilities. Common giant animals with enhanced intelligence and the ability to follow orders. They do not use the 6 combat styles but are extremely strong and utilize armament and observation haki, making them dangerous in combat. Combat relies on brute force and coordinated strategies under the direct command of Greg. Fleet Crew 9 Captains. Dory and Brogy Captain's Bounties. Dory. 100 million. Brogy. 100 million. Main members. Only Dory and Brogy. Crew name. Giant Warriors of Elbaf. Crew size. 2. Only the captains. Number of ships. 1 crew abilities. Extremely skilled swordsman, combining brute strength with refined techniques. The 6 most powerful combat styles. Haki. Mastery in the use of armament and observation haki, placing them on the level of a Yonko commander in terms of power. Extensive experience and skill in naval and land combat, accumulated over centuries of battles. Fleet Crew 10 Captain. Guild Tessero Captain's Bounty, 1,500 million. Main members. Bakura, Mr. Tanaka, Dice. Crew name, Grand Tessero Crew. Crew size. Approximately 3,000 members, including elites and subordinate workers. Number of ships. 1. Giant ship, Grand Tessero, a luxury floating city. Crew abilities. Gold manipulation through the Gold No Mi, Gold Fruit, used by the captain for large-scale offense and defense, empowering the entire crew. The 6 most powerful combat styles. Haki. Many members have developed skills in observation and armament haki, making the crew formidable in combat. Fleet Crew 11 Captain. Qingdao Captain's Bounty, 542 million. Main members. Sai, Bu. Crew name, Hapo Navy. Crew size, approximately 800 warriors. Number of ships. 10 crew abilities. Masters of the Hapo Navy combat style, a unique technique blending brute strength with martial arts and specialized weapon techniques. The 6 most powerful combat styles. Haki. Many members, including the captain and Sai, possess skills in observation and armament haki, capable of challenging high-level pirates in the New World. Fleet Crew 12 Captain. Orlumpus Captain's Bounty, no known bounty. Main members. No highlighted members. Crew name, Yanta Maria Grand Fleet. Crew size. Approximately 4,300 warriors. Number of ships, 56. Crew abilities. Soldiers organized into tactical formations, functioning as a true naval army. The 6 most powerful combat styles. Haki. Fleet leaders possess skills in observation and armament haki, while the rest of the warriors rely on brute strength and basic combat techniques. Equipped with naval weaponry and supplies for prolonged campaigns. Fleet Crew 13 Captain. Idio Captain's Bounty, 150 million. Main members. Blue Gilly, Abdullah, Jeet. Crew name, Idio Pirates. Crew size. Approximately 50 members. Number of ships. 1. Crew abilities. Masters of martial arts, with a special focus on hand-to-hand combat and traditional combat styles. The 6 most powerful combat styles. Haki. Some members, including Idio, possess skills in observation and armament haki, providing an edge in battles against medium to high-level pirates in the New World. A ship well adapted for swift missions and direct combat, emphasizing efficiency and speed. Fleet Crew 14 Captain. Cavendish Captain's Bounty, 330 million. Main members. Farul, Cavendish's personal horse, crew name, Beautiful Pirates. Crew size. Approximately 75 members. Number of ships. 1. Crew abilities. Cavendish, an extraordinary swordsman, is known for his split personality, Death Knight, making him extremely dangerous. The 6 most powerful combat styles. Haki. Cavendish possesses skills in observation and armament haki, capable of rivaling elite swordsmen. He also gained control over his other personality after intense training with Luffy for a month. Fleet Crew 15 Captain. Haruden Captain's Bounty, 150 million. Main members. Stanson, Rode, Gerd, Goldberg. Crew name, Dressrosa. Giant Pirates. Crew size. 5 giants. Number of ships. 1. Crew abilities. Haruden and his crew possess overwhelming physical strength, capable of causing mass destruction in naval and land combat. The 6 most powerful combat styles. Haki. All members possess observation and armament haki, equivalent to elites in combat. These were the most well-known members, bringing the total to over 16,000 members. However, there are others, less renowned, who also form part of the fleet, completing nearly 18,000 men in total and 25 pirate captains. Fleet Crew 16 Captain. Ryujin Captain's Bounty, 320 million. Main members. Ayaka, Sniper, Guillermo, Swordsman, crew name, Deep Sea Pirates. Crew size. 150 fishmen. Number of ships. 2. Crew abilities. Masters of Fishman Karate, focusing on both underwater and surface combat. The 6 most powerful combat styles. Haki. Many members possess observation and armament haki, making them a lethal force at sea. Fleet Crew 17 Captain. Eleutheria Captain's Bounty, 270 million. Main members. Zephyr, Strategist, Claudia, Sharpshooter. Crew name. Warriors of the City of Angels. Crew size. 120 Celestial Warriors. Number of ships. 2. Crew abilities. Specialists in advanced dials and aerial combat. The 6 most powerful combat styles. Haki. The captain and her lieutenants possess observation and armament haki, along with agile maneuvers to confuse enemies. Fleet Crew 18 Captain. Zane Captain's Bounty, 150 million. Main members. Arlo, Engineer, Mira, Navigator, crew name, Black Claw Pirates. Crew size. 80 members. Number of ships. 1. Crew abilities. Specialists in stealth, sabotage, and ambushes. The 6 most powerful combat styles. Haki. Some members possess basic haki skills. Fleet Crew 19. Captain. Pharaoh Captain's Bounty, 300 million. Main members. Mina, Sharpshooter, Valtor, Gunner. Crew name. Iron Corsairs. Crew size. 200 members. Number of ships. 3. Crew abilities. Utilize advanced combat technology and weaponry. The 6 most powerful combat styles. Haki. Some members possess basic haki skills. Fleet Crew 20 Captain. Raito Captain's Bounty, 210 million. Main members. Eiko, Navigator, Taro, Fighter. Crew name, Southern Thunder Pirates. Crew size. 100 members. Number of ships. 1. Crew abilities. Specialists in climate manipulation and rapid strikes. The 6 most powerful combat styles. Haki. The captain and some members possess basic haki skills. Fleet Crew 21 Captain. Gale Captain's Bounty, 250 million. Main members. Arya, Scout, Gust, Gunner. Crew name, Rebels of the Cutting Wind. Crew size. 150 members. Number of ships. 3. Crew abilities. Masters of Agile Combat, using wind-based tactical weapons. The 6 most powerful combat styles. Haki. Some members possess basic haki skills. Fleet Crew 22 Captain. Glacius Captain's Bounty, 400 million. Main members. Freya, Archer, Bjorn, Warrior. Crew name, Ice Dragons. Crew size. 220 members. Number of ships. 4. Crew abilities. Utilize freezing weapons and cold-based techniques. The 6 most powerful combat styles. Haki. Some members possess basic haki skills. Fleet Crew 23 Captain. Dune Captain's Bounty, 190,000. 0. Strategist, Lumo, Swordsman. Crew name. Sand Corsairs. Crew size. 140 members. Number of ships. 2. Crew abilities. Specialists in combat in extreme environments, with desert-adapted weaponry. The 6 most powerful combat styles. Hockey. Some members possess basic hockey skills. Fleet Crew 24 Captain. Typhoon Captain's Bounty, 310 million. Main members. Marina, Navigator. Blitz, Fighter, Crew Name, Storm Travelers. Crew size. 180 members. Number of ships. 3 crew abilities. Specialists in combat in violent seas, utilizing advanced navigation and hockey. The 6 most powerful combat styles. Hockey. Some members possess basic hockey skills. Fleet Crew 25 Captain. Falcor Captain's Bounty, 200 million. Main members. Dre, Strategist, Vera, Medic, Crew Name, Black Hawks. Crew size. 300 members. Number of ships. 5 crew abilities. Combines brute strength with coordinated aerial and naval attacks. The 6 most powerful combat styles. Hockey. Some members possess basic hockey skills. As the ships began to move away, heading toward the horizon, a group of individuals in a distant spot tried to spy on them with a telescope. "Damn it! We couldn't get the message out that they're departing," a man dressed in black muttered in frustration. They were agents of the CP, assigned to spy on the Straw Hats and report their activities in real time to their superiors. However, Enel had blocked all communications within and outside the region, making any contact with the world government impossible. They couldn't even take photos, as all Den Den Mushi had been affected, except for those used by the Straw Hat fleet. It wasn't just this group. Across various parts of the sea, other teams were trying to monitor the fleet's movements, but all of them found their communication systems rendered useless. The world government was desperate to update its information on the Straw Hats, but it faced an insurmountable obstacle with this ability. Enel's power to block communications made their operations even more dangerous. He could attack and destroy enemies without giving them a chance to call for reinforcements or warn allies. This strategy constantly put the government at a disadvantage, especially with the abilities of Luffy's allies, such as the Dor fruit, once belonging to Bluno, now in the hands of someone else. The CP agents could only watch helplessly as the Straw Hats disappeared over the horizon, unable to follow them. Any attempt at confrontation would be annihilated by Luffy's powerful fleet, which was advancing at full speed toward war. A few days had passed since the entire Mugiwara fleet began sailing the seas. The speed of the 92 ships, carrying 18,000 men and 26 captains, was quite slow. After all, there were colossal ships among them. Still, Luffy managed to enhance the fleet's strength by awakening his Moa Moa no Mi Akuma no Mi. He already had enough control over it to trigger its awakening and, even without using its full power, was able to expand its effects over large areas. One of its abilities allowed him to improve the speed of numerous objects, including his entire fleet. However, it wasn't so fast as to rush the journey too much, as he had other plans in mind to accomplish. About halfway through their journey, in just 2 days, they spotted a ship waiting for them in the middle of the ocean. It was none other than the ships of Zo, flying the flag of the Mink tribe. They had been in communication ever since Alvida delivered a Den Den Mushi to them. Earlier, before the fleet departed from Dressrosa, Luffy contacted them, and they confirmed they would aid him in Wano. Quickly, Zo's ship joined them as the fleet passed by. As they approached, Luffy landed on their ship to greet them. "Welcome aboard," Luffy said, landing on the deck crowded with minks. "So, you're Monkey D. Luffy," Nekomamushi said, analyzing him carefully, while Inuarashi remained silent beside him. "You could say that," Luffy replied, flashing a grin. "Either way, it's great to have you here. I'm sure we'll avenge Odin, defeat Kaido, and make him pay for everything he's done over the past 20 years. You talk as if you really care about Wano. Knowing you intend to place this territory under your control," Nekomamushi retorted, giving Luffy a sharp look. Yes, he was powerful, far more than that mink who had fought and defeated them effortlessly. But they needed to test his character. After all, they didn't want another Kaido. Luffy understood the reason for their distrust and smiled warmly. "Don't worry about that," Luffy replied. "I'm not that kind of person. I'm going to Wano to help liberate the country. I have a crewmate who is Kaido's own daughter, but Odin's will lives on in her. Ever since she read his journal, her dream has been to free Wano. As her crewmate, and now her husband, I'm going to help her achieve that dream." He paused before continuing. "That's why I assembled my crew and went to sea. All my crewmates have clear goals. Even those who seemed lost, who joined us by chance, carry their own dreams. As their captain, I'm determined to help them achieve those dreams above all else. Taking Wano out of Kaido's hands has been part of my plan since the East Blue." "I see. I hope you stay true to those words," Inuarashi said, now observing Luffy intently. "We won't be your subordinates, but we'll stand as your allies, even after this war," Nekomamushi added incisively. "We'll see," Luffy replied with a smile, confident they would eventually join his fleet in the future. "So be it, Monkey D. Luffy," Nekomamushi murmured. Luffy shrugged before continuing. "Anyway, I'm heading back to the flagship. If you need anything, use the Den Den Mushi to get in touch. safe travels." He turned away and disappeared, moving swiftly back to the Black Pearl. After chatting briefly with his new allies, he finally landed back on the ship, where he found his crewmates, along with the additional members who weren't part of the main crew, busy with their tasks. Meanwhile, he relaxed, sunbathing with some of his wives and observing the fleet as it advanced. As the fleet's admiral, Luffy also had to oversee and resolve any problems, including disputes among the captains. With so many captains gathered, conflicts naturally arose from time to time, even though they were all there for Luffy, sharing a common interest. Sometimes he had to talk to or even fight them. Other times, he sent Hugo, who resolved issues with his brute strength. The ship sailed for over 2 more days before Luffy called everyone together for a more serious discussion. "It'll still take about a week for us to reach Wano's territory," he began. "It's time to proceed with the plan." The crew listened attentively, though they already knew the captain's plan before setting sail, as Luffy had needed to address some important matters and had shared the plan with everyone during their meeting in Skypia. "Beppo, I'm counting on you to lead the fleet," Luffy called out, offering a few words of encouragement. Beppo looked at him with a goofy expression, unable to respond. Suddenly, Usopp appeared behind him with an object in his hands, placing a wig on Beppo's head. Instantly, Beppo changed. His eyes sparkled with confidence, and a smile spread across his face. "Of course, Captain, I'll get started right away," he said calmly, jumping off the ship to begin coordinating with the other vessels. Although Luffy had expected this to happen a little later, he accepted that it was the right moment, especially since there was no one watching them. Neither from the sea nor the sky. Maintaining the element of surprise was critical. Earlier, he had driven off Morgan by asking Enold to keep an eye on him from above, as Morgan had been persistently taking photos of the fleet. Meanwhile, Beppo began touching each of the 92 ships, one by one. By the time he finished, Luffy decided it was time to leave and turned to his sister. "It's time to go, sister," he said. She nodded. "All right, Luffy. I'm ready," she replied, carrying a sack full of meat over her shoulder. "Take this," she added with a goofy grin, handing him the sack of meat he had asked Reiju to prepare. Luffy laughed as he accepted the sack, shrinking it until it fit into his pocket. "Let's go. See you later, everyone. Catch you soon." He returned to his crew, grabbed his sister by the waist, and, without warning, unfolded his wings. In an instant, they shot into the sky, disappearing from the ship. He climbed to a considerable height and veered in a different direction from the fleet. "This is so much fun," Lucy exclaimed, exhilarated by her brother's incredible speed as they vanished from sight. "We'll be bored for a while. I'll go train," Zoro muttered. After all, without Luffy, they wouldn't be attacking Wano just yet. Kuina followed him to the training area, along with some other crew members. As Beppo finished touching all the ships, the fleet began to lift off the ocean. Small ships and even island-sized vessels started levitating one by one, rising into the sky. Beppo controlled everything with his powers, and the fleet now traveled through the air instead of over the sea, heading for Wano at a steady speed, unseen by anyone. Luffy was the only Yonko whose fleet could fly through the skies. Meanwhile, Luffy and Lucy, having separated from the fleet, sped forward at incredible speed using the power of the Moa Moa no Mi. After crossing many islands and other kingdoms, they arrived at a specific island a few hours later. They advanced into the center of a simple port town. This was one of the kingdoms whose king was absent, as he had traveled to marry Joaz. The kingdom's strongest forces were concentrated in the capital, as pirates in the surrounding waters had grown bolder. With the king and his top fighters away, escorting the royal voyage alongside the navy, the coastal villages were vulnerable and had started to suffer attacks from pirates eager to plunder. Upon approaching one of these villages, however, they didn't encounter the chaos seen in other villages. Instead, the streets were littered with blood and the corpses of pirates. The terrified villagers were busy cleaning up the bodies. The one responsible for the carnage was inside a tavern, and everyone seemed afraid of him. "What happened here?" Lucy murmured, surprised by the sight of so many dead pirates. Though she disliked seeing dead bodies, she had to accept that such scenes were common in this world. "Let's just say there's a Shichibukai here," Luffy commented calmly. "A Shichibukai? Is that why we're here?" she asked, confused. After all, Luffy had mentioned she hadn't expected to end up in a place with a Shichibukai, but she didn't seem worried. She trusted her brother completely, and he always seemed to know what he was doing. "Yes, but it's a Shichibukai I've already spoken to and kept in contact with over the past month. We arranged to meet here," Luffy revealed. They moved through the town, avoiding exposing their identities by wearing hoods. As they walked, they reached a completely empty bar, with only a bartender present. The sole customer there was drinking calmly, while the bartender watched him cautiously. The man stopped drinking and glanced to the side, noticing who was approaching. He knew very well who was there, as Luffy's presence was overwhelming for skilled observation haki users. "You actually came. I read in the paper that you're headed to Wano," he commented suddenly. The bartender, though confused because he didn't recognize Luffy under the hood, didn't pry, considering the type of dangerous customer already present. The man at the bar had mercilessly killed all the pirates who invaded the village, leaving the residents terrified by the brutality of his actions. Even though he worked for the government, his savagery was frightening. "I'd prefer you didn't talk so openly about that right now. Let's leave. We need to talk," Luffy said, as Lucy watched him, a little puzzled. She put a finger to her mouth, thinking, but chose to stay silent, trusting Luffy to handle the situation. The man stood up, tossed a bag of gold coins onto the counter, but the bartender seemed reluctant to accept the money. "Sir, you don't need to pay. After all, you saved the town," the bartender tried to argue. "Forget it. I'm not so poor that I'd accept scraps from someone as inferior as you. I killed those pirates for fun, to relieve the boredom of waiting for this man over the past month," the man replied arrogantly and disdainfully, while the bartender trembled. "Why is this guy such an idiot?" Lucy murmured. Luffy smiled at her comment. "It seems this fool doesn't even try to hide his true nature, but it doesn't matter. He'll be dead by the end of this journey," Luffy thought to himself, watching the man approach. This man had tried to join Luffy's crew ever since they crossed paths in Dressrosa, but Luffy had ignored him for an entire month. However, he had decided to re-establish contact, arranging this meeting to resolve the situation before it turned into a bigger problem. Before stepping into Wano, there were still several matters Luffy needed to address. At the end, they were accompanied by the Shichibukai, who led them to a part of the island where the man had left his ship. Luffy asked him to let them use his vessel to continue their journey. "What an ugly ship." Lucy stopped in front of it and exclaimed, staring at the overly extravagant thing. The ship was made of gold and adorned with precious stones. The worst part was that it had the head of a world noble, even wearing an astronaut's helmet, entirely crafted in the aesthetic of the Tenryubido. Yet, there were attempts to poorly disguise it, and anyone with 2 brain cells could see through the pathetic attempt. The man had placed a hat over the Tenryubido's head, sunglasses over the astronaut's helmet, and a scarf around its neck in a weak effort to conceal the identity. Luffy stared at it, his mouth slightly open, unable to believe what he was seeing. Can this guy really be so dumb and shameless at the same time? Couldn't he have just taken another ship and left this one behind, Luffy thought, observing the design that blatantly revealed who the owner was. The man seemed displeased by Lucy's comment, unwilling to accept anyone daring to insult his ship. Something he considered a masterpiece among the Tenryubido, enough to make his peers envious. "How dare you speak about my ship like that, you damn, him?" He couldn't even finish his sentence because Luffy suddenly looked at him, releasing an immense pressure. "What did you just say?" Luffy asked sharply, his piercing gaze stopping the man in his tracks and making his eyes widen. This holy knight, even as one of the 7 most powerful, possessing strength equivalent to an admiral, knew it wasn't enough to confront the man in front of him. Besides, he had an urgent mission. "Damn it, focus on the mission," he murmured internally, feeling nervous. His lips began trembling, but he forced a smile, as if slapping his own Tenryubido pride. "Forgive me if my ship doesn't please you, Miss Lucy," he said, each word sounding like a knife stabbing his heart. Speaking to someone so beneath him was humiliating. "Oh, no problem, dude. You're really kind," Lucy said with an enthusiastic smile. "Anyway, I still think this ship is horrible. A baka ship," she added, keeping her smile as if she hadn't just insulted him. The Shichibukai debated internally whether or not he should kill the girl, but with Luffy there, he knew he had to tread carefully. Remember the mission, he repeated to himself, forcing another smile to mask his frustration. Luffy observed the entire exchange and simply sighed. "Let's go. Anyway, are we continuing on your ship or not? I'm getting a bit tired of flying," Luffy said, feigning nonchalance. The man quickly nodded. "Of course, let's proceed," and so, everyone boarded the bizarre ship. "Where's the kitchen?" Lucy asked immediately. The Shichibukai, feeling immense nervousness at the thought of someone, inferior, touching his precious ship, hesitated once again, but under Luffy's sharp gaze, he quickly gestured with his hand. "It's right over there, Miss Lucy. Please, make yourself at home," he murmured, trying to sound amiable. Lucy darted off, already starving, without even asking her brother for her bag of meat, preferring to grab things quickly from the kitchen. "Well, let's get started," Luffy said seriously, turning to the man. "You sought me out to join my crew. But tell me, exactly, why do you want to abandon the government and join me? A criminal wanted across the world and, as far as I know, the most wanted man alive right now?" Luffy asked, maintaining a firm tone and staring at him with sharp eyes. "Lord Luffy, I am a great admirer of your work over the past years," the man began, forcing a smile that barely concealed his tension. "I follow each of your feats. I would very much like to be recruited and follow you," he continued, but the lack of sincerity in his words was evident even to someone who didn't use observation haki. "I already have a fan club in my fleet. I don't need another one. Tell me the real reason you want to join my crew. Don't give me this foolish talk," Luffy said in a not-so-friendly tone, staring him down. He wanted to test how far the man would go. The Shichibukai looked at him, a little concerned, but eventually nodded. "I'd like to expose myself to the world government," he replied, lying once again. Luffy raised an eyebrow, wondering what excuse the man would come up with now, and continued. "Tell me more about that," he said, as the man seemed to debate with himself about what to say. Inside, the Shichibukai thought, "I want to join your crew to steal information and pass it on to my superiors before we destroy all of you. I also plan to kill you and your sister, you damned inferior beings who dare to challenge us Shichibukai. The true gods of this world." If he had been honest, that's what he would have said. Instead, he swallowed hard and kept speaking in a much more polite tone to mask his true intentions, scratching his hands as if in submission. "I had some issues with the powerful and divine Tenryubido," he began, while Luffy looked at him as if he were an idiot, clearly not hiding his Tenryubido pride. But Luffy let him continue, watching him closely. "My family was killed. I know you're a hero to many after finally taking revenge on the powerful Tenryubido, and I'd like to help you take them down," he said. But the feelings behind his words were completely opposite to what he was saying. Let me join, you bastard, I'll kill you." This was the man's true thought as he waited for Luffy's response, who seemed to cross his arms and think about what he had heard. "Well, I might accept you, but first, you'll have to pass a test," Luffy finally said. "What kind of test would that be, Lord Luffy? I'm ready to follow you at any moment," he replied immediately. "Good, that's great, since we're leaving right now," Luffy said with a smile. "Wait, leaving? Lord Luffy, aren't you going to Wano?" the man asked, a little cautiously. Luffy shook his head. "No, I don't plan to go to Wano. That was just bait for the world government," he said calmly, lying to the liar, of course. The man nodded, keeping this information to himself, thinking about how he could pass it on to his superiors later. "Besides," Luffy continued, "I still don't know your name," he said. "You don't know?" The man seemed very offended. He had been saying his name all month trying to get in touch, and it was plastered in the newspapers as a Shichibukai. It was impossible for Luffy not to know his name, and he felt extremely insulted. But the disguised Holy Knight tried to control his anger, scratching his throat as he spoke in a gentle tone. "I am Saint. I mean, Almir, just Almir," he said, a bit nervous after nearly letting his Tenryubido name slip. Luffy nodded anyway. "Then I want you to do something immediately. Set the ship on this course," he said, handing an eternal pose to the man before heading to the kitchen to meet his sister, leaving the Shichibukai alone. The man looked at both the eternal pose and Luffy's bag disappearing into the kitchen. Once alone, he gritted his teeth, openly displaying his anger, gripping the eternal pose furiously. He hated receiving orders from someone he considered inferior and was about to smash the object, letting his rage boil over, but a voice stopped him. "Hey, don't even think about breaking that." Luffy's voice came from inside the kitchen, making the man freeze. He quickly lowered the eternal pose and forced a well-behaved smile. "Of course, Lord Luffy, I'll head there, as you wish," he replied, trying to maintain his composure despite the seething anger inside him. Maintaining an animated but clearly fake expression, the man steered the ship away from the island and began setting it on the indicated route, as Luffy had ordered. It was only after the man finally set the ship on course away from the island that he returned to the kitchen to check on his guests. What he found there was chaotic and disrespectful. Hitable reading the day's newspaper, catching up on more news and rumors about his supposed trip to Wano, as well as reports of kings approaching Mary Joie and others already arriving. His sister stood in front of the refrigerator, devouring everything he had stocked there. All the extremely expensive and luxurious foods the man had stored before leaving Mary Joie were disappearing bite by bite into the rubber girl's stomach, which had now swollen into a temporary bloated sphere, making her look comically overweight. These weren't just any foods, they were rare delicacies he could not procure anywhere else in this sea. They hailed from all the blues, the most appetizing and expensive dishes imaginable, worthy of a Tenryubido's meal, and now, he was losing it all. This infuriated him. At that moment, driven by his rage, seeing an inferior, like Lucy innocently devouring everything, he began to walk toward her, teeth clenched. Lucy noticed him with a confused look, sensing his anger with her haki. But before Almir could get any closer, the newspaper came flying at him, smacking him in the face. "Hey, can you tell me what you think about this?" Luffy asked, still calm, trying to avoid killing the Tenryubido too soon. After all, if he attacked his sister, it would be a painful death for him. The man tried to calm himself, reminded of Luffy's presence, and picked up the newspaper. The headlines were about the king's meeting. "This, Lord Luffy." He seemed a bit lost before replying, but once again adopted a submissive tone. "Well, it's a world government meeting to maintain their authority and power. All those kings and queens must obey the mighty and divine Tenryubido," he said with arrogance. Lucy, across the kitchen, was inspired by the man's behavior, finding him a complete idiot. Luffy, on the other hand, debated whether he should kill him earlier than planned. Despite being an arrogant fool, he also found him entertaining. After all, it wasn't every day you saw a Tenryubido trying to become your subordinate. Well, I think this meeting will be historic for this era. I've heard some rumors that the Shichibukai program might be abolished during this gathering, Luffy commented calmly. The man looked stunned. Wait, how does Lord Luffy know that? He exclaimed, astonished. Lucy raised an eyebrow, confused. What's with the surprise? She asked as she stood, biting into a pink lobster straight from the South Blue. A rarity that only produced 10 kilograms per year. About that? I'm just a bit surprised. He tried to compose himself. Are you sure about this, Luffy? He asked, ignoring Lucy since getting angry at her now would be pointless, no matter how much she was devouring what he considered precious. Well, I know some interesting things. If you pass the test, I might even tell you, Luffy said in a casual tone. The man quickly nodded. Of course, Lord Luffy. I am at your service, he replied, forcing a friendly smile. Even his veins of rage subtly appeared on his forehead while watching Lucy return to the fridge to consume whatever was left. Luffy wanted to laugh at the situation. He found it all incredibly amusing, so long as the man didn't cross the line by trying to attack his sister. They had plenty of fun as they continued along the route, so Luffy quickly sped up the ship. He wanted to reach Zephyr, the Black Fist, as soon as possible. Luffy had a problem. He knew that, at this moment, something grand was being plotted, something capable of creating massive chaos in the New World and potentially causing the planet's destruction if left unchecked. If Zephyr succeeded, there was no one currently in a position to stop it. The timeline had already been disrupted since Luffy's interference during the Marineford War. That was why Luffy had to act on his own, steering away from the fleet headed to Wano. After all, even as a pirate, the New World was now his home, and he wouldn't allow it to be destroyed. In the middle of a location in the New World, there was an island being used as a base by the Neo Navy. The island had a somewhat gloomy and gray atmosphere, with the sky covered by dark clouds. At the center of the island stood a robust, fortified installation. Inside, men and women worked tirelessly, moving metal crates containing a rare and explosive material known as dynastones. In other words, explosives. Lots of explosives. Zephyr, now a former admiral of the Navy who referred to himself as Z, stood atop a metal platform, observing the activity below with cold eyes, lost in thought about his plans. Instead of the Navy uniform he once wore, he now donned an outfit that matched his current black cape, adorned with the symbol of his personal crusade. A crusade that symbolized nothing less than the complete destruction of the pirate system and the world government that had betrayed him. His den musha rang at that moment. He raised it to listen to his subordinates. Sir, we are ready to transport the shipment of dynastones directly to the first ends point. The destruction will reach an area of at least 5 surrounding islands. It will be devastating. Zephyr did not respond immediately. His gaze shifted back to the ship being loaded before he finally replied. That is not enough, he said gravely. I want the entire world to see that the monsters they created cannot be controlled. I want fear to consume every corner of the New World. But, sir, if we increase the range, it could include innocent kingdoms. Many lives could be lost. The Den Mushi conveyed a hint of hesitation at the leader's proposal. Innocent people? Zephyr thought. There was a time when he might have cared about such concerns, but now he believed sacrifices were necessary to achieve lasting peace in this world. He then gave his response, his tone firm. There are no innocents in this world. They are all complicit, whether through fear, greed, or complacency. Never forget that we are liberating the world from this evil. While all eyes are on the war between the Yonkou and the meeting of the kings at Marijoy, we will be creating a better world. He concluded his statement. The person on the den mush swallowed hard and acknowledged the order without further objection. They hung up, knowing that the calculations for destruction would now be adjusted. Zephyr's plan was straightforward. Detonate the 3 end points in the New World using the dynastones he had obtained over the past year. By obliterating these 3 locations while keeping the world's attention diverted to other events, he could act much faster. Zephyr's eyes gleamed as he thought about the cursed pirates known as the Yonkou fighting each other. He would surprise them with the cataclysmic chain reaction caused by the explosions, which would spread through the volcanic areas, annihilating the entire New World. He would kill them all. All 5 Yonkou would be dead before the world even realized what was happening. This will be the first step toward a new world, Zephyr murmured to himself as he walked. A world where corruption will be consumed by fire, he said, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Quickly, 4 ships bearing the Neo Navy's flag were stationed at the base's port. Men continued loading the ships with more explosives than initially planned. Zephyr boarded the main ship as his men worked. 2 of his top students were on the deck, overseeing everything, and the moment they noticed their master, they swiftly approached, striking a salute. They were Ain and Bins. Greetings, Master Z, they said in unison. Zephyr, or Z, nodded as he passed by them, walking toward the other side of the ship to gaze at the ocean. The weather seemed to darken further, signaling an approaching storm. The laws of pirates are simple. The strong shape the world, and the weak are nothing but ashes in the wind. This storm will mark our first act, and the new world, along with its evil, will vanish in another, even greater one of fire. Zephyr spoke these words without hesitation, and his subordinates behind him nodded, resolute in following their master's lead. Many other students had been invited to join him, but none accepted when he left. However, the other subordinates handling the loading were all former Marines who believed the government's navy was corrupt. Everything seemed calm until, suddenly, Zephyr narrowed his eyes toward the sea. Ain also noticed something and turned to a man guarding a crate. "Hey, you, grab your spyglass and look at the sea immediately," she ordered. The man looked confused but quickly fetched the spyglass from his belt and peered out over the water. His expression quickly turned to shock. "There's a ship coming this way, and that flag, it belongs to the Divine Admiral," the man exclaimed, prompting raised eyebrows from everyone nearby. "It's a Shichibukai's ship," someone shouted. Ain frowned. "How the hell did they find us here, Master Z?" she murmured, her gaze falling on Z, who was staring intently at the approaching ship, his eyes glinting. "A Shichibukai," he murmured to himself, his tone dripping with disdain. "That damned government wastes no time, does it? Even so, we shouldn't have been found so easily. Quick, prepare to destroy that ship." The men sprang into action, readying the 4 massive Neo-Navy ships and aiming their cannons toward the sea. "What should we do, Master Z?" Binz asked, while Zephyr kept his gaze locked on the ship. "Sink it," Z commanded. The enemy ship continued speeding toward the island, moving far faster than any ordinary vessel. It soon entered the cannon's range, and in the next moment, the cannons of all 4 Neo-Navy ships roared as they fired, their shots exploding with force and racing toward the target. But something strange happened. As the cannonballs were about to hit, the ship suddenly veered to the side in an almost unnatural manner. "What is that? How can a ship dodge?" Everyone watched in stunned disbelief. More and more cannonballs were fired, but none hit the ship. It continued advancing in a zigzag pattern, evading every attack as it drew closer. Boom. 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 Tisk. At this rate, nothing will work. Z clicked his tongue in irritation, watching the ship effortlessly avoid the attacks. Resolving to take matters into his own hands, he strode to the center of the ship. Raising his mechanical arm, he struck one of the crates they had been transporting. Everyone watched in surprise as Z acted, retrieving a capsule containing a Dynastone, which pulsed like a heartbeat within its container. "Master Z," Ain murmured, stunned, as she watched Z break the capsule. Her shock grew. Contact with air would make the stone explode. As the stone began to glow and expand, he gripped it tightly and aimed at the ship. "Let's see you escape this," he said before hurling the stone toward the Shichibukai's ship. The Dynastone flew rapidly toward the ship, which this time remained still. As the stone neared, it began to shine and expand, finally detonating right in front of the enemy vessel. In the next moment, a blinding flash engulfed everything, making the storm-darkened new world shine as brightly as day. Then came the deafening explosion as the area before them erupted in chaos. Boom. Despite being half a kilometer away from the explosion, all the ships and the island itself trembled as the Dynastone unleashed its destructive power, devastating the sea ahead. The sheer force of just one fragment of its potential was staggering, and they had plans to use hundreds of these stones to achieve their objectives at the endpoints. As everyone tried to shield themselves, raising their arms against the force of the explosion, Z stood watching with a satisfied look, imagining the devastation his plan would cause at the volcanic points he intended to destroy. But his eyes soon narrowed. The sea began to reappear, revealing a massive crater of water that quickly refilled as the ocean rushed near. There was no sign of the Shichibukai's ship. Suddenly, Z's gaze shifted upward. A figure descended from the sky at an incredible speed, landing with such force on the deck that part of the structure behind Z was destroyed in a powerful blast. Surprised, he turned to see who the intruder was. His eyes quickly scanned the person who had just landed amidst the cloud of dust. Ain and Binz, now on high alert, readied themselves to confront the invader, while the other Neo-Navy members formed ranks, aiming their weapons and drawing swords, acting as disciplined Marines do. "It's been a long time since I last saw you. Even before you betrayed the organization," Z murmured, studying the figure. As the dust began to settle, a young girl with black hair came into view. Z's eyes narrowed. "Lucy," he muttered, recognizing his former Marineford pupil, who had abandoned the Navy to join her pirate brother. "Hello, Z-sensei," Lucy greeted, staring directly at him. "Yes, it has been a long time." Her voice, however, lacked the playful and calm tone it once had. Instead, every word carried a weight of seriousness. "So, you're with the Shichibukai?" Z asked, a flicker of confusion in his voice. To him, it would have made more sense for her to be elsewhere. She should have been fighting alongside her brother. "It's hard to explain," Lucy replied. "But I'm here for one thing. I want to know something, and I'd like you to be honest. Z remained silent, his gaze fixed on her, and she continued. Do you plan to destroy the new world? She asked directly, her expression growing even more severe. How do you know that? Z raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. This plan had been in the works for over a year. No one should have known about it except his most trusted subordinates. Luffy told me, Lucy said candidly. So, he knew. Z murmured, his expression darkening. A shadow of concern passed over his face. If Luffy was aware of his plan, though he couldn't fathom how, there might be a traitor among his ranks. But that didn't matter now. If Luffy himself was present, it could prove troublesome, even for him. Despite this, he regarded his former pupil with a serious expression and confirmed. Yes, it's true. I plan to destroy the new world. That includes you, your brother, and every pirate. I see, Lucy murmured to herself, glancing around at the Neo Navy members who were preparing to attack at any moment. Her gaze sharpened, becoming even fiercer as she looked back at her old sensei. Then I'm here to stop you, Z-sensei, she declared, and an explosion of haki emanated from her, unleashing a crushing wave of her sovereign aura. Everyone around felt the overwhelming pressure of her willpower. Lucy simply unleashed her haki like a wave of force and lightning from the conqueror, sweeping in all directions and striking everything around her. Zephyr, with an expressionless look behind his glasses, remained unfazed, but the same could not be said for his subordinates. Ain and Binz quickly raised their hands, feeling the immense pressure emanating from Lucy. Although they endured the haki with some difficulty, others were not as resilient. Shuzo, Alpacachino, Shirokuma, and all the other members of the Neo Marines quickly rolled their eyes back and began collapsing, one by one. Z remained silent. Despite losing all his subordinates, he knew there was nothing else to do after Lucy unleashed her strength. His eyes locked onto Lucy, who stared intensely at him following her explosion of power. Why are you doing this? You should be like me, or would have been, but you chose to join an evil pirate crew like your brothers, so, you're just as bad as them, Lucy. And yet you're here, trying to lecture me? Zephyr asked in an angry tone. You think the fact that I'm with my brother is worse than you wanting to destroy multiple kingdoms at once, Sensei? Lucy replied, equal anger etched on her face. Their deaths are necessary to create a better world, Z retorted firmly. I may have left the Marines without you, but I still have a sense of justice. Even if I'm flying a pirate flag beside my brother, I still desire a better world. And Luffy is not the monster you think he is, Lucy replied, staring directly at him. Ain and Binz quickly prepared to fight, positioning themselves behind Lucy while she stood firm, staring Z down without flinching. You don't understand, girl. I think you become a pirate too, Lucy, and I'm going to have to destroy you here because now you're part of that group of monsters, Z shouted, showing his dissatisfaction. The next moment, he clenched his fists and charged directly at Lucy. She didn't stand still. Her fists turned black with armament haki, meeting Z's attack head-on. The instant their fists collided, a massive explosion of haki erupted, catching even Ain and Binz by surprise and preventing them from getting closer to the two. You've certainly become very powerful, much more than I could have predicted, Z admitted, surprised by Lucy's current strength. Her mastery of haki was impressive, almost inexplicable for someone to achieve in just a year and a few months. I'm stronger than that. Don't underestimate me, Sensei, Lucy replied, keeping her fist firm against his. Bit by bit, she began to overpower him, which made Z slightly raise his eyebrows before being hurled backward. He felt the force of the impact and noticed that part of the armor on his mechanical arm was slightly dented. Z nearly fell into the sea but managed to stabilize himself, using his jet boat to quickly lift himself into the air. He flew into the sky, while Lucy kept her eyes fixed on him, ready for his next move. Z was feeling a bit frustrated. He was supposed to begin his mission on this day, but he was already being thwarted by Lucy. As he surveyed the situation, his gaze fell on the area where the explosion had occurred, where Lucy's ship should have been docked. What he found, however, were several pieces of the broken ship, proving it had been destroyed. Even so, Lucy had managed to reach him, dodging his explosion without him noticing how. He wondered if she was alone but dismissed the thought, focusing his attention back on the ship he was on. Ain, Binz, attack her now, Zephyr ordered firmly. The two apprentices charged at Lucy immediately, but she simply disappeared, her skin turning pink and steaming. In just a moment, she vanished, and before the two could react, Lucy was already behind them. As I thought, your level is far beyond expectations, murmured Zephyr as he observed the scene. He showed concern, realizing that Lucy had already reached the level of a Yonko commander, or perhaps something even worse. No more observing. I'll have to deal with this personally, exclaimed Zephyr, charging swiftly at Lucy after she had taken down his two strongest apprentices. He raised his fist, preparing a devastating attack, while Lucy leapt backward to dodge. The impact of Zephyr's punch destroyed the ship's deck. Both quickly moved to the island, distancing themselves from the port to unleash their strength, as neither wanted to harm those already unconscious during their fight. Zephyr activated his mechanical arm, which grew in size as vibrant energy pulsed around it. "You won't escape this time," Zephyr shouted as his massive fist descended toward Lucy. Lucy, in turn, inflated her own fist by blowing into her thumb, coating it in armament hockey, and charged at Zephyr's blow. The clash between Lucy's giant fist and Zephyr's metallic one caused a devastating explosion, shaking the entire island. As the fight between Zephyr and Lucy intensified, Luffy watched everything from the sky. His eyes were focused on the battle, but his expression remained impassive. Looking toward the sea, he debated internally whether he should feel pity for the arrogant holy knight or not. Should I let him die in the water or not? Lucy debated. The earlier scenes were still fresh in Luffy's mind. When the Dyna Stone had been launched at the Shichibukai's ship, Luffy had acted at that moment to take the guy down once and for all. He was amusing at first, but soon became irritating, with one personality being arrogantly judgmental, wanting to kill and judge him as if he were a Tenryubito while another was submissive. When the stone exploded near him, Luffy used his ability to manipulate time, briefly paralyzing the Shichibukai, grabbing Lucy, and flying into the sky at high speed. The subsequent explosion couldn't reach them, and no one on the other side understood what had happened. The entire ship exploded with the Shichibukai at the center of the blast. Now, Luffy watched from above, seeing what was left of the Shichibukai's ship sinking into the sea. Meanwhile, on the island, Lucy returned to her normal form. Her fists were coated in hockey as she charged at Zephyr with full force. The two exchanged blows everywhere, generating multiple explosions that made the ground tremble. The island began to suffer from the impacts of their battle. "You're playing with fire, Lucy," shouted Zephyr as he delivered a punch with his mechanical arm. "I won't let you continue your madness, Sensei," Lucy responded. The two continued to trade devastating blows, and their confrontation caused massive destruction in the area, demolishing several rocks as they crashed into the Neo Marine base on the island. The fight continued to break through the base until they emerged outside again, colliding with each other repeatedly, moving at high speeds. At one point, Z appeared with part of his glasses shattered. Lucy, meanwhile, decided to retrieve the Shichibukai from the sea, though she couldn't do it there. Descending to the Neo Marine ships as Lucy and Z moved away, Luffy grabbed one of the fallen subordinates and flew back into the sky. "Hey, you, wake up!" Luffy slapped the man's face, causing him to open his eyes abruptly. The man looked around, confused, trying to understand what was happening until he spotted Luffy. His eyes widened as he recognized him, his expression becoming even more terrified. "Listen here," Luffy said before the man could say anything. "I'm going to let you live, but only if you go to the sea and retrieve a man who's sinking there. Don't forget to put these sea stone cuffs on him. Do you understand?" As he spoke, Luffy pointed toward the sea. The man hesitated for a moment, but realizing his life was at stake, he quickly nodded. "Then go," Luffy ordered, and without hesitation, he placed the cuffs in the man's hands and pushed him toward the water. The man fell heavily into the water, screaming, but soon began swimming to complete the task Luffy had given him, believing he would die if he returned without finishing it. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted in the middle of the isla again, hurtling toward the edge of the island and crashing into one of the Neo Marine ships at the port like a rocket. Lucy stopped nearby, watching, ready for Z to reappear at any moment. "Lucy is truly very powerful." Z's voice echoed from the debris. "Perhaps what your grandfather saw in you was right, but you strayed from the path and became what I despise the most." The next moment, Zephyr emerged from a pile of rubble, holding several capsules containing Dynastones he had taken from the ship. His expression was fierce, despite a streak of blood running down his forehead. "All right, let's fight seriously now," Zephyr declared, raising the capsules. Lucy, upon seeing him, had a bad feeling but prepared to fight. In the next moment, Zephyr began breaking the capsules. The Dynastones reacted to the oxygen as he hurled them directly at Lucy. The explosion was enormous. From afar, Luffy could see the intense light and feel the impact. Lucy managed to distance herself from the explosion, slightly injured but still steady. However, Zephyr continued throwing more stones, shouting, "I will not lose to you." Lucy retreated quickly, trying to avoid the attacks. Meanwhile, Luffy diverted his attention from the fight, now filled with explosions devastating the small island, and noticed the man emerging from the water, carrying the body of another bound with the sea stone cuffs. The man was exhausted, his expression dazed. "Thank you," Luffy said, approaching him and taking the sailor. "Just don't go near the island today. You might end up dead." The man nodded, still gasping for breath. Luffy then flew back into the sky, carrying the body while observing the chaos on the island. He noticed that numerous explosions covered almost the entire surface of the island. Suddenly, Lucy reappeared. In her Gear 4th form, she charged directly at Zephyr, her body enveloped in hockey and explosive power. "Well, this looks interesting," Luffy murmured, a smile forming on his face. "Let's see how much you've grown, sister." He continued to observe from afar, a mix of pride and slight concern. Lucy was fighting for her own ideals. while Zephyr persisted in his destructive crusade. Luffy knew that what Zephyr was doing was irrational and that he himself would have to deal with it eventually. But Lucy needed this fight. If she wanted a fairer world, as she always preached, she had to prove it. So Luffy watched as she battled to protect the new world against a man scarred by the past and filled with resentment, whose personal vendetta could cause more harm to the world than any pirate ever could. The fight between Lucy and Zephyr had escalated to a higher level as the battle continued to intensify even further. Lucy was in her Boundman form, while Zephyr fought with all his might. However, he realized he was reaching his limit, using the Dynastones in an attempt to balance the fight between the two. It was a battle not just between enemies from opposing sides but also between a teacher and a student. Lucy may have trained with Garp most days in Marineford, but she received direct aid, guidance, and training from Zephyr, forging a sensei bond during the years she was in the Marines. But Lucy was no longer as she once was. She was using her ultimate transformation. Even without utilizing her full power, she was already stronger than Zephyr in this state, forcing him to retreat with every clash of their haki. Despite his experience, Zephyr no longer possessed the strength of his youth, while Lucy had reached a level far beyond what he ever imagined in just 1 year. Her agility and mobility, enhanced by her mastery of the 6 styles, far superior to what is taught in the Marines, and combined with Gear 4th, made her even faster and more unpredictable to the experienced ex-admiral.
The explosions continued, with Zephyr hurling Dynastones one after another, trying to hit Lucy. She, however, managed to evade or shield herself, leaving him frustrated.
When Zephyr finally managed to land a blow on Lucy, he was stunned to realize her body bent like rubber even with haki activated, absorbing the impact with little damage. In the next moment, Lucy countered with a devastating strike, knocking Zephyr's glasses off. He retreated briefly but quickly resumed the fight while Luffy watched from a distance. Still keeping the Shichibukai tied up beside him, Luffy knew the battle wouldn't last much longer. Zephyr was already heavily damaged, while Lucy was still in good condition. During one of the explosions, Lucy, enveloped in haki, charged forward with a giant punch, one of her strongest attacks. Zephyr, in a last-ditch effort, tried to respond with all his strength focused into his mechanical arm. As the two blows collided, the pressure spread, with streams of armament haki radiating across the area. But Lucy activated her greatest strength, embedding Conqueror's haki into her punch at that moment. Her attack became so intense that Zephyr raised his eyebrows in surprise, witnessing his mechanical arm being completely destroyed without Lucy exerting much effort. The Conqueror's haki coating was something Luffy had ensured she mastered during her training, and Luffy watched as his sister struck Zephyr, her fist larger than his entire body. The impact was so devastating that Zephyr was sent flying across the island, breaking through rocks and even the base itself, before crashing into the sea, accompanied by a massive water explosion. In the midst of the devastated area, Lucy landed. She felt that Zephyr was no longer conscious and reverted to her slim form. Without wasting time, she flew back to meet Luffy, who was waiting for her in the air. "You fought well," Luffy remarked with a smile as Lucy landed beside him, sporting only a few scratches but not showing any signs of fatigue. "Yeah, I'm much stronger now," she said, clenching her fist as she looked at him, her gaze tinged with concern. "Don't worry. Let's grab him and tie up the others," Luffy assured her before heading back to the ships. They grabbed one of the unconscious subordinates, waking him abruptly. "You will go into the sea and retrieve your fallen commander," Luffy ordered the subordinate. With no choice, the subordinate complied. Moments later, Luffy returned with Zephyr's unconscious, cuffed body. He landed beside Lucy, who observed him curiously. When Luffy returned, he found his younger sister momentarily off guard, as Ain had regained consciousness. She caught Lucy by surprise, pointing a gun at her head while glaring at Luffy with gritted teeth, frustration evident on her face. "Release Z-sensei, or she dies. I have a sea stone bullet," Ain exclaimed. "Stop this, Ain, I don't want to hurt you," Lucy said, her tone serious, though her voice sounded like a 12-year-old girl. Ain had used her ability to regress Lucy's age, something similar to what Bonnie could do, though far inferior to the distorted future powers of Bartholomew Kuma's daughter. "You look just like the old days, Lucy." "Adorable," Luffy said with a nostalgic tone, recalling their younger days in Goa as he looked at Lucy in this state. "It's not funny, brother," Lucy complained, pouting as she considered taking Ain down for good. "This is no joke. Hand over Z-sensei, quickly," Ain exclaimed again. Luffy shook his head as he looked at her. In the next moment, he unleashed his haki, overwhelming Ain. Feeling the sheer power, far greater than Lucy's, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed to the ground, just as Lucy returned to her adult form. "You should tie up the bodies more carefully," Luffy scolded, noticing the sloppy bindings Lucy had made, which allowed Ain to catch her off guard. "I did what I could," Lucy replied with an embarrassed smile as Luffy rolled his eyes. Despite everything, Luffy couldn't help but feel proud of his sister. Quickly, he activated his Moa Moa no Mi and began moving like a flash among the bodies, securing them one by one in an instant until all were tightly restrained. "What do we do now?" Lucy asked, looking at Luffy. He paused for a moment before answering. "Well, I hadn't planned on using this, but it could definitely come in handy. Let's gather all the Dynastones the Neo Marines have on their ships and load up all the prisoners, even those two from the sea," Luffy said, as he began organizing the Neo Marines. He grabbed the two who had just been pulled from the water and placed all the prisoners on a single ship along with their leaders and the Shichibukai, all tightly bound. Then, using his abilities, Luffy shrank the ship and put it in his pocket. Next, he began collecting all the remaining Dynastones, as well as the Neo Marines' treasures, storing everything for himself and adding points to the system. "I have some plans for these guys," he commented, "but for now, let's just keep them stored." "And now, are we heading to Wano?" Lucy asked curiously. "Yeah, there's nothing else to do out here on the sea," Luffy replied. "Let's get back to the others," he said. Lucy nodded, and together they flew back into the sky, increasing their speed as Luffy carried his sister. Far away, the fleet of ships continued traversing the skies, advancing toward Wano. But beneath them, amidst the ocean, unaware that several ships were flying above due to the clouds, lay vessels from the world government and the Marines. They were stationed in the water, carefully watching the calm horizon. A sailor approached a Den Den Mushi and reported. "Commander, there's no sign of the Straw Hat crew. They haven't appeared yet," he informed. "How is that possible? They should be following this route. They should be here any moment," replied the voice on the other end, clearly frustrated. "We'll stay here for the next few days and report if we spot them. But so far, no sign of them," the sailor continued. "Very well. Notify us of anything," the commander said before disconnecting. He was in a room at HQ and turned back with a cautious expression to face Akainu, who stood beside him. The fleet admiral, however, looked visibly frustrated. "Where are they now?" Akainu asked, clenching his fists. "They're in the air, Akainu. You should know that," replied an elderly voice from another Den Den Mushi that echoed in the room. Akainu turned to glare at the Den Den Mushi connected to the 5 elders, who were present in the room, monitoring the report. "It's not like there's much we can do about it now, is there, Fleet Admiral?" one of the elders added mockingly. Akainu did not respond, his expression hardening even further. "Well, this is expected from them, after all," another elder commented calmly. "With the power of the Fuwa know any part of the world. Even with Wano being a closed-off country, an invader coming from the sky would have the advantage, entering the country effortlessly and gaining the element of surprise," another elder added. "This leads us to the question, what are we going to do now?" the 4th elder asked, his gaze serious. Saturn, his voice filled with anger and resentment from his injuries, replied, "For heaven's sake, isn't it obvious? It's time to launch our attack against them. We don't know their full strength, as no one has been able to communicate with us so far, but that's no reason not to act." He spoke with determination, and the others nodded. The time to strike had come after a year of inactivity. Akainu remained silent as they discussed until Saturn made a point of addressing him directly, looking at the Den Den Mushi. "Akainu, stay alert. Any call from us must be answered immediately, considering we have 2 admirals out of action, 1 injured and another held hostage." Akainu said nothing, only listening as the Den Den Mushi disconnected. In the room of power, the conversation continued, covering matters Akainu was not privy to. With the ongoing meeting between the kings, it's also an opportunity to demonstrate the might of the world government against those pirates and the countries that have betrayed us. All of them must pay and be exterminated, Saturn continued with a determined look. "You're not thinking of using that, are you?" someone murmured from the background. "Of course not. We don't even have the authority for that. Only I Am-sama does. There's no reason to resort to that now. It would draw too much attention, but we have plenty of other weapons at our disposal," Saturn replied, his eyes gleaming with malice. "You know this well." One of the other elders nodded and began dialing another number. When the call connected, a nervous and submissive voice responded on the other end. "Yes, sir." "Prepare everything. We're initiating Project Erebus," Saturn ordered. The person on the other end, still sounding nervous, replied quickly, "It will be done immediately." The Den Den Mushi disconnected. In the next moment, the man retrieved a key from a necklace around his neck and inserted it into a lock on a panel. With a firm motion, he turned the key, revealing a button. He pressed it, and all the lights in the room, which appeared to be a command center, began flashing red. Sirens blared, and people began running back and forth, fully aware of what this meant. Project Erebus initiated, Project Erebus initiated, Project Erebus initiated. The loudspeakers repeated the name of the operation continuously. In the same base, members of CP agents from all levels were present. "It seems something is about to start. Do we need to act?" Kaku asked, now dressed entirely in white. "I don't know. This isn't part of our protocol. We don't even know what exactly they're planning," another person responded, also dressed in white. None other than Rob Lucci. Around him, Other members of CP0 were gathered on higher floors, none of them moving, as the announcement wasn't their concern. Who cares about this? We're on a mission in Mary Giozetto, protect the Tenryubata from any threat. Whatever this mission is, it's not ours, Stussy remarked, also dressed in white like the others. Meanwhile, in a deeper section of the base, there was a room filled with capsules. Inside the capsules, people were submerged in green liquid, breathing through apparatuses. Suddenly, the lights began to flicker, and dozens of devices beneath the capsules lit up and began blinking. Initiating awakening. Initiating awakening. The sounds echoed throughout the room. Slowly, inside the capsules, the eyelashes of the submerged individuals began to move. One by one, their eyes opened, glowing with vivid, diverse colors unique to each person. In the sky, as the Straw Hat fleet traversed the clouds, advancing at full speed toward their goal, something suddenly flew past the fleet at incredible speed, continuing ahead. A silhouette shot past the last ships, which were islands, while dinosaurs and animals glanced upward, catching a fleeting glimpse of the object thanks to their haki. As this same object crossed the island, moving on to the next and quickly leaving it behind, it zigzagged through the ships. Everyone watched the trail it left in the sky due to its incredible speed. She. A girl's laughter echoed as she enjoyed passing through all the ships in the fleet, being pulled by her brother, moving ahead of all the ships and performing stunts above, below, and around them. Luffy flew through the fleet, flapping his wings at high speed, carrying his sister in his arms. Near the leading ship, a woman leapt off a vessel with serpents at its prow, floating in the sky. Luffy, Hancock exclaimed, advancing to intercept Luffy midair. He had no choice but to catch her, as she laughed excitedly. Luffy crossed a few more ships before finally landing on the one leading the fleet. With everyone's eyes on him, he appeared on the deck of the Black Pearl, slowing down to land, carrying Lucy and Hancock. His face was covered in lipstick marks from Hancock attacking him after he caught her. "You're finally here, Captain," Usopp said, approaching with a grin. "Did you handle that issue you went to resolve?" Robin asked, stepping closer to him. "Yes, Zephyr's plans won't be a problem for us or the New World anymore," Luffy said, pulling a small stone from his pocket. It was a trick he had learned some time ago. "What's that?" Chopper asked curiously. "It's Zephyr's base island." Luffy ended up shrinking the entire island. Lucy murmured, still shocked by Luffy's ability. He had already shrunk the ships, but upon seeing the island about to take off and leave, he decided to grab the whole thing. And that's exactly what he did. He shrank it so much it fit in his pocket. He thought the documents and other resources there might be useful. "Anyway, let's get ready. As I said before, the fleet will continue heading to Wano on its own. But we'll move ahead to take care of a few things since we need to handle another country before the war," Luffy explained, with everyone nodding, as he had discussed this with them beforehand. "And who's going with you, Captain?" Zoro asked. "Well, I'll take only a few people while you all organize the fleet's journey to Wano. Coming with me will be you, Zoro, my sister, Kuina, Yamato, Chow Chow, Najiko, Reiju and Lami from the crew, but Sai and the samurai will join us as well. I want everyone else to wait until we reach Wano and receive further orders," Luffy said, smiling. "And are you leaving already, Luffy?" Nami asked. "Of course not. First, we're having a feast," he declared, making everyone smile. In the end, they threw another grand party, spending a day celebrating between the flagship and the other ships while Beppo continued guiding the fleet day after day. Eventually, they departed, moving toward Wano on a different ship, with Najiko using her explosion power to propel the ship forward faster than the fleet. They planned to arrive a few days ahead of the fleet since they needed to organize an entire country. Luffy wanted Wano to fight for its own land and not simply have him solve everything for them, and so, they set off. 2 days had passed since Lucy had defeated Zephyr, and the world grew increasingly anxious to hear the next news from the major powers of this era, following Whitebeard's death. On this day, the first kings began to appear beneath Mary Joieuse. "So this is the city of the gods?" A prince with an admiring gaze asked, looking at the place above the red line for the first time in his life, his eyes gleaming with greedy ambition. He observed the houses and the Tenryubito with eyes that betrayed his thoughts. He believed he could also be part of that world. "Yes, my son, but you mustn't meddle with any of the gods, or we will all be killed, and our kingdom will be destroyed," his father, the king of his realm, murmured as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world while addressing his heir. "But I want to be like them," he exclaimed before receiving a smack on the head, something that had never happened to him before. "Why did you do that?" he shouted, surprised, at his father. "Because I won't forgive you if you do something stupid that costs us everything. I know you like mistreating peasants, but I won't let you get us killed because of your sadistic nature," his father replied in a stern tone, making it clear that there were limits his son could not cross. Many other kings displayed various behaviors, but there were also those who were more serious. As the elevator platform filled with kings, King Dalton of the Drum Kingdom appeared, accompanied by an elderly woman, none other than Dr. Kureha. who walked ahead of him, looking toward the elevator leading to Mary Joie's. The Drum Kingdom had finally returned to glory after a year, with numerous doctors emerging in the past year as the country became a small power, boasting wealth, knowledge, and even military strength. It had risen from the ashes, though no one truly knew how. Not even government spies could extract anything useful. "These people are so cruel," Kureha muttered, feeling uncomfortable as she observed how the elevator operated. Slaves hidden away were pulling it. "Watch your words, Dr. Kureha. We can't say anything here yet," King Dalton whispered, his tone cautionary. "Fine." She sighed and returned to the Marines accompanying her. "I know I'm in the bloom of youth at over 141 years old, but that doesn't mean I have to wait for you," she exclaimed, as they sighed, somewhat accustomed to her peculiar personality during the escort mission to this place. At that moment, the first ships from the Blues appeared. Governor Genzo arrived from the Kokoyashi Kingdom, soon followed by the Syrup Kingdom, with Queen Kaya accompanied by several bodyguards. Lastly, the Goa Kingdom ship arrived, bringing Queen Makino. Other kingdoms from East Blue were present as well, such as the Frost Kingdom with Queen Bandadeshine. However, the other kings exchanged peculiar glances when they saw the first three kingdoms that had mysteriously gained significant political and economic power in the past year, coinciding with visits from the current Yonko, Monkey D. Luffy. Makino drew the most attention, as she was widely regarded as the wife of none other than Shanks, the red-haired. "I've heard that Monkey D. Luffy and even Portgas D. Ace were raised in the Goa Kingdom. It's also the kingdom of the marine hero Garp and the revolutionary dragon." "What kind of kingdom is this?" a king remarked, intrigued as he observed the flag of one of the most talked-about kingdoms recently. The Goa Kingdom was known for its wealth, but there were no great stories of strong individuals before Luffy's emergence. Of all the Blues, East Blue had always been considered the weakest sea. However, kingdoms like Goa, Kokoyashi, and Syrup were now attracting attention, as the area had become a hub of gossip over the past year. "So, this is the place where those guys wearing astronaut helmets live?" Makino asked curiously, pointing to the sacred city above the red line. "It looks beautiful from here," she murmured in an innocent tone of admiration as she tried to get a glimpse of Mary Joie's. "We need to be careful with them. They're quite arrogant and probably don't view us kindly after what Luffy did. After all, it's no secret that he's from Goa," Dayton commented cautiously. "Why are you just standing there, Dayton?" Garp asked, giving her an unexpected slap on the back. "Who the hell are you, you bastard?" she shouted, startled and jumping in surprise before turning to look at him. "Garp," she trembled at the sight of him on the ship without warning and quickly shut her mouth. "Don't just stand there, let's get moving. Queen to the King's Summit," Garp said. With no choice, they began walking toward the elevator, joining Queen Kaya of Syrup and the governor of Kokoyashi. They were all part of an alliance since these territories were secretly under Luffy's protection. "It looks like they've started arriving. We're about to begin," someone commented high up in the city, inside the castle's power room, where the 5 elders were gathered once more, reviewing reports of the arrival of each kingdom. "We should punish the East Blue kingdoms. They are highly suspicious." Saturn's voice carried an air of arrogance as he sat in his chair in a visibly weakened state. "That's no reason to attack a kingdom without justification," another elder disagreed. "But it doesn't matter, as what we're about to show them will be enough to make them fear us like never before and prevent them from ever challenging the world government again," another elder stated firmly. "Yes. Now, we just need to begin the meeting and broadcast it through all the Den Den Mushi transmitters to those present," another agreed. Their plans were progressing, and the ships were already sailing toward their enemies and targets. Out at sea, a distance from the Red Line, an entire fleet of ships crossed the waters, bearing the flags of the world government. They were laden with transmitters and high-ranking officials, all tied to the government. There were over 1,000 ships, all packed. Each ship carried 1 or 2 pacifistas and had a singular objective: to demonstrate to all the kings present at Mary Joie's what would happen to those who defied the world government, complete eradication of the Straw Hat crew and even 2 other Yonko. The fleet suddenly began to split, following orders from the leaders. One portion advanced toward the middle of the sea where Wano was located, while a smaller contingent moved toward the kingdoms of Dressrosa and others aligned with Luffy. This was the world government's response to the Straw Hats, a preparation for their imminent destruction. Mary Joie's was fortified with equipment designed to combat meteors the Straw Hats might send. It was, at last, the opportunity the government saw to try to destroy them once and for all, without even relying on the Navy for this mission. While everything seemed hopeless in Wano, the people didn't even notice the arrival of a massive ship emerging in the city. It appeared, flying from the sky without warning, landing at the city's entrance. A man, his head bowed, stared at the ground, thinking his life should end right there and then. He needed to escape this horrendous suffering, and death seemed like a merciful way out. He didn't even realize that the space around the entire city had turned bluish and appeared normal to him, his mind solely consumed by his anguish. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed. Something fell right in front of him, directly before his eyes, snapping him out of his state of apathy. His eyes widened at the sight before him. A bottle of water and a plate of hot food. He didn't even recognize the recipe, only noticing the meat and some carbohydrates. What? He stammered, unable to finish the sentence, too tired and exhausted to articulate words, his dry mouth barely cooperating. It seemed impossible. Yet, as he kept his eyes on that plate of food, he thought he might be witnessing some kind of mirage, or perhaps this was a passage ritual into another life. Maybe his death was finally here, and his prayers to the gods had been answered, allowing him to begin his transition with a full stomach. Could it be real? He whispered, his voice trembling. Or is it just a cruel trick of fate? The plate was so lavish that he hadn't seen anything like it in over 20 years. It was impossible not to remember a time when Wano wasn't under Orochi and Kaido's tyranny, when food was plentiful, the waters clean, and the animals healthy. Back then, there was no misery or destruction. Even with doubt gnawing at his mind, the man decided that, illusion or not, or even if it were his passage to death, it didn't matter. He didn't think twice. Smelling the food, he decided that if this was his last act, he would fight to savor it or die trying. With trembling hands, he picked up the plate of food, almost unable to believe the reality before him as he felt the plate was solid. Nervously, he brought it to his mouth. Ignoring the utensils, he opened his mouth directly, disregarding etiquette as he buried his face into the plate. All that mattered was tasting something real again. The moment the first morsel touched his tongue, he froze. The taste was real. It felt as if something deep inside him, long dead, was awakening. His eyes filled with tears, unsure where the moisture came from in his malnourished body. In the next moment, he devoured each bite without hesitation, savoring it as though it was the first meal of his life. Soon, he grabbed the water bottle, quickly opened it with trembling hands, and drank straight from the neck. The water coursed down his throat, cleansing the void that had settled there for so long. He felt every drop bringing life back to him. Tears continued streaming down his face as he ate and drank, forming a small puddle on the ground. Even though the tears wasted part of the water he had just consumed, it didn't matter. He couldn't hold them back any longer. In that moment, he felt something he hadn't in years, hope. Thank you, he said, crying. The word, thank you, began to echo from all directions at the same time, and he finally looked up. He no longer needed to save all his strength. Then, he saw everyone on the street in the same state as him, crying as they finished their plates like starving animals. It wasn't just that street. The entire city shared a collective sentiment as they wept and ate the mysterious dishes that had appeared before them, caring not for the delicious taste, but simply grateful to have something non-poisonous to consume. This has to be a dream. This has to be a dream. The same man murmured, seeing children, women, and men everywhere holding their plates and bottles of water, tears in their eyes. Before he realized it, his plate disappeared like magic, making him open his eyes in bewilderment. But suddenly, another plate appeared in front of him, accompanied by a new liter of water, ready to be consumed. He hesitated for a moment but soon lunged forward faster this time. Grasping the utensils with newfound strength, he began eating again, this time more controlled, no longer like a starving animal. He could truly savor the taste of the food, as if he had never eaten anything better in his life. He devoured the food once more, and like everyone else, as soon as they finished, a new plate magically appeared before them. It wasn't just one or two, a third plate emerged, and the entire city began eating until their stomachs could take no more. Meanwhile, at the city gates, the Sunny Go lay docked. Aboard, the Straw Hats were working at full steam. In the ship's kitchen, Reiju was cooking at high speed, trying to feed the entire city. Luffy, his speed enhanced by the multiplication fruit, helped her. Nijiko and Lucy assisted in the preparation, enabling her to finish one plate after another, which would then disappear through Lami's room ability. The plates were instantly transported to the city, and the used dishes were returned to the kitchen, where Lucy cleaned them for Reiju to reuse. Even Lucy, who usually loved eating, refrained from taking any food this time. "I'd rather the citizens eat," she said with determination, despite her love for food. On the deck, the rest of the crew worked tirelessly as Lami continued to send plates across the city, using her powers to manipulate them within her room, which expanded to cover the entire area. With her proficiency in observation haki, she ensured that no one was left unfed. "We can't save those who've already been killed," Luffy murmured beside Lami, "but we can give hope to those still standing." The samurai with them, who had been observing everything, was incredulous. He had spent years with Shutenmaru's band of thieves, stealing food from Kaido and Orochi to survive as selfish individuals, without any hope of saving Wano. Yet, seeing people eating well after so many years was something he hadn't witnessed in over 20 years. An entire city being fed. "This is a miracle," he whispered, moved by the hope he saw. "I think that's enough now," said Lami, sensing that everyone had eaten at least 3 plates. Luffy nodded. Reiju, Nijiko, and Lucy stopped producing food in the kitchen, turning off the large pots and stoves as Lami retrieved all the utensils and plates, returning them to the kitchen sink to be cleaned. "This is really good," Yamato celebrated, laughing joyfully as he saw the city beginning to rise. Until then, the people had been lying on the ground, but now, they were standing up one by one. A significant amount of food had been consumed here, but Luffy had stored so much with him that feeding all of Wano was not difficult. He had more than enough resources to sustain the entire population, all stockpiled from his territories over the past year. "Great," said Luffy with a smile, also feeling the city's atmosphere shift completely. "Wolf! Wolf!" Chow Chow barked happily, and the rest of the crew smiled silently. The people of the city, for the first time, began looking toward the ship docked at the city's entrance. Now that hunger and thirst were no longer issues, they finally noticed the straw hat flag proudly raised on the ship's sail. "What is that?" someone murmured. Even with tattered clothes and dirty bodies, a newfound strength resonated in their voices as they gazed at the ship, surprise and hope shining in their eyes. "I think it's time we introduce ourselves," Luffy remarked, stepping toward the prow. The onlookers stared, more and more gathering with curious eyes. After all, that food had to have come from somewhere, especially since they had been completely abandoned by the beast pirates, who had stripped the city of all its resources. "People of Wano," Luffy called, his voice echoing through the crowd. His crew joined him to watch. "I am Monkey D. Luffy, a pirate, and the one who is here to defeat Kaido." The people began murmuring among themselves. That P-fight Kaido." Some whispered incredulously, recalling how the beast pirates had mentioned this as they left the city. Before they could continue, Luffy interrupted, raising his voice. "Listen, everyone, we're leaving shortly, so I won't give a long explanation. We have an entire country to save. But I want you to understand that we are here to free Wano, and that's all you need to know." He paused, then continued. "However, I demand that everyone who can still fight gather in the Udon region. I don't just want to free this country. I want its people to fight for it and join us. This is your best chance to face Kaido, your fears, and your doubts, and fight for a better Wano." The people's eyes widened as Luffy pressed on. "And for those of you who think I'll be like Kaido, taking Wano for myself and ruling like a tyrant, hear this. I will make Wano my territory, but I will not treat it like Kaido did. There will be no abuses in my territory." He then pointed to the horizon and said, "Either way, I'm going. Remember, only those who truly want to fight for a better Wano and have the strength to do so, come to the coast and join me. We're heading to Onigashima." As soon as he finished speaking, the ship began to levitate, controlled by Lami's powers. The space around it seemed to distort as the ship left the city. The people stood stunned, watching the ship fly away, unable to say anything after hearing such words. But before Luffy disappeared, crates upon crates of supplies began falling from the ship, landing in front of the crowd. These were not just food supplies. Swords and other weapons made of wapametal were among them, equipping the people to finally fight for their freedom. Quickly, Luffy and his crew moved on to other towns in the Kari region, repeating the same actions. People on the brink of death received plates of food that appeared like magic before them in their moments of despair. They began eating, regaining their strength. Many thought it was all a dream. Luffy didn't let anyone thank him or protest his actions. He simply delivered his speech and moved on to the next town, knowing he didn't have time for debates. His only goal was to provide the people with the means to survive and fight, giving those who chose to join him the opportunity to do so. He never forced anyone to fight, understanding the deep-seated fear Kaido had instilled in their hearts, a fear that had crushed their will. But he marked each person who came to him, knowing they would guide Wano's future. Meanwhile, in a forest, a little girl was walking slowly. Beside her, a small animal followed obediently. She was sad, and her stomach rumbled. It had been days since she last found any food. The fruit trees had been destroyed, and the water was poisoned. "I wonder if the professor is okay," she murmured to herself as she made her way to her home in the middle of the forest. She knew that all the towns were in terrible shape, but hers seemed even worse. Perhaps due to her hunger, she didn't notice someone approaching. A voice called out from behind her. "Hey, are you okay?" She quickly looked up, startled. There stood a man wearing a straw hat, smiling at her. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice wary and trembling. The man kept his smile. "I'm Monkey D. Luffy, Ace's brother. Do you remember him?" The girl froze at the mention of Ace. But before she could respond, Luffy raised his hand and a tray filled with plates of food appeared in his grasp. He placed the tray in front of her. "How about eating with me?" Luffy asked, his smile warm and gentle. Without a second thought, the girl lunged at the first plate, momentarily forgetting even Ace at the sight of food after so many days of hunger. As she ate quickly, Luffy watched her with satisfaction. "Go ahead, eat as much as you want," Luffy said as the girl continued devouring the food in front of her. "We're almost there, big brother." The girl named Tama was leading the way ahead of Luffy as they approached a house in the middle of the forest, characteristic of Wano. She guided him excitedly to the door and pushed it open with a flourish. "Tama, who's with you?" A suspicious voice called from the other side of the door as it creaked open, revealing the presence of someone alongside the girl. Sensei, I found a big brother, look, I ate more than I ever have before. I'm so happy and full because of him, she exclaimed, pointing to her slightly rounded belly, a result of all the food Luffy had shared with her. With a radiant smile, she added, and I brought food for you too, Sensei. Big brother said I could share it with you. Tama held out a bag of food and offered it to the man. The man, seated inside the house and wearing a mask, looked at Tama with sharp eyes, clearly surprised by the situation, though a hint of suspicion lingered in his gaze. He raised his head and looked toward the door as another figure approached. Finally, the person came into view, and the man's eyes widened further behind his mask. You, he murmured, recognizing the newcomer immediately. After all, the face under the straw hat was well known from the newspapers he'd acquired through Kaido's men. So, you're Tama's master, Kazuki Sukiyaki, Luffy said as he entered, glancing at the food Tama had brought and offering it to the teacher before him. So, you know who I am? The man asked, startled at being addressed by that name after so long, especially since he had kept it hidden. Still confused, he watched as his apprentice arranged the food before him, her gaze urging him to eat. Of course, I know. You're Odin's father. Anyway, it's a pleasure to meet you, Luffy replied with a smile. So, you've come to Wano. Has the war with Kaido already begun? The man asked, intrigued, as no sign of conflict had yet reached his ears. Not yet. We're feeding the country first, staying hidden from Kaido and his men while he focuses all his forces on Onigashima. We entered Kuri with a small group. We're ending hunger in the towns before moving to other regions. I plan to transform all of Wano before we attack Kaido. After all, I wanted samurai and citizens to fight for their land too, Luffy explained calmly, stepping closer to the man. I see. The man murmured, unable to say more as he processed what he had heard. He continued to observe Luffy carefully before speaking again. But do you believe you can defeat Kaido? While I'm deeply grateful for what you're doing for this country, I remain skeptical. I have my doubts that you'll truly succeed. Yeah, I get your doubts. After all, you're expecting your grandson, along with some of the red scabbards who've traveled through time thanks to Kazuki Toki's power, to appear and lead the charge here, aren't you? Luffy said with a grin. How do you know that? The man asked, visibly shaken once again. It was knowledge known to only a select few in Wano. He had remained in the shadows, waiting for the country to finally change. Even his granddaughter was unaware of his existence. He believed himself a great coward for it, having even failed at seppuku, the samurai ritual of suicide. How I know doesn't matter now. What matters is that prophecy has changed. We're stronger than Kaido and Big Mom combined. Even they would need other allies, like another Yonko, to pose a real challenge to my crew. We already have enough powerful members that, even without me, they can defeat both Yonko, Luffy said confidently. Anyway, I need to make a request. The man remained silent for a few seconds before turning to Luffy, his gaze narrowing slightly. What do you want? I am an old man, a coward who spent all these years hiding, watching Wano descend to where it is now without the courage to do anything. I don't know how I can be of any use, he murmured in the end, letting the guilt and resentment he carried show. He had witnessed Wano's decline over the years but chose to remain in hiding after his son's death, even concealing his name. Tama stood nearby, looking surprised ever since Luffy addressed him as Kazuki Sukiyaki. Sensei! Tama exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes welling up with tears as she listened. She had known he disliked seeing others but was unaware of these thoughts of his. For now, she tried to ignore them, even though she could see that he was starving and still hadn't touched the food she had brought. I need the swords, Luffy said, already knowing where Odin's weapons were. I know that sword belongs to Odin and is a direct heirloom for his children, Momonosuke and Hiyori. He threw another bombshell at the man. What? The swords? By now, the man thought Luffy knew all the secrets of Wano and eventually accepted it all. Even if you are helping Wano, I cannot give them to you, the man protested immediately, his voice firm. I'm not asking to take them permanently, but the swords will be useful in the battle. You don't have to give them to me. Just lend them, and I'll return them when it's all over. Then, you can pass them on to both your grandchildren, Luffy replied calmly. The man froze for a moment and finally sighed, resigned. After all, what more could he expect from someone known worldwide for challenging even emperors? Very well. I'll give you the swords, he said, reluctant in the end. So it's true? Big Brother is going to free Wano? Tama exclaimed, her voice filled with hope as her eyes shone brightly. I'll do my best. Wano will be free soon and will enter an era unlike any before, Luffy affirmed with a smile toward the girl. Answer me one thing first. What do you plan for Wano after Kaido? The man asked, still not touching the food. He looked at Luffy intently, formulating the most important question he had wanted to ask from the beginning. After all, he wasn't entirely sure what Luffy's goal for Wano was. It wasn't the first time someone had asked Luffy that. I've said this to every town I've passed through. I'm not here to turn Wano into my territory in an abusive way. It will be under my flag, but I won't be like Kaido. Luffy began seriously. Quite the opposite. I won't continue any factories or experiments that pollute this place. I plan to purify the air, water, and land of Wano so that they become fertile again. I'll bring resources from my territories here so food can be distributed until Wano fully recovers." Luffy paused before continuing. "I estimate that in 2 or 3 years, Wano will be self-sufficient again. After all, it's not enough just to defeat Kaido. The problem of hunger will persist as long as the land remains infertile with the lasting scars of the past 20 years. The man stayed silent, listening intently. Luffy seemed to know exactly what he was doing, something that surprised many. He had already discussed Wano's economy and soil recovery at length with Nijiko and Beppo, the crewmates most capable of having such conversations. "Do you intend to bring kingdoms here? I saw a picture of your islands. Is that real? Can you transport them here?" the man asked in surprise. Luffy nodded. "Well, in any case, we'll discuss this more later. For now, my crew is arriving. Can you get the swords?" he said. Outside, a massive shadow appeared in the sky, heading toward the location. A medium-sized ship with a lion figurehead landed in front of the house, crushing some of the forest's trees and vegetation. Tama ran outside, looking at it with admiration. Meanwhile, the man had brought out a box and opened it, revealing Oden's 2 swords, Aim no Habakiri and Enma, 2 of the 21 supreme blades. "I'll talk to my crew. You should eat as well. After all, you still have a choice. Fight or stay here," Luffy said, taking the swords and immediately showing interest in Enma. "I doubt I can fight. My honor has been shattered by isolating myself for so long while such a disaster unfolded in my country," he murmured with regret. "Maybe. But will you cower forever? Perhaps it's time to fight," Luffy said before leaving, HLESS as he looked at the food Tama had brought for him. "Luffy, you just left the town and came straight here?" Lucy exclaimed, stretching her arms as she approached where Luffy was stepping out of the house, near Tama, who watched curiously. "Who is this, big brother?" Tama asked, pointing at Lucy with a curious smile. "This is also my sister. And besides, she's also Ace's sister," Luffy explained. Seeing the confused expression on Lucy's face, he continued, "Ace helped her when he came to Wano. This is Tama, someone he knew." "Really? How cute," Lucy commented, approaching Tama and pinching her cheeks. "Hey, Captain. What swords are those?" As soon as Zoro saw Luffy carrying the swords, he asked, clearly stunned upon realizing what they were. "Ah, these? Take this one. It's yours temporarily," Luffy said, tossing the sheathed Aim no Habakiri directly to Zoro, who caught it in surprise. He didn't hand over Enma, as he himself was interested in the sword. "Seriously, Captain?" Zoro asked, examining the weapon with focused attention. "Yes. This sword belonged to Oden. But be careful, it's known as the Sky Cutter. You'll need to train with it a bit while we're here," Luffy explained as Kuina approached, eyeing the sword curiously. Luffy wanted Enma for its unique trait of draining haki, so he planned to train with it himself rather than letting Zoro wield it as in the original timeline. "Luffy, there's a grumpy old man inside," Yamato commented as she leapt from the ship, approaching and noting, with her haki, the internal conflict the man seemed to be experiencing. "That's Oden's father. If you want to ask him something, go ahead. In any case, we'll stay here for a few more minutes before heading out. First, we need to find one of the red scabbards, who's ended up becoming a bandit," Luffy said, glancing directly at the samurai, who looked a bit embarrassed by the comment but couldn't deny it. "After that, we'll leave this region and head to the factories before moving on to the capital," he concluded as the others listened attentively. Zoro went off to train with the new sword, feeling the challenge it posed. Meanwhile, the others gathered at Oden's father's house. At some point, Yamato struck up a conversation with Oden's father, asking animated questions without directly identifying herself as Kazuki Oden, as she had done before. Luffy discussed some of his plans while Lucy chatted with Tama, who played with Chow Chow. Using her Akuma no Mi powers, Tama charmed a powerful Cerberus, quickly forming a friendship with the beast and Lucy. Lucy's relaxed demeanor made Tama laugh, and they bonded quickly. Reiju, for her part, prepared more meals for everyone, as no one had eaten yet. "That sword?" Sukiyaki exclaimed, surprised to see a sword at Kuina's waist alongside her official blade. Kuina explained that she had defeated the zombie of Shimotsuki Ryama and earned the sword. Everyone in Wano knew of Shimotsuki Ryama's desecrated grave, a legend in this land. Sukiyaki was even more astonished to learn that the dark blue-haired woman's name was Shimotsuki Kuina, a direct descendant. He could see how formidable she was with a sword. "What are you doing?" Lami, who hadn't been very involved, asked as she saw Luffy walking out holding Enma. "I'm going to test this sword. Want to come with me?" Luffy asked, planning to do the same as Zoro was doing in the forest. Lami shrugged and followed him. In the region of Kuri, where the Straw Hats were currently located, the area boasted some truly unique landscapes due to the distinctive fauna and flora of Wano's greenest region, even though hunger was affecting everyone as it was in any other region. Among this forested landscape, a mountain stood out, over 1,000 meters tall. The scene appeared static, with the surviving wildlife going about its routine like any other day, until, suddenly, a line cut straight across the base of the mountain with the sound of metal ringing out. For a few seconds, everything seemed normal, but then birds began flying, not just from the mountain but from the entire forest, as though fleeing something dangerous. And they were not wrong, as an explosive sound echoed, and the base of the mountain was sliced clean through, detaching it from the ground and sending it flying in one swift, clean cut. "Hey, didn't you overdo it, Luffy?" Lami muttered from the other side of the severed mountain, watching as Luffy, who had simply said he was testing the cut of the sword called Enma, examined the blade. She observed Luffy inspecting the sword, which shone with a dark purple light as it drew out his haki, something Lami could clearly sense. Luffy struggled to control the sword but laughed excitedly after seeing the result of his attack. "It's so wild," he commented, his gaze fixed with intense curiosity on the blade. Finally, Luffy looked up to see the mountain, now fully severed, beginning to rise before starting its inevitable fall. The entire forest seemed startled, and even Sukiyaki emerged from his house, drawn by the explosive noise. The moment he saw what had happened, his mouth dropped open in shock. "What is this? How is this possible?" he exclaimed, unable to believe someone had cut an entire mountain to test a sword right outside his home. As the mountain continued its descent, another horizontal slash split it once more with another thunderous sound. "Hey, Captain, be careful. We're training here," Zoro shouted from a distance, while Luffy simply shrugged and continued examining Enma, feeling his haki being drawn as he worked to master the sword and make it recognize him as its wielder. His gaze returned to Lami, who was watching him closely. "Can you handle that falling mountain?" "Hold on," Luffy said, hoping Lami could manage the mountain before it destroyed the forest. Then, with a grin, he decided to make things easier for her, slicing the mountain into smaller parts. Zoro quickly joined in, and soon the mountain was reduced to small blocks. Lami sighed, then swiftly expanded an enormous room, organizing the falling blocks. They disappeared from the air and reappeared beside Sukiyaki's house, stacked neatly to form an even larger home. "Amazing. Look at the size of that house," Tama murmured in awe. Luffy still held Enma, his arm extended, and the sword finally seemed to recognize him as its master. He now wielded both Enma and Roger's sword, two legendary weapons that had once clashed in battles of their own. "Alright, let's rest a bit before heading toward our objective," Luffy said. When they returned to Sukiyaki's house, Zoro was still practicing with his blade, using the sliced surface of Luffy's mountain as a platform to work on controlling the weapon. After a few hours, they bid farewell to Tama and Sukiyaki and departed, guided by a samurai toward a bandit-infested area of Kuri. Zoro stayed behind, with Luffy asking him to catch up or use the Viver card to avoid getting lost. It didn't take long for them to find the place, an area more rugged and rocky. The Thousand Sunny landed right in front of the bandits' hideout, immediately drawing attention and throwing the group of bandits into chaos at the sight of a ship landing unannounced. "Boss, there's a ship here," one of the bandits yelled, alarmed, as the others quickly recognized Monkey D. Luffy's ship, now standing right in front of their base. At that moment, Ashura Doji emerged, looking shocked as he recognized the flag on the ship's sail. "So, they're here," he murmured. "So, you're Ashura Doji?" Luffy stepped to the edge of the ship before jumping down and landing in front of the group, his gaze fixed on the bandit leader. "Yes, that's me," the man replied, watching Luffy approach. "Good, it's a pleasure to meet you. I know you must be wondering what we're doing here in the middle of Wano while Kaido is preparing to kill us in Onigashima," Luffy said calmly. "Today, I'm here to deal with a few things, especially the hunger issue in Kuri," he explained. "What do you mean? Our people should be starving across all of Wano. How can you help with that?" Doji asked, a mix of skepticism and curiosity in his voice. Despite the lack of hostility from the other side, Doji knew he stood no chance against Luffy. He could feel through haki that the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates was a monster unlike any other. Any attempt to fight him would result in his death, and there were others aboard the ship who were equally formidable. Hostility was not an option. "You haven't been to the towns yet, but we've been distributing food across the region. We've already managed to feed all the towns. After this, we're heading to another region, Udon, to liberate it and destroy the factories," Luffy explained. "Really?" the man murmured, still doubtful. Luffy pulled some small boxes from his pocket and tossed them forward. As they hit the ground, they expanded into enormous crates filled with food and weapons. "Here, this should help feed you and regain your strength," Luffy said, leaving all the samurais stunned by the sight of the overflowing crates. "Boss Doji," a samurai came running from the ship at that moment. "Lord Luffy speaks the truth. I saw it myself. He's been feeding all the towns. His food is real," he testified, vouching for Luffy's actions since their arrival. Doji nodded, starting to believe, and felt relief that his man, who had gone to Zou, had returned with the Straw Hats. It was a surprise. "Inuarashi and Nekomamushi?" he asked the samurai, recalling that he had sent someone to summon them for the impending battle. They're on their way here, along with the other minks, the samurai replied. Upon hearing this, Doji turned back to Luffy. You said you wanted to talk. He murmured, ignoring the crates as his men began inspecting their contents. His focus was entirely on understanding Luffy's intentions. Well, aren't you going to invite me in? Luffy asked with a grin. With a sigh, Doji led Luffy into the hideout. The Straw Hat crew remained on the ship, as Luffy assured them he'd be quick. Meanwhile, the bandits eagerly distributed the food among themselves, rejoicing at finally having an abundance to eat after rationing their meager supplies. You want us to fight, don't you? Doji asked directly once they were inside and seated in a room. Exactly. Didn't you send that man to Zou to see if they'd fight? I came here myself to answer your questions directly. What do I want for Wano in the post-Kaido era? I want Wano to be free. After all, I plan to. Luffy began to explain, sharing some of what he had already told Kazuki Sukiyaki. So, gathering to fight Kaido. Doji murmured, his eyes drifting to a sword hanging on the wall. He was silent for a moment before continuing. I've been a bandit for a long time. I even stole food meant for the people. I don't think I'm worthy of this. Is that it? You're going to keep hiding like a coward? Luffy raised an eyebrow, staring at him intently. That's the same choice so many others have made. This is an opportunity to fight Kaido and the oppression he's imposed on you for years. I can fight him with or without you. But tell me this. Will you forgive yourselves for not fighting for your country while an outsider does it alone? And besides, why did you send your samurai to Zou if you had no intention of fighting? Luffy said, his tone more serious than usual. Doji remained silent, clearly wrestling with his emotions. Luffy stood firm, waiting for an answer as the man struggled words. Anyway, think about it. I'm giving you weapons and food for all of Wano so you can fight and defend yourselves from any of Kaido's attacks while we take care of this country's issues before the war. Right under Kaido's nose, Luffy said. The man didn't know how to respond. I know about the prophecy, Luffy said as he stood up to leave. But it's wrong. When Oden's son returns, Wano won't be what it is now. It'll be free, moving toward the light, recovering fully, and supported by many other kingdoms under my protection, Luffy declared with conviction. Alright, I'll fight. Doji's voice suddenly emerged, filled with determination. I'll fight by your side, Straw Hat, for a better Wano. I just hope you keep your word about everything you've said here, he added, and Luffy turned to him, finally smiling. Of course. Meet us in the Udon region. We'll launch an attack and destroy them for sure, Luffy said before turning to leave. Just answer me one more thing. Doji called out as Luffy was leaving. What will you do with the prisoners in the jails? Isn't it obvious? We'll get them all out, feed them, and whoever wants to fight, fights. I won't force anyone. But like I said, this is everyone's chance to do their part, Luffy replied. After that, he said no more and left, passing by the men who were organizing all the food they had received. He jumped back onto the ship. Thank you for everything, Straw Hat. I'll head to Udon soon and fight alongside the Red Scabbards. Please, find more of them, they are the best in Wano. We'll meet again soon, Doji said as he also stepped out and addressed Luffy. Alright, be ready. See you then, Luffy replied. With that, the ship began to lift, powered by Lami, and moved away. Meanwhile, in the towns, the impact of Luffy's gesture was unmistakable. Laughter and tears of joy mingled as people celebrated, eating to their heart's content and, for the first time in years, feeling hope. I'll go to Udon, shouted one citizen, grabbing a weapon from one of the crates Luffy had left. Did you hear? They're going to take down Kaido, and I'll fight? Even if I have to die in battle, another declared. I'll fight for Wano, echoed another. Me too, he saved my son. I'll repay that favor and join the fight, said a middle-aged man. As Luffy sailed away, he had no idea that an unshakable determination was beginning to spread throughout Kuri like wildfire. More and more people were ready to head to Udon, fight, and ensure victory against the oppressors who had subjugated Wano for over 20 years. You're going to fight, Sensei? Tama couldn't help but ask curiously. It had been hours since Big Brother had left with his crew, and now it was already nighttime. Tama wanted to go with them, but Luffy had said there were still dangerous tasks ahead, and it might be unsafe for her. Even though she insisted she could be helpful with her Akuma no Mi, Luffy promised he would return soon. Now she looked at her sensei, waiting for his response, a little worried to see him standing still for hours as if lost in thought. He hesitated, pressing his lips together. I'd be ashamed to show myself again after hiding for so many years. But I can't keep hiding forever. Even if I'm labeled a coward by everyone and I'm not a great warrior, I will fight as well, he finished with a determined look. Sensei. Then it's true that you're Oden's father. Tama murmured, not having discussed this with him since Big Brother had revealed it. Yes, you can call me a coward if you want, he murmured in a sad tone. No, Sensei is an important person, and I know you couldn't change the entire country alone. But if there's a chance to restore Wano as Big Brother said, you must help, and I will join too, she exclaimed. Tama. Sukiyaki murmured, cautious about her words, but he nodded in the end. It was time for him to fight or die for the country he had abandoned in recent years. At that moment, someone burst into the house, landing in front of the two. What's going on here? What is that construction, and where is the mountain that used to be in the middle of the forest? Shinobu approached quickly. Big sister Shinobu, Tama exclaimed, running to her. Shinobu looked at the little girl and then at Sukiyaki, relieved to see they were both okay. She let out a sigh of relief before kneeling to look at Tama carefully. Can you tell me what happened here, Tama? Shinobu asked. She wasn't supposed to know about Odin's father originally, but with the recent events around the world, it had been revealed through Tama. Sukiyaki introduced himself to Shinobu and mentioned that he had been in contact with some of the Red Scabbards. She had been in the region when strange things started happening, towns receiving food and weapons as if by magic, and people claiming a man wearing a straw hat had appeared, promising to fight Kaido. Upon hearing this, Shinobu rushed to one of Kuri's towns, found one of the Red Scabbards hiding in the area, and convinced him to finally meet Sukiyaki. On her way here, however, she and Jibwaemon noticed strange signs in the forest. They split up. Jibwaemon went to investigate the forest, where someone wielding a sword was causing destruction where a mountain should have been, while Shinobu came to check on Tama and Sukiyaki. Big sister Shinobu, I met Big Brother Luffy and Big Sister Lucy, and all their friends, Tama exclaimed excitedly. They came here, gave us food, and said they're going to fight Kaido. I forgot to ask, but we're going to join them. You will too, won't you, big sister? She asked, her eyes shining with enthusiasm. If it's true, Shinobu murmured, glancing at Sukiyaki, who nodded. Yes, sit down. I'll tell you the details, he said. All right. And what about the person in the forest? Jibwaemon went to investigate, Shinobu asked. No need to worry about that. He's a friend of Big Brother Luffy, Tama replied, trying to ease her concerns. But at that moment, someone appeared at the door. Excuse me, Zoro said, entering while dragging an unconscious body. He threw the body forward with a sharp motion. This lunatic attacked me out of nowhere and cut my Vivre card. Can you tell me where the region Luffy went to is? I've already mastered the sword, Zoro declared confidently. He had stayed behind to master his sword, but hours had passed since Luffy left. That was enough time for him to master Aim no Habakiri. Sukiyaki, Tama, and Shinobu stared in shock as they saw Jibwaemon lying on the ground, blood dripping, completely defeated in an instant upon encountering Zoro. While this unfolded and Zoro began to leave, heading in the direction they had pointed out without knowing exactly where he would end up, Luffy's ship was swiftly departing from Kuri through the sky. Luffy studied a map he had received from Sukiyaki, carefully analyzing the regions of Wano. Here in Udon, there are hardly any villages, but we'll deal with the prisons first and handle the common people afterward. After all, it's the closest area to Onigashima, and I want to put the prisoners to watch over the place and report to Kaido that everything is running smoothly, Luffy said, looking at the sea during the night as they sailed through the sky. Onigashima glowed along with the hundreds of ships surrounding the island. They had the advantage of being far away while still able to see Onigashima lit up, though they were too distant for anyone there to notice them flying. Luffy, the one in charge of this region, is Queen. At least, that's what I know about Kaido's forces, Yamato informed, sharing the information she had since leaving Wano with Luffy. I doubt he's here. When they found out we were coming, they definitely started preparations in Onigashima. Kaido must have kept him there until the war, as he doesn't even care about Wano anymore, based on what we've noticed, Luffy replied. I see, Yamato murmured, and the ship continued toward the prison as the day began to break. Meanwhile, at Udon prison, the prisoners worked relentlessly, even in the early hours of the morning, unable to rest. Among them were important figures like Kawamatsu and Higuro, both playing crucial roles in the resistance against Kaido and Orochi but having spent years as prisoners in the factories. Kawamatsu, one of the Red Scabbards, had been captured years ago after being forced to part ways with Hiyori, Odin's daughter. Since then, he had worked in the prison, holding on to the hope that Momonosuke's return might one day free Wano. However, things were changing at the prison. The sudden absence of Queen, who had left the prison's administration weeks earlier, raised suspicions. Since then, the guards had started withdrawing, leaving fewer and fewer behind. This confused the prisoners, but the workload only increased, driving many to their limits. They were forced to produce even more, leading many to collapse, while the beast pirates were cruel enough to execute those who succumbed to exhaustion. No one knew what was happening. The guards refused to explain anything. Finally, with the arrival of a new prisoner, some clarity began to emerge. The rumor was that a powerful pirate group, strong enough to make Kaido cautious, had declared war against Kaido and one of his allies. This group was currently heading to Wano, and a war was about to erupt. The prisoners didn't know what to make of this. Kawamatsu, in particular, pondered the significance of these developments. He still held on to the hope that the prophecy of Momonosuke's return would come true, but doubts began creeping into his mind. After all, it was just 4 of them, Kinemon, Raizo, Kanjuro, and Momonosuke. Could they truly change the situation on their own? Maybe. Kawamatsu murmured to himself, deep in thought. If this pirate group allies with us, things could be different. Maybe this isn't the moment to defeat Kaido, but if we're strong enough to fight together, we might be able to change the future alongside Momonosuke and the others. That was his thought. Hey, what are you doing? Get back to work. A voice snapped beside him, breaking his reverie as one of the prison guards glared at him with a sour expression. Kawamatsu nodded silently and resumed working. It was at that moment that the Sunny Go finally appeared in the sky above the prison, catching everyone's attention from the deck below. These guys, they're poisoning the country with this factory, Reiju murmured, disgust evident in her voice. It's truly cruel, Nijiko commented as well, while everyone else fell silent. Luffy observed the scene and climbed onto the edge. Go first and take care of everything, Luffy said before leaping, increasing his weight with the Moa Moa no Mi to fall like a cannonball. No one had noticed the shadow in the sky yet, until Higuro himself looked up, intrigued by the sight of a ship hovering over the factories, motionless in the air, encircled by a blue glow. What is that? He murmured, confused. Suddenly, something dropped from the ship at an incredible speed, too fast for anyone to track. The object struck the ground in the center of the prison, creating a massive explosion. Everyone froze immediately, staring in shock. Even the guards quickly mobilized, readying their weapons. What's going on? Is this an enemy attack? One of the few guards shouted, alarmed. Look up, there's something in the sky, another pointed. Could it be the Straw Hats? A third murmured, frowning nervously, hoping they were wrong and wouldn't have to deal with such a formidable group. Well, looks like you hit the nail on the head. A voice echoed from within the smoke of the explosion on the ground. The next moment, an invisible shockwave rippled out from the center, stunning everyone. The guards began collapsing one by one, unable to withstand the overwhelming haki dominating the area. Even the strongest prisoners winced, feeling the suffocating weight of the kingly presence, though it wasn't directly aimed at them. Well, looks like it's over, said a figure stepping out of the smoke. His hat sat firmly on his head, his iconic outfit, shirtless, wearing only pants and boots, with a black admiral's cape fluttering in the wind, bearing the Jolly Roger emblazoned on the back. His entirely black attire stood out as he revealed himself to everyone. No one could utter a word, paralyzed by the sheer suddenness of the events unfolding before them. Straw Hat. A voice finally managed to exclaim in frustration. Well, I'm here to set you all free, but I didn't expect to find someone like you here, Luffy said, looking with interest at Higuro, a renowned Ryu practitioner. He also noticed Kawamatsu, who stared at him wide-eyed with a curious expression. Anyway, you're all lucky I came. After all, I'm here to take over this prison and set you all free, Luffy declared with a grin. Meanwhile, the ship began descending, landing in the middle of the prison, which was already entirely subdued. Not a single person remained standing after the overwhelming display of Luffy's haki. Luffy then turned to Kid, who stood beside Killer. It seemed that Kid had also come here, though in this timeline, he hadn't yet lost his arm to Shanks.